Chapter 826 The Big Landowners of the Southern Wilderness. After Jillian left, George met some more people. On the way, Sorindo also saw Adley strolling over with a group of tall warriors with his hands behind his back. But when the guy saw Sauron covering his face, he turned around and left. Not long after, Adley seemed to take a picture of a bishop from the Holy See. This can be regarded as explaining Adley's attitude. These people all had something to do with George. But most of the matters were communicated with the shelter team. Come here to give a report. While George was communicating with the leaders of various regions about the local situation, Sorindo had been listening with open ears. The more he listened, the more frightened he became. The more he listened, the more he felt that the tribes in the southern wilderness had been like frogs in the well over the years. Dawn Alliance, this behemoth has united 5 of the 7 countries together. If you include the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, there are 6. The total population exceeds 300 million. The U Kingdom family accounts for half. On that day, if this Lord of God had said that he had brought an army of 1 million people to visit Sun City, Sorindo would never think that this was a false number. And this army of 1 million people can come to the doorstep of Sun City anytime and anywhere. What a fart. Indeed, there was going to be war in the north soon. But even if their troops are on the battlefield, they can travel thousands of miles overnight to pay a visit. If the Dawn Alliance intends to stabilize the rear, all they need to do is take some time off. No. Maybe there is no need to take the time at all. If they want to fight today, Sun City will not be easy to defend. It can be said that except for Sun City, everyone has come together now, and the prophesied unity of people of all races has begun to appear. As for the current Sun City forces in the southern wilderness, they are already in seclusion, isolating themselves from the people of all ethnic groups. And this is exactly what Soraya, Her Highness, said. The torrent of that era is already rolling away, and whoever does not keep up will be left behind. And the last bus in this torrent is almost leaving. If the people from the southern wilderness don't come up, they won't be in a hurry. Sorindo suddenly understood why that little brat and Adley got together with George. This smart guy did have foresight. He understood Awali somewhat. The Golden Inland Sea can survive the tsunami. If the Sun King is arrogant, he may be like Adley and leave the last seed for the southern wilderness. You can't put your eggs in one basket. Tell Alfonso. Listen to me. George sent away the last envoy. Then he called Rose, who was following Soraya around. Rose, show me the documents about the floating island. Rose knows and is most familiar with matters regarding the floating island and the Kingdom of Gold. Naturally, she has a lot of communication with the Moon Kingdom and the Sanctuary. After Elizabeth and Sophia, the 2 main construction managers, met with Rose several times, they invited the Goblin King to join the Dawn Council, where he served as an important member and chief secretary of the consortium, assist the wizards in various projects related to the floating island and the Golden Kingdom. And this great god who has lived for who knows how many thousands of years is not only an encyclopedia of magic, potions, and monsters, but also a super historian. Now he is one of the 5 wizard leaders who have become a sanctuary soulwood. Anthony, Riscard, Palos, and Rose. After asking George what documents he wanted to see, Miss Rose reached out and grabbed the documents from afar. This hand shocked Sorindo's magic consultant. He couldn't help but take out the scroll in his sleeve and carefully read the documents about the ancient gods. Well, tell Anthony and the others later, George said. Regarding the construction plan here, think carefully again. There will be no need to build so many things in the Forbidden Sanctuary. It is a waste of money. I understand. Rose smiled charmingly and said, I will tell little Anthony and the others that the Lord will snatch all these things away. Hey, don't say it so harshly. I'll ask the wizards to make a list for me later. George patted Rose on the shoulder and drove her away. Then he searched the crowd, but did not see Sophia. Then she remembered that she should have gone to the Moon Country today to have a meeting with Elizabeth. Have you finished chatting? I'm a busy man. Soraya carried the Sun Bible and came back from a leisurely stroll, followed by a group of southern wilderness lords. I don't know what Soraya deceived them just now, but today everyone's eyes were opened. After meeting and chatting with people from all over the world, they all felt in different moods. After chatting, let's go! On the way, when he saw the lords of the southern wilderness gathering around Sorindo and whispering, George couldn't help but secretly give Soraya a thumbs up. It looks like both of them are doing a good job. Presumably, Sorindo and others will not be able to sleep in the next few days. George and others stopped in front of several huge ancient trees. They found that many people were waiting near these ancient trees, waiting for the ancient trees to drop the magic leaves. Those people seemed to be familiar with the road. After getting on the magic leaf, they flew away directly. Sorondo couldn't help but look into the distance, and found that there were many people flying around on these magic leaves in the sky. These magic leaves are not as big as the ones everyone has sat on before, but they are also the size of a small boat, and it seems to be faster. After a while, the ancient tree slowly opened its eyes, and put down the magic leaf, and a group of little elves also flew over. The lords of the southern wilderness have already done the magic leaf once, but after riding on it, they still felt very strange. This time, George arranged an apprentice to act as a tour guide on each small boat, and then led the team to fly around the island. Soon, 5 or 6 large and small magic leaves flew to the edge of the floating island. While flying around the island, everyone looked down and found that there was a large mining area below. In addition to the magic leaves, there are also various strange magic tools floating in the midair in the mining area. And everyone also discovered that there seemed to be a lot of wizards here, and most of them had some strange objects that allowed people to fly. Among them is a kind of flying carpet that the people of the southern wilderness have seen before their national master has won. This is a symbol of status in the eyes of the people of the southern wilderness. A wizard with such a magical item is definitely the top wizard. But here, this kind of wizard seems to be a commodity. Even some apprentices, who seem to be rich, have those magic carpets. Many wizards are busy at a construction site near the crater, where there are many stones and soil floating in the air. The wizards and their apprentices wave their wands, as if they are using magic to build something. In addition to these wizards, there are also many magic balls and goblins. In the charging of the surrounding crystal arrays, their magic power is very sufficient and can be squandered wantonly. Many wizards even take this opportunity to let their apprentices practice their skills. That's our latest product. George pointed at the magic balls and said proudly, "The cost of these things is only a few hundred. Ahem, a few thousand silver foxes. But their working efficiency is higher than those that are thousands of years old. The goblins are even taller. And an apprentice who has just started can direct these magic balls to work. They can finish the construction work that usually takes several years in a few weeks." The lords couldn't help but be amazed. But after hearing that these magic balls could not help everyone herd cattle and sheep, they all lost the desire to buy them, which made George a little disappointed. These great chiefs are all lords near the River of Stars, and each of them has more than one city in his hands. Among them, there are more than 8 southern wilderness lords with more than 30,000 square kilometers of land in their hands. This area is much larger than Benjamin's territory. Even if the proportion of farmland is only 1%, that is still 3 million acres of fields. The bank of the Stars River is the best farmland in the entire world right now. Not only is the land fertile, but it also has sunshine. When rice, potatoes, corn and other crops are added together, the average yield per moo reaches 8 bushels. In addition to fertile farmland, these great lords have countless pastures. If any lord has less than 100,000 cattle and sheep, people will laugh. After all, the population in the hands of these guys is as small as 200 to 300,000. And the cattle, sheep and horses in the hands of the southern wilderness lord are equal to the population. The subjects of these guys mainly eat crops that are not easy to preserve. And crops that are easy to preserve, such as rice, will be stored. Every year, millions of bushels of the harvested grain are left over after being handed over to Sun City. And this grain is either left there to become moldy as old grain, or simply used to feed livestock. So George had already planned to give them a heavy blow. No one seems to be very interested in magic balls, but they all seem to be very interested in those magic carpets. Sun City generally prohibits lords from selling food, but luxuries such as magic carpets can definitely allow these lords to secretly sell some food. They have done this kind of thing a lot. Previously, the food in the Great Oasis was basically it's all from these lords, and most of them are the biggest backers behind the mine owners. If we don't buy tens of thousands of bushels of each of these rare things, we would be really sorry for the servants of the kingdom of heaven. After thinking about it, George finally didn't make a quotation. For such a professional matter, a smart vampire had to be found. So he handed the matter over to Irene. Chapter 827 New Oasis. Tens of thousands of bushels? Are you doing wholesale? George! Irene rolled her eyes angrily. There is only one in the entire Sun City. Even one magic carpet a month is too much for me. Hearing this, George couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and he asked in a low voice, "Then how do you plan to sell it?" "Sell? This kind of thing is not for sale." Irene squinted her eyes and looked at the fat sheep and said, "How come these luxury items of the princely and aristocratic level can be used by anyone? If you want this kind of thing, you have to existing status. Let them add VIP first. and only after entering the club will they be eligible to participate in the auction. You're such a ruthless guy. Wait, you said club? What club? Of course, it is a club that only great princes like Jillian are qualified to enter, Irene said with a smile. It is not so easy for other people to come in. When he said this, George's eyes widened. He realized that he was too petty and underestimated Irene's appetite. George quietly gave Eileen a thumbs up and left this matter completely to his little secretary. At this time, Sarundo's magic leaves flew over from a short distance and asked curiously, Lord God, do you plan to build more castles in this golden oasis? It's a factory. Sorrento, didn't you notice that those buildings are all domed? George said. In addition, we also plan to build an academy here. Now there are more and more apprentices here. And in addition to work, I also have to go to school. Speaking of this, George pointed to a certain portal that was being built, and several towers were rising near that portal. George continued, after the academy is established, the location of the teleportation gate will also become a teleportation hall in the academy. Then wizards from all over the world can come here. It is better to say it is an academy than a research institute. There are too many things in the Golden Kingdom that need to be studied. In addition, the Golden Oasis is very full of magic and is very suitable for wizards to meditate. Can people from our tribe also come to study with you? Sorindo looked at his companions who only focused on cattle and sheep, and sighed in his heart. I think maybe we should learn more. We are lagging behind. There are too many. I don't know if it's still too late. George's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he thought about the tuition fees. But before he could speak, Soraya was so impatient that she agreed immediately. Of course, Soraya said happily. There is a saying called what does it mean? There is always time to read a book. Right. George. Soraya. No matter when you have time to read. No wonder you are a scumbag. George secretly rolled his eyes and said to Salondo. That's right. Welcome to Dawn Academy. Classes will start here next month. Seeing that George and the two agreed so happily, Sorindo was a little unbelievable and very excited. Sir! Sorindo clasped his fists and said very solemnly, you and Miss Soraya's tolerance makes us feel very ashamed. I have been thinking about it these days. I think Miss Soraya is very right. Yes, we are a family with the same roots. If you have any needs in the future, please let us know. By the way, there are many tribes of my brother near the Golden Oasis, and many cities in the upper reaches of the river in the north. It is managed by the Sun royal family. We have a lot of food. We heard that you plan to resettle some refugees here in the future. We are willing to provide you with these supplies for free. We are also willing to undertake the transportation work for you in the future. I guarantee that the Dawn Alliance fleet there will be no obstruction in this river of stars and inland sea. Sorondo, it doesn't need to be free, George said. Only if there is an exchange of interests. The relationship between friends can last longer. Let our ministers negotiate these matters. They will take care of the relevant matters. I hope my friendship with you will last for a long time. I am also willing to accept refugees from any region. Speaking of refugees, George gave Sorindo a meaningful look. As soon as George pointed it out, Sorindo also understood what George meant. There will be many refugees in the southern wilderness in the future. Sorindo couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. Sir, I hope we can get through this crisis together. I also hope that we can truly become a family in the future. This time I return to Sun City, I will have a good relationship with His Majesty Mox. Let's talk about it. George nodded and said no more. He found that although Sorindo was a smart man with a flexible mind, he did have an overall view. But he is also very loyal to Sun City. It's not like that kid from Adderley who said he was rebelling and sold the Sun King with a pat on the back. But the direction of the world today is the general trend. George believes that no matter how loyal Sorindo is to the Sun King, he will join the Dawn Alliance in the future. Because the Sun King and the Dawn Alliance are following two completely different paths. And those who understand have already seen clearly which path is right. The fact that Sauron was able to say these words today already shows that he has not helped Sauron gain much knowledge in vain these days. Because just a few days ago, Sorindo also said that who is right and who is wrong between the Dawn Alliance and the Sun King still has to speak with his fists. Then, what is that? The crowd around suddenly shouted. It was already noon, and the water vapor above the large oasis was gradually dissipating. Everyone saw that this land was like a vast sea of green, an area far larger than the golden oasis that everyone remembered. And on the far horizon, they also saw a towering ancient tree that looked like a sky pillar. At such a long distance, no matter what kind of big tree it is as small as plush. But that tree was extremely thick, probably hundreds of meters wide. and its height reaches the sky, with clouds and mist lingering in its canopy. The huge canopy is like a mountain. There are many branches and vines hanging down from the canopy. It looks like one big tree and many small trees holding up the sky. Then, what kind of tree is that? Sorindo opened his mouth and fell into a daze. The World Tree! It's the World Tree! Sorindo's magic advisor grabbed the scroll in his hand and shouted hysterically. The legendary World Tree that supports the sky and the earth! Oh my god! Hasn't it disappeared for tens of thousands of years? To be precise, it has disappeared for 1.7 million years. In the world 1.7 million years ago, there was more than one tree of life like this, and the elves had more than one home and group. It is the origin of elves and goblins. And according to Rose, there was a kind of superior elf in the age of gods millions of years ago. Nowadays, they are very rare. And there is still a tribe in the Golden Kingdom. There are only more than 1,000 people in total. They are very closed and have been hidden within the World Tree. Even Rose and others have never seen them. They seem to be very reluctant to contact the outside world. He almost never speaks to any outsiders except goblins and elementals. Soraya had seen them some time ago, but George had not. But it is said that these superior elves look very similar to the Kashia people, but they have hair. The information about the superior elves in the base has been basically destroyed. And Ibrahimovic doesn't know their origins. Some fairies believe that they are the oldest immortal species, while others believe that they may be the descendants of the gods, a few kind-hearted immortal species that did not participate in the war between the gods. Recently, after they went out for activities, George never let anyone disturb them. I heard that they are preparing to reappear the Fountain of Life after returning to the main world in the Golden Kingdom. It will not be too late to chat with them then. Sorindo grabbed George's arm hard again. He stared at George, as if he wouldn't let go if George didn't answer. It's just a mirage. Sorindo, every time you see there is another sun in the sky over there, this is called refraction. George made up lightly. Miners see these things every day. Don't lie to me. George. Sorindo grabbed George's arm, pointed into the distance and cursed. I saw a dragon flying from over there. It's impossible for such a big golden dragon to be the same. Really? Chapter 828 The World Guardian Dragon. There was more than one dragon flying over. And in fact, besides Malim, there were already many dragons nesting in the Golden Kingdom. If you pay close attention, you will find that these colorful dragons are everywhere among the clouds and ancient trees. Behind these dragons, there are often densely packed small black dots, like a swarm of bees. They all seem to be hatchlings. But in fact, many dragons are not guardian dragons, but real magical dragons and elven dragons. Some of them will become very large when they reach adulthood, almost like giant dragons. And they will also have human-like intelligence. He is a super elementalist, and some can only grow to 2 or 3 meters. It can be regarded as an elemental spirit among dragons. Compared to giant dragons, there are fewer magic dragons that excel in melee combat. But there is no doubt that every magic dragon and elemental dragon is a messenger of purification and the nemesis of magic. These dragons have existed in the Golden Kingdom for a long time. In recent years, due to the failure of Unit Zero, the magic of the Golden Kingdom has become increasingly chaotic, causing these dragons to turn into elements and begin to sleep. But as the Goblin world gradually integrated into the main world, the elements integrated into the Golden Kingdom began to become richer, coupled with the careful care of wizards and goblins. They have reawakened. In addition to this magical dragon, wizards recently discovered some real giant dragon eggs in the archaeology of the Golden Kingdom. There are many types of them, and the guardian dragon types are basically complete black dragon, red dragon, bronze dragon, blue dragon, and emerald dragon. The eggs of these guardian dragons have been silent for countless thousands of years. Most have become fossils. However, compared to those dragon eggs in the Crater Temple ecological zone, the dragon eggs in the Golden Kingdom are not contaminated by evil gods. So when the archangels infused these dragon eggs with divine power, a few dragon eggs were regiven life by the angels, and gradually became full of vitality. These 5 types of dragons are considered by wizards to be the guardians of the earth, the king of life, the guardians of the order of time and space, the messengers of magic, and the children of dreams. Malim, princess of wrath of heaven, is a bronze dragon. Each dragon has different talents and powers, which can enrich the elements here and have many positive impacts on the natural environment. It is a natural guardian of nature. The name guardian dragon actually has its origin. They are the only dragons whose sons of various dragons have been enlightened by the Kashia Protoss. Millions of years ago, these guardian dragons were taught by the Kashia people and followed the 7 gods to rebuild the ecology of this world. This made the seven gods once believe that dragons should be their subordinates after their rebellion. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the guardian dragons of this world were almost extinct at the hands of the seven gods. But now, with the fall of the seven gods, everything seems to have returned to its original point. The descendants of the seven gods and the descendants of the guardian dragon will join hands and come together again to protect the world. In addition to these guardian dragons, there are also a large number of fire dragons. These fire dragons have relatively low intelligence, and the guardian dragons basically regard them as wild beasts. Therefore, except for Malim, the head of the kindergarten, basically no guardian dragon is willing to pay attention to them, but Malim seems to only regard the fire dragon as a pet. At present, Malim basically spends all day together with the breeders and wizards who take care of dragons, taking care of her children and pets, while the black dragons, who were specially brought here, are hurting the fire dragons, acting as a nanny for the young guardian dragons, including taking care of Malim. However, what worries the wizards and guardian dragons is that those fire dragons with lower intelligence basically cannot live in harmony with the fairies. They are all a bit too violent. The young ones seem to be okay, but when they grow up, it couldn't be more suitable to live here. And because Nanafali and others basically regarded these fire dragons as wild beasts, the dragons were unwilling to accommodate these fire dragons. Wizards will take on this responsibility. There are only a few thousand fire dragons. Even if the number is one index higher, it is still a rare group in the world. Under the management of wizards, the dragon's ecology can definitely be stable. Recently, Nanafali is working with the wizards to formulate a bill regarding dragons. On the one hand, it prevents those traveling dragons from doing evil. On the one hand, it also prevents wizards and guardian dragons from poaching fire dragons. According to George's plan, after future tsunamis, the sanctuary will divide some specialized dragon ecological zones in the world to ensure the continuation of these ancient species. The Tianwu Mountains and the primitive deep forests in the western part of the Moon Kingdom are very good. Placing thousands of dragons in a vast and boundless area would be a mistake. In addition, those large magic academies will also house some fire dragons. Some guardian dragons are also joining the academy as wizards. Various colleges have been arguing for a long time over quotas. The distribution about the fire dragon is okay. Each family is divided equally, basically ensuring fairness and justice. But when the guardian dragon joins the academy, it depends on which one he likes. In order to get these interesting dragon wizards to stay in the academy, the wizards almost broke their heads. Dragons are of too great significance to wizards, especially guardian dragons. Not only are they powerful guardians, they can also gather elements for the academy. More importantly, they can also communicate magically with wizards, participate in various magical research projects, especially those with blue dragons. Therefore, in each wizard academy, as long as there are a few guardian dragons and a dozen fire dragons, the magic level of the wizards in the academy can be raised to a higher level. In addition to wizards, knights are also teaming up with dragons. The knights serve as the primary recipients of adult dragons. Compared to wizards, knights are almost all about dragons, whether they are guardian dragons or fire dragons. They all love to be with knights. So now there are more and more dragon knights in the shelter. And occasionally you can see some people riding dragons and wandering around in the sky. Malim seems to have sensed George. When she got closer and closer, Sorindo and others were sure that the scenes in front of them were definitely not some bullshit mirage. But Sorindo couldn't figure out this vast forest that suddenly appeared in the desert with a diameter of 300 to 400 kilometers. People in the southern wilderness have heard many legends about the desert. The most famous among them is the Golden Kingdom. And Sorindo has no doubt that this huge primitive forest will definitely cover the Golden Kingdom in the distance. Maybe if you walk to the east, you will see that the legendary Golden Kingdom is more than 100 kilometers away. It is wrapped in the primitive deep forest, and is in the center of this primitive deep forest. But in the legend, the Kingdom of Gold is just a lonely golden city standing in the desert. How can there be so many dense deep forests and ancient trees? And how can there be such a world tree and dragons? Sorindo grabbed George's arm and stared at him, as if he wanted an explanation. Ahem. Sorindo, I think you should have heard of the Golden Kingdom. I've heard of it. But this is definitely not some kind of Golden Kingdom. Don't lie to me. Chapter 829 Malim will ride for you. It is indeed not. The Kingdom of Gold is just a door into this pure land. George looked at the Kingdom of Gold in the distance, pointed at the sun in the sky above the world tree, and said, This pure land. In fact, it is the garden of the sun god in heaven, and the fairies are the managers of the garden. During these days, we plan to summon it to this world. George looked at the dull-faced Sarando and said, Sarando, tens of thousands of years ago, the land in the south was a green space. But now, except for the banks of the Stars River and the Gold Coast, there is basically nothing green space. Even the grassland over the Sun City is gradually turning into desert and needs to be managed earlier. The Garden of the Sun God is a good medicine. With the efforts of the fairies, this green world will continue to change. Of course, in addition to fairies, humans are also needed to help. You have already planned for us to move east? Sarando looked at George with a strange expression. It's not me. It's the Sun God, George said, looking at Sarando. But Sarando looked at the primitive deep forest in the distance with complicated eyes. The people of the southern wilderness have never lived in the forest. Indeed, Sarando, this primitive deep forest is indeed not suitable for you to live in, because there are many monsters here. George looked to the north and said, but there are also primitive forests in the Moon Kingdom, and the Byron people do not live in the primitive deep forests. But you are enjoying the huge dividends brought by the tropical rainforest Sorrento. You have got a big deal. After the tsunami and floods, the landform of the mainland will be greatly changed. Many cities will be destroyed, submerged. The Sun City and grasslands in the western part of the inland sea will even turn into patches of lakes. But many of the lands you control are in the middle and east of the Golden Inland Sea. These places are similar to large oases and have higher terrain, so most of your cities can survive. And some depressions not too far away from these cities may have many more lakes and rivers. These new rivers and lakes are the areas of Sarando that the goblins will focus on transforming in the future. You can't take advantage of this advantage in vain. You must contribute. George looked at Sarando and said meaningfully, in the future, the Sun City in the west may be gone, and the grasslands under the name of the Sun King may not be left. But you and Hazman still have to live with your people. This threat made Sarando's face turn a little pale, and he also fell into deep thought. At this time, the magic leaves under the feet of George and others were flying to the floating island under the control of the apprentices. And the wind around George and the others became stronger and stronger. After a while, the wind became stronger and stronger. When George and the others stepped onto the floating island, they were surrounded by flying sand and rocks. The source of these winds is the golden dragon in the sky. Her body, which was hundreds of meters long, had already flown over, blowing up hurricanes. Many little dragon cubs were gliding in the airflow behind her, and they seemed to be having fun with the kindergarten boss. When they flew nearby, everyone couldn't help but raise their heads in shock. Everyone discovered that this golden dragon completely violated the logistics rules when flying. Sometimes, her wings have even been folded, and the way she flies in the sky is like swimming in the water. It seemed that what really made her fly was not her wings, but the magic power in her body. Not long after, the dragon lay down and flew over the heads of George and the others, leading the little dragons to perform various acrobatics in midair, as if to show off. That look seemed to say, look at me, look at me! George! Come on! Sarando! Let's go on! George shouted in the wind. Otherwise Maline will follow us soon. We can't let Maline follow us to such a fun place. After hearing what George said, Sarando was convinced. He looked at the giant dragon and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If this dragon suddenly appeared in Sun City, the palace would probably explode completely. But when the dragon in the sky suddenly spoke, Sarando's face turned completely green. And he also understood why George shouted like that just now. A fun place? Malim is going too! The giant dragon fell to the ground with a swipe, and its wings blew the people around it staggering. The huge figure was placed in front of everyone, like an elephant standing in front of a mouse. Everyone looked at it with their mouths open. Then something happened that shocked everyone. Everyone watched helplessly. The giant dragon stretched out his little finger, took out a skirt from a small belly pocket on his chest, and then hung it on the dragon's horns. Then the huge golden dragon began to gradually become smaller, and finally turned into a little girl about 1.5 meters tall. And the skirt fit perfectly on her body after she shrunk. It seemed that she had done this trick countless times, and she looked very skilled. After putting on her clothes, she sat on the ground, staring at George nervously while hurriedly putting on her socks. Where are we going to play? George, is there anything delicious? Without saying a word, George turned around and pulled Solando and others away. Wait for me. George! When the little stupid dragon saw George leaving, he was so anxious that he almost burst into tears. He ran over before even putting on his shoes. He grabbed George's cloak casually. This girl looks very small, but her strength is terrifying. The cloak made of magic spider silk can be used to tie up demons, but it was torn apart by her little white hands. It made George look embarrassed. But at this time, the people around him didn't pay attention to the matter of wearing a cloak or not. They all opened their mouths and looked at the little girl, wondering if they were dreaming. Because in their old Sun Bible, the mount of the sun god is a golden dragon. Of course, although this old Sun Bible contains a lot of content written by Sariah, such specific things as what mounts the sun god has, etc., are not the story she left behind. After all, these things are too ridiculous. Therefore, most of this old Bible is a random thing made up by the sun priests. And the believers firmly believe in it. In order to verify the contents of the Bible, the Sun King also painstakingly collected many gadgets from all over the world. So if the real Sun God and the Sun King stand together in front of those idiot believers, in the eyes of the believers, then the mock Sun God must be more real than the real Sun God. But it wasn't until today that Sarindo and others truly saw what a golden dragon was. However, in the eyes of George and others, Little Malim is not a golden dragon, but a bronze guardian dragon, and a bronze player. But it's definitely enough to show off. Take me there. Please take Malim there. Malim will ride for you. Okay, Malim, George said helplessly. But we have to make an agreement. Malim nodded nervously. Malim promises to be obedient. Looking at this obedient little stupid dragon, George patted her head and smiled happily. It is said that the Sun King has a mount known as a true dragon, which is a large golden demon lizard that is more than 6 meters long. The demon lizard carried the Sun King's chariot around all day long. People have rumors that the golden dragon is the mount of the sun god. The Sun King is the incarnation of the sun god. This time when I visited the Sun City, how could there not be an idiot asking the great lord under the sun god about the golden dragon? So taking Malim to Sun City had long been in George's plan. Chapter 830 Sun City. George and others spent a lot of time at the Grand Oasis. When they entered the portal and arrived at the floating island on the Sun City side, it was already afternoon. When George and others returned to the square, they found that the troops had already formed a square formation, just waiting for an order. The temporary portal on the ground was about to open. Why are there so few people? Haven't you come here yet? George couldn't help but ask the big man. I asked them to go down first. Alexander touched the back of his head, which was slightly red from the sun, and said, It's too hard for so many people to go into the city together. George's eyes moved slightly, and he felt that Alexander had considered it quite thoughtfully. Otherwise, if the 20,000 soldiers went down all at once, not only would it take a long time to enter the city, but the city gate would never be opened. After some understanding, George learned that many southern wasteland soldiers had jumped to the ground and entered the city early in the morning. As for the reason, it was not only because Alexander found it difficult to enter the city with so many people, but also because he saw that the city was too chaotic. It was indeed too chaotic at the time. The big island had been floating in the sky outside Sun City for so long. It can be said that people in the city are in panic. Many nobles had already fled by boat. Now, the situation should be very different. You're such a rough guy. George couldn't help but give Alexander a thumbs up. Originally, George was planning to find a reason to ask Salando's messenger hidden among the soldiers to inform the city first. But now there is no need. The eldest son of the sun has returned home. How can the city not be well prepared? And just one messenger can't spread the message that the sun god's envoy is coming to visit throughout the streets and alleys. Simply, George and others were not in a hurry and went down first. They took the magic leaf and came to the observation deck on the edge of the island, intending to take a look at what the Sun City looked like. Standing on the observation deck of the island, George saw thousands of boats racing thousands of miles, and thousands of sails racing across the harbor near Sun City. Even if you stand on the floating island, you can't see the ships passing by. According to Alexander, in the morning, half of the ships in the port were gone. Now it seems that many ships that were originally far away from the city have not only docked again, but are also in the streets and alleys of the city, and on the rooftops of the building complexes. On the street, you can still see dense crowds of people standing there and looking over here. It seems that for most of the day, various news has spread throughout Sun City, and the matter about the visit of the sanctuary mission must have been fermenting for most of the day. The city gates were even wide open, and elite troops were already lined up on the city wall. Not only that, there were also many holy court flags hung on the city wall, which seemed to express a welcome to the city. It seemed that the arrogant Sun King was planning to take a closer look at what the envoy was planning to do. There is a sense that if you come quickly, I will dare to open the door. This city of the sun is much bigger than the kingdom of the moon. Aji's words brought George back to his thoughts. This Sun City is indeed extremely prosperous. It is located on a peninsula in the westernmost part of the world. Like a shining pearl on the sea. The buildings in the city are all very tall. Although the buildings in the entire city don't look as dense as Moon City, they still have a majestic feeling. Its prosperity is no worse than that of Yu Kingdom. As one of the 3 holy cities in the world, Sun City has the longest history. According to human historical records, it is the first city in human history and has existed for thousands of years. But George and others knew that this city was actually founded by the believers of the 7 gods during the Second War of the Gods in the world. During these long years, Sun City has gone through many vicissitudes. It has been destroyed many times and rebuilt many times. Human civilization was destroyed and reborn repeatedly during the period ruled by the 7 gods. And the City of the Sun was regarded as the center of the world time and time again. Some ancient ruins are still erected in the city. And the most majestic building in the city, the Temple of Sol Daya, was built by the first followers of the Sun God during the Second War of the Gods. Temple built. Over the years, it has changed a lot. It is no longer the cluster of spire towers it once was, but has become a cluster of domed buildings symbolizing the sun and at the same time, it also represents the Sun God. The difference between believers and followers of the 7 gods. The city has also changed when Soraya looked at the city carefully. She found that there were more rivers in the city than 300 years ago. Originally, there were only 7 or 8 rivers in Sun City, but now they are like blood vessels, spreading throughout the city. There are many boats among the many rivers. Some are large ships, and they are located on the main rivers in the city. Most of them are merchant ships of certain Sun Royal clan. After entering the port, they often sail directly into the city. And those merchant ships that do not have the right to enter the city, after docking at the large ports on the edge of the city, will let various small boats enter the city through these rivers to transport goods to various locations in the city. The entire city is divided into 7 areas by these rivers. There are nearly 2 million people living in the city. And there are countless temples, castles, towers and other buildings. There is no doubt that this city is one of the 3 largest super cities in the world. Compared with it, Bishui City, which is also built on the water, is small. In the past, whenever Sarando came to the vicinity of Sun City and looked at this magnificent holy city, he would be excited in his heart. But this time it was more melancholy. Your Highness Soraya, did you really come here 300 years ago? Are there really more rivers than there were 300 years ago? More than just increasing. Soraya's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen a bit when she mentioned this. This city didn't rely on the sea before. The sea is at least 2 kilometers away from Sun City. After Solando heard this, he couldn't help but nodded with an ugly expression. He looked at the edge of the city. The beach was a few hundred meters near the city wall. And during the previous blood moon, the tide even rose to more than 10 meters outside the city. At that time, he thought about whether Sun City would be flooded if a larger tide came one day. Sarando was worried about this for several days. It wasn't until the Sun priests laughed at him in laughter that he felt at ease. Indeed, how could Sun City be flooded? But now, from Sarendo's point of view, the flood is already right in front of him. Even if there is no tsunami, maybe it will be flooded. Seeing Sarando discussing the tsunami with the wizards again, George pulled Soraya to the other side. Soraya, I have talked with Alexander in the past 2 days, George said. Today, you will play the role of the Sun God. Hearing this, Soraya widened her beautiful eyes, and her heart skipped a beat, thinking that she and George were lying together last night, and her face turned white and red again. She hurriedly explained, George, I'm really not the Sun God. George nodded and said, I believe you. Chapter 831 The Sun God and the Golden Dragon, a bad duo. Why did you let me play the role? He told you that I mean, do I really look like the Sun God? No reason. Soraya, George said. This is what Alexander meant. 300 years ago, the Sun God came to the world in the name of Sordaya and guided the priests to find her brother and the angels, and left them a Sun Bible. The priests have been searching everywhere according to Sordaya's instructions for so many years. However, they claim that they can tell at a glance who is the Sun God and the Son of the Sun at any time. But in fact they are blind and blind. Basically, all children with good qualifications will be recruited to the Sun Temple by the priests. People like Bana and Moss, who have not spread their wings of light after adulthood, will mostly think that their beliefs are not pious enough to awaken in this life. Go home in a hurry. Occasionally, if someone like Brother Moss appears, it means that the priests have a discerning eye. The greatest achievement of the priests in the past 300 years was to regard Namox as the Sun God. Since Mox appeared, the probability of the sons of the sun appearing has indeed increased sharply. And these sons of the sun will spontaneously come to Mox. On the one hand, this is because of the guidance work of the priests among the people. And on the other hand, it is also because the sons of the sun can indeed feel that there is something attracting them around Namux. The name, eldest son of the sun, was given to Alexander during that period because all the sun angels, after spending time with him, would worship him without reason and become his little brother. But because of this, everyone began to believe more and more that the father of the eldest son of the sun was the incarnation of the sun god. After all, this eldest son of the sun never admits that he is a sun god even now. He only recognized his sister when George was writing the script a few days ago. He had a chat with Alexander and asked him to play the sun god. At that time, Alexander pointed to his sister not far away with a smile and said, "Isn't she the one? What about you?" George asked at that time. Alexander smiled naively and said, "I am your general. You are not only my general, Alexander." George's eyes shone at that time, and he patted Alexander's big arm and said, "You are also the god of war of our sanctuary. I sealed you." "Yeah. Okay." At that time, Alexander laughed while putting beef in his mouth. It seemed that Alexander had no intention of returning to heaven and being his sun god. Compared to being a sun god, building a shelter with George gave Alexander a greater sense of accomplishment. Therefore, Sariah's role as the sun god was indeed appointed by Alexander. Therefore, Sariah has already played the role of sun god from Dome Eagle to Sand Kingdom. And after George talked with Alexander, he simply did not plan to change the heroine to Alexander. In addition, Sariah seems to be unable to play the role of the sun god today. George pointed at the hundreds of angels flying around the temple above the sun temple, and said to Sariah, "And, did you leave something in the southern wasteland 300 years ago?" Those sun angels are not from the sanctuary, but the son of the sun in the temple Moss brother must be inside. These reincarnated saint sons were all former members of the god of war. After the god of war disappeared 300 years ago, they all left the kingdom of heaven. After that reincarnation, everyone, like Alexander, has become a mortal body and has forgotten the memory of the past. Most of the heavenly sun angels have gradually lost everything they once had in the mortal world. Although some later, like their god of war, rediscovered their wings of light after going through hardships. But success is rare. It wasn't until the incarnation of the god of glory came to the southern wilderness and left behind a sun Bible that the path of these sun angels gradually became smoother. There was something about the old Bible that Sorrento told George. As for the matter about the sun angel, it was George who guessed, because he saw that the auras of these sun angels were very similar to those of the judgment angels under Sariah. However, the auras of Gasper and other judgment angels are now completely consistent with the light of dawn. But the auras of these sun angels in the temple are very mottled. It's both Angel of Dawn and Sariah. So George dares to conclude that these angels are either due to the influence of certain artifacts in the temple, or because Sariah left private goods in the Bible. Those sun angels learned Sariah's inheritance. Ahem. I only left one copy of Secrets of Dawn. I can see that. George nodded and said, "But it's you who they believe in." "I believe in Sariah." Sariah forcefully defended and said, "After all, Sariah has already traveled down to Earth, and it is his sister who manages the kingdom of heaven." George couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those so-called sun angels learn the secrets of the light of dawn, but they believe in the sun god Soldiah. The power in this body can only be evil if it is not wrong. "Stop talking nonsense. Sariah, you stay up there for a while, and then come down after seeing my signal. We will meet at Plaza del Sol. By the way, prepare a speech." "Speech? Shall I give a speech?" Sariah asked strangely. Usually it was George who did this kind of thing. It had been a long time since she had done this kind of thing where she turned around and asked, "What should I say?" "You can say whatever you want, but don't mention the tsunami." George looked at Sun City below and said, "Otherwise, the world will be completely in chaos. The North will not be able to accept so many refugees at once. And the land near Sun City and fisheries also need people to work in these years. If everyone in Southern Wilderness knew that the tsunami was coming, all kinds of weird rumors would probably come out. No one will work and farm in peace anymore. Everyone is worried about only one thing: escape. The great migration of refugees from Blue Water City will definitely happen throughout the Southern Wilderness. With this distance of thousands of miles, I don't know how many people will die by then." George could see that fishing was an extremely important industry in Sun City and many nearby cities. At least 30% of food needs are supplied. And this also means that 30% of the food can be saved here every year. Therefore, This great migration must be evacuated in an orderly manner. News of the doomsday can only be known to the management. About migration? After your speech, I will communicate with the nobles in the southern wilderness. Having said this, George dragged Malim, who was eating a cream cake, aside and threw him to Solo in Leia's arms. Don't forget to take your mount with you. Malim nodded happily, seeming to like the game arranged by George very much. I heard that there is also a duel. Don't worry, George. I can kill that golden dragon in just one bite. Get sprayed to death. Hearing this, Soraya and others couldn't help but look at George with strange eyes. Ahem. Don't talk nonsense. Malim, that was a joke between me and you. Don't set this ancient city on fire. If you hear me signaling for you to come down after a while, just bring my big baby down. Okay, Dot. When Soraya heard this, she couldn't help pinching George. Yeah. Malim nodded seriously while licking the cake on his finger. George patted Malim's head and said, Do you remember your lines? Remember. Malim licked the cake on his lips and promised seriously. George nodded, feeling relieved. Malim's lines are only 2 sentences, and the purpose is just to attract everyone's attention so that Soraya can start the show. So the little stupid dragon can say anything. For such a simple thing, this duo should have no problem. Okay. It's almost time. Tell the wizards to lower the floating island. The people below can't wait. Chapter 832. Damn it. When George and others set off, the southern wasteland guards on the ground were like javelins, standing in rows on the city wall. Their military looks were solemn, and each of them looked majestic and high-spirited. It seems that the morale is extremely high, and they are not afraid at all because of this floating island. Obviously, these soldiers are veterans who have been on the battlefield for a long time. Of course, the reason why they have such a military appearance is also due to their ignorance, especially those nobles of the southern wilderness who have fought many battles. They are not afraid of anything. They even have the intention of shooting down the floating island as long as it dares to land a little bit. Indeed, now this floating island, the height is much higher than the one in King Shah's capital. It doesn't look very big from a distance. That's all. But not long after, there was a trace of commotion among the troops on the city wall who were watching intently. The sergeants and nobles couldn't help but raise their heads and looked at the floating island it seemed to be landing. The huge appearance made many people couldn't help but beat drums in their hearts. And many people also showed fear in their eyes. The island is indeed too big. So big that people feel like ants. When the floating island was only 100 meters away from the ground, the huge black mountain seemed to be suspended in front of the city wall. But its height is so high that you can't even see it, because everyone can only see the clouds surrounding the floating island. Most of Sun City has been shrouded in the shadow of that behemoth. The soldiers on the city wall looked at the behemoth in front of them and grabbed their bows and arrows tightly, with their hands already filled with arrows. Cold sweat. Suddenly, there was deathly silence on the entire city wall. At this moment, a soldier suddenly pointed at the inside of the city gate and shouted, as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, the prince who came to oversee the city wall in person couldn't help but follow the soldier's gaze. And then the helmet on his head almost fell off. A team was entering the city. There are thousands of people in this team. Most of them are southern wilderness soldiers, and only a few hundred people at the head are the sanctuary's envoys. The soldiers looked like they were escorting a delegation into the city. But the key thing is that this team seemed to suddenly appear inside the city gate. But there was nothing outside the city gate. They bypassed the city gate and the urn and appeared directly inside the city. What the hell? Where did these people come from? The prince felt dizzy, remembering the nonsense Sorindo said in the letter. See, what happened in the Shah's capital is all true. At this time, the soldiers were all looking at their commanders, wondering whether they should shoot a round of arrows at the feet of the team to show off, as His Royal Highness the Prince had previously instructed. What a fart! The prince wiped the cold sweat from his head and said with a pale face, Hurry up and send people along the way to greet us. This idiotic idea of showing power is the prince's decision. But now, he has realized how ignorant he is. As His Majesty the Sun King Mok said, since these people claim to be the envoys of the Sun God, then open the door to welcome them. As for whether they are or not, we will wait until the discussion is over. The Sun King's meaning was already clear. He did not want to be the one who initiated the war. In recent years, His Majesty has lost the ambitions he once had. All his plans are focused on defense. Even a few years ago, he received the envoys of the Holy Court and stopped the Battle of Faith. Just like the Shah Kingdom, he admitted the nonsense that the Sun God and the 7 gods were the same God. Of course, the Holy Court also brought many benefits. However, it will inevitably arouse the dissatisfaction of many people, especially after Eagle Docre was framed by the Holy Court on the Black Tide battlefield in the north. The people of the southern wilderness already hated the Holy Court to the bone. So most people it's the main war faction. This time, His Majesty was obviously willing to make peace. But the prince still couldn't bear the behavior of the floating island's troops approaching the city. I plan to extinguish the arrogance of these people at the gate of the city, and tell them that even if the army comes to the city, the people of the southern wilderness will not be timid. But now, the prince is scared they can't stop the enemy from the Sun City at all. Originally, he thought that no matter how many enemies stood on the floating island, Sun City could still defend it for a year and a half. Within a week, the surrounding southern wilderness troops would arrive. At that time, they only need to cut off the supply line and come to an encirclement point for reinforcements. These guys who rashly go deep alone will have to go around in pain. But now he feels that he has taken it for granted. This war was beyond his thinking and experience. The enemy could enter the city at any time. But our own side is now unprepared and cannot engage in street fighting at all. Various war supplies began to be distributed to various troops in the city today. The arrows and arrow feathers in the hands of many soldiers were just moved out from the quartermaster today and inserted into the rapiers. All kinds of weapons and armors are only available to those who are responsible for defending the city today. Most of the soldiers in the city only have weapons used for training. For this reason, several quartermasters have been killed. The quartermaster cannot be blamed for this. How can there be any? When the troops are not preparing for war, they always have various military supplies that can be used for rebellion. What's more, weapons and armor also need maintenance. Now, there are a total of 30,000 soldiers in the city. From the busy morning to now, only more than 10,000 people can participate in the battle at any time. There is no problem for everyone to guard the city wall. But if they fight inside the city, they will be killed by surprise. Moreover, there are so many people in this city. If a fight really breaks out, this Sun City will probably be devastated. After the mission entered the city, the soldiers on the city wall began intensive deployment work, especially at the back gate of the Barbican that the mission had just passed through. Many resisting horses were placed, and the number of soldiers in the Barbican was doubled. After looking behind him, George turned back and looked at the southern wilderness troops ahead, who were opening a road and crossing the road to greet them. The arrangement they made was indeed to welcome a visiting delegation after all. These two were the ones who came. More than 100 people. However, these soldiers did not directly let the envoy go deep into the city, but politely asked the envoy to stop, on the grounds that they were waiting to be greeted by the temple priests, and said that the Sun King was already waiting at the temple. Wait, George said, waving his riding crop. George could see that this delay was a private decision made by the defenders. The Sun King would never let them wait, because judging from the layout of the city, the old guy from the Sun King had already predicted that he would not dare to start a war today. Not only did they not dare to start a war today, Sanctuary did not dare to start a war with Southern Wasteland until the situation in the north was over. Otherwise, this world will be surrendered to the devil. When he was on the floating island before, George saw that the people in the city were doing whatever they were supposed to do. The entire Sun City was in a state of panic. There was no need to defend the city at all. So far, the Sun King probably thinks that he is here to sue for peace and negotiate. Sanctuary has needs for Sun City. Needs to borrow food. And also needs Sun City to stop fighting in the north. In Sanctuary's rear area make trouble. The Sun King did have the right idea. George did not want to fight with him. And all the arrangements were just to show off. Judging from the situation in the city, the Sun King has already shown his attitude of being prepared and fearless. But what he didn't expect was that although George just came here to show off today, he couldn't hold back this force at all. Chapter 833 High Priest of the Sun. The Sun King could tell at a glance that George didn't want to fight. But the soldiers below were already in a mess. Just now, George saw another group of messengers rushing towards the city. Boss! Several knights in big red robes looked at the surrounding streets and said to George, "It seems that the traveling technique we showed today frightened the guards guarding the city." Another knight laughed softly. "Didn't you see that when we entered the door? The guards looked like they had seen a ghost. In the future, when our jump aircraft comes out, the distance that the floating island can teleport troops will be greatly increased. By then, the Winged Wind City will be undefended in front of us. Won't it?" The knights discussed it. Just as they said, many guards have appeared in the surrounding streets and alleys. They brought a lot of tools for building fortifications and evacuated the people. They seemed to be preparing for a war that could happen at any time. Street fighting broke out, yes. There are indeed more than 200 people here now. But enemy troops may appear in the city at any time. It seems that no matter what the purpose of the mission is, and no matter what the people above will say, the soldiers of Sun City seem to be preparing for war anytime and anywhere. The soldiers of Sun City seem to have figured out that if there was to be a battle today, Sun City would not be able to defend it and could only delay it. Especially the huge floating island, like an invincible shadow, shrouded everyone's hearts. But the soldiers of Southern Wilderness were not deterred by the shadows above their heads. They had the intention of preferring to be broken into pieces rather than destroyed once a war broke out. For such a long time, George had seen troops from many countries, but only the troops in Southern Wilderness seemed like a real army. Compared with them, soldiers from other countries are just a group of farmers and fishermen holding weapons. This is a truly professional group of soldiers, George secretly thought. No wonder after beating the Five Nations allied forces to pieces, Rodunk did not participate in the war. He also defeated the troops of Yu Kingdom and Shu Ting to initiate peace talks. Soldiers were preparing intensively in various areas of the city, and at the same time, they were evacuating people throughout the city. But most of the civilians were unaware of what was going on. Those who had not had time to be evacuated were still standing in the streets, alleys and on rooftops, curiously looking at the mission, pointing and talking. Not long after, several temple priests came from afar, accompanied by 2 teams of Sons of the Sun. The leading high priest rode a tall horse, 2.5 meters tall. He also has a big beard. A rough estimate puts him at least over 60 years old. But his whole body is full of strong muscles. It is estimated that even 3 or 5 Southern Wilderness warriors cannot hold him down. And this guy also has a very rough appearance, with many scars on his face. The clothes he wears are gauze clothes from the southern tropics, which are very thin. You can see at a glance the dense tattoos all over his body. Obviously, this guy is not suitable for holding a scepter, but is suitable for holding an axe as big as a door panel, of course. With the scepter in the hand of this priest, he can easily kill other people's brains. Come out. After Bana saw the high priest coming, she lowered her head and hunched her waist at the back of the team to cover up her tall figure. This move made Lorna, Irene and others blink, not understanding what was going on. But after the little fox Irene took another look at the high priest, she seemed to understand what was going on. When the high priest rode up to George, he first bowed his hand. After halfway, he suddenly remembered that something was wrong. So he changed it to a more formal bow. The Holy Court had not visited him for many years, so it was so confusing he almost forgot about etiquette. As an envoy of God, George responded politely. Afterwards, the 2 of them said a few useless words. During the whole process, the high priest's eyes, like those of the surrounding Southern Wilderness soldiers, were always glancing at the big man next to George. Alexander was riding a horse. While he was eating melon, he saw the high priest coming and waved his hand stupidly, as if the 2 of them knew each other. The corners of the high priest's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He secretly cursed bastard. Obviously, in the eyes of Alexander's uncle, today's eldest son of the sun not only rebelled, but also brought enemies into the house. After chatting for a few words, George flicked the writing crop in his hand and asked William to hand over the paperwork. According to the usual ritual, after the Holy Court envoys enter the city, they must first go to the Sun Temple to worship with documents. The Sun King will also be waiting in that temple. The whole process and ceremony was like going to see the Pope. And the Sun King is the Pope. However, in the eyes of the Holy Court, the temple here is not the Temple of the Sun, but the former palace of the God of War and the God of Glory. And the Sun King is just the heretic leader who occupies this creation. George and others also had documents in their hands, and all the corresponding worship items were very complete. However, the seal stamped on this document does not belong to the Holy Court, but from the Cathedral of the Dawn. Seeing these documents, the leading high priest couldn't help but look strange. When he looked at Alexander again, the anger on his face seemed to have diminished a bit, but he still cursed bastard in his heart. The high priest had already understood in his heart this group of people had indeed displayed a lot of prestige when they came over, but they had the same idea as the Sun King, and they didn't want to fight. Otherwise, they will come in the name of the Holy Court. Sanctuary has always advocated peace, harmony and win-win results. If we start a war first, there will be no room for shame. So once the war starts in the name of Dawn Cathedral, there will be no place to dump the blame. But whether these people are enemies or friends remains to be discussed and discussed. As long as they act in a measured manner in the future, His Majesty should still be able to swallow today's tone. Otherwise, this Sun City would cease to exist even today. And the tens of thousands of southern wilderness people on the banks of the River of Stars would never allow these people to have peace in the future. After the high priest personally packed the document in a wooden box inlaid with gold and precious stones, he handed it to his son of the sun. Then he shook his sleeves, looked at George with a half smile and said, "Your Excellency, your visit this time is really grand, and the gifts you brought are also very big. Please forgive the warriors for their poor hospitality. Come with me." Afterwards, George and the priest started chatting while walking on the horse. After several conversations, George learned that the high priest was called Tarrant and was one of the 8 sun priests. It didn't take long for George to figure out who this Tarrant was. It can indeed be seen, because the name is written on Tarrant's body, the totem emblem of the 8 Bucks family. And if you take a closer look, this guy looks very similar to Alexander. He is Bonna's father, and the brother of the Sun King. How could this father, who looks so fierce, give birth to such a beautiful daughter, and who is usually so polite? Well, Tarrant seems to like to put on a show, and look polite. It doesn't match my own image at all. George couldn't help but want to look back at Bonna. After looking for a long time, he saw her hunched figure in the crowd even if she was hunched over. She was much taller than Irene, who was riding a donkey. The height is the same. A bit scary. By the way, Alexander and Bonna are cousins. No wonder they can't talk about each other, they are connected by blood. I'm afraid this marriage has been blown. I wonder who this scary tall girl will marry in the future. Tarrant didn't seem to know everything about Adderley. He just knew that the relationship between the boy and Adderley and George, the Force, seemed a bit ambiguous. This time Mox also planned to visit Helenska City on the road. But it seemed that before meeting Adderley, he had to meet this boy named George. Chapter 834 Back Wave. Although the Sun King brothers have some differences, they are brothers who work together when facing outsiders. Although he chatted with George along the way and seemed to have a harmonious conversation, he never gave Solon a good look. This made the eldest prince Sorondo look neither embarrassed nor embarrassed, and kept touching his nose. It seems that in the eyes of High Priest Tarrant, Sorondo also turned his elbow outward today. But in fact, among the various southern wilderness tribes, apart from Moss, the first one to seek refuge in the shelter was the 8 Great Tribes, and the Buck tribe was the representative of the 8 Great Tribes. So Sorondo is not considered a defector. Moreover, he made it very clear in the letter he was a prisoner and a defeated army. Therefore, compared with Sorondo, the high priest, who was photographed by the Sun King, was the leader of the puppet army. I wonder what Tarrant, the former chief of the Bucks, would think if he found out that his daughter was in the team. Along the way, George and Tarrant chatted about a lot of random things, and the team was gradually approaching the Plaza del Sol. While Tarrant was chatting with George, he also discovered something was wrong. George seemed to know the Bucks very well, and Tarrant always felt like he saw many familiar people among the Sanctuary's mission. Just when Tarrant fixed his gaze on a female knight who was hunched over and about to lie on the horse, the team suddenly stopped. Tarrant looked up and found that they had arrived at the Plaza del Sol in front of the temple. The door of the temple was wide open, and the Sun Warriors in golden armor stood at both ends of the door, and steps holding giant axes, glaring at the Sanctuary envoys. And if the Sanctuary's envoys go up the steps now, they will see a fat man sitting on the throne of an old god in the main hall of the temple Sun King Mox. At this time, many sun angels in the sky have also landed one after another. They displayed their wings of light and looked at the magic sticks in front of them with unkind expressions, intending to take a good look at what these so-called sun god envoys have. How dare you dare to come here and act wild? Irene on the donkey said with a smile. There are so many cards of the Holy Court. Over the past 20 years, as the people from the southern wilderness moved into the temple, the number of sons of the sun appearing has increased. Now, the total number of troops here can barely make up a temple knights. So they are indeed quite good. But it's a pity, George said to Irene. They didn't learn all the tricks of the Holy Court. These words made Tarrant's brows rise, and the anger was already written on his face. He didn't say much, just snorted coldly, and then made a gesture of invitation to George and others with a half smile. It seems that the priests have made some small and special preparations in this temple. No rush. George patted his sleeves, looked at the sky and said, Today we are here to worship the sun god, and there is still one of us who has not arrived yet. Tarrant was slightly startled by these words, and then he saw George pull out a long sword from the light. Then, the Dawn Lord pointed his sword towards the sky and called out to the sun. Seeing George pull out a long sword from the light, Tarrant couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking a little surprised. But then, I wondered if it was some new magical object. What happened next confirmed Terran's guess, because he looked at the sky for a long time and saw no response from the sun god. Many sons of the sun also looked at the sky for a long time with Terran. When they looked back and looked at George again, their expressions were already extremely strange, as if they were suppressing a smile. A female sun angel standing next to Terran couldn't help turning her head, covering her mouth, shrugging her shoulders, and secretly laughing for a long time. George glared at the female knight angrily, then coughed awkwardly, and pointed to the sky 2 or 3 times. There was still no response, which made him curse in his heart. Then he opened the god's perspective and found Soraya hurriedly entering the portal of the floating island. She seemed to have just gone to the Golden Kingdom. The reason why she didn't come on time is probably because there was a slight problem with her strength. But at this time, the power in her body was extremely surging, like a red sun. Depend on. Why did you drop the chain at this critical moment? If you need to recharge, tell me earlier. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching me perform monkey tricks. Sister, if you don't come here, I will be completely embarrassed by this sun god. Seeing the thousands of looks from the crowd around him, George felt like needles were on his back. He cleared his throat and whispered to Terran. Ahem. Wait a moment. My great summoning spell is delayed. Can you please? Ha ha ha, Terran laughed heartily. Please do as you please. Envoy, I will enter the temple first. After saying that, Terran clapped his hands and left. The people gathered in the Plaza del Sol burst into laughter when they saw this scene. At this moment, people suddenly heard a burst of cheering from the distance. And then the sound spread to the entire city like a wave. And a ray of light also shone on Terran's face at this moment. And that light carried an aura that was very familiar to Terran. He raised his head sluggishly, and saw that a ray of dawn had already overshadowed the afterglow of dusk, pierced the clouds, fell on the majestic temple, and also shone on the temple that had just stepped into the building. Among the missions in the center of the square, thousands of sun angels are surrounding that pillar of light, flying down from the clouds. The sons of the sun couldn't help but open their mouths as they looked at the figures flying down from the clouds. Those figures made them so familiar that they were confused. For a moment, they could no longer distinguish between the envoy who came and whether it was a group of magic sticks or a real envoy. Gradually, these sun angels discovered that among their friends in the sky, many people's light wings seemed a little different from theirs. But there was no doubt that the power of the sun in these people was stronger than theirs. Be more pure. Just when the eyes of the sons of the sun were confused, a huge golden shadow had already shuttled down from the clouds. It was a huge golden dragon. And there was a woman standing above her head. The woman's face could not be seen clearly. Her body was entirely made of light. The only thing that could be seen clearly was the armor that wrapped her glorious body, and the 12 wings of light behind her. Those wings of light covered the sky. Covered the sky. At this moment, the power of the entire temple burst out. For a moment, the clouds were dispersed by the brilliance, and there were no clouds in the sky. The high priests in the temple all came out in shock at this moment. High Priest Terran also held the scepter in his hand tightly, and stared at the sun angels descending from the clouds, dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, hurricanes blew through, causing sand and rocks to fly on the ground. A golden dragon hundreds of meters long landed on the top of the temple, and roared loudly with its fangs and claws. The entire Sun City was shrouded in the mighty divine grace at this moment. Under the red sunset glow, this vast divine grace turned golden. Dusk turned into noon. The sun angels slowly glowed in the sunshine, and sang divine songs together. At this moment, the sound, light, background, and BGM are all complete. In this unprecedented miracle, the woman on top of the dragon's head shines brightly, like a shining new sun. The only shortcoming is that the dragon's voice is a little childish, and the lines seem to have been mispronounced. Malim listened to George and came down with his big baby. George, the sun god, is so dazzling. Everyone in the temple couldn't help but look blankly at the Dawn Lord, who was holding his sword high. Terran, who was still laughing maniacally just now, has turned into a stupid goose. Ahem. The corner of George's mouth twitched. He looked at the crowd of people around him who were looking at him, pointed at the giant dragon on the top of the temple and said, "Don't look at me. Look up and listen to our leader." On top of a high tower in the temple, and extremely tall, that old man was standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking out the window with a complicated expression. Outside the window, sections of holy sounds were appearing in the sky. The sounds did not come from a certain person, but from the sky. It seems that the light and shadow above the dragon's head are just a projection of the sun god. At this time, He was pronouncing oracles to all peoples. Excited people flocked to Sun Plaza from all directions in Sun City. With tears in their eyes, they listened to the oracle that had not been seen for 300 years and began to pray devoutly. Yes, just as the sun god said. They followed the sun chaser Mox to this holy land and chased the sun in their hearts. And their sun god finally responded to them on this day. The sun god has never given up on her people. They have not waited here in vain all these years. Hearing this, Mox couldn't help but close his eyes and sighed secretly. Mox seemed to have no intention of going down to listen to the holy music. But the emperor was not anxious, and the eunuchs were not. Seeing that his majesty had no intention of moving at all, the eunuchs in the whole room were like ants on a hot pot. The sun god was announcing the oracle outside, and he mentioned his majesty's name many times. An older eunuch finally couldn't bear it any longer. He lowered his head and stepped forward. "Your Majesty," the eunuch asked tremblingly, "God is announcing an oracle. Won't you go down?" The fat man smiled, picked up the showerhead at hand, and started watering his beloved potted plants. "It's no longer necessary. No need." The eunuch's eyes widened, and he froze in place. His Majesty Mox is the most loyal follower of the sun god. Many people even privately believe that he is the incarnation of the sun god. But his words and actions today were completely different from usual. And he didn't look pious at all. The eunuch was puzzled. "Indeed, there is no need," Mox said in his heart. "I have already lost." He has already lost. But Mox knew that he was not defeated by God, but by the people. Lost to a newcomer. The sun god has long ceased to exist. So where can the theory of the sun god come from? There is a high probability that he is a puppet or incarnation of the god of dawn, who was just born in recent years. But no matter who the new god is, it doesn't matter anymore, because the meaning of the god's name is to make the people's hearts want. At this time, Sun City is already popular among the people. But the irony is that what Mox has been doing in this life is to get his people out of the hands of God and the church. He has almost succeeded. Today, the Sun Temple is completely under his control, and the so-called high priests are just puppets created by him. This royal and divine power had already fallen into his hands. As long as the dark tide in the north recedes, Sun City will become another moon kingdom. The Sun Temple will also become a new holy court. A church completely controlled by the king and serving the king. But all of this was crushed by the ambitious and rising dawn church. And he became a true saint and a king who had to serve the church. I'm getting old after all. Mox couldn't help but look at the Lord of Heaven in the square, and couldn't help but become curious about the god of dawn behind him. He seemed to have completely stolen the power of the seven gods, allowing him to create what appeared today this nondescript pseudo-seven gods. George, who was kneeling in the square to listen to the holy music, seemed to feel this gaze and looked up at the tower. At this moment, when the new and old magicians looked at each other, George suddenly felt something in his heart. Mox doesn't believe in any sun god at all. He only believes in his hands and his people. Like himself, he is a complete charlatan. George couldn't help but took his head back and laughed secretly. I also secretly praised Soraya in my heart. What she said today was very accurate. Basically, she learned the trick that Irene planned to give Elizabeth, and took back everything that the Sun King had worked hard for so many years. Everything is instructed by the Sun God, and all the actions of the Sun King are also informed by the Sun God. As for the identity of the Sun King, he is a saint and a prophet, and many high priests, although they are just mortals, have become middle-ranking angels because of their meritorious services for the people of the Sun God over the years. Now, the people of the entire Sun City have turned to the sun, and the puppet priests have also gained power. The Sun King has been completely ignored. Divine power is the basis for this magic stick to control his people. The reason why the entire southern wilderness can be unified by him, and why all the southern wilderness people can leave their homes and travel thousands of miles with him to come to this holy city, is not because he raised the flag of the Sun God. He grasped this banner so firmly that no one could push Mox down from his position as the Sun King, became the most orthodox king. It is precisely because of this that he cannot violate the character he created, nor can he reveal his disloyalty to the Sun God. And even if Soraya vaporizes his body with the high temperature with a sword, in the eyes of all people, the Sun King has become famous and has returned to the kingdom of heaven. As George expected, after Soraya called out the name of the Sun King, the Sun King finally came to the Plaza of the Sun, and led a group of courtiers to kneel here and listen to the oracle. Later, the Sun God and the Golden Dragon turned into a ray of light and returned to the kingdom of heaven. Jump, and the envoy standing on the high platform, the great lord of the kingdom of heaven, represented the Sun God and gave mocks the holy name of Sun Chaser. Chapter 8:35 Godless Saints. In order to welcome the arrival of the divine messenger, a grand banquet was held in the palace of Sun City. All the nobles, lords and priests gathered here. They showed their greatest enthusiasm and welcomed the envoys of the sanctuary mission. Now there is no explanation for the troops coming to the city, because the envoys of the gods should have made such a grand appearance to be consistent with their status. The most popular people today, besides the divine envoys, are the 8 great sacrifices. Before the Sun King appeared decades ago, the entire southern wilderness was completely controlled by the Sun Council composed of the 8 great priests. But now they have regained the power they once had. Many smart people have already begun to stick to these red-faced priests. At the beginning of the banquet, the Sun King and the Lord of Heaven joined hands to give the banquet a grand start. Then the sons of the sun eagerly stood up one by one and sang war songs towards the god of war in their hearts. Alexander took off his shirt directly and left the field. Every move and expression was exactly the same as the Sun King's youth when he was at his peak. For so many years, everyone has wanted to break the record set when the eldest son of the sun left at the age of 18. But no one has been able to break it so far. He is the thunderbolt god of war Joxer in the heart of the sun. But this god of war is the real deal. Just like what Alexander said when he taught George wrestling for the first time when I was 13 years old. I was invincible in the village. He is obviously more powerful now than when he was 13 years old. Even the 7 phantoms in the school field are no longer a match for this guy who has fed his fill. Therefore, he has already become the new boss of the shelter. The knights in big red robes are sparring with this general. None of them can muster the courage to step forward. After all, this is already a boss that can be fought with the dragon of darkness alone and break half of his teeth. Currently in the shelter, the only one who has a chance to defeat Alexander is Sarai with George's hammer, and she has to be her a few months ago. In order to eat early, Alexander was very straightforward today. He left it behind a few people and let everyone eat together. When George saw that the sons of the sun looked at each other in disbelief, and only a dozen or so people came up in the end, he knew that today's championship was going to Alexander. If these hundreds of people had come together at the beginning, there would still be a chance. Otherwise, no one will have that determination and courage in the future. At this time, the focus of the entire venue quickly shifted to the battle. After George and the Sun King walked around the venue, they also went to a semi-open hall upstairs. Enthusiastically chatting started at the appearance of the entire venue is similar to that of a gladiatorial arena. Then this small hall is the rostrum upstairs. Everyone at the banquet could see the two of them in the hall all the time. And they could also see them toasting to the people below from time to time. Sometimes, you can also see the Sun King hugging his princess, or the Heavenly Lord hugging his female knight. But no one can hear their conversation, and no one can enter here except their relatives. This place is also very different from the bustle of the banquet hall. It is very quiet, and there are not many people. It looks like a family banquet. The Sun King looked as usual today. Although he was very sad to lose, he was also prepared for this day. Of course, the most important thing is that he believes that although he was defeated in the history books, he was a successful and famous hero king for thousands of generations. He must be like the hero king 300 years ago, and will be sung for thousands of years. And his son royal family will surely last for thousands of generations, because his son will be the new king, unless George never planned to be emperor or pope. His son will never be the last generation of Sun King. Sarai and others also attended today dressed in casual clothes, but no one knew who they were. After all, no one would believe that the Sun God would sit on the lap of the Lord of Heaven. The Sun King also brought some princesses, and in addition, there were a group of eunuchs. Aji, His Royal Highness seems to have finished his work. Please ask him to come in for dinner. George stood up from the sofa and looked at the group fighting in the center of the lobby downstairs. This time, more than 30 people came up. After Alexander, who hugged half of them down, the remaining people began to negotiate. When only 7 or 8 people were left, they looked at Alexander as if they were looking at a monster. And this duel became Alexander's last PK today. Next, Aji called Alexander away. And this little man wanted to 1v despite his arrogance. After hearing this, George held a few seconds of silence for him, because these sons of the sun were all in conflict with the forces of Dahongpo. Almost. I'm afraid that the frustration everyone received from MT today will be vented on this thief. When Alexander came in wiping his sweat, and picked up the first roast leg of lamb with a silly smile, Aji in the distance was already pushed to the ground by a group of angry sons of the sun. The subsequent duel between George and others was no more attention. On the contrary, The Sun King was more interested, because what followed were the individual training sessions between the Knights of the Sun in red robes and the Sons of the Sun. It seems that there is a win or loss for each other, and the strength is about the same. Please continue talking. Your Majesty. I'm listening. George glanced at Soraya and asked, why do you think the Sun God is gone? If anyone hears what the two people talked about today, their jaws will definitely drop. These two magic sticks are indeed too unscrupulous. Not only the princess and the eunuchs feel their worldview shattered and their minds buzzing. Aaron had already glared at the Sun King several times. Only Soraya kept looking curiously at the big fat man Mox next to George. Seemingly calm as usual. It was as if the person the Sun King was talking to George was not her. Because the Sun God chose me. The Sun King put down the horn cup in his hand, paused for a moment, and then began to speak again. I once tried to believe in the Sun God, and I also listened to the teachings of countless devout high priests. But I found that not only me, but even them, had never heard the voice of the Sun God. Otherwise, how could they do so many stupid things? Even the prophecy has given thousands of explanations. For so many years, we have gone through hardships, leaving behind countless corpses of our compatriots, fleeing from our former homeland and disasters. But God has never helped us. What we have is with our own blood and sweat what I got in exchange for it. Today, we have traveled thousands of miles and broken through all obstacles to reach this holy land. But we have never heard the voice of the Sun God. The Sun King suddenly shook his head and said in confusion, I used to think, like the priests, that this was a test given to us by God. He must be quietly observing us, until people think I am the Sun God. The Sun King closed his eyes, and when he opened them, they were already burning brightly. I suddenly understood that maybe the Sun God is no longer there, and he has handed over the divine power into our hands. I began to act boldly and recklessly. I even continued to modify doctrines and violate precepts. But I was still the Sun God in people's hearts. And God did not punish me for the wrong things I did. I no longer believe in God because I already have the right to God. Chapter 836 True Faith and Mission. Today, Mo really opened up and said things he had never said to anyone. Because no one will understand these words, except today's listener. Because in his opinion, the two people took exactly the same path. And George was more successful and bolder than he was. He created a false god. Therefore, he has no weaknesses. Even the Holy Court couldn't defeat him. He is invulnerable. As long as he is willing. Even if he dies, he can still become a god and establish a religion. Several eunuchs suddenly woke up and bent down to sneak out. But they were frightened back by the Sun Knights outside the door pointing their swords at their noses. At this moment, the princess and the eunuchs realized something. And their faces turned gloomy. Listening to the confessions of the Sun King, George nodded repeatedly in his heart, and was deeply moved. This pioneer was simply his confidant. And as long as his steps were a little crooked, he would be the next Sun King. And it would be more successful than him. But after hearing this, George also understood a little bit. The Sun King has always believed that the Sun God is long gone. And what he did was to establish a god and establish a religion. It seems pretty good. An angry curse not far away scared George. He looked up and saw that it was his little wife. George couldn't help but guiltily took a sip of wine, patted the female knight in his arms, who was pretending to be gentle and virtuous, and gave up his thoughts. How dare you? Aaron pointed at Mox's nose, her eyes already spitting out anger. And this angry curse also shocked the surrounding princesses and eunuchs. How dare this woman point at the Sun King? No, you are not bold. You are blind, Irene cursed. In that temple, there are the holy objects of the Sun God. If your so-called sons of the sun don't have the brilliance of the holy objects, they're just lowly mortals. How can they possess the power of the seven gods? In response to Aaron's scolding, the Sun King just glanced at her gently, then smiled slightly, and slowly opened his mouth. Every word he spoke next hit Irene's heart like thunder, leaving her stunned and speechless. This was what she had done from the beginning of her birth to now. The greatest blasphemy I've ever heard. A mortal can become the son of the sun. So why can't I be the Sun God? Those holy objects enshrined in the temple are also mine. Because this Sun City has long been conquered by me. If there really is a Sun God in this world, it must be me. And after my death, the new Sun God will be my son. He is even more like the Sun God than me. Because he can pick up that weapon. Alexander, who was eating like crazy there, giggled. The Sun King's words were a true prophecy. The whole hall was silent. The Sun King paused and finally said, The only thing I can't do is that I can no longer conquer the entire world in my lifetime. Otherwise, I would be a god. Irene was like a lightning strike. Her whole body shook slightly. She stretched out her trembling hands, pointed at the Sun King and George with a pale face, and said to her sister, I understand. See, no, sister. The appearance of this blasphemer is what George will look like in the future. Sordiah, you idiot! Look at how hard you have traveled in the southern wilderness for so long. What did these people you inspired finally do? They took your Bible and used your inheritance to overthrow your idols. You can hear a needle drop in the hall. The Sun King's eyes widened, and he looked at the chief female knight in George's arms in surprise. Soraya nodded lightly. At this moment, Mox was struck by thunder, and suddenly remembered a narrative in Solando's letter. It was about the content of the New Sun Bible. Ahem. A slight cough broke the silence in the hall. Eileen, don't you feel ashamed when you say such things in front of Ibrahimovic and the others? Having said this, George looked at the few wizards who were sitting leisurely drinking wine, listening to the human poetry downstairs, and looking at the lively venue downstairs. And beside them, the Ibrahimovic and Gon were like lights, dancing in the void. They were the first gods whose idols were overthrown, the creators of the 7 gods. As if he felt George's gaze, Mr. Redman, a native of Kashgar, returned a very elegant salute to George. Then he pursed his lips with a smile and nodded gently to Irene. This 800-year-old old elf chief was the first Kashia whom George met in the crater, and was also the first engineer enlightened by Ibrahimovic. He used to have great faith in the moon god. But now, after seeing the perpetual calendar of the Kingdom of Gold, Mr. Redman has been laughing at himself for many days. Aaron coughed, returned a salute to Mr. Redman with some embarrassment, and stopped talking. George rolled his eyes and said in his mind, we are all teenagers. Why should we make things difficult for each other? What Eileen just said is simply heartbreaking. Who the H.L. wants to be the Sun King? Everyone. If you push me down? What do you mean when I push you down? Your creator never asked you to erect a statue of a god. Humanity, and you share a common heritage. You Naughties have erected your own idols. You should push it down yourself. In fact, Irene had secretly changed the concept, because what George had been holding in his hands was the inheritance of Kashia's faith, the light of dawn. And he was also ordered by the creators of the 7 gods to return the 7 gods to all living beings. Moreover, this is also a rolling torrent that must move forward under the shadow of the ancient gods. It is the general trend. It's no longer up to anyone to erect a statue of a god, because no matter who the statue is, they will eventually become the sons of the ancient gods. But no matter what, George did push the statues, and he pushed them very thoroughly so far. He has pushed 2 of them with his own hands. So he felt very guilty, especially towards Soraya, who was of noble character, as if he had been bullying her. So after settling Irene, George looked at Soraya carefully. I found her frowning and looking lonely. George couldn't help but feel a little tight in his heart. There shouldn't be statues of gods in this world, Soraya suddenly said. Irene, the 7 gods are the embodiment of people's 7 virtues. Our duty has never been to be enshrined by people, but to overthrow the gods, igniting the fire of civilization. Now, those who believe in us have learned to no longer rely on external objects and the gods. Isn't this our mission? George's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Soraya in disbelief. I don't know when, but Angel of Righteousness has recovered the true godhead of her patronizing god mission and belief. The Sun King's 5 thunders struck him. At this moment, the mortal Soraya shone brightly in his eyes, like the real sun god. Chapter 837 now. We are comrades. Although I had some selfish motives 300 years ago, I feel that this result is the most perfect. After all, in today's world, people can no longer rely on the 7 gods, and we have long ceased to exist. Soraya shook her head, suddenly feeling a little lost, and now she was getting weaker. Today she made a special trip back to the Golden Kingdom to recharge her energy. But she still almost failed to trigger a celestial phenomenon. If it weren't for the power of the temple, she wouldn't be able to cause a celestial phenomenon or miracle like those holy angels today. There was silence in the hall. The Dawn Knights and George looked at Soraya with complicated expressions. Irene's face looked a little ugly, and Soraya's words made her feel a little sad. George coughed and broke the silence. Soraya, who says no one needs you? George said solemnly. You are indeed no longer the sun god, but the Holy Spirit on this earth still needs you, because you have become the leader of mankind. You don't, it is no longer just for the benefit of the 7 gods or the kingdom of heaven, because you bear the future of more people on your shoulders, and you bear heavier responsibilities and more important missions, George said with burning eyes. My Miss Speaker, you can't shirk these burdens and responsibilities even if you want to. How can you say that people don't need you? George's words seemed to speak the hearts of the knights. The Dawn Knights in the hall slowly stood up. They put their hands on their chests and paid their highest respect to Soraya. Alexander also became rarely serious and nodded to his sister. Looking at the respectful eyes of those people, Soraya pursed her lips. The confusion in her eyes gradually disappeared, and she became determined again. At this moment, she understood something. She felt a fire burning in her heart. It was like lighting a divine fire, making her originally weak mortal body full of strength. Come! The 7 gods once sat on the lofty throne. They claimed to be the creators and teachers of mankind, teaching mankind how to find the faith in their hearts. However, this faith is not a true faith. It exists. The purpose is to maintain the rule of the 7 gods and the church, to fool the world, and to serve their own selfish desires. The 7 gods spread the so-called faith, but they have no faith at all. But now, the angel of justice has recovered the true faith. It is a kind of power. This power does not come from the light of dawn, nor from any believers, but is originally hidden in his own heart. It's called a mission. The wooden cup in George's hand almost slipped to the ground. At this moment, he saw Soraya in front of him, like the hazy light and shadow without flesh and blood and the pure sacred essence. And the brilliance of dawn gradually emanated from her body, and her aura seemed to be more solid and powerful than before. There is no doubt that Soraya has understood the secret of dawn for the second time. A line of notes appeared above Soraya's head. Archangel of Justice, Messenger of Glory, Soraya, Comprehensive Combat Strength, 790,000. George remembered that when Soraya first appeared in the world, she had very little power that was completely her own. After absorbing the power of hope from the shelter, her power reached a value of 180,000. Later, during her journey eastward, she secretly absorbed the faith of many sun gods, reaching more than 500,000. But these powers were absorbed by Unit Zero after arriving in the Golden Kingdom. Nowadays, she often needs to go to the Golden Kingdom to recharge in order to maintain her strength. But her upper limit of strength is getting lower and lower. But now the 790,000 power belongs entirely to her. She is already at the level of the Nether Queen. The sound of dawn light rang in George's heart. In these 300 years, as the world changes, the power of the righteous angels has been passing away. Until a few days ago, she was already so weak that she was almost as weak as a mortal. But now, she has found a new source of power. And the source of this power comes from her pure heart. This is a kind of invisible power that spans race, world, life and death, faith. Its power will become purer with the user's piety. The sun shines more powerfully. Compared with 300 years ago, Soldaya can only reach 30% of its former strength. But as she continues to realize, her power will become more powerful. This is not fair, Erin shouted in a low voice, her heart already filled with jealousy, especially after seeing those knights who never bowed to anyone. Paying high respect to her sister, she felt even more empty in her heart. Eileen's voice was heard by George. It's really unfair. When will I understand the secret? George looked at the wristband passed down to him by Warren Worth on his arm. Where is my dynamic light wave? When can it be used? Come on! Let's drink! Soraya laughed and raised the wooden cup in her hand, jumped onto the long table among the knights, and started drinking happily with the knights. Amidst the celebration of the knights, the confused band played the organ and flute music. Gradually, the hall burst into cheers and became more and more lively. Looking at the bustling hall, George suddenly remembered something, and he flipped through the Book of Dawn. I started searching for a task that had been buried at the bottom of many pieces of information for a long time. Slowly, he finally found this thing that he had not seen for a long time. Mythical mission now. We are comrades 3/7. Let all the heavenly armed forces and board members put aside their arrogant identities and bubbles in their hearts, and stand side by side with the heroes of mankind. Reward the archangels will selflessly contribute everything they have. These 3 archangels are Alexander, Solwood and Soraya. They have already unknowingly dedicated everything they have. With a bang, the horn cup in the Sun King's hand fell. He looked at the scenes in the hall eagerly, his mind already in chaos. It seems that Her Highness Soraya is the real Sun God. But those Sun Knights did not believe in her. In other words, they saw her as a leader rather than the God who created them. And that God actually recognized this. They seem to have a common ideal and mission. And behind them, there is something they believe in. But this thing is not an entity, nor is it a God. However, if you don't believe in God, what should you believe in? The Sun King felt that he had seen it in some wandering forbidden wizards. They believed in the God of truth, but said that the God of truth did not exist. Wizards all like to do that kind of silly stuff. The Sun King couldn't understand it anymore. If George or the Dawn Knights hear the Sun King's voice, they will definitely tell him that that thing is called the Tao of Morning. It's called if it's a free road. It's called for the hope of others. And if the Sun King asks what kind of relationship the Sun God has with them, he will definitely tell him that this is called comradeship. George didn't know what the Sun King was thinking. He was drinking. Seeing that the wine bottle he was sitting on had been kicked over by Soraya, who had just served it on the table, he couldn't help but shook his head and waved to Irene, who was pouting not far away. Let her pour wine for herself and the Sun King. Erin reluctantly took the wine over and her lips couldn't help but pout even higher. How are you going to execute me? The Sun King drank the wine from the glass, and the red wine kept falling on his beard and dripping on his fat belly. He seemed to be slightly drunk. Execution? Humph! Irene hummed while pouring wine for George. He won't execute you. To execute you is to execute himself. After saying that, she couldn't help but look at the sister not far away, who had become the protagonist of the banquet. Her eyes were full of jealousy, and envy. Why did even the light of dawn prefer her? She must have received some benefit or power. Otherwise, how could she be so happy? Of course we are going back to heaven. Your Majesty. George put down his wine glass and said to the Sun King. You also heard it in the afternoon. The Sun God said that the Sun Chaser has completed its mission. Come back to the shelter with us. There. No one knows you. You can do whatever you want. No one will restrain you. You can take your beloved concubines and loyal eunuchs with you, and then be a free prince. The old Sun King will indeed be very carefree, because he is Alexander's biological father. And even guys like William who don't like nobles and kings very much will give him some respect. After all, the Sun King is still a hero of the old era no matter what. The Sun King will become a good example for the future kings who were pulled down by George return to their faith and live their lives in the kingdom of heaven. Recently, Brenda, Palos, and Nana Folly have all bought several villas in the shelter. After hearing about it, Jillian and Old Dome Eagle also planned to buy a villa there. They got together and became neighbors. George plans to prepare one for the old king of the Kingdom of Sand and the king of Elda later on. And that community can also be renamed. It will be called the King's Community. George knew that neither Hazman nor Alfonso wanted to see their father, so it was a good thing to have these emperors in his hands. In the future, when everything calms down, maybe these kings will also buy tickets to see their own Forbidden City, and so on. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but laugh. I will introduce you to some friends then. Mox. They are all famous people. They are well informed and well spoken. You will definitely not be alone. Mox nodded. He knew that George was preparing to let him become the emperor. As for returning to heaven, it should be fake death. So, what about Sun City? How do you plan to arrange it here? The Sun King couldn't help but look at Alexander not far away. In his heart, he was still thinking about his own affairs for eternity. And he firmly believed in this. And Alexander was the Sun King too. Didn't you say before that your son will be the new Sun God? George looked at the extremely tall Alexander, who indeed had the demeanor of a horse king. He deserves to be the king of the southern wilderness. Look. Holding the leg of lamb in his mouth was like holding a chicken leg. As if he felt George's gaze, Alexander, holding the leg of lamb in his mouth, smiled silly at George. The corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. When it comes to letting Alexander lead the army in the war and handing over all the soldiers in the southern wilderness to Alexander, there is definitely no need for people to worry about it. Even Eagle Docre said at the beginning that Alexander was originally thought to be able to take over him and become the god of war of the southern wilderness. That year, Alexander was only 14. Although I don't know if this is flattery. Wherever I point my finger, this guy will hit him. He can customize the strategic goals, and the staff can provide detailed tactical strategies. As for the matter of adapting to circumstances, Alexander, although he looks silly, is very smart and wise, and has amazing intuition. He almost never makes a wrong judgment. Maybe this is the instinct of the god of war. Therefore, George believed that with the help of his advisors, Alexander could make many amazing decisions. But the key point is that he can fight wars. But he is not suitable for people's livelihood. It is too complicated. And Alexander is too lazy to think about it. A wise prime minister must be arranged for him. Seemingly sensing George's doubts, Irene swayed in front of George with her breasts puffed out. I also believe in my son. The Sun King nodded, looked at Sarando, who was chatting with Alexander in a low voice not far away, and said, with Sarando assisting him, there should be no problem. Sarando seemed to see the Sun King's gaze. He didn't know what the Sun King was talking to George. so he looked a little embarrassed. Don't talk to Alexander anymore.
You really thought of me.
George nodded and said,
Sarando is indeed a very suitable prime minister.
The one who does the best in improving people's livelihood in the entire southern wilderness is Adley. In addition to Avalai, there is Sorrento in the south. Although these two people are not as good as Fernando and others in business, they are very good in agriculture. And Sarander was extremely loyal to his king. Once the Sun King abdicated, Sarander would loyally assist Alexander. So he is indeed a very good candidate.
But, Your Majesty, before you leave with me, there are some things you have to make arrangements for.
George looked at the nobles left in the lobby, squinted his eyes and smiled.
The tsunami is real. Sorrento didn't lie to you. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not.
The Sun King said noncommittally. He looked at the nobles and lords below and smiled coldly.
But no matter where we go in the southern wilderness in the future, there can only be one king. It's up to you.
George nodded, knowing that the Sun King understood what he meant. And before my son succeeds to the throne, how can I not clean up the thorns? The old Sun King hopes that the Sun King too can secure his position more than he does. The Sun King has spoken up to this point today. There are some things that George feels he must take a stand on.
Your Majesty, you will be good for generations to come,
George said solemnly.
Alexander is my brother and my brother-in-law. No one hopes more than me that his descendants can be kings for generations to come.
The words, uncle brother, made the Sun King a little surprised. But when he looked at Bana, who was being drunk by Saraya, he suddenly understood. This is also considered double insurance. I don't know if my idiot brother will be happy when he finds out about this. The Sun King happily drank a large amount and laughed secretly. Just let that idiot laugh. Chapter 838 Arrangements for Funerals. The Sun King believed George's words, because in his opinion, George wanted to be the holy emperor who integrated politics and religion. The world is so big, and if there are not a few loyal kings to support it, how can there be a holy emperor? Thinking that he was about to abdicate, the Sun King felt a little unwilling and had mixed emotions. Finally, when he looked at the newcomer in front of him, who was decades younger than himself, more ambitious, and better at winning people's hearts, he couldn't help but sigh that he was getting old. The Sun King believes that even if there is no black tide in this world, there are no 7 gods. I am afraid that I will lose to him in the end. For a moment, the Sun King seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years.
Sarando once said that I only know how to drink, hunt, and sleep with women. He is right. Whenever I see the mountains of memorials, I think about it. Burn those damn memorials with fire. I may be a good warrior and a good commander, but I am not a good king or a good father. For so many years, without him, Southern Wasteland would have been in chaos. Your Majesty, you are a real hero and a real emperor,
George said solemnly.
Look at those more than 10 years ago. And look at now, you saved all the people of the Sun God and put an end to the Southern warlords. Their melee. Without you, the 4 southern countries would still be as terrifying as the Far East, with thousands of lords fighting each other. Who would care about the black tide and the peoples living and working in peace and contentment? And if it was not you who unified the South? But he is another Sun King. The Holy Court and the Southern Wilderness will definitely start the Second Battle of Faith. And Iberia, Elda, and the Moon Kingdom will also be in flames of war now. I have been to many countries and met many kings, lords and nobles. None of their people live a better life than you do here. And all the races, as predicted in the prophecy, are united under your rule, together.
Although there is a lot of flattery in George's words, there is also some truth in them. The Iberians, Eldas, and Saudis in the southern wilderness were all told that their lives were much better in their own countries. Just like what George lamented when he was in Dome Eagle. These kingdoms are just competing to see who is worse. Nan Huang is considered the best among the short ones. It can be seen from the reports of the town leaders and mayors in the shelter their work in the southern wilderness is much smoother than in the north. Those blood-sucking local squires have basically been beaten by the people of the southern wilderness. What was squeezed out was also distributed to the people. It can be said that the people of southern wilderness bully the nobles, but rarely bully the common people. They treat people of all ethnic groups equally. This is partly because they were integrated into hundreds of ethnic groups decades ago, and partly because of Saraya's prophecy, the unity of all ethnic groups. The Sun King laughed after hearing George's flattery, but he also heard what George meant. There is no room for 2 emperors in this world. In this southern wasteland, George can feel at ease with whoever becomes the Sun King. But he, Mox, cannot sit on the throne. Mo had heard too much flattery, too many compliments. But no one's compliment was more comforting than coming from George's mouth, because they were competitors. The fear of his opponents is undoubtedly the greatest recognition of his life. After seeing the Sun King suddenly calling the eunuch not far away and asking the eunuch a question in front of him, George knew that his flattery was not in vain, because that sentence showed that with that. Mox was already willing to leave with him with peace of mind. The question the Sun King asked was if he suddenly collapsed. How long will it take for the new king to take the throne? The eunuchs were so frightened that they started to tremble all over. The surrounding princesses also turned pale. And some of the stupid ones even burst into tears.
Lord God!
A young princess whom the Sun King loved very much suddenly burst into tears. She grabbed George's arm and begged,
I don't want to be buried. Please, Lord God, let me stay. The new king always needs someone.
Serve? No, Lord God. I am willing to follow you. And I can do anything as long as you are willing.
George smiled and secretly cursed an idiot, saying this in front of the Sun King. He simply didn't know how to write the word
death.
George pushed her hand away forcefully. Then, he looked at the Sun King with some embarrassment.
My beloved concubine.
The Sun King smiled coldly.
Everyone in this hall today has to go to the kingdom of heaven.
The princess fainted immediately. The Sun King had already chosen the people to go with him, and all the eunuchs and princesses in the hall today were on his list. But what surprised the Sun King was that George did not intend to kill him, but arranged a place for him to retire. The eunuchs were much smarter than the princess, especially the one who was questioned by the Sun King. He knew what was going on. But he does know that the Sun King may follow the knights of the throne to heaven, but they may not necessarily go to which heaven. It all depends on performance. His body shook like a sieve for a long time, not knowing how to answer. Finally, he replied,
Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a country cannot live without a king for a day.
The Sun King nodded, understanding what the eunuch meant. He said to George,
It can be done in 3 days, at the earliest, but I will have to sit on this throne for a few more days.
George knew that the Sun King was planning to pull out the weeds for his son. In the past few days, Sun City was probably going to be in a bloody turmoil. George had heard before that many meritorious officials who followed the Sun King had become domineering in recent years. If you want to ask the dynasty, none of these guys who don't understand the way of kings and ministers can stay. Now that the Sun King is over 50 years old, and his body is getting worse and worse than before, he had already had this plan to clean up. Now that the Sun God has come to Sun City, it can be said that all the people have returned home, and with the troops of the Lord of Heaven here to control the situation, Mox can kill whoever he wants. At that time, George only needs to put on a show with the Sun King and let the Sun Angels take over the troops here, and no one will be able to jump up. After the two looked at each other, they both understood.
Your Majesty, you do have to sit for a few more days,
George said with his hand.
If you were not Mox, I would be willing to sit on this throne all the time.
After listening to George's words, the fat man Sun King laughed heartily again.
I'll hurry up. The martial arts tournament is coming soon. We have to go together then. When is the martial arts tournament? In 2 weeks. Your Majesty,
George said.
We will have enough time to set off next month, Your Majesty. Then I will let you see the so-called fallen angel.
After hearing this, the Sun King nodded and wiped his beard. Suddenly, I felt like I was spending the last few years of my life traveling around the world with this little guy named George. It's not a very pleasant thing. The old fat man Mox asked again.
What about after the tournament? Maybe go to the devil's side. I have prepared a few identities and plan to meet the leaders of the devil's side if you are willing. We can go together.
Chapter 839 Big Baby. Regarding George's words, the former #1 warrior in the southern wilderness became very interested. However, the Sun King pretended to sigh again.
I'm very moved. George, who the H.L. said I'm afraid of those demons? If I could die on the battlefield in the north, I would be willing to die. It's a lifelong regret that I fell into this trap. But there is one thing that I'm a little worried about. Please tell me.
George knew that the Sun King was going to impose conditions. If you want him to not leave any surprises in Sun City in the last month, you have to satisfy him well. Otherwise, when the North goes to war, the South will be in chaos and the logistics will not be able to keep up. The Sun King became serious. He looked at George and said,
George, one of the problems in our family is difficult childbirth. After I had Alexander, although I had several sons, they all died.
Mox's family has the blood of ogres, so the chance of pregnancy and conception is inherently low. In addition, these people are born with very large bones, so they have fewer children. A normal child weighs 6 to 8 pounds when he is born. But people like the Mox family weigh more than 10 pounds when they are born. Even if the mother is from Southern Wilderness, it will definitely be difficult to give birth. After all, the average height of Southern Wilderness women is 1.8 meters, which is already very tall in this era. The average height of Elda men is only 1.65 meters. As a prince, Alfonso is only over 1.60 meters tall. People like Bana, who grow to 2.3 or 4 meters tall, are rare even in the Southern Wilderness. Therefore, the Mox family is sparsely populated. In Mox's generation, he and his younger brother are almost the only two people, and Solando is considered a distant relative. As for Alexander's generation, it was just him and Bana. The Sun King glanced at Bana and said with some emotion,
"Compared to my brothers, I'm not bad. But although I have several illegitimate daughters, I have only one son. I don't have any grandchildren. Now I am 6 years old. I am more than 10 years old. And I have injuries all over my body. My brothers younger than me have all died long ago. And I can't live for a few more years. You don't want an old man to leave with regrets. Right? This wedding. Just these few days God will do it."
George was confused when he was told who should I hold a wedding with. There are so many people who want to have a wedding with me. Who are you talking about? The key is that it doesn't matter who we are. We don't want to marry anyone. Moreover, the identity of my lover is a bit special. In the short term, it is probably more appropriate to be together as a partner in heaven. He also dealt with it in the Moon Kingdom. So Elizabeth gave him a title of prince. It was not easy for George, a big scumbag, to figure this out. And everyone treated him like a kid. Regardless of 1, 2, or 3, George feels pretty good about this relationship now. Because his first wife is Sophia. So everyone thinks it's fair. No one will mess with him. And with one more wife, there is one more thing to worry about. The relationship between lovers is quite good now. Not only will there be more freshness, but no one will care about her involvement with others. Just take the past few days as an example. If Soraya has a clear relationship with him, the matter of her sister sleeping with her would definitely not be easy to get over. While George was thinking wildly, he saw the Sun King's eyes looking at Bana. My mind wandered for a while, and I suddenly understood who the Sun King was referring to. Someone must have secretly leaked the deal between Avali and himself to the Sun King. Originally, this was Avali's surrender to him, proving that the 8 great parts and the Sun King could not go together. So they secretly hinted that Bana would follow them in the future to prove their loyalty. But how could the Sun King want the 8 great departments to be so close to him? After all, this means that the Southern Wilderness will be divided into 2 countries, North and South. Especially since he was about to abdicate. He felt very insecure. So he probably planned to adopt Bana and marry him as his daughter. In this way, the 8 departments and Sun City were united. To be honest, this is a good thing for the future situation. Because Sun City will definitely be destroyed by the tsunami. And Sorrento and others will take many people to become Avali's neighbors in the south. At that time, there will only be so much land. If the 2 sides are at odds and fight over land all day long, it will delay the war on the front line. So George also hopes to give Alexander a complete Southern Wilderness. As for the people here in Sun City, many people will migrate to Iberia and even Elda in the future. Seeing that George was lost in thought, the Sun King couldn't help but nodded secretly. It was indeed effortless to talk to smart people. And you brat, you hacking slept with my daughter. And you still think about having sex for free? You are so beautiful. If you don't want to get married, you have to get married. Otherwise, even if I step down, the South will still cause trouble for you all day long. However, Your Majesty, I have always had a question, George asked hesitantly. I heard that you planned to marry Bana as your wife more than 10 years ago? Ahem. This is me. Don't listen to Terrant and Dockery's farts. The Sun King slammed the wine glass in his hand on the table. I did lead Bana in the palace, but it was for my princess to be my daughter. Let Terrant adopt his daughter to me as a child, and then make her the crown prince. George nodded. Bana was only 8 years old when Terrant sent her away. But more than 10 years ago, the Sun King was too ambitious to mess around with this kind of thing. Although Mox looks lustful, he really doesn't look like that kind of person. The real fact is that Terrant wanted to force the Sun King to make him heir. So he secretly sent Bana away, leaving the Sun King without an heir. Not only that, Terrant also spread rumors everywhere, causing the northern Southern Wilderness and southern Sun City to alienate Germany. It seems that this reason cannot be used to escape. Ahem. Your Majesty, Bana is a good girl, but I have a family and my status is not suitable. There is nothing inappropriate. I will give you a tribe from now on. You will be the king of Southern Wilderness. Our king of Southern Wilderness can marry any number of wives. Your original wife will still be the main concubine, and Bana will be the partial concubine.
Taion. The king thought very clearly that this Alexander must be the orthodox one. The descendants of George and Bana would have to move back even if they wanted to inherit the throne of the Sun King. And if this princess of Nanwang is pregnant with the child of the future Holy Emperor, then Nanwang will have a backer, whether in the new Holy See or the capital of the new empire. I heard that the Sun King not only made this plan, but also wanted to pull Sophia over. The key is that Sophia has to come because she will definitely know. Thinking of this, George felt bad all over.
Grudge, are you going to marry or not?
The Sun King glared and slammed the wine glass on the table. George was so frightened that he cursed in his heart, "You are not your mother-in-law yet." But to be honest, the Sun King has abdicated in such a cooperative manner. If this deal cannot be reached, it will be a bit too much. And in the next month, he will have to rely on the Sun King to act as a black glove to deal with those nobles and lords. George looked at the drunken big baby and big beauty, who was 2 heads taller than him not far away, and closed his eyes hard.
Mary!
The Sun King laughed.
Sister!
Irene ran away like a flying girl.
It's only been 3 minutes. You haven't been here for 3 minutes. Come and see. George! This scumbag is getting married again.
Seeing that Irene had gone to make a report, George's face turned livid with anger. He pointed at Irene, who was running away without saying a word for a long time. Chapter 840 Death's List.
You are now old enough, and it's time to think about your offspring. I know that you have a partner in heaven. I'm afraid it won't be convenient for them to be engaged to you in the mortal world. But if you don't have a crown prince, sooner or later your subordinates will cause trouble. That day,
the Sun King said.
And this is also related to the issue of illegitimate children. You can't let the child have no father. Right.
This statement left George speechless. This issue in the relationship between men and women has always given George a huge headache. He had previously used the excuse that his great cause had not been accomplished to prevaricate others. But the Sun King's words hit his Achilles heel.
Don't worry.
The Sun King patted George's shoulder with his big hand and said loudly,
with me as your witness. No one will fart, by the way. Bring the Queen of the Moon Kingdom over here, and we will give it to you together. You serve as a witness anyway. If you don't tell her, she will know. Don't worry. That little girl will want to win you over even more when she sees you and Nanwang getting together. Under normal circumstances, this is indeed the case.
George felt his legs become weak.
But the key point is that the relationship between the two of us is unusual.
After hearing what George said, the Sun King was stunned for a long time. Then I realized that this boy George had slept with the Queen of the Moon Kingdom.
Ahem. So let's not be too extravagant about this matter. When we return to heaven, I will call everyone together and do it together.
George wanted to delay it, but saw the Sun King's eyes widening. George changed his mind.
Ahem. As for Bana, let's hold it here in Sun City. Don't call too many people.
Seeing George's look, the Sun King couldn't help but burst out laughing. This kid was showing mercy. But in the end, he still couldn't settle the matter after sleeping with her. So he promised her a half-wedding in heaven to avoid her status as a queen. But in his opinion, George's focus was completely wrong. How could this king have the same thoughts as ordinary people? What she really wants is not to gain a certain status, but to let her children inherit your legacy. The Sun King didn't say much. The newcomer would gradually learn about the art of imperial power in the future. But he couldn't help but complain.
You kid, you are really not neat enough. What is there to worry about? How can the royal family think the same as ordinary people? She will definitely come to your wedding. Could it be that she wants to tell you about your new concubine's family?
Taion, the king said unhappily.
When did I marry a new concubine? My lovers were not present. Then Isidora would dress up every time. Come and do a lot of things. And even show up uninvited. Come on. I won't stop at all, I guarantee you. You go and invite her. That stingy little girl from the U Kingdom who has eyes for money. Won't say much. That is, she will take the opportunity to bite her hard. You take one bite and get your share of the cake. Your family has a big business. So don't be afraid of this. Anyway, whatever she wants to go to will be reserved for you and her children.
Isidora was an Iberian princess and the eldest daughter of the Iberian king. She is a woman that the Sun King has always been thinking about. But it was his younger brother, who later became Bana's mother, who robbed her of the marriage. George naturally knew who Isidora was. And when he heard this, his eyes widened. only to see the Sun King wink at him slightly. Suddenly, George understood what was going on. No wonder this old guy was so concerned about Bonna's affairs. No wonder he made Bonna his heir after Alexander left. It made Terent happy for many years. This is shameless. The same virtue as Salmon. That Terent is totally hacking happy. During the banquet that day, the Sun King and George discussed various matters regarding Sun City. The entire Sun City has been sealed off today, and the military power of various lords is also being handed over to the temple, because the Sun God has just arrived today. This matter can be said to be striking while the iron is hot. In addition, the lords are holding banquets here, and the Sun King is very cooperative. So this matter can be said to be very smooth. Among the people who attended the banquet today, some people later learned the news. He also heard his own knights coming to tell him that even the soldiers under his jurisdiction in the city had been handed over to the temple. However, everyone thought that the temple took this step because it was worried about the Sun King. But in fact, this matter was entirely a play between the Sun King and George. The two of them had already discussed who to deal with. And before the banquet was over that day, the Sun King gave George a list. There were a lot of names written on it, and most of the military officers were lords of the southern wilderness. And the civil servants were basically nobles, Iberians or Saudis. Most of these people are heroes who have followed the Sun King. But in the past few years, some of them have become more and more addicted to power. And some of them have become so domineering that they no longer have a king in their eyes. In addition, there are some people who are the local aristocratic families of Sun City. They have taken root in Sun City for thousands of years. After the Sun King came here, they were the first to defect to the Sun King. Now in Sun City, these are the people who often bully the people and use various tricks to annex land from the people at the bottom. Of course, in the eyes of the Sun King, the most damning thing about them is not these small problems, but that they form cliques for personal gain. Even if they don't become a thorn in the side in the future, they will alienate the new king. These people must be dealt with. In the words of the Sun King, these people are all hidden dangers that will cause trouble sooner or later. So he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. In George's words, these people may all be Li Yuan and Song Taizu in the future. Maybe one day he will be wearing a yellow robe.
They were all my close friends and die-hard loyalists. I believe some of them are still very loyal to me now. But that won't necessarily be the case after my death.
The Sun King seemed to sigh, feeling a little heartbroken and sad. Regret?
I feel very sad. But I have given them many opportunities.
Many people have touched the bottom line of the Sun King many times. But they all think that with their own merits and close relationship with the Sun King, the Sun King will tolerate them even if he does not tolerate others. He will tolerate them. But in fact, these people have long been blacklisted. From the Sun King's lonely look, George could see that many of these mortals were indeed close friends of the Sun King who could not bear to kill. But this king is different from any king of the 7 kingdoms. He is not a king, but a real emperor. Where does the emperor come from as a friend? They are all alone. Among these people, they all have considerable influence in the royal city, and the biggest leaders among them are all great princes. However, the most powerful prince, Sorrento, had already voted for it, and the temple leader Terent was very happy after learning the news about George and Bonna. So he naturally voted for it. Therefore, the people on the list can no longer make any waves. Those named by the god of death are not only the people on the list, but also their relatives, friends and die-hard domestic slaves. Chapter 841 Wife. Come to my wedding. After doing the math, George found that the total number of people was probably more than 20,000 or 30,000. This would undoubtedly be a Hu Weiyong case in Sun City. Thousands of them will die, and the rest will be exiled or migrated. According to the Sun King's wishes, he will get rid of some of those difficult leaders. He has already accumulated a lot of black information in his hands. If he releases some black information casually, it will be enough reason to kill them. Now, with the Sun God guarding the Sun City, he can let go and do bold things. After that, he only needs to perform a scene with George and let all the military power go to the temple. Those guys all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered, unable to jump even if they wanted to. The Sun King will get rid of the difficult ones first, and the rest will be taken care of by Sorrento and the temple later.
1 month is too tight. So let me scare the monkeys first. Don't leak this list. Just know it well,
the Sun King said calmly.
This time, I will play the bad guy. Solano and Terent come play the good guy.
The principal criminal must die, and some of the accomplices and family members must also die, while others must be exiled. The Sun King will act as a foolish and unscrupulous man who kills wantonly, while Thorando and the temple will rescue those whose crimes are not worthy of death, such as persuading people to cause trouble in the dark and turning the death penalty into exile. Let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince build momentum and win a good reputation before ascending the throne.
George, I heard from Sorondo that your Golden Oasis plans to recruit labor. This is a good reason. When the time comes, these people can be sent to the east in the name of labor together with the bottom laborers of Sun City.
Sun King, he stroked his beard and said,
Shenliang needs to be distributed to various places this month. By then we can make the scale bigger.
Next, the two people discussed it some more. And then the topic almost ended here. The Sun King also called Terrant over and informed him about Bana's adoption and marriage to George. Naturally, Terrant had no objection to this matter. My fingers were trembling with excitement, and I almost burst out laughing on the spot. Today he can be said to be the biggest winner in life. Not only has he transformed from a puppet back to a real high priest, but his daughter has also become the first archangel under the throne of the sun. Before the banquet ended that day, the Sun King and George stood in front of the handrail of the upstairs hall and announced something. Matters including adoption and marriage are also declared. Okay. This news is a great thing for everyone, because it means that the whirlpool in Sun City will end in a peaceful way. The nobles were no longer uneasy. But George discovered that when the Sun King announced the marriage of Princess Nan Wang, many young warriors actually started shouting, looking at the way they were pouring wine on them. They didn't seem to be happy. It's more like a relative has died. Some guys even raised their fists at George. The entire banquet reached a climax in such a weird atmosphere. Bana was the only one who looked confused. This gentle and quiet girl didn't react for a long time. It wasn't until Soraya patted her chest that Bana understood what the Sun King meant.
What do you mean?
George was also confused. But the reason for his confusion was that he couldn't understand the operations of those southern wilderness warriors. Why did I get married? The eldest son of the sun has come back, and you will get no benefit from marrying Bana.
Uh-huh.
The Sun King laughed while stroking his beard.
Prepare your equipment well. On the day of the wedding, there will be many people coming to compete for the bride.
George's face was full of black question marks. And he complained in his heart, does this great beauty concern you that much? He looked at the dull Princess Bana of the southern wilderness not far away, and felt that her face was cute. But with her height, he was probably a little brother in front of her. And he couldn't help but lament in his heart. How should we live together in the future? How should we explain to everyone that there is a fire in the backyard? That's how the day's banquet ended. Afterwards, George had to comfort Soraya again. After all, this was a political marriage, and he had nothing to do with it. The next day, before the news spread, he went to the shelter again, intending to solicit Sophia's opinion. However, he heard that Sophia was in the Moon Country. He went to the Moon Country and found that Sophia, Tanya, and Elizabeth are all here. I was sitting on a large balcony of the palace, watching the people walking their horses below, enjoying the sun and drinking afternoon tea. There was also a crystal ball on the table. When George came over, they seemed to be chatting with someone. After seeing George coming over, Elizabeth reached out and turned off the projection. George chatted about a bunch of other things first, and secretly discovered that these three people seemed to be headed by Elizabeth. George couldn't help but feel a little surprised. According to his original guess, Sophia would grab this position. But then something dawned on him. Because in terms of scheming and maturity, although Tanya was the oldest, she was the most mature. In her heart, Sophia actually regarded Elizabeth as her aunt. Seeing these three people, George couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His wives, big and small, are now divided into two factions. One faction is headed by Soraya, and Salmon and Nan Wang are from this side. One faction is the new family in front of them. The Moon Kingdom and Elda are both from this side. The people below are getting along well with each other, but the people above seem to be difficult to deal with. Only Sophia got along well with both parties, and was recognized by both parties. Maybe this girl, who usually keeps quiet and doesn't like to show off, will be the last to develop, and she will be the main palace. George mainly narrated what happened during this period, but it seemed that they all knew it. Some little spy had already reported everything in real time. George couldn't help but sigh secretly. He also planned to ask for advice. But when he gradually mentioned the incident in Sun City and saw Elizabeth's half-smiling look, he finally confessed truthfully and explained the matter straight to the point. The three people had different reactions. After hearing this, Sophia glanced at Elizabeth and Tanya nervously. Then he drank tea slowly and bowed his head in silence. This silly girl is obviously worried about George. After hearing that George would become the chief, Tanya smiled and said jokingly,
"From now on, we will call you King George."
Seeing George smile awkwardly, she glared at George. He stretched out his foot and pinched George hard on the table and floor.
How many tribes does he intend to give you through marriage? Where are they?
Elizabeth's focus was different. It was simply about money.
3 tribes,
George coughed and said.
1 is the Bucks. I haven't chosen the remaining 2 yet. But they should all be from the Sun royal family, who have a bad relationship with Mox, King Stag. With so many tribes, people, cattle, horses and land, you have to worry about it. The Star River Basin accounts for half of the food in the world. And the Sun royal family takes another half. There are only 12 in the entire southern wilderness. The Sun royal clan, they have a lot of things in their hands. And the territory controlled by several tribes is right at the throat of my trade route.
These Sun royal family make the Moon Kingdom very uncomfortable, because the Moon Kingdom's caravan must be supplied there. And the Sun royal family needs to collect grain. So every year the Moon Kingdom has to give up part of its benefits to them, and also buy grain from them at a high price. Although some problems can be solved with the opening of the portal. The portal is only so big, and the traffic is limited. Therefore, water transportation is still the main artery of the country. Upon hearing these words, George knew that Elizabeth had opened her mouth and planned to take part of the benefit. We are all a family, and since we have received red envelopes, it is reasonable to hand them over.
Isn't this really asking for your Majesty's opinion?
George quickly handed over the words and kept his attitude very low.
As the Prince of the Moon Kingdom, I naturally have to listen to your Majesty's instructions.
After hearing George's wise words, Elizabeth glanced at George with a stern look, took a sip of tea, and said,
I will go when the king marries his new concubine. By the way, I also want to see the famous Sun King.
The matter was revealed like this, and George couldn't help but secretly admire the Sun King. The matter was exactly as he said. Ginger is still too old. As a nouveau riche, it seems that I will have to ask more advice from the old Emperor Mox in the future. After having dinner with the 3 of them that day, George saw that Sophia and Tanya seemed to be planning to stay at the palace. He couldn't help but become suspicious and planned to stay. But he was driven away. Chapter 842 Interesting Customs. The Sun King is impatient, or time waits for no one. 1 week after the banquet, the wedding of Princess Nan Wang and King George William Austen began. Under normal circumstances, the ceremony for taking a new concubine is very simple. After all, this is a partial concubine and not a queen. Judging from King Mox's past operations, sometimes he just nodded, or slept with someone first, and then gave him a name in the palace, and that was it. But the princess's natal family in the southern wilderness is so unusual, and George and Mox also plan to use this opportunity to do something. So this wedding has to be very expensive. 1 week. Time is very tight. The wedding is a little rushed, but it is not simple. People came in great numbers after hearing that Princess Nan Wang was getting married. Some young chiefs drove more than 500 miles overnight to the Sun City. Many people even claimed to snatch their bride today. Regarding this matter, George rolled his eyes fiercely. To be honest, if the Princess of Nan Wang was not Mox's biological daughter, he would have wanted to have this big baby taken away. Bridal robbing, there is indeed a custom in southern wasteland, and some people even often rob other people's wives. Weddings in the southern wilderness are also unique. The wedding ceremonies of various tribes and ethnic groups in the southern wilderness are also full of variety. Some tribes will hold the ceremony on the sea or in the river, and some will hold it in the mountains, woods or prairie. No matter what kind of tribe they are, their wedding must be witnessed by heaven and earth. Or perhaps, there must be the witness of the sun. George's wedding was arranged by the Sun King at the royal hunting ground outside the city. It was a lively day. Basically all the lords and nobles from the southern wilderness came, including even the guy who sneaked over from the 8 great departments. These guys are either here to cause fun, or they are here to steal the bride out of anger. After this wedding, no one will hacking want to go home. The Sun King will invite these guys, who haven't been with him for a long time, to Sun City to catch up on old times. After they returned, their tribe must have changed drastically. And just today, a special work is going on in the Sun City. Today, the leaders of various forces are not in their hometowns. The Kingdom of Heaven and the Temple took this opportunity to make moves with the Sun King's people. The commander-in-chief is the insidious girl Irene. With the support of the Sun God, she can do whatever she wants this time. It is guaranteed that after the lords return, their younger brothers will have been put in order. Hunting, horse racing and martial arts are the 3 themes of southern wilderness weddings. But everyone seems to be more interested in martial arts, because this is the first wave of bride snatching rituals. Naturally, George will not end up
because he is now the king, and the dowry of Princess Nan Wang bucks and other 3 tribes. There are quite a lot of people. Everyone who wants to cause trouble must first pass through these 3 tribes. These 3 large tribes that have the strength to occupy the main road of the River of Stars were originally bullies in the southern wilderness. Now they have followed the sun god and become sun warriors. Their desire and excitement in performing is no better than those who snatched the bride. Difference. The only thing that made George's face look a little ugly was that the warriors from the southern wilderness tribe who came today seemed to be planning to join in the fun of snatching the bride. There are only a few hundred warriors from the 3 major tribes who came over today. This is a lot of people. They can form a square formation. And they are all very strong. And can be said to be the strongest people among the 3 major tribes. At the beginning, the people of the 3 major tribes were quite excited. They all came here to die. I can hit 10. But then everyone looked at the enemies that had not decreased at all. And couldn't help but show signs of despair. The entire venue was surrounded by people inside and outside. At a glance, it was so crowded that it was hard to tell who was joining in the fun and who was waiting in line to play. The entire martial arts competition was not 1v1. In the open space below the venue, there were dozens of people fighting at the same time. According to this momentum, it won't be long before the members of the 3 tribes will be replaced by the Dawn Knights in that round of battle. Damn it. I never thought that the first battle in Sun City was fought here, and all these people were taken away by Soraya. Seeing the excitement of those guys, George couldn't help but feel a headache. Sending Alexander down would definitely bring down a large number of people. After all, even I can fight with Goran shirtless now. Alexander, the number 1 MT of Heaven and Sanctuary, is already very strong. I am afraid he is on the same level as Malim and Nanofari. As for his physical strength, now I'm afraid he has to use his anger points to calculate it. But it would be too embarrassing to let Alexander play. After all, His Highness the Crown Prince's identity lies here. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look in the direction to his right. If it doesn't work, we have to let the Moon Knights also play. Today, the Queen of the Moon Kingdom attended the ceremony in her best attire. And the arrival of the Moon Kingdom's delegation really brought the whole scene to a new level. George is now sitting at the head of the venue with the bride, sipping at the sun. He is on the right, and Princess Nan Wang is on the left. On the right side of George's side, in addition to the people from the sanctuary forces, there are also a large group of lords, wizards and knights from the Moon Kingdom. They stand or sit, surrounding the queen in the center. People were coming and going from time to time. They were probably bored and went to watch the show elsewhere. The large row of people on the left side are the Sun King and the lords of the southern wilderness. The whole layout suggests that the Sun King is from her mother's side, and the Moon Kingdom is from her husband's side. If someone didn't know better, they would think that the queen brought people here. Elizabeth looked at the grand fighting with a strange expression on her face. Originally, she came here just to watch the excitement. And she didn't care too much about this wedding. Is there anyone in this world who can compete with me? Besides, Princess Nan Wang is not George's cup of tea. He is petite and proud, especially the kind of weak girl who is easy to bully at first glance. He couldn't put it down. Both myself and Sophia are of this type. Or maybe someone like Tanya, who is hot and good at seducing people. Obviously, although the Nan Wang princess is quite handsome, she has neither petite nor hotness. At most, it just has a bookish atmosphere. But after she saw that the Nan Wang princess was so hot with her bare hands, his face couldn't help but become more and more exciting. And there was actually a sense of crisis in his heart. Originally, she thought that these people from the southern wilderness came for the Knights of the Moon. The reason why so many people came was because they wanted to fight with these magic swordsmen. Elizabeth also knew something about the customs of the southern wilderness. The fighting and snatching of the bride on the wedding day are not necessarily directed at the bride. Many people often express their love for their beloved girl during this ceremony. After defeating the competitor, he directly took the crying girl away. But most of the people who came here today seemed to be coming for the princess, because she found that most of the winners would yell at Princess Nan Wang with their bloody upper bodies bare. And this will happen no matter which party the winner is. Obviously, everyone is here for this big baby. And even the family members are interested in the princess. Stinky men like to rob others. Especially that bastard George. He likes things that others can't get. So Elizabeth knows that even if George marries a stone or an idol today, he will still be treated as a treasure from now on. Chapter 843. Just take care of yourself. At this time, all forces have begun to pay tribute to George. Sophia, who was sitting in the center of the shelter area not far away, whispered a few words to Tanya, and then looked towards the Moon Kingdom. It seemed to remind Elizabeth that time was up. The queen waved her hand, and the knights of the Moon Kingdom walked out grandly from behind, carrying boxes of gifts, and met with the knights from the shelter. On the other side of this group of people, there was a team coming from the Sun King with gifts. After the two parties gathered together, they formed a huge long queue and lined up to present gifts one by one. Many people knew each other. After meeting, they all chatted happily and looked at the things of both parties. Sophia and the others must prepare gifts today, because His Highness is giving it to Princess Nanwang on behalf of George. In the past 2 days, Sophia has also been collecting gifts. Basically, they are all novelties from the shelter, similar to the ones originally given to the Moon Kingdom. After the items were delivered to Princess Nanwang, the Bumpkin Sun King not far away, who had been looking up with real eyes, had gained some insights. The Sun King and the lords of the Southern Wilderness also had a lot of things, including dowries. The most valuable among them had already been given to the 3 major tribes before. But other things, although not precious, are even ordinary rice. But the number of gifts from the Sun King was very huge, and the things brought might only be a few buckets. But the thought of that number made George secretly smack his tongue, because the units of these things are calculated in terms of boats. It can be said that George felt the atmosphere of the people in the Southern Wilderness. But the one with the most expensive gifts is from the Moon Kingdom, because the Queen has prepared 2 gifts, in addition to the gift for George. The Queen also prepared a betrothal gift for George specifically for the princess. Sure enough, just as the Sun King said, the Queen will definitely come to cause trouble. Looking at the betrothal gifts, George glanced at Elizabeth, who was not far away, and looked up with a smile but not a smile. And his face couldn't help but become excited. What do you mean? Are you telling everyone that I have been taken care of by you? The Sun King in the distance had a wonderful expression when he realized that the gifts were double. After he figured out what the Queen meant, the fat old man covered his mouth and laughed. George couldn't help but look a little ugly. He was eating soft food. This doesn't sound good. But when George heard the attendant read out the items in the list, especially the 8-carat silver fox, but this guy immediately started to smile. What the H.L. is this? I have to count money until my hands cramp. Seeing George's appearance, Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. George was a fool who had never seen money. A carload of money was only more than 80,000 silver foxes. Judging from George's terrifying debt, 8 cars plus together, it's just enough to repay this year's interest. Elizabeth was like a human calculator. But George couldn't figure it out. Seeing the rich woman in the distance looking at him and smiling, he also showed a happy smile. But when George looked at Princess Nanwang next to him, his face couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, Her Highness Bonna's focus today is not here. She seems to be out of state all day long. She is so nervous that she has been sitting there quietly and silently. My head felt dizzy, like a puppet. I probably never expected this day to come. She originally thought that she would have a fight with George one day in the future. This was what she thought when they first met. She was dressed up today, and Sophia even went out to dress up her sister in person. The female knight who never dressed up suddenly made George feel so amazing when she suddenly changed her clothes today. I didn't expect it to look so good. But when George remembered the princess's height, his expression fell again when the two of them were sitting there. She was a head taller than him. What a great beauty. Whenever George saw the princess's height, he couldn't help but want to cover his face. It was the first time today that he looked at the princess. The princess never looked at him. But Miss Princess was extremely nervous. George felt sore and embarrassed. After taking various medicines, he has grown a lot in height, and is almost the same as Moss. Standing with Soraya, the righteous angel who is over 1.90 meters tall. Her aura can be suppressed, no matter where she goes or where she stops. She has the demeanor of that archangel. But Princess Nanwang is like a statue. If 2 people stand up, she can only reach her collarbone. Regarding this matter, George had already chatted several times with Aji, who had countless wives. Regarding the boss's confusion, Aji said that he was in a state of bliss and did not know his blessings. But George couldn't understand how good it felt to have a girl who was a head taller than him. And Bonna is Alexander's biological sister. Isn't this body full of muscles? When he thought of this, George felt bad all over. What made him even more worried were those guys who were robbing the bride. There was a drunken young lord of Southern Wilderness who told a bunch of lies in front of him and the princess in the name of offering a gift today. His mouth was full of jealousy and unwillingness. He even said that he still doesn't know who the princess will marry. Someone else wants to duel George. However, these troublemakers were often kicked down by Alexander before they could finish speaking. These inexplicable guys made Elizabeth and Tanya gloat, and also made George roll his eyes.
Some people also say that the princess is the most beautiful woman in the southern wilderness, which makes George doubt the aesthetics of the southern wilderness people. Could it be that in their eyes, the taller and stronger they are, the more beautiful they are? That's not the only thing that worries George. The rich lady who came to join in the fun today is also doing all kinds of tricks. From time to time, rewards are given to some winners. Sometimes in his own name, sometimes in George's. It was simply not a big deal to watch the fun. And she also told everyone that George was the pretty boy she kept. Regarding this matter, George Quan pretended not to have seen it. And he had no intention of throwing out a reward to prove that he was not a pretty boy. Just kidding. What if the rich woman doesn't support him anymore? Moreover, fighting for money with this rich and beautiful lady was like a headache. In front of her, the tycoon husband was just a little rich man with a little money. So George felt sorry for the money Elizabeth threw away. After all, the rich woman's money was his own money. But today, the queen seems to have the kind of feeling that she can't let go of the fire in her heart without squandering a lot. In everyone's eyes, the reward money is like money flying all over the sky, which not only shocked the bumpkins present, his eyeballs also shocked the jaws of those upstarts in the southern wilderness and George. By the end, the scene was getting more and more lively. The queen was so happy that she even gave the fight a final prize, 10,000 golden lions, which could directly build a large and luxurious castle, or by the Knights of the Boar in Yoderin. If Prince Alfonso were here, he would definitely bring up his sword, because the prize for the tournament held by his father was only 60,000 silver foxes. Looking at Elizabeth's provocative eyes, George's eyes turned red, because in his eyes, all this money should have been spent on him. He gritted his teeth and said to Alexander, "Alexander, bring me back my 300,000 silver foxes." Chapter 844. My good sister! After Alexander came on the field, the entire venue celebrated with joy, including the shouts of the Knights of the Dawn and the warriors of the southern wilderness. Afterwards, all the local warriors from Sun City who came to join in the fun stopped. Many people have already witnessed the terrifying scene at the dinner party. Which of the sons of the sun in the temple can defeat a group of people? And in the eyes of everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince, who is challenging the sons of the temple, is already invincible. Only the guys from the foreign tribes were still stupid enough to challenge Alexander to a duel. But when they stood in front of this nearly 3-meter giant, they felt that the sun above their heads was blocked. And for most of the time in this fight, it wasn't really a fight, because the giant bear would often slap the person on the opposite side and fall. In the end, there were many scenes that made people laugh. Looking at those funny scenes, George truly understood Alexander's current strength. At the banquet that day, there was no obvious contrast, because the sons of the sun were all little supermen. But when faced with such ordinary tribal warriors, you can tell something. This is a humanoid Goron. Even a bunch of people can't hold him down. He has never been able to see Alexander's strength and quality. Even if George's strength has now reached 60% of ordinary Goron, his own. When he was in the crater, Ibrahimovic once calculated that Alexander's power, when he broke out, was not much different from that of the giant one-eyed Goron. Now Alexander has taken the medicine specially prepared by Nerona, Malim and others, and his strength has increased by an unknown amount. But I'm afraid even with Nenofari's dragon form, he couldn't knock the number 1 MT in heaven away. As dusk approached, the entire celebration finally came to an end with His Highness, the Crown Prince, winning the first place. No one has any objection to this champion, whether in terms of strength or status. It seemed to everyone that it was a matter of course. And it even received a round of applause, and countless young women and girls shouting silently. People on both sides are happy today. So does George. Afterwards, George withdrew part of the money and, in the name of the eldest son of the sun, rewarded it to many of the warriors of the 3 major tribes, and the Knights of the Dawn and Moon who participated in the competition today. After spending about 120,000 yuan, the person with the smallest share also got a dozen silver foxes. It's just a beating. But the money you get is much more than the reward you get from winning a big battle. This made many warriors, who had just joined King George's men, extremely happy. Afterwards, George withdrew part of his gambling money, and gave the rest to Alexander, enough to fit 2 large cars. Only then did George have an idea of the 8 silver foxes. George couldn't help but sigh. "Boss, can I also play cards with you in the future?" Looking at the money, Alexander laughed happily. Obviously, he had no idea about the money. Seeing Alexander's happy look, George finally smiled happily. "Of course. But let's play together. Not with Aji." This card naturally refers to the Shelter's classic Project Mahjong, the national quintessence spread by George from another world.
They have fought all the way from the Dome Eagle to here. George and others withdrew at dusk. But the celebration was not over. The camps and tents were set up for several miles. From the top of the mountain in the distance, one could see the endless end of the torches, bonfires, and dancing crowds. In the eyes of George and others, this is like marching to war. But in the eyes of the people in the southern wilderness, it is just daily life operations. It only took an hour to go to the nearest castle. But George and others did as the Romans did today, which was quite a different style. The tent prepared by the Sun King for his son-in-law was in the center, and was larger than today's martial arts venue. The princess came over with the servants when the party was about to end. And according to the ritual tonight, someone will come to make trouble. After George came in, he found that this place was not only big, but also very exquisite. The entire camp is like a mobile palace, which is divided into many areas with tall screens. And servants are busy moving around inside. The central room is more than 300 square meters. All the furnishings here are very exquisite and elegant. And they look very comfortable. In this camp, you can still smell the scent of the fragrant grass. And you can also faintly hear the noise outside. The princess changed her clothes and took a bath under the service of the servants. It took no telling how many hours it would take to finish all the messy things. When George and others came in, they started playing cards. They thought that Alexander would lose a lot of money. But it turned out that this novice was surprisingly lucky. After a few games, George's face changed drastically. And even Aji just smacked his lips, yelled that it was a ghost. The knights watching the excitement around them laughed loudly. And some of them even stopped drinking. Go and see how the boss loses. It wasn't until those guys who came to make trouble arrived that George, Aggie and others laughed happily. I originally thought that no one would come to make trouble. But I didn't expect that there were quite a lot of people. Among the guys who sneaked into the camp, there were the drunkards who wanted to get George to drink. Most of them were princes and nobles. There were also those who were watching the fun and wanted to make a scene. Or those who really came to steal the bride. But when Alexander, who was very lucky, held back his big mouth, led the knights out and blocked the door, no one came in again. George also went out to watch the excitement for a while, and found that the fight had changed from a physical fight to a literary fight, a drinking contest. And the doorway turned into a festive banquet. A lot of people wanted to put it in Alexander. But this guy was like a buffalo. My brother-in-law's best man is really qualified. When George went back to continue playing cards with Aji and the others, he was still playing with the mahjong tiles and shouting this sentence. But, boss, Aji said, 3 of your 6 wives are Alexander's sisters. George was slightly startled. Hey, it seems to be true. And they are both biological sisters. After Alexander left this card game, George's luck was still very bad. His usual standard was at least third in the shelter. The first was Aggie. And the second was Brenda. That big liar. But today it was all evil. No matter how hard you fight, you will lose. The few money bags I brought over were used to give bonuses to everyone. It wasn't until the servants came to tell him that the time was up that George kept his last bit of money. Before leaving, Aji teased the groom. Hey, as the saying goes, when you are happy in love, you lose in the casino. Let's go. Let's go out for a drink. You're so proud. George looked at the maids and eunuchs standing there quietly in the room and sighed secretly. For a while, the room was deserted, while the outside was joyful. But George couldn't feel happy. Forget it. Just treat it as a march and fight. And sleep with the night. He said that. But he was thinking wildly while counting the money. He felt that this was probably his most failed marriage. Because neither he nor Bana would be happy. When he was sitting there basking in the sun at the venue today, he even thought about it. If those brats who like Bana really snatched Bana away, would it be considered a good thing? My father-in-law will definitely kill him. When he thought of the Sun King, George felt bad. He had married twice seriously, both of which were forced. It is in line with the words of the Sun King now that you have achieved such a future. How can your life and marriage be decided by you? Fortunately for Sophia, the bandit George is her type. And the Lady Sophia is also George's type. When the two met for the first time in Yongfeng City, George was very attracted to this inexperienced young lady. Pass. If Adeline hadn't been afraid of offending her, she might have taken her home. But George didn't know about his future with Bana. Relationships are indeed relatable. The most important thing about a person's beauty is what's on the inside. Bana is definitely good on the inside. Well educated and bookish, which can be said to have been inherited from her mother, the first princess of Iberia, all a bit. Of course, she also inherited her father's tall figure. But no matter how good they are on the inside,
The acquaintance and mutual understanding between two people must start from their appearance and be heated by desire. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but curse himself secretly. Since he promised to shoot this cannon for the Sun King, he had to finish it even though he was crying. And she has to fight for a lifetime. After all, Princess Nan Wang has entrusted everything to herself. And he can't neglect her. He felt that he would definitely be able to do it. After all, even in Celiac's demonic form, he had never thought that this pervert would sooner or later attack his pet. I hope she doesn't have too many muscles on her body. Maybe I should tell her that I'm too tired today and can go to bed early? See you tomorrow. At this time, there was a soft sound of footsteps outside, and the servants fell down one after another. George couldn't help but become nervous. He put down the money bag in his hand, turned around and forced a smile. But when he saw the somewhat reserved figure in the distance, he froze on the spot. From this distance, there is no problem with height at all. Princess Nan Wang had just taken a bath, with hibiscus coming out of the clear water. She was only wearing a layer of gauze. It seemed that she didn't like it very much. But the female officer only gave her this. It must be said that the female official sent by the Sun King has a very unique vision. This simple layer of gauze reveals the figure of Princess Nan Wang in a way that makes her look fresh and refined. When compared with the exquisite curves, there is a huge sense of contrast, which makes people feel angry at the first glance. This fire also burned from the heart of George. A big scumbag. He rubbed his eyes fiercely, waved his hand, and drove away the servants and eunuchs. Just now, he had planned to remind the eunuchs. We keep good records. After all, the Sun King wants to know these things. But now, he feels that the eunuchs and maids are getting in the way. As for the records that the Sun King wants to see, who has the mind to care about him now?
Don't be nervous. Come here.
George waved to Princess Nan Wang gently and said. But after the person came over obediently with his face flushed, he asked him to take 2 steps back. He looked him up and down. He noticed for the first time that Bana's eyes were dark blue, like bright gems or pearls. And hers is pink. Maybe she thinks this color is too delicate, so she usually smears olive oil and dye on the long hair. Therefore, Bana usually either wears a helmet or shows her flaming red hair. But her character is not consistent with that fiery red color, just like how she was now. After she noticed that George kept looking at her breasts, she grabbed the skirt of her clothes, turned her head away, closed her eyes, and started to tremble all over. Seeing Bana's bully and shy look, George couldn't help but feel hot in his heart, especially the big braid behind Bana that reached the crook of her calf, which made George want to grab it immediately, use it as a riding crop for fun. But he held back. He swallowed, intending to take a good look at her again.
Take it off,
George said hoarsely.
Ahem. I mean, change clothes. Let's rest early. Don't move. Be good. Just stand here. Don't be so nervous. I am your husband.
Right.
Now,
this bastard George, who just disliked her, now claims to be her husband. Finally, after Princess Nan Wang hesitated for a long time, she slightly let go of her hands holding the clothes, and the thin layer of gauze fell to the ground like water. George suddenly discovered that her body proportions were so perfect, just like that holy white statue carefully carved by an art master. He finally understood why they all said that Bana was a real beauty. She was the White Star Princess. Indeed, standing in front of her, he was like an underage little brother. But Princess Nan Wang is like a gentle and beautiful big sister next door. At this moment, when George looked at the gentle big sister in front of him, he felt like he had regained his childhood dream. Princess Nan Wang held one hand on her chest and was being looked at quietly by George. Her fiery eyes were getting hotter and hotter, making Bana tremble all over and didn't dare to open her eyes. There was already mist in the corners of his eyes. George looked at the satin-like skin and big braids, and said with a trembling voice,
Don't be nervous. My dear.
This guy is called darling again.
Put your hands down. Don't turn away. I am your lord, and you swore an oath to listen to me.
He even started to use the oaths that people had made as a basis to intimidate people. Finally, George saw what he wanted to see clearly. At this moment, he felt dizzy and the blood in his body surged upward. George suddenly felt that their future would be very, very happy. The two of them will definitely get along very well. He also suddenly understood why Aji said that he was so blessed that he didn't know how blessed he was. What's wrong with being a little brother? George swore that he would not only be that little brother, but also be that little brother.
Good boy. Come here quickly. My good sister. Let me kiss you properly.
After saying this, George suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. And at this sister's voice,
Princess Nan Wang covered her body and face in shame, turned around and left. George pounced on her and pulled her big braid. Chapter 845 Taking Care. According to the custom of the southern wilderness, Bana actually had to stay in the camp during these days, waiting for the bride to be snatched. But early the next morning, after she heard that Sophia was leaving today, she still hoped to visit and say goodbye. So, at Bana's suggestion, George took her to visit Sophia. Miss Sophia had already heard a lot about this tall and beautiful girl and had a very good impression of her. Thank you for taking care of little Rona and the others along the way. Bana seemed a little reserved, and Sophia comforted her softly. Then she started chatting with the tall girl out of curiosity. Sophia discovered that there was a huge contrast between this tall girl's heart and appearance. She was very gentle and well-educated. Every move she made was more like a daughter of a wealthy family. After asking, Sophia found out that Bana's mother was the famous Isadora, whom she admired. And the conversation between the two changed. There are more and more. When Sophia gave Bana the few treasured books she prepared, seeing Bana's eyes light up, Sophia couldn't help but feel that she had indeed chosen the right gift. The younger one looked at this eldest sister, who was much taller than herself, and she fell in love with her more and more. She was just like George. Standing next to her made people feel safe. George, who was drinking tea and chatting with others, saw Bana's happy look and couldn't help but look at the books. But then he lost interest. He really didn't understand Sophia's interests. He couldn't understand Bana's interests either. Aren't they just a few broken books? Is it necessary to be so happy? It made even the scholar's eyes widen. It wasn't inlaid with gold. It looked very old. The three of them ate breakfast together, and George noticed that Sophia retched several times. The maids around seemed to be used to it, and they looked very skilled in handling it. After the meal, he took the daily diary from a maid and understood what was going on. It should be the time when he lived in Palace Castle more than a month ago, and Sophia secretly traveled to and from the Moon Country every night. Since those days, Sophia has not been there, and it has been almost 2 months now. But the silly girl didn't know what was going on. So George gave the maid some instructions. It's okay. I have a bad appetite these days. Sophia wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief and said a little embarrassedly. George smiled and nodded, but did not clarify in this era. You are a grown man and have never given birth to a child. How do you know this? Unless you have experience. So he just said, go back and let Risgard take a look. Let him prescribe some medicine for your recovery. Have a good rest recently, and don't work too hard. Risgard will tell Sophia what needs to be said, because Sophia was leaving today. After George had breakfast with them, he arranged for the knights to escort Sophia to the floating island. Before leaving, Sophia was afraid that George would stir up Bana, so she told George to treat him well. He also said that regardless of his appearance, his thoughts were very delicate. The implication behind his words was to tell George not to ignore them. What a silly girl. She still doesn't know how much her husband likes this sister next door. After hearing Sophia's words, George sighed. He gently hugged Sophia to his chest and stroked her hair, which made Sophia look embarrassed. He also pinched George and told George not to do this in front of Bana. But I just got married. Finally, after chatting gently with Sophia for a while, George watched her carriage procession for a while, and then took Bana to the Moon Kingdom mission. There was a meeting there. George was a little emotional, and the Sun King was also a little emotional after learning about Sophia and Bana's meeting. He called Sophia a queen, and felt that he was right. His daughter would definitely get along well with her in the future. Among all George's women, the two girls, the taller and the shorter, were probably the most beautiful. Can get along, just like his son and son-in-law. In his opinion, although Sophia didn't have much scheming, her position as queen was probably unmatched by anyone. That little girl is much better than my queen. The Sun King couldn't help but miss his long-dead wife, Alexander's mother. In his heart, there is only this wife. The Sun King was indeed right. It was Sophia's foolishness that made her an irreplaceable wife in George's heart. Compared with Sophia's mentality, the other two ladies are very different. George and Princess Nan Wang were inseparable during these 2 days, making Elizabeth jealous and gnashing her teeth secretly. There were a few times when during meetings and discussions, she actually saw George sitting on the sofa, sniffing Bana's big braid, with such a drunken look on his face. He even forgot about the person in front of him. Ahem. Elizabeth finally couldn't help coughing, reminding them that there were still people here. But Tanya changed her sitting position and looked at the female knight standing behind George with bright eyes. She suddenly realized that this big girl was so beautiful. Obviously, this female gangster and George are the same thing, unlike everyone else. She hopes that
that George will find more beautiful girls from outside and bring them back. My good brother George, you really understand me very well. And I also like this type of thing very much. Don't worry. Tanya will take care of them with you. She looked at Princess Nan Wang with burning eyes. Like George, this female gangster has already discovered the cuteness of this sister, and kept her in mind. Then, she rolled her eyes, and whispered something into Elizabeth's ear. After hearing this, Elizabeth spat in her face, couldn't help turning red. Tanya said she would not go to the banquet in the evening. He also gave Elizabeth a dangerous trick to seduce the groom. How could such an obscene thing be possible? It's really despicable. She is newlywed. But Elizabeth's heart was beating wildly, and she secretly glanced at George several times with a slightly red face. As a result, I saw the groom and the bride rubbing their hair together. This made her press and grind her teeth. A fire also rose in my heart. Didn't I just come to steal the marriage? Seems interesting too. In the afternoon, Yu Gua and George were going to the Sun King to attend the banquet prepared by the lords for Elizabeth. George couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing that Tanya and Bana were very close and harmonious. He told Tanya to stay with Bana while Bana is still very worried. Tanya, who has a mature personality, naturally agreed with a smile. Seeing Tanya's sensible look, George couldn't help but feel very relieved. He patted Tanya on the shoulder and said, "Help me take good care of Bana." Then he followed Elizabeth and others. But I always feel like I have forgotten something. That night, taking advantage of George's absence, Tanya revealed her true colors. She forced Bana to drink wine. And in order to please the Duchess, Bana also catered to her. But it always feels weird. Chapter 846 Unbelievable. Although Bana didn't like drinking, no matter what, under Tanya's enthusiastic persuasion, she still drank a lot with Tanya in order to cater to this special status of the Duchess. Bana is naturally a good drinker. But today she seems a little out of shape. Maybe it's because she rarely drinks brandy? After a few drinks, she fell unconscious. What happened next is hard to remember. When George walked back that night, he was in high spirits. Although she felt very tired, her eyes were bright and shining. And so was Elizabeth. Her pouting mouth had been smoothed away by George, just because of the secret affair she had just had at the banquet. Her heart was still pounding, and her face was very red. Outside the screen, there were many lords and envoys from the Moon Kingdom drinking and singing. At that time, the noisy sound outside seemed to ring in her ears, making her frightened. The two of us have stayed inside for so long. If someone discovers it, how can I have the face to face my future ministers? But it's really exciting. George was also greatly stimulated. When he returned to his new house, he was secretly worried that if he came back too late, the shrewd Tanya would find out. When he saw several big blood descendants drinking with Aji and others in the hall outside the door, he quietly asked them a few questions.
Boss, don't worry.
The big blooded Carol patted his chest and said,
Miss Tanya has been staying in the room and hasn't asked you anything. She should have gone to bed early.
After hearing this, Aji's face looked a little strange, and he wanted to say, I don't dare to say it, and I don't dare to look at it either. However, after hesitating for a while, he couldn't help but remind the master to prepare him mentally.
Ahem. The room is indeed very quiet. There is no sound. Boss, I want Miss Tanya tonight. Let's rest here with you. How can this be possible?
George said pretendingly, but his heart felt itchy.
Ahem. They are already asleep. Well, I should have slept well.
Aji hesitated. That female gangster is the same as the boss. Do you still need to think about this?
Oh, are they sleeping?
Sleep. Sleep.
I should have gone to bed long ago. Ahem. Tanya is really thoughtful, staying with her so late at night.
George felt a little guilty. After all, it was only the second day of the wedding, and he had done nothing good. But within 2 seconds, this feeling of guilt was completely forgotten by him. As long as it is not discovered, then it has not happened. Sir, I always walk upright and sit up straight. And in the 3rd second, this guy had a wrong idea again, and his heart started beating wildly. These two people were in the same room, and they were still asleep. What a godsend. The light of dawn has indeed treated me well. He pretended to chat with everyone again, and after a few words of warning, he walked lightly and quietly entered the innermost part of the camp. As a result, after entering the door, his expression was extremely exciting. Why is there no sound inside this door? Then Tanya is still smiling unscrupulously, but she used sound insulation, so she couldn't hear any sound from outside. The half-asleep Princess Nan Wang, after seeing her husband coming back, wanted to push the female gangster away in shame and anger. But she was powerless. Something must have been laced in the wine. Isn't she the famous Duke of the Eagle? How could she be so shameless? Besides, isn't she George's wife? I am a girl. Seeing the wonderful scene in front of him, George's smile gradually disappeared, and his rosy face turned dark. I've only been the groom's official for a hacking day, and I'm being hacked. But this is Tanya. This hacking, what's the matter? Looking at George's livid face, Tanya was not ashamed at all. When George walked over with a dark face, she deliberately lifted her open robe and smiled at George, looking so successful. This move made George tremble with anger. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Tanya without saying a word for a long time.
I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Tanya stretched out her feet and said with a pout,
Don't be angry. Okay. The worst is, I'll let you bully me back.
George's head buzzed, just like that fish. With only 7 seconds of memory, everything that had just happened was forgotten in the back of his head. Looking at Bonna's confused eyes, George concluded the matter.
Ladies, stop making trouble. Tanya, let's rest together here tonight.
These 3 days may be George's most tiring vacation. Perhaps he realizes that he has been a little too indulgent during these 3 days, which always reminds him of the big belly of the Sun King, who is addicted to wine and sex. After returning, he restrained himself a lot. In the following days, George informed the nobles about the war situation in the north, and about the cultists and lurkers in various countries. Especially the incident in the Moon Kingdom made many people panic and fear that the demons were among them. At the same time, under the arrangement of the Sun King, he took Alexander and Solando to contact the nobles one by one. Some smart people smell the conspiracy in this. Who is the devil? Or is it the Sun God who has the final say? But now it was too late for them to do anything, because they discovered that the biggest old leader in the entire Sun City, the Sun King, and the Heart Leader, the Temple, had already stood together with the Sun God to deal with the matter. Those who disobey. The Sun King launched the Sons of the Sun in the name of dealing with the cultists and lurkers in the City of the Sun, while George directed the high priests behind the scenes to incite the people. The entire Sun City ushered in a great purge and trial. In this cleanup, the Sun King mainly focuses on people, while the Knights focus on lurkers. When Soraya arrived that day, she had already sensed the auras of some lurkers. She knew roughly how many people there were in which direction. George trusted Soraya's judgment very much, because Soraya's state in the temple that day was almost the same as Irene's. Under the radiance of her sun, demons cannot hide. She told George that the high priests, the trash puppets of the temple, were all clean. This was very much recognized by George, because in the eyes of the demons, those wastes had no value at all. If it hadn't been for the sudden arrival of the Sun God, they would still be just ceremony officers, with no soldiers or power. They could only stand out when holding ceremonies and receiving guests. In addition, there is a special residual aura on the Sun King. Soraya is sure that it is the aura of the fallen angel.
But, George, what makes me very strange is,
Soraya said with a strange expression,
after I used my strength to wash him again and again in the square, all these sins were washed away. What do you mean?
George's face became very exciting.
You mean, the fallen angel once lurked in the body of the Sun King, but he didn't win. He was killed by the Sun King?
Chapter 847, The Most Useless Fallen Angel.
In other words, the fallen angel lurking in the Sun King's body was eliminated by the Sun King's will?
George asked with his mouth wide open. There is a certain risk in the demon's seizure of the body, and the stronger the will of the selected target, the greater the risk. Even in history, Sun King Mox is probably one of the best. The only one who can compare with Mox is the hero King Quickly from 300 years ago. The achievement of the King of Heroes was to defeat the evil god, and Mox was the first guy in history to truly unify the Southern Wilderness, overthrow the Five Nations Alliance, and repel the Holy Court and the Moon Kingdom. And leaders like this are often the most difficult to deal with. The more admirers and followers he has, the more loyal the people are to him, and the stronger his spirit and will be. So to a certain extent, the fallen angels' fight against the Sun King is very similar to their fight against George. They face the core will of a group, not an individual person. After hearing George's words, Irene was slightly startled. Then he glanced at George with his lips curled up in displeasure, and said in his heart, Mox is indeed a double-edged sword.
This is the only explanation.
Soraya bit her finger and suddenly laughed.
The believer I chose is indeed extraordinary. Mox's willpower makes even the gods fear him. He is a person who can defeat a man of God. He is as powerful as Quickly.
You choose a bastard believer. George rolled his eyes in his heart. But he still agreed with Sariah's next words.
But, Sariah, I have a doubt,
George asked.
If the fallen angel was destroyed by the spirit of the Sun King,
what about his power? If it is swallowed, then part of his power will be absorbed. But as time goes by, these powers may have gradually dissipated under the washing of the temple. What is left may be only some memories,
Sariah said.
As for the Sun King, he may have just had a dream that he had killed certain people. You put it this way. It is indeed no wonder that the Sun King is so resistant to belief in gods, and also believes so firmly that the 7 gods have fallen.
George nodded and said, when he first chatted with the Sun King, he noticed several things. The Sun King believed that the Sun God was the 7 gods, and also knows about the God of War and the God of Glory. How can normal people in the southern wilderness distinguish these things? Even many archbishops in the Holy Court didn't understand it. George was a little confused at that time. Now it seems that the Sun King should have absorbed part of the fallen angel's memory, and that fallen angel is dead before he wakes up. George took out the Book of Dawn with a strange look on his face, and wrote down the 8th number in his list of fallen angels. This unnamed fallen angel, more handsome than the Queen of the Netherworld, and better than the one who was swallowed by Delina. The guy is even worse, no matter how powerful his perfect body is. Now, he is the last one among the 12 magic wings of Aloysius. I don't know if Aloysius knows about this. If it were me, I would definitely not even want to mention this matter. It's so embarrassing. George thought in his mind, if there is a chance in the future, he must lead Mox to meet him, humiliate him well. In fact, George's existence was the greatest humiliation to Aloysius. Next, after the Sun King and the Knights caught wave after wave of people, everyone also discovered that there didn't seem to be many lurkers in Sun City. It was cleaner than Blue Water City. Later, George, William and others discussed this matter. They believed that there were 3 reasons why Sun City was so clean. First, the leaders of Sun City are all founding fathers and true heroes. Not only are they extremely determined, they are also difficult to be deceived. It is possible for the devil to lurk in the bodies of these people, but the devil cannot wake up unless such people are old. To the devil, these people are like prisons. The second point is that Nan Wang has a special belief. The path of power designed by Sariah for Nan Wang is the Road of Dawn. The source of power is very clean, and is very little affected by the corruption of the ancient gods. So it's hard to get the demons to attack. Therefore, compared with the Rotten Egg Kings, nobles, priests, and knights in the north, it is difficult for flies, like demons, to find a gap to bite the upper-level officials in Sun City. This increases the difficulty of erosion by demons at the source. So the demons themselves have a bit of trouble starting here. Of course, what really makes this place have so many fewer lurkers than the 7 kingdoms is the third point. In the eyes of the demons, they are also very afraid of the southern wilder people. If the power of the people in the southern wilderness gradually develops, they may be more difficult to deal with in the Holy Court in the future. Therefore, no matter who is bewitched or possessed by the devil, there are only 2 main goals. One is to provoke the southern wilderness and the north to start a war, mess up the world, and consume the power of both the north and the south. The second is that the Sun King cannot be allowed to accumulate food and delay becoming king, recognizing the 7 gods and reconciling with the Holy Court. This is simply contrary to the Sun King's political views. In the fog, the Sun King was the most powerful person in the world, but the demons were extremely weak. Basically, one of them would jump out and be killed by the Sun King. Therefore, the lurkers in Sun City have already been purged in waves over the past 10 years, and were sent back to their hometowns before they woke up. As for the fallen angel, there were really few targets to choose from in Sun City. The people in the temple were always puppets. After taking over, they were killed by the Sun King that day. The same goes for lords and nobles. If you occupy them, you will risk being sent back to your hometown at any time. The only one worthy of being eroded by them is the Sun King. But he failed. The city has been turbulent for more than half a month, but George and the Sun King were particularly leisurely during this period. However, these 2 Dinghai Shenzhen stayed in Sun City together, and even if they did nothing, Sun City was calm. Compared with the frightened nobles above, the people at the grassroots level have no idea what happened in Sun City during these days. It just seems to be a lot more lively than before, and some cultists seem to have been arrested. I don't know how many people there are. Some of them are still the domineering masters of the past, which can be said to be very pleasing to the people. In addition to talking about this before and after tea, everyone would also occasionally go to the beheading station to watch the excitement and throw rotten eggs. On this day, the 2 of them led the knights to the large granary in the city.
In the south was the third crop of rice, and the grain had been harvested a few months ago. New rice has been planted a long time ago. In the past 2 months, the farmers hired from various villages and towns outside the city have basically lived in the city, working with the laborers in the city to dry food every day. These days are the time when new grains alternate with old grains. There are constant water transports to and from outside Sun City, and people in the city are busy non-stop. Chapter 848 Big Granary. Standing on the high tower, looking at the endless granaries in the distance, which were either huge or flat and wide, George sighed.
Your Majesty, the granary here is much better than ours. The food in this granary in Sun City alone is probably more than the food in the entire Cheonging Principality. Humph! Those little bandits from the north know how to store grain.
The Sun King touched his big belly and said with some pride,
In the 18 large granaries around Sun City, there are about 24 million grains in total. Bushels. Even if there is no harvest next year, the 2 million people in this city will not be able to finish the food in a year just by eating the food in the city.
After hearing this, George secretly smacked his lips. This kind of food storage was no worse than that in Kyoto during the Northern Song dynasty. And it's still a troubled time. This Sun City alone has so much food stored in it. And in the various cities near the river basin of the stars, there are still no one knows how many granaries, and how much food is stored. As for Elda, how much food did Alfonso say she had in stock? He said he didn't know. The reasons are all in the hands of the lords. He has no control over them. He couldn't control the food in the royal capital, because it was all in the hands of the great nobles and wealthy households. At this glance, you can see the difference between the palace and the empire. Later, under Martin's statistics, he calculated the grain inventory in the royal capital of Elda, more than 2 million bushels, half of which was extorted by Martin after helping Alfonso. After these 2 million bushels of grain were placed in Alfonso's hands, it could be said that he was so confident that he began to walk with arrogance. Indeed, he is qualified to walk with his head held high, because among this lord, this number is considered extraordinary. After all, even all the food in the Cheonging Principality is only this amount. Now it sounds like a joke. 2 million bushels is less than 1/10 of the grain storage in Sun City. The northern lords have always felt that the most important thing is the number of soldiers, but this is no wonder to them. After all, they don't even know how many soldiers their country has, because most of those soldiers appeared during temporary wars. Pull-up farmers. They want to manage, but they can't. Professional soldiers are only knights and retinues. But in this southern wilderness, they are all professional soldiers, and to a lesser extent, they are also the field soldiers. The Sun King had this to say about a country's grain reserves. When translated into George's ears, it meant this.
A country without 9 years of savings is said to be insufficient. A country without 6 years of savings is said to be in a hurry. A country without 3 years of savings is said to be a foreign country.
After hearing this, George nodded. No wonder the Sun King thinks that all the countries in the north, except for the Moon Kingdom, are rubbish, because they are not even a country. George now understood why the princes and nobles in the north trembled all over when they heard the name of the Sun King. The population of these countries is indeed similar, but the difference in strength is too big. Not to mention that this southern wilderness man not only has food, but he is also good at fighting.
3 years of plowing will produce 1 year of food, and 9 years of plowing will produce 3 years of food. In 30 years, even if there is severe drought and floods, the people will have no food,
the Sun King said with emotion.
The southern wilderness is already at its peak. There hasn't been a major war in more than 10 years, but the north has been fighting for years, beating their own people every day. They can save a lot of money.
George couldn't help but shook his head. Indeed, in the north, except for the Moon Kingdom, he had never seen any people under the Lord's rule recuperating. When there was a war, the people suffered. When there was no war, the lords exploited them ruthlessly. They only care about plundering, but don't know how to manage. No wonder they were in pieces. What's even more ridiculous is that in their eyes, Nan Wang is a group of barbarians, simply blind. They turned a blind eye to the silks worn by the tribesmen, and the weapons they carried. They were not using soft iron. Even smelting is better than in the north. I also turned a blind eye to the prosperity of Nahalinska. All day long, I only have eyes for my own little piece of land. Occasionally, someone with a world-minded mind comes out like Elda, who still thinks about Rodent, who is submerged by the black tide all day long. To be a little bit stupid, for example, the king of Iberia and the king of Sand fought each other every day more than 20 years ago. They fought with each other for more than 10 years for various weird, funny and stupid reasons. In the end, they were killed by the passing sun. Wang smoothly picked up the pot. It's no wonder they can save food. But their vast land is wasted. Compared to the Sun King, many of the kings and nobles in the north were simply a bunch of idiots. A bunch of mud-playing bandits and robbers who were still in the Middle Ages. And the Moon Kingdom is about to enter capitalism. And the Southern Wilderness has already started with the Imperial era. Only such a dynasty is qualified to be called a dynasty. Only two countries, like the Southern Wilderness and the Moon Country, are qualified to engage in a world unification war in the end. However, these two countries can be regarded as born out of sorrow. One is facing the huge pressure from the Holy Court and the Black Tide represented by the Seven Gods. And the other is facing the huge pressure from the 5 countries of this world and the prophecy. And the Southern Wilderness has many more reasons for war than any other country. Even the Holy Court is riding on its head to shit. But the Sun King endured the humiliation and reached reconciliation with the Moon Kingdom. Under a delicate relationship and situation, the two parties began to develop and recuperate.
No wonder you have such confidence in the Black Tide.
George changed the Sun King's ambition to dominate the world with just one sentence.
Indeed.
The Sun King sighed. It seems that after talking with George and the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, he has a better understanding of the pattern of the world. People in the Southern Wilderness should not only broaden their horizons, but also set their sights on the real future.
George, these grains are, firstly, prepared for future disasters, and secondly, prepared for the decisive battle with the devil. Originally, I had been adhering to the strategy of harmony and defense. But now, my son and the son-in-law hopes to switch from defense to offense. So if these grains are used on the front line, it can be considered a good use.
The Sun King now knows that he cannot defend himself against the Black Tide. The Black Tide is like a plague. The more contagious it becomes, the more terrifying it becomes. Once they have harvested enough lives and souls, the battle will be impossible to fight. Those idiots in the north are just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The only way is for everyone to unite and block the demon's flaming iron hooves in the eastern border of Elda. Otherwise the whole world will burn.
Your Majesty, I would like to thank you first for those soldiers who are fighting for the future of mankind on the front line. But I'm afraid we won't be able to get too much of this food from the front line.
George shook his head and said with a somewhat melancholy expression,
all this food is they have to be moved east, they have to be used for disaster relief.
Chapter 849. The old king dies, and the new king succeeds to the throne. George looked at the grain. They all indeed have to be used for disaster relief in those troubled times. Disasters are more than just fog and tsunamis. As for the army's share, it can provide up to 2 years' worth of military rations. But 2 years is almost enough. After 2 years, the major grain bases in Valley, Basin, Dome Eagle, and Iberia will be blooming everywhere. Although we want to feed people all over the world, there are still some shortcomings. How can this temporary production be done? But as long as the army can prevent people from starving to death during wars, mankind will still have a future. Therefore, most of this food must be used for disaster relief. The Sun King's eyes narrowed slightly. The Queen informed herself that the Moon Country had already started migrating last month. I'm afraid there's no way around a tsunami, no matter if there's one or not. You have to be prepared. At this moment, the Sun King saw that his good son-in-law suddenly lifted up his cloak, flapped his armor, knelt at his feet, and bowed his head deeply. The Sun King was shocked. He was stunned on the spot, a little confused. The crowd around them was also confused. Only Gasper and a group of heavenly historians were writing down things.
Your Majesty, you have given me the hope of living in this world. Please accept me and pay homage. You have saved countless people.
The crowd around them suddenly understood and fell to the ground one after another. The Knights of the Dawn knelt on one knee to pay respect. And the bureaucrats of Sun City kowtowed and shouted long live. The Sun King never dreamed of this scene. He had thought about letting another emperor bow at his feet many times. But he never thought it would be for such a reason. He suddenly understood what kind of heart a true king should have, and what it means to have the world in mind. My good son-in-law, whether he was just showing off today, or he really felt like this in his heart, I am far inferior to him in this aspect. The Sun King looked at George, who was prostrate to the ground, and nodded slowly, feeling that maybe he was really old, and maybe it was right to give everything to his son and son-in-law, although he was a little reluctant to give it. George, who was bowing his head to the ground, continued to say solemnly,
the name of the saint, Sun Chaser Mox, will surely be sung by the world for thousands of years. Just like Turadane.
There have been many saviors and saints in this world, but Turadane is the first generation of saints and the first generation of saviors recorded in history. It was the end of the world when the gods destroyed the world. Under the guidance of the Kashia people and the 7 gods, Tiridain and his younger brother led mankind from the north to the world's first sanctuary, the Golden Kingdom. He can be regarded as the enhanced version of Noah in this world. George compared the Sun King to Tiridain, which is really apt. Sun Chaser Mox led people of all races from the south to Sun City to accumulate food so that the people of the world could survive the tsunami. Of course, this may not be the original intention of the Sun King. He just cares about the people of the southern wilderness. Originally, he didn't believe in tsunamis and sat in Sun City waiting to die. So as long as this is written casually, the Sun King is the center of the world, and a foolish and war-mad man must also be added. But now that George said something, the father-in-law discovered that he had been singing for thousands of years. And it was also recorded in the documents of the Kingdom of Heaven. How many people have been recorded in the documents of the Kingdom of Heaven in this history? This suddenly turned a foolish and unscrupulous war madman into a savior like Tiridain. Naturally, the Sun King laughed heartily, and was extremely happy. Originally, he was still somewhat unwilling to give up. Especially after seeing these grains, this was 20 years of accumulation in the pursuit of hegemony. But now, he felt comfortable all over. Over the past thousands of years, dynasties have changed. And several dynasties can be passed down for hundreds of generations, if they have not changed dynasties for 10 generations. They are burning incense. And how many emperors can be remembered? What is the purpose of your life as a soldier? Isn't it just that it can be sung through the ages and leave a strong mark in the history books so that future generations will not forget it? Moreover, after making such a deal, in the future, no matter whether his son-in-law will fulfill the promise of the Sun King will live forever, his descendants will not encounter any kind of massacre. Look at that failed how carefree Duhasman and Salman live. It has been tens of thousands of years. And there have been too many people who have trampled the capital of the Sand Kingdom. But no one of Tiridain's descendants has dared to kill them, including myself. So George not only gave himself a famous name that will be passed down through the ages, but also gave his descendants a gold medal to avoid death, to prove his commitment to himself. This is the real hacking gift. The historians wrote this down in the records of the Kingdom of Heaven. At this moment, the Sun King laughed heartily. He couldn't help but look at his son again. Alexander would definitely leave a significant mark in this doomsday war. Even after the 2nd generation, there would be no more Sun King. Mox would be satisfied in this life. And when he looked at his son-in-law, he became more and more pleasing to his eyes. And he liked him more and more. He was the Sun King. The fake Tiridain. His son was the hero who fought against the devil. And his son-in-law was the real one. Tiridain. Now I have both face and dignity. He suddenly felt that his life was worth it. George also laughed happily. He knew that now his father-in-law was finally willing to keep all his family property. Finally got the hacking trick. George was very satisfied. So what if he sacrificed all 18 generations of the Sun King's ancestors for the sake of this world? No matter what the Sun King's original intention was, he still left something for future generations and contributed greatly to the fight against the doomsday. It should be recorded in the history books. As for what this history was like, what is the truth? Let future generations be the judge. After inspecting the granaries in the city with the Sun King that day, George stood on the city wall and pondered for a long time while watching the ships passing by. Some of these ships were filled with food, and some were filled with laborers. Some even have elders, priests and priests from some tribes in the southern wilderness. They will all go to the Golden Inland Sea in the middle of the Chuanqing River to transform the land, build water conservancy projects, and prepare for future floods that may occur after a tsunami. Although the Golden Inland Sea is located in the middle of the continent and will not be affected by tsunamis, the rivers will inevitably rise in the future if preparations are not made early. Severe flooding will occur after several heavy rains. The entire southern wilderness is the best land preserved in the fog. The population has reached 14.88 million people. It sounds like a lot. But every time George hears this number, his heart will tremble. Such a vast and fertile land. But the population did not even reach half of the Qin dynasty's figure. As to how many there were in the north, no one knew, not even the kings. Only Alfonso gave a figure for Eldar's population before the mists: 80 million. The land was twice as large as the Song dynasty. But the population was not as large as the Song dynasty. But compared to now, Elda was already an extremely prosperous dynasty. Because in the entire world now, apart from the Moon Kingdom and the Holy Empire, the most populous one is probably the southern wilderness, because most of the people in the southern wilderness are refugees who have escaped from various northern countries. The vast land in the north is like the Eurasian continent, and the south is like the Americas.
But now it is sparsely populated. Not as good as many dynasties in Xia dynasty. According to the Heavenly Kingdom archives, the population of the world today is dozens of times different than before the fog. Humanity is gradually becoming extinct. Now, even the 14.88 million people in this rich southern wilderness are facing the dilemma of being displaced. In the event of a natural disaster, most of the land in the south will no longer be suitable for survival. A lot of land will be flooded. I am afraid that only the Golden Inland Sea in the middle of the continent will not be affected too much. But 14.88 million people cannot be accommodated there. Now, there is land and no people in the north. And the south will have more people and less land in the future. But it is not appropriate to just move people from the south to the north. Perhaps we should allow the population exchange between the north and the south to take advantage of this doomsday plan to have a blood exchange. Let people of all races gradually integrate and spend the future together. Human beings can no longer kill each other. There are many people in the southern wilderness. But there are not many people in the southern wilderness. Less than 3 million. And it is divided into hundreds of ethnic groups and thousands of tribes. Most ethnic groups are not exclusive under the belief and prophecy of the sun god. So as long as the culture, writing and beliefs are unified, it will be easy to integrate into the big family. In fact, in the past few decades, people of all ethnic groups in the southern wilderness have been intermarrying with each other. Many tribesmen in the southern wilderness have now moved into cities and castles. Many enlightened lords, like Sarando, even wore short clothes and imitated the Moon Kingdom. The only pity is that although most of the lords live in castles, their rulers vigorously develop pastures, and everyone raises cattle and horses. Although the Sun King advocated the development of agriculture, he also supported the lords in domesticating a large number of cattle and horses for future wars. After the tsunami, most of the grasslands in the southern wilderness will probably disappear. This place must transform into an agricultural society and start learning some magic. At the same time, we should also learn farming techniques here. The southern wilderness has such fertile land, and there are also high-yielding crops such as corn and sweet potatoes. But the average yield per moo adds up to only 6 bushels, 300 pounds. What is the shelter's wheat yield this month? Almost 400 pounds. The average yield per moo of all crops combined has exceeded 20 bushels. Even Dome Eagle's average yield per moo this month reached 8 bushels. The farmland here needs to be developed well, and the land must be put to full use before the stars fall. The residents of the shelter may have many people coming here for business trips this year. Pastures alone are not enough. Especially the land near the Golden Inland Sea should be well transformed. Once this large granary develops, even after the tsunami, the land in this area of the Inland Sea alone will probably have better yields than Iberia and the basin. Feeding 20 million people is no problem. By late September, many at the shelter were already wearing coats. But in southern wasteland, you still have to be shirtless to feel comfortable. On this day, the old king died, and the new king succeeded to the throne. The spokesperson of the sun god, Lord Dawn, raised his sword in the sun temple to canonize the new king. God-given kingship. Nowadays, those thorn-headed lords have long been subdued by the sun king's thunderous methods, and most of the remaining people support the prince. Coupled with the endorsement of the sun god and the entire heaven, the ascendancy of the eldest son of the sun is undisputed, and the royal power granted by heaven also made the people of the entire southern wilderness follow their wishes. Compared to the old sun king, the new king is tolerant and kind, and his prime minister is the moderate Solando. This made the nobles, who had always lived in the shadow of the old king, cry with joy today, or in other words, the nobles had been crying since the day they paid homage to the old king. That damn old butcher is finally dead. Next, the southern wilderness ushered in a comprehensive open policy. Originally, in the isolation of the southern wilderness, the noble lords could only conduct trade with various countries in private and secretly. Many people even learned magic. But the temple uses its teachings to find fault. It can be said that southern wasteland has longed for the new world for a long time. In addition, some of the conservatives were killed by the Sun King, and some are die-hard loyalists of the Sun God. Therefore, all the new policies went very smoothly, and the start of the trade war also activated the southern wilderness. Cities are once again revitalized. The work of migration, blood exchange and integration also quietly unfolded in this torrent of trade. Alexander temporarily stayed in southern wasteland. The eunuchs and princesses who were martyrdomed all went to the shelter. As for the old Sun King, after wandering around the shelter with George for a few days, they went to Dome Eagle together and headed towards the capital of Elda. The two of them basically stayed together all day long. And Mox, who had changed his clothes, looked like one of George's old retainers. Old knights,
elders, or teachers, his last name was naturally Austin. And George no longer calls Mox Your Majesty, but Uncle, or King Smoker. There are kings all over the southern wilderness. And now the Sun King is also dressed like an ordinary southern wilderness noble. However, no matter how ordinary King Smoke is dressed, he is probably not ordinary. You can tell from the silly look in Mosk's eyes. Ever since little fatty Moss met up with George and others on the road, his eyes had never left the big fat man, or rather, the bear. Because this King Smoke is over 270 meters tall. And his width is also scary. The weight reached a terrifying 300 kilograms. It's like a big brown bear. Or an ogre lord. The fat guy Moss, who was as big as O'Neill, stood in front of the brown bear, looking like a little raccoon. On this day, everyone stopped in the city to rest during their journey. After the nobles entertained everyone, George and others put on ordinary clothes and walked around the city. Moss couldn't help but bring up the issue again.
Don't lie to me. George, I just heard you call him Mox.
Moss shouted softly, and he looked at the big brown bear not far away, who was chatting with an old farmer. He couldn't help but open his mouth again. He would never admit it.
I'm not blind.
Moss stared and shouted loudly.
How many such tall and strong King Mox are there in the world? And I just saw it. Bonna called him father.
George stretched out a hand, stared into Moss's eyes, and said seriously,
There are many people named Mox in the southern wilderness also. My uncle is called Smoke.
Moss was frightened by George's eyes and nodded quickly.
Just say so.
To make Moss remember, George repeated.
Smoke. Alexei. Blah blah blah. Austin Uncle Mox. Shouting over there, which middle name have you decided on?
Is it Carl or Charlie?
King Smoker had no time to pay attention to him. He was standing in front of the old farmer, with a confused look on his face. Chapter 850 The Sun King's Journey to Elda. 2 hours ago. The Sun King was actually very familiar with Elda. He is a restless person. Basically every year he disguises himself as a businessman or aristocrat from the southern wilderness and travels around the world. I know that the life of the Eldar people is far inferior to that of the southern wilderness. Many Eldar people have fled to the southern wilderness. Today, during a private visit with George and others in this city, the Sun King also saw all kinds of people. The faces of the people of Elda were all pale. On the contrary, the nobles in the castle were all dressed in luxurious clothes, and their faces were glowing. However, the Sun King felt that these civilians had changed a lot compared to what he had seen here last year. In the past, most of the people here were dressed in rags and looked worse than the beggars in the southern wasteland city. Although the civilians here are not very well dressed, their clothes are quite thick, and they all wear shoes. The most obvious thing is that these people's eyes no longer have that numb color, but exude a radiance of hope. And although these people all have colorful faces, they seem to have had enough to eat this year. The food harvest has only begun in the past 2 months, and the people themselves cannot eat enough with what they have at home. So it should be the nobles who distribute the food. In addition,
I remember George said before that the Dawn Farmers Association seemed to have allocated a lot of food to the refugees. I heard from George that the people here can have enough to eat. On the one hand, it is because of the trade routes and trade opened up by Abilene that allowed the influx of food. On the one hand, it is also thanks to the mercenaries. Hearing this, Smoke couldn't help but look at a group of people on the side of the street. Mercenaries again. I don't remember this is the first wave of mercenaries I saw today. The Sun King had seen many mercenaries, and he had a lot of influence on these damn mercenaries, profit-seeking gangsters, bandits and robbers with no moral bottom line. Mercenaries? They are either old women or crows and vultures. His usual behavior can be described as full of bad deeds. Therefore, the people hate them and fear them. But the mercenaries I saw when I went to Elda this time seemed to be different from those the Sun King had seen before. To say it's different, I can't say what's different about it. Each of these mercenaries seems to be very energetic, very different from those drunken mercenaries. And the people seemed to like these mercenaries very much. The mercenaries in front of them were reading something on a bulletin board for the people around them. What did George call that? Journal? Seeing George chatting with the nobles over there, the Sun King and a few people around him walked slowly and quietly to the crowd on the other side of the signboard and listened curiously. It sounds like the journals contain all kinds of interesting reading, and many of them are about agriculture. For example, why certain lands are not suitable for blindly growing seed potatoes, soybeans, or wheat. How to intercrop and rotate crops will increase the yield. For example, which crops should be taken care of. How fertilizer should be handled. How crops should be dewormed. How to prevent locusts, etc. After listening, The Sun King understood somewhat. But his expression became increasingly weird as he looked at those strange mercenaries. Weren't they mercenaries? Why do you mind such noisy matters? Moreover, these farmers are actually willing to listen to this stuff? These stubborn farmers never like to listen to other people's advice. In the Sun King realm, Sarando once hired many apprentices from the Moon Kingdom and wanted to teach the citizens step by step how to better carry out agricultural production. The result was ineffective, especially the refugees from Elda, who were particularly stubborn. Not only did he still go his own way, he also believed that the knowledge was related to the devil. In the end, the chiefs had to use whips and decrees to punish, so that everyone could abandon their old farming habits and start farming according to more advanced methods. But the farmers are still lazy. As long as they are not careful, they will do whatever they want. But the Elda farmers in front of them are very different. They seem to be very interested in agricultural knowledge. After listening to the chaotic discussion among the crowd, the Sun King was a little surprised they actually all have their own land. We are still small landowners and free and wealthy people. But after listening to it, he discovered that these people did have their own land. But they didn't have the final say on who would grow what. In other words, it was carried out in accordance with the plan of the Lingning Farmers Association. Some people even only grew beans and did not grow food. If these lands belong to the Lord's family, then everyone may follow the Lord's wishes. But these lands are their own, and they actually strictly follow the plan of Lao Shizi's Lingning Peasants Association. Seeing the happy faces of these people, the Sun King guessed that these farmers and small landowners must have been deceived by George's group of men. Moreover, all the things that were deceived should have been realized and fulfilled. After the great harvest, everyone has a surplus of food and is naturally happy. As for the land in my own home, I must have put my heart into it after tasting the benefits. They all started to study here. The Sun King couldn't help but become more curious. How much food had been harvested to make these people's faces glow? And it seems that just last year, these people didn't have enough to eat. He had heard from George before that the average yield of Elda was 6 to 8 bushels. For places where various work started earlier, the yield was higher. The various works were started late, and the output was lower, but the so-called low 6 bushels made the Sun King think that George was bragging. The average yield of 6 bushels is more than 200 kilograms of grain per acre of land. This place is full of fog. How can it have such a high output? But everything in front of me is verifying this fact. How many fields does an average household in your area have? The Sun King spoke fluent Elda and asked the person next to him. The man looked like a young country squire, well dressed, but he seemed to have gone to the field by himself. He felt a hand patting him from behind, and turned his head impatiently, only to see a huge belly. He raised his head, looked up, and found it extremely tall giant. The little squire was startled for a moment, and then he became happy, as if he saw an old acquaintance. Afterwards, he chatted with the Sun King cordially for a long time. This attitude made the Sun King greatly puzzled, because after most people see themselves, they will be so scared that their legs will become weak, and they will think of themselves as the barbarians in the southern wilderness, who eat people without spitting out their bones. But after chatting for a while, he discovered that this little squire seemed to regard himself as a Templar who came from other places. It seems that many people in the northern and southern wilderness have joined the shelter camp this year. Chapter 851 The Ranger Loved by the People. Master of the Holy Church, we are farming intensively here this year. Generally, men have 15 acres and women have 10 acres. For a family of 5, 2 adults, 2 older children, and 1 younger child, the total is almost 50 acres of land. After chatting for a while, the squire noticed that there were servants beside the big man, and several of them were women disguised as men. He suddenly realized that this was a noble lord from the southern wilderness. So I couldn't help but lose interest in chatting, and went to see the board with my companions, not wanting to wait any longer. The Sun King didn't notice, but several servants around him noticed the squire's attitude. They looked at each other in surprise. My group followed the boss around and met too many people. People from all over the world usually had 2 reactions after meeting the nobles of the southern wilderness. One was so scared that he peed his pants and yelled. One has a flattering look on his face and is vying to please him. But this little squire not only didn't look afraid at all, he also embarrassed himself. The servants were strange there, and the Sun King was also strange. He touched his big beard that was tied into a big braid, looked at the signboard not far away, and frowned. 50 acres? The Sun King knows Elda's national conditions very well. Generally speaking, of the 50 acres of land, 30 acres are used for labor by the leaders, and basically all of them have to be handed over. The remaining 20 acres of land, if it was not rented land, would have to be taxed and turned over to the Lord. If it is rented land, it is even worse, because these tenants who lease the land usually borrow usury from the landlord. In addition, he also had to be sucked by various masters for various reasons. Wait for the farmers to turn over their debts from last year, the year before, and the year before that, and then turn over their taxes for the year after, and the year after that, after peeling off the skin layer by layer. If only 3 to 5 acres of food are left on 20 acres of land, it is considered to be a good source of incense. In previous years, Elda's average yield was 1 to 2 bushels. In other words, 50 to 100 kilograms of grain. 5 acres of land is only 3 to 500 kilograms. And 5 people need to eat it for a year. How is this enough? This 3 to 500 kilograms is enough for an adult to eat for a year, which means he is just full. So of course, I had to borrow grain. And it had to be mixed with some sawdust, sand, and wild vegetables. Not only that, everyone also had to find a way to work as a waiter for the Lord earlier, so that they could supplement their family income and make enough food for their family. Therefore, the common people of Elda's greatest wish in their lives is to have enough to eat. Of course, I don't have money to buy shoes and clothes. The yield in September this year was 6 to 8 bushels, which has increased several times, but even if the yield is 8 bushels, it is only 40 bushels. If all these 40 bushels of grain were used as rations, it would be enough. But firewood, rice, oil, and salt all cost money. If you want to order some clothes and shoes, or if you are forced by the Lord to raise a horse, then the whole family will have to live on a full stomach. This is not counting seeds. If seeds were counted, if these 40 bushels of grain were thrown into a 50-acre field, there would be basically nothing left. Therefore, these farmers, no matter how they calculate, have to borrow a usurious loan from the squires and nobles to live. So, what are the Elda farmers on this street so happy about? A burst of noise and shouting behind him caught the attention of the Sun King. He and his servants looked back and found that they were a family. This family drove 2 large carriages filled with grain. It looked like he was leaving the city. After they encountered a group of mercenaries, an argument ensued. The Sun King couldn't help but gloated. It looked like the mercenaries were trying to rob the old farmer's things, which was really exciting. These mercenaries were all George's people. He glanced at George with excitement, and then Master Smoke walked over leisurely with his servants, intending to see how these shelter mercenaries that George boasted about all day long behaved.
Oh, comrade, just accept it. My son just went to Swan Lake with the Rangers this year. Seeing you is like seeing my son Little John. Please take your mother's death. Bring those embroidered osmanthus cake that you bought. You are going to the front line too. Right. Eat on the way. Eat on the way.
The old farmer took the basket next to him and stuffed it with a pile of things in his arms towards the other person's house. This scene made the mercenaries extremely embarrassed. The team leader saw that the team in front had already left and hurriedly postponed.
Fellow, you can keep these things for yourself. We have discipline.
The Sun King, who was standing next to the carriage, looked confused at the scene in front of him. Not only did the old farmer and the mercenaries say many words that he had never heard before, but their behavior also simply refreshed the Sun King's outlook. Is this an act? And the common people stuffing things into the hands of soldiers? What does this soldier look like in the eyes of the people? It's a bandit. It's a robber. They do all kinds of evil. When supporting the battlefield, they often go to the cities they pass by to burn, kill and loot in the name of supplies. This makes the people of the northern countries hate their country's soldiers more than they hate the bandits in the southern wilderness. The shelter may have strict military discipline, and no one would do such a thing. But you won't let others give you things and be treated as your own son or brother by the people. Right? And when people rush to give you something, they still don't accept it? Isn't this nonsense? After being stubborn for a long time, the Sun King discovered that the team leader finally collected the things and hurried on. At this moment, the Sun King felt as if he had eaten a bowl of ice dragons crawling in that summer, finally feeling relaxed. But then, a soldier from the team who ran back. While the Sun King was stunned, he threw a few silver foxes held in handkerchiefs at the carriage.
Oh my! Why did you give me money?
The old farmer, who had just got on the bus, stamped his feet.
I gave you so much.
In the end, he carefully collected the money and asked his son to keep it well. He also told his son to collect it carefully and donate it to the
Farmers Association,
to use it as seed money for people in the community, or maybe buy some new tools for everyone. After giving the instructions, the old farmer turned around and looked at the Sun King and his servants and concubines, who were stuck in place next to the carriage. He smiled and said,
I've made you laugh. You came from the Cathedral of the Dawn. Are they coming here? Or are they the Sun Knights who came here in Helenska? Are they also going to the front line?
When the old farmer said these words, his face was wrinkled with a smile, as if he was not looking at a southern wilderness, but a hero who protected them. But the Sun King sounded a little troubled. How many people from Helenska had joined the mercenary team of the sanctuary? And those who have gone to the shelter? That bastard Avali.
No, I came from further south.
The Sun King puffed out his chest and said, The servants and princesses around me also stood up straight and raised their heads proudly. We are from Sun City. When the old farmer heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Then he looked at the nobles in front of him, picked up the whip, and was about to leave.
Oh, it turns out they are from the other side of the River of Stars.
Driver. Chapter 852, Earthshaking. Looking at the old farmer, who was about to leave after throwing his whip, the Sun King looked confused. He really couldn't figure it out. Not to mention that we are from the southern wilderness. But the status of this noble is enough to make an old farmer stop the car and answer some questions. Right? In Elda, anyone who dares to be disrespectful to the nobles will be whipped. Beating people to death in the street happens from time to time. I have also done many chivalrous and righteous things. But the people he met today, no matter what their status, everyone seemed to be indifferent to him. He seemed to have confidence in the nobles, and didn't care about the authority of the nobles at all. He was planning to ask something. So how could he let him go? Seeing that the carriage had left, the Sun King coughed and quickly reached out to hold the carriage. This giant was very energetic. But after holding the shaft of the cart with one hand, the horse raised its hooves. But it didn't even pull the cart. The old farmer couldn't help but frown and turned around, seeing the smile on the Sun King's face.
However, I came here with Prince Rodunk Red Dragon. I am considered a member of the group and will participate in the martial arts competition together.
This time, the old farmer was finally moved. Even his whole family turned their heads and stared curiously at the fat man, who was a head or two taller than a horse.
Oh, so I came with the big lord. Okay.
The old farmer nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of respect.
Great lord. Are you called George?
The Sun King was a little surprised.
Why do you call him Great Lord and not Lord of Heaven? Prince? Or His Highness? What does this Great Lord mean? Because he is the Great Lord of everyone.
The old farmer nodded and sighed.
How can he be compared to those nobles who are just waiting to die?
The Sun King's eyes moved slightly, and he muttered in his heart, The Great Lord of all people. The old farmer seemed to be interested in chatting, and took the initiative to chat with the Sun King.
Looking at how tall you are, I thought you were a ranger, or a warrior of the Dawn Guard. Ha. That's right.
The Sun King straightened his expression and said,
But, old, call me Old John. Old John. I have heard these two words a lot along the way. Dawn Guard. I know. It's a Templar. Right. But what is a ranger?
When the Sun King asked, the old farmer pointed to the mercenaries, who had already left not far away, and said,
Aren't those the rangers?
At this moment, the Sun King finally realized something. No wonder these mercenaries look so different. Force and others are fake mercenaries and real rangers. They blended in with the crowd, blending in with the people at the bottom of Elda, making it impossible for outsiders to tell them apart. Various strange phenomena in this city should also originate from these mercenaries. I don't know what they have done.
Old John, do all these cars belong to your family? How much land does this amount of grain require? How many people do you have in your family?
The Sun King asked while looking at the old farmer's son and daughter-in-law. In the following chat, the Sun King learned that this family had not yet been divided. The old farmer had 3 sons. One went to the battlefield, one was married at home, and the other was not yet married. 2 sons and a daughter-in-law are now living with the elderly. And there are also several infant grandsons. The children have no land. So it can be regarded as a serious family of 5. After chatting for a while, the Sun King discovered that this family of 5 did indeed have 50 acres of land. But none of it belonged to them. Their family were refugees from outside and were tenants. So he himself has no land. However, their home is in the Lingming Farmers Association, rented for the day. So there is land to plant. After this year's grain was handed over to the Farmers Association, there was a lot left over. And the grain in these 2 carts is only part of it after replacing a lot of utensils and clothes. There are still nearly 300 bushels of grain left. It's enough to last this old snack for several years. Moreover, the family also has cattle and horses which are also rented. Or public. Because I don't need money. Some subsidies will also be given. But the puppies, the dairy products,
etc. are all divided with the Farmers Association. Therefore, the whole family regarded the cows and horses as their own treasures and took care of them carefully. During busy farming periods, the cows and horses are brought together for common use. Usually, villagers in the village, who belong to the same farming community, will also borrow them from each other. 3 of the old farmers for pulling horses were borrowed from other people's homes. Moreover, this old farmer's house was also built by others. There are many uninhabited villages with vacant land in the local area, but it needs repairs. People who come to repair are all helping each other. Occasionally, when passing mercenaries were resting in the farm, they would lend a hand and help. This year's surplus grain is indeed a lot. I have never seen so much grain. Thanks to the Rangers and the Farmers Association. After saying this, the old farmer wiped his tears excitedly. It seems that it can be done this year now that I have meat. I can change my clothes. No, this year's output is pretty good. This month, I'm going to plant potatoes and other crops. After planting in the fall, I can harvest several more loads. I'll prepare it next to my house. Build another house for my son and my wife to live in. The old farmer said a lot of things, but the Sun King looked confused when he heard this. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have to pay taxes? 200 bushels. How come there is so much food left?" "My son has joined the army." When the old farmer mentioned his son, he became proud. The Peasant Association has favorable policies and pays less food than other families. When he is full next year, my son will also be able to have 15 acres of my own land. I heard that my son has also made meritorious service. Not long ago, he participated in a battle near the capital of Elda to eliminate the source of disaster. He saved a large number of noble lords, waiting for military achievements when we come down. These 50 acres of land will basically belong to our own family. At that time, we only need to pay 10% of the tax to the Farmers Association and it will be okay. Then the rest will be used as food? The Sun King asked in disbelief. Of course, the Farmers Association will collect it with money, but each of our households has also discussed that we are going to donate some of the extra food. In this world, there are refugees everywhere. Natural and man-made disasters. We have a day. After that, we must not forget the times when others helped us. Just like our little village chief from the shelter said, everyone must help each other to overcome difficulties. The Sun King fell silent, thinking of the tsunami in the southern wilderness. In the future, many people from the southern wilderness will become refugees and come to the north. Aren't these the people in need of help that old John said? The Sun King could not imagine what reasons and what kind of beliefs caused an ordinary Don citizen thousands of miles away to think about the hungry people all over the world. However, these people do not believe in God. The Sun King was silent, but a princess dressed as a servant next to him couldn't help but asked curiously, after paying the share to the Peasant Association, "What about the Lord and the King? And the church? They don't collect taxes food? You mean exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes?" The old farmer brought up a word that the Sun King and others had never heard before. There are no exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes now. The taxes stipulated in laws and regulations are also included in the shares handed over to the Farmers Association. Yes, there is an agreement between the Farmers Association and the nobles on how to pay taxes to the fields that the Farmers Association rents from the nobles. We don't have to worry about it. The servants and princesses did not understand, but the Sun King understood. First of all, the food production of Elda is indeed good. Secondly, the nobles were blocked by the Dawn Parliament. However, although there is an agreement between the Farmers Association under the Dawn Council and the nobles, no matter how it is calculated, the agreement and the law will be strictly followed. But the nobles and squires can turn around and find excuses to plunder the common people. They have many tricks up their sleeves. These common people are illiterate and have no knowledge. After seeing the soldiers coming, they naturally do whatever they say. So maybe you should have paid 1 share of rice, but you actually paid 2 or 3 cents. As a result, the farmers themselves did not know that they paid too much. But when the Sun King asked this question, he got an extremely surprising answer. "You're such a weird person. Didn't I tell you that the grain in our farm is harvested and handed over to the Farmers Association? Those bastard nobles still dare to come? They deserve to be beaten to death." After leaving these words, the old farmer ignored this inexplicable southern wilderness nobleman. "Do you still know the big lord? Just blow it and he will. Knowing the great lord. Can you ask so many strange questions?" He drove away in his carriage. The Sun King was stunned. An old farmer dares to say that he would kill a squire? King Smoke couldn't help but look at the sky. Could it be that the sky has turned around? "Uncle, I've been calling you for a long time.
George came over at some point and patted Smoke's big belly.
Let's go to the industrial area in the city to have a look. Winseong Castle is the name of AI in the alchemy industrial city of Erda. Many workshops here began to upgrade their technology in March this year. Most of the magic sails used in the south this year came from here. And many of the land speed ships used in Sun City are also produced here.
George said while pulling the Sun King. Hearing this, the Sun King also became interested. The surrounding old-school aristocrats didn't know anything about factories, magic sails, or land-sailing ships. And their only concepts of alchemy were those of
turning stone into gold
and quack magicians. So when they heard George speak, they were confused. But several young nobles stood up. He acted as a guide and explained everything clearly. These young nobles all dress very strangely, short clothes, short hair, and tailcoats. They are clearly different from those old-school nobles. The old nobles and these new nobles also dislike each other, especially the leader, Duke Winseong, who is a thorn in the side of the old nobles, a thorn in their flesh, and is even regarded as a disgrace to the nobility by the old nobles. But he is regarded as an idol by people like Gale, because he is a true upstart except for a few farms he inherited. All other lands and castles were purchased by him. So his title is just an empty title. Duke Winseong's father is very famous, and his rise is very similar to Brenda's. However, Brenda obtained the title of Earl through adventure and fame. But Duke Winseong's father obtained the title through business. He was a member of the Public Aid Association. Duke Winseong's father was originally an ordinary businessman. During Elda's first land enclosure movement, he gradually rose to prominence and bought a lordship, and became a leader among the new rich in the entire Elda, except for the Kanglan family's caravan, which can travel unimpeded in the southern wilderness. This new rich is the only one. Later, in order to win over this upstart, Alfonso married one of his sisters to him, and through the connections of the noble council, gave this guy a dukedom title that should have been taken back by the royal family. So Duke Winseong's father became the first generation of dukes to rise from common people. And the Duke Winseong in front of him was a proper second-generation noble. He is only in his 30s this year. He had just inherited his father's title, but he had already been involved in the business field for more than 10 years. At home, Duke Winseong belongs to the staunch reformist faction, and the leader of this faction is His Highness Alfonso. Under the idea of
divine right of kings,
the old king implemented autocracy, which greatly harmed the interests of the emerging bourgeoisie and new rich in Elda. The autocracy in the Holy Court has long been intolerable to the nouveau riche. The Holy Court treats heretics harshly, especially the followers of the Sun God. The nobles of Elda are not even allowed to have trade relations with the southern wilderness. Therefore, for a long time, the new rich have been unable to openly trade with the big customers at their doorsteps, so they can only take a detour to the Moon Kingdom. However, on this Silk Road, they are all bandits from the southern wilderness. If they can't buy the goods, they naturally want to rob them. Whether it is Alfonso or the new rich, they all need food, cattle and horses, leather, plush, and cotton from the southern wilderness. Certain raw materials imported from Saudi Arabia require a wali to open its ports. Avali and others need textiles, various daily necessities, and even magic items such as magic sails. Therefore, there has always been a secret deal between Xingui and Nan Wang. Regarding this matter, the old king and the Holy Court or St. Wilmic's Cathedral naturally joined forces to suppress it. I can't wait to kill these new rich and newly emerging capitalists. Therefore, the conflict between the new rich and the old king and the Holy Court is extremely acute. If in a few years Elda will have an industrial revolution like the Moon Kingdom, or a glorious revolution, these people are the new aristocrats that the bourgeoisie will inevitably unite with. And these guys, under the leadership of Alfonso, will definitely overthrow the old dynasty and establish the United Kingdom of Elda and XX, allowing Elda to enter the true era of industrial revolution. In fact, since Elda was defeated in the Battle of Twilight, parliamentary struggles, civil war, etc. have been going on in Elda for more than 20 years. The old-school nobles headed by Robert want to restore the glory of the Thorn dynasty, and after annexing Rodunk, the new rich and capitalists led by Alfonso wanted to establish a great united kingdom like the Moon Kingdom. The Black Tide battle in Blue Water City was the climax of the struggle between the old and new forces in Elda. It's a final showdown between the two factions. But in this battle, there was no winner in the end. The so-called restoration of the dynasty and the rise of the United Kingdom also trembled in the shadow of the devil. And if this direction occurs, the entire Elda may never see the day when the Industrial Revolution succeeds. But history was still changed by one person. Chapter 853 Enlightenment. Now the demons are harassing the border between Landry and Elda. But the Elda side is blocked by the guerrillas from the sanctuary in the east of Swan River. This gave Erda time to carry out a revolution to get rid of the rotten old nobles, take away the food hoarded in their hands, and liberate the productivity of the people at the bottom. At the same time, the magical technology in the shelter also brought great stimulation to the Eldar people, making many Eldar people realize the importance of the magic industry to the Eldas. Alfonso was right. Elda, it's time to make some serious changes. This has made many upstarts become active again. The Industrial Revolution accelerated. But now Elda's trade routes have been reopened, which allows new nutrients to continuously flow into Elda, and also allows the things produced by Elda to flow into the southern wilderness, and even into other parts of the world. Under this situation, the new wealthy people in Erda have seen more and more hope. As for the stubborn forces in the country that oppose the new rich, the old king is now so scared that he is cowering in the palace and pretending to be dead. And St. Wilmic's Cathedral has now changed its mind, because Avery's faction has regained control of this ancient church, the Holy Cathedral, and the representative of this faction in the Great Holy Cathedral is George's henchman Wallace. Today, the Great Cathedral is also setting off a religious revolution, and it has been flirting with sanctuary for quite some time. Therefore, it can be said that the new rich have finally found the leader, and they can rationally engage the old nobles. George is extremely concerned about this city, because it is a typical alchemy industrial city in Eldar. The lord of this city is nominally the local old count, but the actual master is Duke Wenxiang. Most of the things in this city are his property. The city is also the first to become a shelter OEM, since Alfonso began working with the shelter late last year. Therefore, Duke Wenxiang has many contacts with Sanctuary. And this city is also the only way to go from Dome Eagle to the capital of Elda. Originally, Duke Wenxiang planned to go to the royal capital early to have fun. But because he had been waiting for George, he never made the trip. After hearing that George planned to wander around the city, he also changed into casual clothes and acted as a guide for George and others along the way. Duke Wenxiang became interested when it came to factories. The industrial area that was gradually rising in the city had always been something the Duke was proud of. Duke Wenxiang belongs to the reformist faction in Elda and is influenced by the Moon Kingdom's ideological trend. His thoughts are also relatively radical. However, he was also a little confused about the mercenaries that had appeared in Erda in the past 2 years, because those mercenaries were more daring than him. But the appearance of these mercenaries is a great thing for the Nouveau Riche. Basically, everything in the city is done jointly by the Nouveau Riche and the mercenaries. Otherwise, the food and population would still be in the hands of the old-school nobles. I can't even build it in my own factory. After the earth-shaking riot in the city this year, Duke Wenxiang also discovered the advanced thinking of these mercenaries. Recently, he was deeply moved by the book, The New Age of Magic, written by Miss Sophia, and the responsibilities, and missions of the nobility in the new era mentioned in it. Reading and studying, they are throwing away the old concepts that Moon God taught them as members of the public association, and are chasing the torrent of the new magic era that is constantly accelerating. The books written by Dan, Wendell, Ian and others also hit the heart of Duke Wenxiang directly. There is a sentence in it that makes him unable to sleep for a long time whenever he reads it. I can endure the darkness, if never seen the light. On this street, there is a group of people who were once in darkness and are now rising up to resist. Those mercenaries are loved and feared by Duke Wenxiang. They, and a group of magic apprentices are standing on the boxes on the street. The loud people preached loudly and told stories loudly. What these people said was even scarier than what the old farmer said. After hearing this, the Sun King could not help but tremble all over. And those old-school noble lords even covered their faces and trembled. Things like this can be seen everywhere in Elda today. And in this city, in the industrial areas of the city, this kind of situation is even more common, especially when the workers are off work. Many mercenaries were originally on vacation in the city. Often when they passed by, they would be grabbed by the people and asked to tell everyone something and gain insights. The Sun King discovered that these mercenaries told all kinds of stories, including stories about the battlefield ahead and interesting things that happened in various places. They are all down to earth, lively and interesting. They are much more interesting than what the bards tell. People like to listen to them very much, and they all listen to them as ordinary stories. But the Sun King is able to listen to what he says. Those people are spreading ideas in enlightenment wise. They are preaching equality, universal love, courage, diligence, and generosity. They are all the thoughts of the 7 gods. However, The protagonists and heroic dreams in the story are not the priests in the holy court, but ordinary poor people, and even slaves. Born mercenary and farmer. They either participated in battles, acted chivalrously, or extended a generous hand to those around them, sacrificing themselves to save others. The protagonist in every story is worthy of praise, and the villain in every story makes people grind their teeth. The identities of these villains are naturally demons, but they are all the demons lurking among the nobility and the church. These demons wear human skin and hide in the world. They use the name of law and justice, but what they do is peel skin and drink blood. They use their inviolable aristocratic rights as an excuse to use clever names to plunder the people's food and squeeze the workers' hard-earned money. Many people died because of them. But the money and food that were looted were not given to the troops on the front line, or were squeezed into the granary to smell and rot, or they resold them at high prices in exchange for the gold and silver that decorated their castles or churches. The people in the territory starved to death one by one, but the demons were at ease. The skins of the nobility and the church became their protective cover, so that people can't tell whether they are humans or ghosts. Shouts rang out, and the mercenary standing on the box loudly asked the crowd below
how to identify demons.
People gave many answers. He also said that those who eat naka and deny others a way to survive are demons. Others say it's the ones who charge exorbitant taxes and loan sharks, of course. There are also those who force workers to work without paying them. Hearing this, Duke Wenxiang coughed in embarrassment. Miss Sophia is currently reorganizing the workshop with Her Majesty Elizabeth and establishing new rules. And she has been actively responding. Right? Not giving money was a thing of the past. The new rich were okay. But the old nobles turned pale and covered their faces. Not looking over there. The mercenary asked again.
What tricks do those demons use to defraud you of food and goods?
The crowd was in chaos. And the Sun King discovered that even ordinary people could understand those big words. And he also knows a lot about the law. He listened to the waves and the words spoken by the crowd. Eyes widened. But the Sun King didn't quite understand why these nobles allowed the people to make trouble openly. Preaching these things was simply a rebellion. Whether it was the stories told by the mercenaries, or the ideas spread by the mercenaries, they all violated the taboos of the nobles. Judging from the leopard, now in the entire Eldery, people probably only have shelters and rangers in their hearts. And there are no nobles or knights anymore. But what's interesting is that the noble private soldiers were all present and listening. They not only maintained order there, but also listened with gusto. Some people were still there eating pumpkin seeds. Chapter 854 The Spark of Truth. Looking at the crowd over there, the Sun King opened his mouth in disbelief. The common people don't know anything, so it's normal for them to come and join in the fun. The quality of private soldiers is low, so it is normal to not know the meaning of what they say after all. The families of these private soldiers are poor people, and they may rebel with the mercenaries, or even join the mercenaries. But the knights and nobles who manage the private soldiers just watch helplessly. The local aristocrats and squires don't care. They are not fools. So why are they watching everyone rebel in their own territory? What does the castle do? Isn't it just to prevent the common people from rebelling like this? George is not here every day, and there are not that many mercenaries in this city. The local nobles just let the mercenaries, who occasionally pass by, do whatever they want here. The Sun King couldn't help but look at the nobles not far away in surprise, and found that they were all looking left and right, and no one rushed to look over there. Several nobles passing by saw the crowd there, and walked away directly on the street, covering their faces. But a group of noble ladies and young masters dressed in short clothes excitedly joined the shouting crowd. The Sun King suddenly understood something. This city is now full of soldiers. Anyone who causes trouble is going against the hundreds of thousands of people in this city. The people who obeyed the rules honestly were still the aristocratic masters. George gave them a way to survive, and turned them into idle aristocrats staying in the city. Those who are dishonest and do not follow the rules, and do evil things and deny others a way to survive, are devils. There is no need for mercenaries or troops to come. The common people will overthrow them. Therefore, there is no need for soldiers from the shelter to be stationed here all the time. As long as there are occasional rangers who pass by here to act as leaders, maybe there are backbones among the common people. Seeing that George and the others had gone away, the Sun King quickly quickened his pace and followed them, and found that George was smiling and chatting with the nobles.
Count Sandra, thank you for your food. His Highness Alfonso mentioned your contribution many times in his letter. I heard that you have recently distributed a lot of food for disaster relief.
Earl Sandra, who was bought in 2011, had a smile on her face, and she started to answer questions one by one with the old-school nobles around her. The new rich also spoke to George about their achievements with flattering smiles. According to the nouveau riche, they took the initiative to help the refugees out of a noble's duty, morality, and belief in the dawn, although they were actually very reluctant in their hearts. But these ideas sound pretty good. As for the old nobles, they are not as good at talking as the new rich. But what they say is very real, such as following the call of the Farmers Association/mayor, doing charity, and giving some blessings to future generations. It can be said that the food these guys bring out is all for the sake of being forced. But the Sun King was confused. What is charity? What is blessing? Smoke couldn't help but stretched out his big hand and pulled Moss, who wanted to get closer to George. After feeling the bear paw being sent from behind, Duke Moss frowned. But when he looked back, he opened his mouth and said,
"Mock. No. Grandpa Smoke. What can I do for you? Grandpa?"
The Sun King blinked, not understanding the logic of this for a moment. Moss stretched out his thick and long finger and pointed at Soraya, who was beside George not far away.
"That's my aunt."
Then he pointed at George.
"That's my uncle."
Then Little Bear Moss pointed to the Sun King.
"You are George's uncle, Grandpa. What can you do?"
The Sun King couldn't help laughing because of this silly boy Moss. This silly boy looked just like his own son.
"You should be called Uncle George,"
the Sun King corrected. But looking at Moss's dumbfounded look, the Sun King shook his head.
"Whatever. What are those charity and blessings?" I don't know. It seems like..."
Moss explained it for a long time, but still couldn't explain it clearly. But at this time, a young man with a mustache came over with a flattering expression. Duke Wenxiang doesn't know exactly who Smoker is. He only pays attention to big guys like Adley and Frost Prince Moss, and doesn't pay much attention to Sun City. But there is one thing that Duke Wenxiang knows, and that is that George calls this old man uncle. He should be a relative of Princess Nan Wang. Maybe he is a respectable member of the Sun royal family. He knew everything about the Sun King's questions. In Duke Wenxiang's narration, the Sun King also understood the situation. Like fellow villagers and comrades, charity, blessings, etc. are also borrowed words from shelters. Nowadays, words such as charity, blessings, etc. have become buzzwords among the nobles. They can't do anything if they don't do charity, because if they hoard food and make money for the country, there will be no blessings for future generations. Not only will there be no blessings, but he may also become the Bloody Baron in that story.
"King Smoker, let me tell you,"
Duke Wenxiang said gloatingly,
"those old and immortal misers just need to be dealt with. They usually don't even turn in their taxes. The soldiers on the front line can fight in this war. So cruel. They are still thinking about making a huge profit from His Highness Alfonso and the shelter. Moreover, as nobles, isn't it the right thing for everyone to donate to the refugees? Whether those refugees are Alfonso, the people of Erda. Where did they come from? Are they all human lives? What are you doing with so much money? Take some out and resettle the refugees. Aren't the wastelands in the territory cultivated by people? But these guys, I just can't figure it out."
Having said this, Duke Wenxiang looked at a group of passing mercenaries. He took off his hat and saluted, and the mercenaries also responded. This made the smile on his face become even brighter. He looked at the old nobles not far away and said,
"Uh-huh. Now they are awakened. Do you think it is ironic or not? These upright nobles need rangers and Kuaha people to call them real nobles. What are the obligations of nobility?"
Duke Wenxiang and the Sun King said a lot of things, and they were all words of righteousness and Lingran. But who is the Sun King? After a few words, he could hear the true role of Duke Wenxiang. The Sun King couldn't help but look at Duke Wenxiang with disdain, and thought to himself, "Wallflower." After listening again, the Sun King also understood how mercenaries spread in Elda even because of those bloody barons. These bloody barons are all real. They are all real cultists and lurkers among the nobles. A source of disaster broke out in the vassal territories, and the great lords were so frightened that they lived in panic. But how many people are there in the church? And it seems that the gentlemen of the temple are not as powerful as the mercenaries. Therefore, everyone regarded the mercenaries as saviors at the beginning, and those misers also spent a lot of food in order to invite these mercenaries. But it is easier to ask God than to give him away the enlightened wisdom. Allow the people at the bottom who were in darkness and allowed to be oppressed to see the light, and also taught them how to fight. As Duke Wenxiang often says, "I can endure the darkness if I have never seen the light." Chapter 855 Elda's New Power. The common people of Erda became the examiners of the nobles, and some nobles were able to submit a satisfactory answer sheet. Nouveau riche such as Duke Wenxiang did have some minor problems, and they were also just outsiders. But he has never done any evil.
He usually does a lot of good deeds. So there is no trouble in the territory. That is to say, some grassroots corrupt officials were reported or simply picked out by mercenaries and ordinary people. And Duke Wenxiang naturally killed his relatives out of justice, and let everyone clean up the rat shit, so Duke Wenxiang actually gained a good reputation. He was very clever, and submitted to the shelter as soon as possible. Some nobles are misers, people like Earl Benjamin of Skyhawk. Or maybe it's the old aristocrats of this city. After being punished by the common people, he became honest. And those arbiters who came over promptly appeased the public's anger, taking over the territory in the name of the Cathedral of the Dawn and His Highness Alfonso, and doing a good job in construction and farming for those mediocre lords. But some lords committed many evil deeds. Naturally, they could not submit an answer that satisfied the people. And the result was naturally the same as what the old farmer said. And they deserved to be beaten to death. The upper-level leaders of Elda have already compromised on the work that the sanctuary has done in Elda, such as Saint Wilmec, Alfonso, Kenglin, or the old king who was huddled in the palace. Therefore, the nobles of Elda were unable to make any waves at all. Occasionally, the great lords, who could suppress the riots, were basically dealt with by southern wilderness bandits like Moss, or sources of disasters like Tanya. According to Garvey, just these garbage lords? I led my own troops to push forward. And it took less than a year to get it done. In this already rotten transition, the shelter trend of thought spreads incredibly fast. In this foggy place, people have longed for the light for a long time. And the countless teams in the shelter are like rain. And let Elda blossom everywhere. Nowadays, the number of rangers can be said to be very large. And every town in town has its backbone, mostly local people. This trend of thought in Elda not only awakened the power of the people, but also affected the superstructure. For the first time, the nobles realized that water can carry and capsize a boat. Many leaders also thought about the true meaning of the word. Subjects. Alfonso also began to think. The old king once represented the power of the holy court and the old aristocratic lords. And he tried his best to suppress the development of the people, the development of commerce, and the popularization of magic knowledge. In recent decades, the changes in the Moon Kingdom have deeply affected Elda, allowing Elda's wizards and upstarts to form and rise. The old monarch cannot represent their interests or be their protector. The contradiction between the two sides has become more and more obvious. So Alfonso seized this opportunity. And the upstarts and chambers of commerce also targeted the fourth prince. He had irreconcilable conflicts with the first heir of Elda. And they also had common interests. Establish a magical empire where a monarch like the Moon Kingdom can hold the divine and royal power in his hands at the same time. A paradise for merchants and wizards. So Alfonso became the leader of Elda's new force, the Kenglin family. The leader of the Elda Chamber of Commerce was the first to join them. It wasn't until the dark tide came and the old nobles headed by Robert gathered the hearts of the people of the country in the name of holy war that Grand Duke Kenglin, a mere wallflower, left Alfonso behind. Nowadays, Alfonso's former mortal enemies, the old nobles, are no longer as powerful as they once were. The newly rising nobles have gathered around Alfonso. And as for Grand Duke Kenglin, he has once again stood by Alfonso's side, became one of the leaders of the new rich. He advocated trade and the strengthening of parliamentary rights, and did not want Robert to become the new king and continue to suppress the development of the Elda Chamber of Commerce. Both parties had common interests. Together with Alfonso, they fought against the old feudal aristocratic forces headed by the old king. But according to the original history, Alfonso had a new ally around him, the guild. Mercenary guild, magic guild, chamber of commerce, farmers guild, trade union, etc. Their power cannot be underestimated. And they are an important weight to overwhelm the old nobles. They represent the lowest level of the people of Eldar. It also represents shelter. They are entering parliament. Alfonso suddenly discovered that while the sanctuary was integrating the power of the entire Elda for him, it was also holding the entire Elda firmly in his hands, just like the Holy Court back then. But this new Holy Court is somewhat different from the previous Holy Court. Occasionally, Alfonso would be very troubled and confused according to his consistent attitude for thousands of years. The next step was that he should kill his father and Elda's first subordinate in the name of the divine right of kingship. The heir sat on the throne of thorns. But he always felt that it might be more appropriate to use the term people grant the king power. And this throne of thorns is starting to get irritating. The person sitting on this throne can be a puppet just waiting to die. Or he can be a king with lofty ideals and goals. But it cannot be those who are dictatorial, ignorant and unprincipled. He must always stand with more people. Alfonso began to change his thinking.
He began to win over those guilds, and began to use their power to check and balance the rising upstarts. And he thought about the role and status that the guild should occupy in the future United Kingdom of Elda. Alfonso often saw that he could no longer see clearly what the future development of Elda, and even the world would look like. And even George often has this thought: this world is too different from his hometown. What he knows cannot be fully applied here. All he can do is break the shackles of the old era, and build the skeleton of a new world. A new order is gradually coming to perfection in this chaotic world. Many thinkers are also considering the future according to the circumstances. The skeleton built by George is being continuously improved by others. George would often look through the books written by scholars, constantly learning and changing. At present, after the old nobles have been disturbed, they either cannot afford to raise troops, or the troops are disorganized. Therefore, the private soldiers in many Elda territories were either borrowed by Alfonso, or they joined various guilds. These private soldiers, who joined the private soldiers in the first place just for a meal, followed the shelter, and it was inevitable. Moreover, they not only provide food, but also provide military pay, teach literacy, and allocate farmland. The most important thing is, look at the eyes of the common people. When they look at the rangers, it's the same way they look at heroes. Let the private soldiers have a great sense of belonging and honor. The situation of the knights in Elda is similar. The knights who have no territory basically go out to hang out. But they look down on the mud-legged people in the mercenary group. They long for honor and fame. So they focused on two places: the White Lion Mercenary Knights jointly formed by the Great Cathedral and Alfonso, and the Glory Mercenary Knights of Grand Duke Canglin. In fact, he also joined the mercenaries. The great knights inside are also mud-legged. Chapter 856 Under the Royal Capital. Whether you are a knight or a mercenary, after entering the melting pot of the Sanctuary Army, it is only a matter of time before you have the true faith and sense of mission. Therefore, among the Elda, there are only two types of people left who are not walking the same path as Sanctuary. One is the old aristocracy. They have no soldiers or power, and they are just waiting to die while guarding their own 3/3 of an acre of land. Gradually became a British noble. Living a leisurely, but relatively carefree life, the Farmers Association still gave me a lot of food. After all, the Farmers Association's granaries are not that many or that big. When there is a disaster, everyone will donate. But some people are not satisfied with that little food. And with the opening of the trade route between the Moon Kingdom and Elda, there are more and more of these people. They are the new rich. He is a typical capitalist and a wallflower. These people have ideas. But like Irene, they all have their own little calculations and little ledgers. When accumulated, it will definitely become the kind of behemoth that can affect the world. Become the new dragon. The new old nobles. The shelter has been uniting them. But it is also formulating related strategies. The young trees, like the upstarts, have not grown up yet, and have to keep cultivating. George and others had returned to the castle at this time. Duke Wenxiong and the Sun King hit it off immediately, and had a lively chat. They came to a study and a half, and started chatting while drinking tea. Just as Duke Wenxiong is chatting with Taiyong now.
I heard recently that factories have opened a lot, and there are a lot of displaced refugees coming in. So it's a bit of a mess. The Dawn Council is preparing to deal with various civilians. The workshop is under management, and is forming a union of some kind. Those workers like to join this kind of union, and they are quite proud after joining. I don't know how excited those mud-legged people are. I have to say that these factories really need to be rectified and regulated. There are all kinds of magic items sold in the market now, and there are all kinds of bad things that make money. As a result, hundreds of my genuine goods have been copied. Yes, it's time to take care of it.
The Sun King listened back and forth, and heard one important point: the trade union. And it's the hacking union. This is the first time I heard this word today. What's the difference between it and the Farmers Association? It seems that the Grand Oasis is also working on it.
Oh, the trade union? We usually teach everyone how to read and give lectures. And we get together to have storytelling sessions and so on. It's also good. Now there are more and more new equipment. Let me tell you, how can these workers not have knowledge and knowledge? Culture? As more and more people gather in this factory, there should be someone to guide them.
Duke Wenxiong took a sip of tea and said, "Nowadays, the upstarts in Elda have just emerged and are all seedlings. He has never seen the world. But under the management of the Dawn Council, he can still sit upright, or rather, he can be repaired very upright. Therefore, this new aristocrat, who was still in a period of ignorance, naturally did not feel the sharp sword on his head if his neck was tilted. The sword would cut into his head just like the common people under the rule of the old aristocrats." The Sun King was confused.
I don't know what George is going to do. But he always felt like something was wrong there. He always felt that George was sowing some seeds that he couldn't understand. And in the future, a prairie fire would definitely ignite. And how this fire will burn. And what will happen after it burns. He doesn't know. In the next few days, the road was filled with heavy fog. George and others did not rush on their way, but followed the map given by the nobles, and passed through several no-man's land. There are not many villages and towns left in these areas now. And the farms and castles seen on the road are all dilapidated. In the past few years, Elda has been depopulated. After the second blood moon came, many time and space cracks appeared in various parts of the world. This situation is fine for other countries. But Elda is not letting up this year. This year there are many sources of disaster. Although most of them were wiped out by the mercenaries in advance. They also caused a lot of losses. Nowadays, cultists everywhere no longer dare to cause trouble in densely populated areas. And they have turned their targets to these sparsely populated areas. Stupid. Slaughter the people here. Summoning those demons. There are usually some mountain people in these areas. And after the fog, those civilians, who cannot survive in the various noble territories, will also choose to settle in these sparsely populated places and open up wasteland. This place used to be considered a paradise. But starting from this year, these places can no longer be inhabited. Erda's low-level mercenaries are mainly gathering in these uninhabited areas in the country to guide those who still live here to migrate. At the same time, you also hunt monsters here, earn commissions, and collect materials. It can be seen that some of the surrounding fields seem to have been planted with wheat at the beginning of this year. But now everything in this land is turned into wild wheat. When passing through certain areas, the surrounding fields were deserted. And when the horses passed by, locusts flew into the sky. Occasionally, you can still see traces of the living dead wandering in the mist. Occasionally, George and others would meet some noble lords, who led private soldiers and people to harvest crops here. They belonged to the old aristocratic force. But like Garvey back then, they performed the duties of the aristocracy. For this type of nobles, mercenaries usually provide them with real help. They will clean up those difficult monsters and inform the lords of the safer areas in these no-man's lands, so that they can come here to collect food, feed more refugees. As they wade deeper into the uninhabited land, no one could see any trace of human habitation anymore. There is also occasionally some sulfur smell on the road. George and others followed the smell of sulfur on the road and specially selected places where monsters might be present to station and rest. What made George dumbfounded was that whenever they arrived at a farm or castle that seemed to have been destroyed by the lemurs, they discovered that the people surrounding the bonfires in those ruined castles were all mercenaries. After several attempts, George and others no longer wasted time, and simply put on the magic spider in the heavy fog and headed towards the capital of King Elda at full speed. This makes the Sun King extremely happy. These new mounts are much easier to ride than those thin and skinny horses. Just use it as your own mount. 3 days later, the tour group arrived near the royal capital, and the floating island had already stopped in the fog-filled midair. Without the guidance of the Book of Dawn, I am afraid that I would not have been able to see the huge monster flying that day. Underneath the floating island, a portal has been opened. The team from the Moon Kingdom has already been waiting in front of the portal for a day. When the two parties met, the queen who received the news also stepped into the distant portal and arrived here. That afternoon, as the fog on the road ahead became lighter and lighter, everyone finally saw the majestic king's city of Elda. The power of the great cathedral, coupled with the relic of Breva's saint, the flail, made the sky near the royal capital very clear. Good weather. George quickened his horse's hooves and led the team towards the crowd responsible for greeting them on the King's Road in the forest. Chapter 857 Eldar Tournament, mercenary flags floating in the sky. With a snap, the Britlewood spear hit the target and shattered. In the huge impact, the shield in the hand of the strong Sir Vader broke into several pieces. People also flew into the air. In the midair, Sir Vader looked blankly at the big red-robed knight speeding past on the opposite side, his face full of disbelief that guy is simply a monster. With a pop, Jez fell off his horse and lost consciousness. The knight in the big red robe did not stop until the horse reached the end of the track, and he took off his helmet amidst the cheers of the crowd in the stands. Judging from the mustache under the knight's nose, this man is none other than Martin. It was another victory, but Martin felt a little dull. I have lived in this royal capital for almost a year, but I still don't understand why those noble knights like this boring game. I really envy those guys who travel with their bosses. Many flowers were scattered in the stands amid the cheers. Martin reined in his horse's hooves and waved his arms at the ladies and ladies in the crowd who were shouting crazily.
not forgetting to bow to the sleepy old king sitting at the head of the stand. Having said that, this elder girl is pretty good. After the attendant took the horse, Martin dismounted, seeing Alfonso next to the king winking at him slightly nervously. Martin quietly made an okay gesture. In the stands, Tanya, who was talking with Grand Duke Canglin, couldn't help but show contempt after seeing the little actions of the two people. No wonder I keep losing money in the past 2 days. There is definitely something wrong with the bank run by these two guys. With Martin's strength, why did he have to run 7 rendezvous on the horse track to resolve the duel with that Servator just now? Today has entered the final stage of the competition. And in a few more games, it will be Alfonso versus Martin. Looking at the sneaky looks of those two guys, the result of this game naturally goes without saying. However, Tanya decided to place her bet later because Martin might not expect that Martin might meet Prince Robert Jr. first. It's hard to say who will win between these two guys, Robert and Martin. If Martin loses and Alfonso is picked off by Robert, it will be an interesting day. There's no telling. Robert's strength is about the same as Jagger's. Maybe Martin will let it slip on purpose. Thinking of Alfonso's disgraced look after that, Tanya couldn't help but gloated and smiled. Looking at Robert in the stands opposite, she didn't know what George had decided. Prince Robert's current reemergence has been secretly helped by that bad boy George. Why hasn't that damn guy come yet? Tanya couldn't help but look at the distant horizon again.
You have to let me guard the old immortal king here. And you're afraid that he won't be able to escape?
At this time, Martin had returned to the stands. Opposite, Robert curled his lips and laughed after seeing Martin and Alfonso bowing their heads and whispering, "This uncle of mine just likes to play tricks. You have to earn the first place in everything, even if it means playing dirty tricks. This year's number 1 is determined by myself." At this time, the two teams walked into the venue holding flags. This game will be a group battle. Seeing that the teams representing themselves have already taken the field, the nobles around Robert couldn't help but applaud. But his face was very embarrassed. Only Robert's eyes were very calm. It seemed that after the ups and downs, his mood was completely different from before. The reason why the nobles looked embarrassed was because the people they could bring to participate in the competition this year were all mercenaries among the flags. Although they had their family crests, they also had flags representing the mercenary guild. This martial arts tournament was supposed to be a declaration of force by the nobles. But now it has become a competition among the major guilds. As for the noble lords, they have become a foil, and everyone's faces are naturally very embarrassed. Therefore, this so-called knights tournament has become a stage for mercenaries. As for the noble knights, they have already stepped aside. There is no doubt that mercenaries, such low-life untouchables, have become the protagonists during these days. This makes some nobles swallow their shit, and also makes some nobles happy because they are the people they hire to represent them. Go to war. Some mercenary groups were formed by nobles, for example, the 2 mercenary groups supported by Alfonso and Grand Duke Canglin. One ranked 2nd and the other ranked 3rd. This makes many nobles a little happy, although I heard that the 3 major knights, the Swan Knights, the Glory Knights, and the White Lion Knights, have some connection with the mercenary guild, except for the White Lion and the Brilliant Knights. In addition to the forces belonging to the upstarts, the Swan Knights are now ranked number 1. But His Highness Robert established it himself. It's definitely your own talent. The battle began in the audience, and the crowd in the stands screamed like waves. The fight was very intense, and both sides did not give in because they both came from a mercenary guild. They both wanted to win the final championship. This year's game looks to be much more interesting than the 300th anniversary celebration of the Thorns dynasty 2 years ago. And this year's scale is unprecedented. The number of mercenaries and wandering knights participating in the competition is dozens of times greater than before. Looking around, the teams galloping and training on the grass and in the racecourse in the distance all have flags of the mercenary guild. And I heard that in the last game of the conference, there will be a demon-slaying battle. For this competition, the old king specially brought in an imprisoned demon from the distant holy court. I wonder if it is as powerful as that brutal one. The brutal one, the ultimate championship challenge in the underground arena of Canglin City. Many of Eldar's dignitaries had attended those games. They were exciting indeed. But it seems that the fight between these mercenaries is more intense than the demon showdown in Canglin Arena. And there are many magicians in it. There was a loud piercing sound of thunder, and several huge red forked lightning bolts were released from the wands in the hands of several wizards, hitting the crowd on the opposite side mercilessly. The terrifying current caused the entire venue to be shrouded in red light. After the person on the opposite side was hit, a large area was directly knocked away. There were even several big holes left in the ground. There was another exclamation from the crowd. Many nobles who had seen the cruel man could not help but open their mouths
if this cruel man receives such a blow, would he be torn apart? Is it necessary to carry out such a big killer? When the noble ladies looked at the mercenaries, who were knocked away from the stage, they couldn't help covering their faces and screamed in surprise. But then, they saw that those who had been hit stood up with their butts slapped. And then, with their eyes red, they rushed towards the wizards like batches of terrifying bulls. It seems that he is already unstoppably angry. The fighting that followed became even more intense, and even the financial backers behind the two mercenaries couldn't help but want to stop it. But the mercenaries showed no mercy. Obviously, for them, the so-called demon opponents in the championship battle are far less difficult to deal with than the guys on the opposite side, as long as they defeat them. The final black demon can be solved without a few people at all. The sleepy old king quietly opened one eye, and after seeing this scene, his face became a little ugly. Then, he couldn't help but glance at Tanya not far away. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he closed his eyes again. Chapter 858 Swan Knights. On the other side, Martin had already walked up to the stands. After seeing the fierce fight below, he couldn't help but curse secretly, these bastards, in order to get first place, show their faces in front of the boss. What a deadly move. Fortunately, I didn't sign up for the group battle. But when he saw the faces of the nobles not far away, he couldn't help but laugh. Those nobles either had ugly faces or looked happy. For example, Grand Duke Kanglin's face was full of smiles. Indeed, the two groups below are still not as good as the glorious knights. Grand Duke Kanglin saw Martin's gaze and waved to Martin with a cheerful expression. After seeing this, Martin stepped forward. After greeting Miss Tanya, Martin chatted with Grand Duke Kanglin. The Grand Duke of Kanglin, named Charles Razig-Turadin, is 63 years old this year. He is somewhat bald, so his hair is trimmed short and neatly. He is tall and thin. He is a very handsome old man with bright eyes. Compared to other dukes, Martin felt that this guy was the most temperamental. He had the magnanimity of a boss. But when the boss is in his 60s, he will definitely be more handsome than Charles. The crowd suddenly burst into cheers again. Martin and Grand Duke Kanglin looked down and found that what caused the crowd to cheer was the 1v1 arena on the edge of the arena. Just like Martin just now, there was a knight in white armor who defeated the tall southern wilderness warrior on the opposite side. In the eyes of the Eldar nobles, this is really rare. Not to mention, that knight in white armor is the great swan knight John Cygnus. And the cheers from the ladies, as well as the flower petals sprinkled down, were much more than what Martin had just done. Martin couldn't help but curl his lips. Feeling secretly unhappy, he couldn't help but look at Robert, and found that the faces of Robert and the nobles around him were filled with enthusiastic smiles. And they raised their glasses and applauded the big swan knight. Robert looked at the excitement of the nobles around him and secretly curled his lips, feeling a deep sense of disgust. When he brought these remaining heroes back from Biswi City, he still remembers the ugly faces of those nobles. What did they call us? Sitter. But now we have become heroes. As that kid Martin said, 1 step ahead makes you a hero. 2 steps ahead makes you a madman. I have never done anything wrong, and I have never taken the wrong path. From that day on, Robert took on this important responsibility. Withdrawing his gaze, Robert looked at the Swan Knights below. He smiled happily. Swan Castle will be an extremely important fortress on the future battlefield in the east. As long as it is not lost, it can provide a steady stream of blood and supplies to the warriors of Eldar East. And the rangers wandering in the Swan Marsh and the eastern border of Elda will also be able to glow with infinite vitality. At this time, a team of Swan Knights entered the group battle arena and started a fierce battle with another team. Those Swan Knights showed amazing combat ability and willpower, and defeated a mercenary group supported by the upstarts, like a raging stone. Some old nobles looked at Martin, and the others provocatively. Alfonso was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Grand Duke Kanglin also touched his beard and narrowed his eyes at the Swan Knights below. Martin rubbed his belly and laughed in his heart. These idiots. The Swan Knights are a new star that has suddenly emerged in recent months. When Tanya made a big fuss in the capital 2 months ago, the Swan Knights even showed their style, overwhelming the White Lion and Glory, became Erda's undisputed first mercenary group. Even in Sanctuary, this Swan Knights can be ranked among the top 3 of the Swan Knights. Many people also like to call them the Heroic Knights. The name is indeed well deserved. Its leader John Cygnus is also an illegitimate son, and his father, Viscount Sean, is Robert's old horse boy. In the Battle of the Black Tide, the father and son followed Robert and Jagger to rescue Archduke Adeline of Blue Water City, and then recovered many lost lands in the eastern border of Rodunk. stabilizing the situation in Blue Water City, became a star team among the Black Tide. Later, in the Battle of DeLong County, Little John's father, Viscount Sean, was killed in the Red Manor. John took the remaining troops to join the new army recruited by Archduke Adeline, followed the Black Pearls and Robert, and rescued the noble lords in the Eastern Territory were surrounded by the Black Tide. Finally, he also guarded the Biswee City. So the people here are the ones who survived by guarding Biswee City. It is Adeline and Robert's old team, a knighthood formed by the veteran soldiers who participated in the Black Tide War. The leader of the knights, John Cygnus, is the little illegitimate son John Swan who fought side by side with George, Tanya, and Volpe. But unfortunately, John Swan's background was not good, so there were not many knights in the Swan family who were willing to follow this illegitimate son. Only his comrades, who survived the Black Tide, supported him. But among these comrades, most of them are wandering knights and soldiers of the sanctuary. The knights who belonged to his father were few in number, most were dead. And these knights don't have much say in the Swan family. After John and the others returned home, they were also treated unfairly, or in other words, all the heroes who died in the Dark Tide and survived were treated unfairly. The Black Tide War. This is a war that can be said to have given mankind a chance. And those who guard Biswee City are also human heroes. But in the eyes of the Elda nobles, this was a meaningless and wrong war. Only tens of thousands of the 300,000 strong army came back alive. And the nobles who followed Robert to invest in Blue Water City also lost everything. The old Sky Eagle failed to recover in this war. And the Prince Robert, who was supposed to be a hero, and the heroes who followed him to defend Blue Water City were also treated unfairly after returning home. They became sinners. And in the eyes of the nobles, their so-called defense of Blue Water City was also defending other people's countries, and had nothing to do with Elda. After Robert came back, he began to live in drunken dreams. After Little John returned to China, he also suffered humiliation, until their comrades came to them from thousands of miles away and gave them support. These depressed heroes, including Robert, who used alcohol to drown their sorrows, had their eyes filled with vitality, regained their faith, and shouldered their mission again to defend Elda. Little John regained the fiefdom of Swan Lake and the title of Viscount from his uncle, and with the help of Robert, reunited their comrades and established the Swan Knights. And in this year's disasters, he recovered the honor that should have belonged to him. And those shameless nobles, after seeing Robert's rise, also followed him and Robert. The so-called war criminals and sinners, also transformed into noble models and heroic lords. Therefore, in essence, the Swan Knights were formed by the heroes who survived the Black Tide War, and people including Robert, Little John, and others are all old comrades in the eyes of the Knights of Sanctuary. Therefore, in today's Elda, not only is the leader of the new nobles a member of the Sanctuary, but Robert, the leader supported by the old nobles, who fights against the new nobles, is also one of the people supported by the Sanctuary. In other words, this hero should have stepped forward during this critical period. Chapter 859 Badge of Dawn. George believed that Alda's army was not suitable to be entirely in the hands of Alfonso. He was undoubtedly the best candidate to handle logistics, domestic construction and politics. But as a general, he lacked the courage and consciousness he should have. He cherishes his life too much. But in a future battle, if you give up your own life, how can you win? Since Alfonso wants the throne, he has to pay some price. And in this future battlefield of Elda, a true warrior with the consciousness of sacrifice is also needed to shoulder that important task. Robert thought so too. Maybe he is not suitable to be a good king, but Robert believes that he will be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Defend the land of Elda and protect the poor refugees. Look at the rangers wandering around Elda today. They have extremely noble character, determination, courage, firm will and consciousness of sacrifice to defend the human world. Fighting side by side with them made Robert feel proud, and also gave Robert great confidence. The only thing that worried him was not the battle ahead, but it was the pressure from behind. The cheering crowd suddenly suffocated slightly, and after a moment, the entire venue fell silent. In the stands in the southern wilderness, a tall and strong warrior, nearly 2 and 3 meters tall, walked out of the stands and mounted his horse. Not long after, a strong bearded knight with the same height came to Elda's side and rode his horse to the arena. At the moment he appeared, the crowd of Eldar burst into cheers. Sir Red Mountain. He was famous among the many knights of Eldar. I heard that Sir Hongshan went to Dragon Tooth Canyon a few days ago for this tournament. He spent a lot of money to buy some potions there,
and explored the ruins of the ancient kingdom with the local mercenaries to practice. But this battle may still be a bit suspenseful. Robert couldn't help but look at Prince Avali in the stands opposite. Beside the Prince of the Southern Wilderness was a very gentlemanly nobleman. He looked very familiar, as if he was Lord Wolverine. How did that guy end up in Halinska after coming out of Biswi City? He has a lot of magic potion formulas in his hands. The warrior in Nan Wang glanced at the opponent on the other side of the runway, smiled coldly, and then put on his helmet. 2 war horses galloped past on the horse track, and the crowd in the stands held their breath. The spear was thrown, and Sir Hong Shan was knocked off his horse by a shot. The whole process was neat and tidy, like a game. Robert's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at the tall and strong Southern Wilderness warrior. Thunder Nyo is worthy of being the #1 warrior in the Southern Wilderness, in the entire Elda, except for himself and the powerful Knight Lavis of St. Wilmec. No one is his opponent, and I heard that the strongest person in the Southern Wilderness is not in Halinska, but in Sun City. What are the intentions of these people from the Southern Wilderness, who came here to have fun today? Thinking of this, Robert couldn't help but pursed his lips, looked at his uncle worriedly, and found that Alfonso was raising a glass to salute Avali in the opposite stand. The Grand Duke Kanglin beside Alfonso also raised his wine glass and showed a flattering smile. However, the Avali prince obviously didn't give him any face. After taking a glance, he looked elsewhere. Robert knew that Duke Kanglin had always had trade relations with Southern Wilderness, and since the old fox came to Alfonso's side, this relationship had also been brought to his uncle's side by Duke Kanglin. But obviously, the relationship between the upstart and Nan Wang is limited to trade. On the contrary, those rangers seem to have good relations with the people of the Southern Wilderness. Recently I heard that there are still many tall Southern Wilderness warriors from Halinska rushing to Elda Swan Z. They also call themselves rangers. Thinking of this, Prince Robert, who knew very little about all kinds of news, couldn't help but become confused again. Whether they were enemies or friends may not be known until the Seven Nations Parliament in a few days. And maybe it's time for me to talk to George. Alfonso's thoughts were the same as Robert's. He lowered his head and asked Martin,
When will His Highness George arrive?
Oh, Your Highness Alfonso, you are asking the wrong person. Martin talked with his hands and looked at Tanya, who was counting the money happily. Obviously, she just won by betting on Thunderbull. It's really not caring at all. To be honest, I really don't know the boss's plan. In other words, the entire Elda does not know these situations at the moment. This is the power of Halinska City in the south, and all information is almost tightly locked. Occasionally, a merchant can find out something, and he has to travel back a month or 2. But based on Martin's understanding of the boss, he felt that the boss must be holding back. After all, there was a meeting in the next 2 days. What if the old king suddenly ran away? It wouldn't be so lively then. Thinking of this, Martin couldn't help coughing and looked at Tanya. He felt that as the big boss sent by the shelter to guard here, Miss Tanya must know these plans.
What for?
Tanya put the money away and glared at Martin.
Nothing, Miss Tanya.
Martin hurriedly showed a flattering smile to this aunt.
His Royal Highness wants to ask when the boss will come. I promised to come today.
Tanya frowned and looked at the sun in the sky. It was already afternoon. According to Elizabeth's itinerary, she should have arrived with George yesterday. Could it be that George didn't go with her? Have you walked around Elda? Seeing that Tanya's face was also so confused, Alfonso couldn't help but sigh secretly. This seven-nation parliament is extremely important as it relates to the future situation. If the situation cannot be stabilized before the war begins, then when the battle is going on at the front, if the Southern Wilderness people in the rear start making trouble, it will be all over. Alfonso couldn't help but look at Avali in the opposite stand again. This time, Avali seemed to have caught Alfonso's gaze, but after nodding lightly, he didn't even look that way. Duke Kanglin has always vowed that the relationship between the Kanglin family and Southern Wilderness is very good, but Alfonso cannot tell whether those Southern Wilderness people are enemies or friends. During these days, I did have some contact with the Avali prince, but this guy was always neither salty nor bland, and he couldn't tell anything at all. He just said that he would fulfill his agreement with George and support Elda. But Alfonso can tell what kind of attention is paid to these 8 parts. And it depends on the Sun King. If the Sun King is unwilling to pay attention to the war situation in the north, then the 8 major tribes in the Southern Wilderness should give their full support to the north. But if the Sun King is dissatisfied with the relationship between the 8 departments and the Dawn Council, then the future situation is really unclear. After all, when Sun City's army crossed the river, they were in the hinterland of the 8 great departments. Maybe the Sun King will come in the next 2 days.
It's even possible that the army is pressing down on the territory. At that point, it seemed that no matter what Adley had planned before, the 8 departments would probably immediately rebel and become the vanguard of the Sun King. And if this is the case, then the plan in the father's heart will succeed. Alfonso couldn't help but glance at his father not far away and found that the old king had dozed off again. Withdrawing his gaze, Alfonso narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the arena below, his emotions becoming mixed. This so-called tournament is a pre-war mobilization, military parade, and declaration of force. And the people from the southern wilderness will definitely come, because in the subsequent Seven Nations Council, both they and the people of the Holy Empire must participate. Just as I had discussed with George. As long as someone does something weird, it will anger the Sun King and trigger the War of Faith. Maybe the King of Eldar would infect the champions of the 8 major parts of the southern wilderness. And the Sun King would not be angry. But the Sun King would never allow people from the Holy Empire to infect lands and titles to people from the 8 departments. The Dawn Council may be able to stop the old king from doing anything, but it cannot stop the people of the Holy Empire from doing evil. Originally, I naively believed that the purpose of the Holy Court sending people from the Holy Empire here was to help Elda appease Southern Wasteland and sign a peace agreement. But now, after knowing what happened in the Moon Kingdom, Alfonso discovered that the situation might be completely opposite. Now Alfonso can only hope that the Sun King has no intention of starting a war. It is just that the lion opened his mouth after being furious. This is probably the best ending. Regarding this matter, Elda is still willing to sacrifice for the future of the 7 kingdoms. Just pinch your nose and recognize it. Alfonso was right. The original purpose of the Sun King's trip was to extort money, of course. It also depends on how arrogant and domineering the people of the Holy Empire are. However, the Sun King's mentality at this time may be different from before if this guy knew that the people from the Holy Empire came here to cause trouble. I'm afraid he would be slapping his thighs with great joy. After all, if those guys from the Holy Empire don't show off their power to George, didn't I bring so many pumpkin seeds for nothing? At this time, a knight from the Kanglin family suddenly walked over in a panic. After Alfonso saw it, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly, knowing that George might be coming over. Grand Duke Kanglin is the Prime Minister of Erda. So during these days, Grand Duke Kanglin's nephews and vassal retainers have been representing him, and ministers have been greeting the nobles coming and going on the king's road. But there is no problem for ordinary nobles and these big dignitaries to be responsible for welcoming them. However, among the 7 countries, there are still 3 people who must be sent out by Duke Kanglin in person: the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, George, and the Sun King. I don't know who is coming. Sure enough, after Duke Kanglin whispered a few words to the knight, he made a gesture towards this side, then lifted up the hem of his robe, and hurriedly led people to greet him. After Martin saw it, he hurried away. The connected games will be ignored. Seeing this scene, Alfonso knew that George Guy had finally come over. And he came with the U Kingdom's mission. And according to what Tanya had secretly revealed before, the Queen of the Moon Kingdom might also come today. If the teleported queen really traveled thousands of miles to come here to speak, that would be an extremely exciting thing. By then, if George fails to deal with the Sun King, at least there will be a heavyweight like the Queen who can mediate a little bit. Previously, George had said that he planned to formally establish the Dawn Parliament among the 7 parliaments. Judging from the news from the Moon Kingdom, the Moon Kingdom intends to join. I don't know what the relationship between the Moon Kingdom and the Sanctuary is like this time. And I don't know how George and the Queen are talking. Will the Moon Kingdom send troops? I heard that the Sky Eagle's portal has been established. As long as the Moon Kingdom builds another one, won't the Moon Kingdom's troops be able to arrive at Elda at any time for support? This will undoubtedly be the biggest booster for the current situation and will definitely stabilize the situation. But thinking of this, Alfonso couldn't help but sigh again, feeling that he was a little too whimsical. Why does the U Kingdom live and die together with Elda? How deep a relationship must this be? Even if Her Majesty, the Queen of the Moon Kingdom, understands the truth of death, it is not an easy task to deal with the selfish nobles in the country. Not to mention that the Divine Adventist sect in the Holy Court will definitely hinder it. Little man, why are you sighing again? Tanya crossed her legs and looked at Alfonso. My Duchess, what else could it be? Alfonso said thoughtfully. He picked up the telescope and looked into the distance, and found that there were already people coming over there, the groups of knights. The armor slowly glowed in the sunlight. The row of knights riding black horses, and mainly wearing blue armor on the left side of the team should be the rumored magic knights of the Moon Kingdom. It's really eye-catching. Rumor has it that the armors worn by the knights are inlaid with dense incantations. It is the only piece of equipment on the continent that can be compared with the Temple Knight armor. And it is said that every Moon Knight is an official wizard. The knights wearing big red robes and red horses on the right should be the Knights of the Dawn. The armor worn by those guys looks a lot better than my own. Although the distance was too far, Alfonso could not see the divine patterns on those armors. But Martin had an idea. Every time he looked at it, Alfonso would feel envious in his heart. Maybe after that meeting, he will be qualified to enter the temple, put on the real red robe, and put on those real dawn armors. Alfonso suddenly felt a hand tap on his shoulder. When he looked back, he found that Tanya had already stood up. Alfonso couldn't help but straighten his back. But it was still better than Tanya, half a head shorter. Don't worry, Alfonso. Everyone here today is here to support you. Hearing this, Alfonso couldn't help but be shocked. But when he thought of the Sun King who once beat his father to the ground with his claws, his straight chest couldn't help but shrink back. He was so worried that he couldn't help but pick up the telescope again, trying to look for George. It seemed that at this moment, only his boss in the world could give him some sense of security. The team in the distance is getting closer and closer, and many nobles have also focused on that side. The stands in the stadium were in chaos. Everyone was discussing the Moon Kingdom team. Even the Thunderbull, who had just won, lost a bit of their momentum after seeing the team in the distance. Now he is more powerful than before. But the short figure who kicked him over is always like a nightmare that cannot be dispelled in his dreams. Chapter 860, Wallpaper. Alfonso looked into the distance for a long time. But before he could find George, Alfonso put down the telescope with a strange expression. Then he looked again, and found that he was indeed right. Those Knights of the Moon, wearing the shirts, are all in the style of the shelter. And the coats of arms embroidered on the chests, and flags held in the hands of the knights are also very strange. They are a combination of coats of arms from the Yu Kingdom and Yu Sanctuary. Alfonso couldn't help but quietly open his robe and looked at what was embroidered on the chest of his underwear. It was a V-shaped nebula, with the coat of arms of Elda on the left and the Dawn Tower of Sanctuary on the right. The coat of arms of the church, exactly the same as those on the Knights of the Moon Kingdom. After being confused for a moment, Alfonso suddenly became excited. He couldn't help but stand on tiptoes again and stretched his neck to search for the distant team. After a while, he finally saw George. George was standing at the front of the team, walking alongside the petite woman riding a white horse in the middle. That should be the legendary Queen of the Moon Kingdom, right? It is indeed unparalleled in elegance and grace, just like the angel who descended from the earth. Rumor has it that she is the incarnation of the moon god. It seems, the way George and the Queen talk seemed to be extremely familiar and even intimate. Later, Alfonso noticed that behind the Queen, there was a woman riding a donkey, driving the donkey between George and the Queen from time to time. She looks like she is the granddaughter of Duke Canglin. Why are you so ignorant? Alfonso couldn't help but look for Duke Canglin, and found that Duke Canglin was riding behind George with a blank expression. He turned a blind eye to his granddaughter's behavior, but was extremely concerned about the other person around him. That man looks like a giant brown bear or a terrifying overlord. He rode a very tall Garconi war horse and stood out among the team. This man had a thick and long beard, which was covered with ornaments of gold and silver rings. There were a total of 12 gold rings. There are countless tiny silver rings, probably hundreds of them densely packed. This seemed to be a southern wilderness noble with a very high status. Alfonso had not seen many southern wilderness people, nor anyone from Sun City. But I have heard that this is a unique decoration of the Sun royal family, and only the king can inlay the gold ring. The greater the number, the more tribes there are under the rule. 12 golden rings are 12 tribes. Alfonso has never heard of the 12 tribes of the southern wilderness. Only the 8 tribes, and the 4 kings of the southern wilderness. Who is this burly old man? Alfonso couldn't help but feel strange. The Sun royal family seemed to be quite a bit older. The southern wilderness king of this age group basically never left the front door or stepped out of the door. Alfonso has never seen this kind of old Sun royal family. But he knows that the Sun royal family of this age group are the great chiefs who once led the people of the southern wilderness to participate in the Dusk War. His father and Duke Canglin should have had dealings with these older Sun royals before those kings who beat the countryless people into fear. Maybe my father had met this great king when he was on a military expedition with Iberia. Maybe Duke Canglin once acted as a lackey for this great king. Alfonso couldn't help but look at Grand Duke Canglin and found that he was carefully talking to the unknown king in a low voice, as if he was asking something. The king glanced at Duke Canglin slightly. His expression was exactly the same as when Prince Avali looked at him. However, Avali is a snobbery. But this king has an air of calmness and authority, which actually makes Alfonso feel a sense of restraint. It seemed that he was annoyed by Duke Canglin's question.
The king waved his hand impatiently and gave a negative answer. Duke Canglin nodded again with a dull expression. Afterwards, the king ignored Duke Canglin, who looked stupid, rode his horse to George's side, and started walking side by side with George. Her Majesty the Queen and George treated the king like an elder and seemed to respect him very much. And when the three of them were walking side by side, they looked surprisingly suitable. George suddenly waved to the king beside him. The king bent down and whispered to George. Then Alfonso saw that George stretched out his hand and pointed to Adderley in the distance. At this time, the team was not far away, and some nobles had slowly stood up. Alfonso put away his telescope and prepared to go down to greet him. Before leaving, he glanced at the snobbish Prince Adderley opposite. I found that the faces of the people on the Badabu side were all pale, and the body of Prince Adderley was shaking slightly, as if his legs had become weak and he could no longer stand. Then, Alfonso saw Adderley running down the stands frantically with 8 people.
What the HL? How come this wallflower is more anxious than the young master? Could it be that the person here is his father?
Alfonso cursed, straightened his clothes, and looked back with some confusion. I plan to ask my father beside me for instructions, and then go down to greet him. By the way, I also asked George what kind of guests he brought today. At this moment, there was a thump under his feet, and a scepter hit Alfonso's feet. The pain was so painful that Alfonso shed tears. He looked at his father in surprise, and found that the drowsy man was the old king was clutching his sleeves, staring at the king with big eyes, trembling all over.
That guy Easterbrook.
Easterbrook, many demons still call him this name. Perhaps in the eyes of the demons, the person who swallowed the fallen angel has already inherited the status of Easterbrook. Of course, it is also possible that this Demetrius smelled something special.
Easterbrook?
Alfonso looked confused. It sounded like a devil's name. Alfonso couldn't help but look at his father, and then found that his father's eyes stood up. Alfonso couldn't help but rub his eyes fiercely, but found that the scene just now was like his hallucination. At the same time, George suddenly felt a little restlessness and Siljak in his body, as if he smelled something. He couldn't help but glance in Alfonso's direction. The Sun King, who was chatting with George, also glanced over there.
That old immortal King Elda has a very strong body.
The moment the two people looked here, the old king's heart suddenly twitched. He looked at the Sun King and George in the distance, full of doubts in his heart, and he couldn't tell who the heart-stopping aura just came from.
Why are you still standing there?
The old king suddenly stood up. He no longer looked like an old man who had died. He grabbed his son angrily and cursed.
Take me to meet the Lord of Heaven.
This strategy of driving away tigers and devouring wolves is meaningless, regardless of whether Easterbrook has been resurrected or not. He is now an ordinary lord of the southern wilderness. As for Aloysius's plan, we tried our best. Now this Elda has blossomed everywhere, and the rolling chaos has already rushed towards his head. So it is still the same as that of Easterbrook. It is wise to occupy the team early. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will become the first king in the world to be overthrown and beheaded by the people.
Is it necessary? Father, you are the Emperor of Elda. Fart. There is only one emperor in this world.
In the old king's time, a man told him that there was only one emperor in the world. This memory was too profound for the old king, because that person made the 7 kingdoms tremble and made the devil dare not take root in the south. To this day, Demetrius still remembers the first fallen angel in the world who was swallowed by humans. His existence made the first generation of lurkers in the world shrink into their human skins and surrender at his feet. Now that the emperor, who was feared by gods and demons alike, has abdicated, his era is gradually coming to an end. But a new junior has gradually emerged.
What? What did you just say?
Adderley, who was kneeling on the ground, looked confused. He looked at the horse, the Sun King, and then at George, wondering if he heard correctly. The Sun King knocked the pumpkin seeds in his hand, glanced at the group of guys blocking the road in front of him, and said,
"Get out of here! Don't get in the way, and get in the way!"
The scolding tone was like scolding a son or a grandson. The lords of the southern wilderness could not be more familiar with it. And who else in this world, the Sun King, dares to curse like this in front of the leaders of the 8 departments? Adderley, Eagle Docre, and others couldn't help but look blank. Grand Duke Canglin next to George saw the scene, and his face was very strange. However, he pretended not to see it, and looked elsewhere as if nothing had happened. Those guys were still blocking the road, and more people were coming from behind. The nobles from Elda and southern wilderness saw Adderley kneeling there, and his legs began to weaken. George couldn't help but rolled his eyes. He waved his hand, and asked the surrounding knights to block the group. Anyone who was in the way was dragged away. The team continued to move forward, and the laughter of George and the Sun King came from the front.
So, Uncle Mox, you and the Sun King really look alike.
Grand Duke Kanglin's flattering laughter also came over.
Yes. Yes. Lord God. Cough. Your Uncle Smoke and the Sun King really look alike.
Eagle Docre looked at the team passing by and couldn't recover for a long time. He looked at Avely and asked,
What did they just say? Uncle Mox?
Avely shook his head with a dull expression. What is happening? Why did His Majesty suddenly become George's follower? He couldn't help but look at Princess Nan Wang and the team, who was chatting happily with Soraya. After seeing his cousin smiling and nodding to him, Avely took a closer look at Princess Nan Wang. The decoration on the braids suddenly became clear to my mind. Bana's tiara has changed. It is now studded with 12 silver rings. This is the decoration of the eldest princess. Where did this eldest princess come from in the southern wilderness? Does the Sun King have a sister or sister? Unless the Sun King abdicated and Alexander became the new king. And Bana's braids used to be a lot. But now they are tied into one big braid. She really became a matchmaker by paying it back to her mother. Bana and George are getting married. As for the Sun King, he has given everything he has to his son-in-law. At this time, Moss happened to be riding by, and Avely pulled his stupid brother over. Asked? But this big fool didn't know anything. He just repeated what George just said to Avely and others.
My uncle and grandpa talked about it,
Moss said naively.
There are many people named Mox in the world. Hack you!
The Eagle Docre slapped Moss's neck with a slap, scolding him for what he had been holding back for a long time.
Do you think I'm blind?
At this time, the nobles of Eldo were already coming from a distance, surrounding the old king. Dockery was still there to deal with Moss's anger. But when Avely saw Alfonso supporting the old king, however, he suddenly ran forward and wanted to lead the Sun King's horse, but suddenly thought of something, turned around and held the reins of George's horse, and smiled flatteringly.
Lord God, your uncle looks very much like the Sun King.
The Sun King next to him rolled his eyes fiercely. He spit out the pumpkin seeds in his mouth and cursed secretly.
You are indeed a hacking idiot. I should have chopped off your head back then.
George also secretly spat.
Sure enough, as Mox guessed, if the two of us don't come today, this idiot will definitely rebel.
The old king of Elda was much better than Avely and the others. But God, he greeted the messengers of the kingdom of heaven with the attitude of welcoming divine messengers, instead of welcoming the Sun King. When the old king knelt down as a courtesy to the 7 gods' messengers, he couldn't help but glance at the Sun King quietly, and there was a look of doubt in his eyes. Easterbrook has been dead for many years, and now it seems that even the last breath has dissipated from the body of the Sun King. Judging from the aura of the Sun King, he seems to have been baptized by the hands of the 7 gods recently. That palpitating aura does not come from the Sun King. It's already freezing in Easterbrook. The old king couldn't help but look blankly at the Lord of Heaven beside the Sun King. I found that the Lord of Heaven was also looking at me with a frown. His eyes were so dark and deep, like the black vortex in the invincible abyss. The old king's heart jumped. The old king's mind buzzed, and he suddenly understood what was going on. George and others came here in the name of participating in the martial arts competition, so naturally they couldn't miss this final. After the old king finished arranging the affairs of the envoy that day, the old king took the time to talk to Alfonso and asked him to make arrangements to remove the flags of the 7 gods and the sun god from the city wall and replace them with Dawn Parliamentary. What his father said made Alfonso extremely anxious. Isn't this too rushed? Where can I find the Dawn Council flag? Doesn't it have to be sewn first? It turned out that my father had already prepared it. The old king had secretly given the order a few days ago, so the flags of the Dawn Parliament had been sewn overnight. By the way, he also called an inconspicuous eunuch beside him to bring a small bottle engraved with sealing runes in his arms. Quietly handed it over to the eunuch. After seeing this vial, the little eunuch immediately understood and quickly secretly transferred the bag of the devil in the championship final. Chapter 861. The arrangements are clear. After giving these instructions, the old king finally felt at ease. But after returning to his seat, he finally felt refreshed, and he and George started chatting without a word. This calm look actually made George feel puzzled. But George felt that there were many things that no longer needed to be said. Both of them tacitly expressed that they would talk more about the future in private later. During the martial arts competition that day, this guy Sun King also jumped in and left the field, directly replacing Martin, and provoked many people. It's a pity that none of the noble knights, who were opponents of the Sun King, dared to raise their spears to stab the old man after seeing him come on stage. This made the Sun King very unhappy. It wasn't until a few mercenaries came on the field and had a real battle with him that the Sun King returned satisfied with his victory. These bastards under George are all very courageous. They are worthy of being brought out by his son-in-law. Not only do they dare to compete with him, but they are also quite capable. Moreover, after these bastards lost, they would spit on the ground with an unconvinced look on their faces, which made the Sun King extremely addicted. Is this a real gladiatorial fight? But he didn't know that the mercenaries were also very guilty, not because of the identity of the Sun King, but because the old man looked so much like Alexander, and there was some psychological shadow in them. After learning that they were defeated by Alexander's father, many mercenaries couldn't help but suddenly realize no wonder that Big Fat Man was so strong. After this Big Fat Man broke in, the Knights' Lance competition became a mess. Naturally, neither Alfonso nor Robert ended up in trouble, and Tanya also lost a lot of money. That day, after the Sun King returned to the stands, he also saw the Devil of the North. Unfortunately, the devil who appeared in the finals today was really just an ordinary dark devil. However, this championship game was also very interesting, because from the Swan Knights who entered the finals, only one person came out: Prince Robert. What's even more surprising is that the record he used turned out to be Thorns of Heaven. And this final also became a memorial for Robert to his friend Jagger. Seeing the stunt once used by Earl of Thorns Jagger, Alfonso, who was also practicing this feat, opened his mouth and looked at George with a sad look on his face. Looking at the killed Black Devil, the old king couldn't bear to see it and covered his face, knowing that the entire Elda country was already united. That night, everything inside and outside the royal city was extremely lively. It seems that before the palace banquet has even begun, the nobles, mercenaries, and common people from all over the country who have not entered the palace are already celebrating in the city and in the camps outside the city. In fact, this situation has been going on in the royal city for some time. The influx of lords and knights from all over the country has made the royal city prosperous, and those knights who have won honors or ranked in competitions have been spending money everywhere. The taverns and brothels in the royal capital have not been so lively for many years, and both nobles and common people have reasons to celebrate during this year's autumn harvest festival. Nowadays, the disasters in various parts of Elda have basically been eliminated, and there is not even a zombie to be seen on the official roads. Occasionally I see some figures in the fog. Most of them are mercenaries who earn bounties. The food harvested from the farmland and the influx of caravans from outside also gave people of all classes in the country a lot of spare money.
Martin told me that during the Blood Moon last year, people in this royal city were still panicked. Everyone was afraid of the monsters that suddenly appeared in the fog.
George held a wine glass and stood in front of the balcony. Looking at the lights below, the glorious city couldn't help but sigh.
But the situation in Elda this year is better than more than 10 years ago. Alfonso, do you think this is an irony? It is indeed a kind of irony.
Alfonso touched his beard and sighed.
In this Elda, the people who have the most no way to survive are not the monsters, but those who have been given the power to protect the people by the 7 gods. Responsible nobles, George. I often reflect on whether the world will be completely peaceful after punishing those who no longer deserve to be called nobles. Maybe in the future, all this will reincarnate again, and we who uphold justice today will be the source of corruption tomorrow. Alfonso, it has never been a god who gave the nobles rights. It has never been the Holy Court that supervises the nobles, let alone the Dawn Council and me.
George turned around and looked at Robert and Tower, who were walking over. Nia and Kylie patted Alfonso on the shoulder and said,
"The world has changed. If you can understand who the power in your hands comes from, the throne will naturally be secure."
George's last words made Alfonso tremble in his heart, and he who was originally worried also calmed down. When he looked at his nephew Robert again, the smile on his face was already from the bottom of his heart. Who does the power come from? Alfonso still can't figure it out for the moment, but he now understands very clearly who can get this throne for him.
What are you talking about again? Busy man.
Tanya came over and took George's hand, her mouth full of alcohol, and said,
"The nobles have been looking for you several times."
The nobles attending the banquet today were so drunk that they couldn't tell the difference between east, west, and north. Look at the chaotic crowd. The older guys were all pressed hard by the Sun King and forced to drink. Those whose heads were still clear were all queuing up, waiting to toast the Queen of the Moon Kingdom and King Elda. As for the Lord of Heaven, everyone looked at him with eyes. There are only a few people who are qualified to find him in this palace today. Naturally, I won't randomly look for him to chat up and have fun. So naturally it was this young lady who was looking for George everywhere. Soraya and others went to St. Wilmic's Cathedral today, and the others were no match for Tanya in terms of drinking capacity. No. After she had convinced others, she took advantage of the opportunity to have her sweetheart all to herself. George patted Tanya's butt and wanted to hug her over. But after seeing the weird looks in Robert and Kelly's eyes, he coughed in embarrassment and stopped awkwardly. This Kylie is Tanya's adopted son and his night attendant. And Robert regards Tanya as the lover of his dreams. Flirting in front of these two people made George somewhat uncomfortable. George waved to Kylie and then said to him,
Carrie, I'm afraid I won't have much time to take you with you in the future. If you want to participate in political affairs, just learn from Prince Alfonso. When you go to the battlefield, just follow Robert.
George nodded slightly to Robert and then said to his godson attendant Carrie,
Robert is Jagger's best friend, and he is deeply loved by Jagger. With him taking care of you, Jagger and I can rest assured. Alfonso was a little surprised it seemed that the thorn of heaven was not given to Robert by George, but by Jagger. But looking at Carrie, who was about to follow Robert, Alfonso's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that George was in the plan and had clearly arranged for himself and Robert. Chapter 862 Shameless Scumbag. Under George's instructions, Kylie nodded obediently, and from George's words, Alfonso also heard George's plan. This made Alfonso both relieved and a little uneasy. Alfonso could tell that George thought Alfonso was a good king but not a good commander, and Alfonso admitted this. It can also be heard that George has no intention of supporting Robert to inherit the throne, but intends to let Robert go to the east to lead the army. But isn't that just asking Robert to be his spare tire? However, to be fair, if there must be a commander in the east, it seems that this Eldar man is the most suitable to lead the troops. On the one hand, everyone in the country can feel at ease, including himself. On the other hand, the commander's affairs are more than just fighting. Only Robert or himself can coordinate all aspects of the country. So if I really let myself come to see it, I am afraid that Robert is also the best candidate if I really let Garvey or Eagle Docre lead the army. I and the nobles and ministers across the country will probably not be able to sleep. The black tide is right in front of us. Time waits for no one. There can be no more civil strife in Elda. George's words brought Alfonso back to his thoughts. Hearing this, Alfonso's heart skipped a beat. Knowing that the boss was planning to mediate, he couldn't help but look at Robert. I feel that the conflict between the two people should indeed be resolved in a peaceful way. It cannot be resolved by force. To put it bluntly, the troops of the two people were borrowed from George. In the ensuing conversation between several people, George stood as a mediator between the new and old noble leaders. And the topic between the three people was also about the future of Elda. According to the law of succession, after the old king abdicates, the one who inherits the throne should be Robert's father, who is about to die in bed. Further down the line, there is no problem if it is Robert, the eldest grandson of the king, and there is no problem if it is Alfonso. It all depends on when Robert's father dies. Therefore, this matter should have been decided by the leader of the Elda country. However, the old king is currently busy chatting with Nanofari and Rose, so I am afraid he does not have time to make a decision here. Robert and Alfonso had no doubts about George taking charge of the matter. Unknowingly, the once down-and-out family now possesses the qualification of God-given kingship and has become the Pope and Holy Emperor in the eyes of everyone. Regarding the ownership of the throne, Robert and Alfonso were already clear in their minds, but some interests and transactions needed to be discussed in depth. Robert had no doubts about his uncle's succession to the throne, and he had the same excellent attitude as the current Prince of Landry, Jillian. He only cares about his own country. But Alfonso couldn't help but ponder for a moment about Robert's future leadership. George. Robert. Alfonso's expression became serious. I am not greedy for power. And I also know that in the east of Elda, a real leader is needed. Robert is undoubtedly the best candidate, but the status is too special. I believe that Robert only has the future of Elda in his heart, and does not have the throne of thorns. But the ministers in the royal court, the members of the noble council, and the nobles do not have this in mind. I am willing to appoint Robert to be the commander-in-chief position. But you can't let those people have too many thoughts. Otherwise, if you are not careful, Elda will be in chaos. I have a plan. I don't know if it is feasible. Having said this, Alfonso looked at George and Robert. I hope that my son can follow Robert, act as his attendant, and fight with him everywhere. Alfonso's words were a little too obscure, and Robert didn't quite understand what he meant. He frowned and said, Uncle Alfonso, I have already considered the future matters. Actually, I am ready to take the oath of joining the Trappist Order of the Holy Temple. Having said this, Robert glanced at Tanya with complicated eyes. This glance made Tanya purse her lips with a complicated expression, and she couldn't help but feel a slight twitch in her heart. George's heart trembled for a moment. He even wondered if Tanya and Robert were destined to be partners in life and death if he had not come to this world. Joining the Trappist order means giving up everything you have and never marry for the rest of your life. It takes a deep love to make a person make such a decision. This couldn't help but make George feel so guilty. With a hint of guilt, he nodded deeply towards Robert. But he quietly pinched Tanya's butt with his hand. And he was very excited, just like Elizabeth said. The more someone else belongs to this scumbag, the more he likes him more and more. How can one be called a goddess without a goddess who licks dogs? Tanya spat secretly. Just now. A sad feeling arose in her heart, wondering if she should shed tears. But after George, a shameless person, came here for a while, the atmosphere was completely ruined. Robert did not see the private actions of the couple. He solemnly said to Alfonso, However, Uncle, your words reminded me, let little Nelson follow me. I will canonize him as my oath knight. The word sworn knight is really too famous in Elda, because the old king of this generation was once his brother's sworn knight. And the cousin of the old king is the first heir to the previous king. That cousin has no heirs. And in this case, the sworn knight is the first heir, followed by the adopted son, attendant and illegitimate son. Therefore, the oath knight is the highest honor for a servant, and it is usually held by brothers. Therefore, once a lord's brother becomes his oath knight, then illegitimate children and other things will have to step aside in front of him. After all, in this era, not even a wizard can completely determine who the father of this illegitimate child is. So I won't even have a last name for the rest of my life. Therefore, after this operation, Alfonso and Robert, the two people who have the right to inherit the throne, naturally become uncle and nephew in the eyes of the Elda people. Therefore, Alfonso's throne will be stable. The kingdom will naturally be stable, and the ministers will not have any evil intentions. After hearing what Robert said, Alfonso was so moved that he almost shed tears. He held Robert's hand and said, Don't worry, my good nephew. I know the families of your illegitimate children. Children! I will knight them. Hearing this, Robert's face turned dark. It seemed that his uncle was very clear about his dirty information. But this should be a good thing, because Alfonso helped Robert settle a worry. But at this time, when Robert looked at the stunned George and Tanya, his expression was a little embarrassed. George couldn't help but secretly give Robert a thumbs up. He thought that Robert was a loving licker. Turns out he is a big scumbag who pulls out all the ruthlessness. George cursed secretly in his heart. This boy was playing that trick in front of Tanya just now. So damn shameless. Let me just say, this guy is so coquettish and promiscuous. How can he be so innocent? George thought he had learned another trick. After seeing George's admiring eyes, Robert coughed in embarrassment and explained hard. When my lovers were with me, I didn't know they were pregnant before they were married. Otherwise, I will definitely take responsibility. George couldn't help but open his mouth and gave a thumbs up. It sounds like Robert not only has several illegitimate children, but they are also the children of other people. There are several people who want to be his father. Tanya rolled her eyes hard and pinched George's thigh hard. No man is good. George said in his heart, Don't worry, Tanya. I will never learn from him. I will never be friends with such a person. Chapter 863 Lord of Sin. Demetrius. After settling Robert and Alfonso that day, George looked around. Later, he learned from Irene that the old king had a very good chat with several great wizards in the sanctuary. He had just taken these guests to the side, visited a certain hall to view the royal collection. Seeing that George wanted to go find the fallen angel, Irene also followed. She planned to tell whether the two of them were going to talk about some dirty business behind everyone's back. If not, she would make up some. George felt that he had a clear conscience, so he naturally took this follower with him. After George arrived there, he found that the old king was sitting on the sofa with Rose and others, chatting happily about an ancient collection in his hand. That thing seemed to be a treasured collection of the Kingdom of Dragon. Farley couldn't put it down, and Zijan was amazed. After hearing that the old king wanted to give this thing to him, Nana Folly was very happy. George couldn't help but look weird. It seems that the old king gets along very well with the old immortals in the shelter. In other words, the old king is a little familiar with him, as if he has already made friends with Nino Fari, Rose and others, as if he were his colleague. George couldn't help but quietly look at the old king. The human name of King Elda was Bob Cosgriff Brebas, but at over 80 years old, he is now paunchy and still a little hunched. If you pay attention, his legs seem to be a little lame. The beard on his chin was neatly trimmed, but he had a mustache on his lips. When talking, he likes to pull the tip of his mustache, which looks a bit funny. When George came over, the knights in the room were all replaced by the Knights of the Dawn. Servants, eunuchs, and nobles who came to have fun were also invited away by the knights. Rose and Nanofari also left the sofa and wandered among the treasures in the hall. Give your boss space to talk. In the following conversation, George did not get straight to the point, and the old king also talked nonsense with George, without any sense of consciousness or urgency about being a prisoner. George knew that the old king should have made the first impression. He couldn't help but hint. For example, the Annalius in the Windsonging city already belongs to him. He also mentioned interesting things about the ruins of the ancient kingdom in Dragontooth Canyon, and how the shameless Aloysius ended up in vain, because now the kingdom of heaven is more generous than him, and is willing to unite all forces to fight against Aloysius, and so on. These words can no longer be said to be hints, because they are too explicit. Annalius and the Queen of the Netherworld are both Morpheus' old subordinates. If Morpheus said these words of George today, then the meaning would naturally be to let go of those young men who had taken refuge in Aloysius. And he planned to win over Aloysius' second son, naturally the one in front of him. And George felt that what he said should be impeccable. Netherworld might be forced to surrender to him in the future. But the rumors about Annalius can now be said to have spread among Demon Sayer, and many other demons who walked out of the shelter have been pretending to be Annalius traitors. They have been pouring dirty water on Annalius. Now the demons all believe that Annalius is greeting a holy lord, and hope that this holy lord can save this hopeless world. This holy lord is naturally Morpheus, and Annalius is Morpheus' biggest fan. Annalius had a hard time defending this matter, because she could not say that she was greeting the ancient god, nor could she say that her ultimate ideal was to let the ancient god kill everyone, including herself, and all the demons loyal to her. So George's awesomeness can be said to be full of confidence. Who else could I be if I wasn't Morpheus? Regarding these words, the old king kept looking at George with a half smile, without saying any words. But what was revealed in the old king's eyes had a meaning that didn't need to be said. Looking into the old king's eyes, George's expression was extremely strange. He could see two things. First, the old king seemed to think that he was anything but Morpheus. Second, the old king believed in the sincere solicitation of the Lord of Heaven. George looked confused. And George also noticed that the old king was extremely respectful to him in his words, but also very close to him, as if someone in his family was his relative. Naturally, George didn't know this guy, but His Majesty Bob didn't care. Your Majesty, I can see that you don't recognize me, and I can also see that you don't seem to have discovered who you are yet. This is reasonable, but I will never admit it. I felt it a few months ago. Your appearance, you have been reborn, and soon you will truly arrive. George couldn't help but froze in place. Am I really Morpheus? But if he was really Morpheus, he would definitely be able to recognize this demon's name at a glance. George felt that the old king had definitely admitted the wrong person, and that he was about to be exposed. He couldn't help but secretly wipe the cold sweat. He quietly glanced at Miss Rose, who was discussing a certain painting with Ninafari not far away, and wanted to ask the ancient god, who the H.L. should I be? However, instead of giving herself any hint, Rose gave herself a meaningful glance, as if to say, stop pretending. You know better. Irene, who was pretending to pour tea for George and the two of them, suddenly realized after seeing it. She stared at George with a strong meaning of as expected. At this moment, a very strange idea came to George's mind. It seemed that everyone knew who George was, but he alone didn't know. Who the H.I. am I? Seemingly seeing George's doubts, the old king finally expressed his stance. He whispered, Your Majesty Alexis, the seven gods have fallen, and the holy court has decayed. It is time for a new order to be established in this world. George forced out a stiff smile, looked at the squinting maid Irene, smiled and nodded. Who the heck is Alexis? Ahem. Bob, let's get straight to the point. George felt he had to mention something. What should I call you? Bob suddenly straightened up, and at this moment, his whole demeanor changed. The hall was also plunged into endless darkness at this moment. Suddenly, the surroundings suddenly ignited with demonic flames. A burning, terrifying demon with a huge and bloated body, huge ring-shaped horns, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes flashed in front of George's eyes. At this moment, George looked at the huge demon bowing in front of him, and a name suddenly flashed at his heart: the Lord of Sin. Demetrius. Demetrius. How do I know your name? Because a voice suddenly sounded in George's heart, and Siljak, who was sleeping in George's body,
suddenly woke up. Chapter 864 Really? A litter of cubs. After a flutter, Irene sat limply on the ground, not even knowing that the teapot in her hand had wet her skirt. She opened her small mouth, pointed behind George, and habitually shouted in the scream.
Sure enough! Sure enough! It's not right!
Suddenly, Erin stopped shouting because she found that the shadow of the devil behind George looked a bit familiar. Her face couldn't help but become weird. She checked her skirt with a rag in embarrassment and stopped talking. Everyone had seen experimental subject number 3. And she was also present when Siljek obtained the godhead. Soraya and others also know. This basin of dirty water cannot be poured on George's head. But the other person was already prostrate on the ground. Demetrius seemed to feel the feeling that made his heart palpitate. He had already tremblingly prostrated at George's feet. At this moment, in his eyes, behind George was a 3-meter-tall, ferocious humanoid demon holding George in her arms. The horns on her head were intertwined together, like a crown, and behind her were 6 wings that looked like wings, barbed like Caliceri. It seemed that she was still very weak, like a newborn, far less powerful than the former Alexis, and even slightly weaker than herself. But her scarlet eyes reached directly into Demi's eyes, deep in Tyrius's soul. He could not resist it all. But what really frightens Demetrius is not the new king named Hilkias, but that human being. In the early days, Demetrius had always thought that this human being was just a host and a servant of the new king. But later, he discovered that the situation seemed to have been let go. Yes, he should have thought long ago that this man's will was enough to accommodate Aloysius's body. So how could the new king break free from his body and occupy him? The new king must have been coerced, and they made a perfect deal. He got everything for the new king, and became the new king's protective umbrella. And this person's power is enough to win the favor of the new king. The only thing that confused Demetrius was why could this man see his true face clearly at a glance? And why am I so afraid of him? As if he is a master. Demetrius suddenly realized that even if there was no new king, he should fear him just like he feared Morphus. Because he is in charge of the kingdom of heaven just like Morphus in the lie. And now the new will of the abyss is standing behind him. Once upon a time, the 7 gods were in charge of everything. They sat in the kingdom of heaven, and let the king control the human world. They canonized the masters of the river Styx, hell and the abyss, and established the order of the old world, and let the holy court take care of the 5 realms, so that the soul can live endlessly, over and over again. Now that the 7 gods have fallen, the monitors of the 4 realms have become corrupted. Power has fallen away, and everything is in chaos. Everyone wants to get the supreme scepter that once belonged to the 7 gods, and rebuild the order of the world. And now, one of the people closest to the throne of the supreme god was standing in front of him. Aloysius once believed that the person closest to this throne was either himself or Morphus. But I'm afraid Aloysius never imagined that the so-called Morphus was really just a mortal. But so what? The kings and emperors of heaven and humanity have all stood behind him. And the fairies and dragons, counting these 2. There are 7 realms in total, that were once not controlled by the 7 gods have also chosen him. Maybe humans really have come of their time. And this rising human emperor is already fully capable of competing with Aloysius. It's time for Abyss to make a choice. Your Majesty. Because? Siljek's voice rang out at the same time. Because he is our child. George looked confused. Demetrius was also stunned on the spot. Demetrius stared blankly at Rose, who was staring at George with squinted eyes not far away. He looked blankly at the human in front of him. He suddenly realized that the Goblin King had not lied to him. And the word Alexis he called was not wrong. Only Irene showed her gossipy eyes, and excitedly took out her video crystal. George, a pervert, actually had sex with his pet. This is really exciting. But then she froze in place again.
You dirty thing! Don't even think about touching me in the future!
Sitting there, George stroked the sleeping little spider in his hand, and slowly listened to Demetrius' story. Gradually, the doubts in his heart were answered. In the end, that guy Siljek finally realized her long-cherished wish, and gave birth to a litter of children with her, and even crawled across the world. It's just that with George's previous knowledge, he couldn't clearly see the ethical relationship between it at the beginning. It can be said that it is impossible to guard against. Ibrahimovic actually reminded him back then experimental subject number 3 has countless descendants. And everything in the abyss has his blood. And the successor of this evil god inherited everything from him. Now the evil god's blood is flowing in the bodies of Siljek and George. And when they accept everything from the evil god, this mating relationship is completed. Irene took away the little spider in George's hand, and used a joke that George often used to tease George maliciously.
Let others fight the war, lucky Black Pearl people. Go get married. Shut up! Aaron!
George said with an ugly face. If you think about it carefully, you will find that except for the Holy Empire and the Kingdom of Sand, every country is related to him by marriage. And even Charlie can't escape. And he also has a grandfather in the Holy Court. It can be said that now that countries are gathering together peacefully, a lot of the credit for this marriage should be taken.
You have been blessed by the God of love. Just enjoy yourself,
Irene said with a snort, not taking his words seriously at all. Demetrius glanced at the maid and felt a slight movement in his heart. Being so cunning, he has already guessed the identity of this Irene. She should be a leader in the kingdom of heaven. But it seems that this archangel is not possessed by Alexis and is not a puppet. All this seems to verify that Alexis was indeed swallowed up by this human being, not the other way around. Otherwise, all the people in this heaven would probably be the same as those on Aloysius' side.
Demetrius, so in your eyes, I am he now?
George asked with some confusion.
Your Majesty. In fact, you are a substitute. The will of the abyss always needs someone to shoulder it. And the legal way to inherit and dominate everything is to devour and replace it.
George looked at the Irene, who was secretly recording the video, coughed, and regretted handing over Irene. He forcefully explained,
as the leaders of the kingdom of heaven, we have the responsibility to look after the 7 realms. Many of the masters were also canonized by the 7 gods. Now that there is no owner in the abyss, I will hang on to this title first. Once everything is back in order, I will hand it over to others.
When Irene heard this, her heart moved slightly. If she went to the abyss in the future, she would be busy. When she saw George looking at her heart beat wildly, and she smiled flatteringly. George rolled his eyes and ignored this self-indulgent guy. He took the little spider back from Irene's hand and stuffed it into his arms. Then, there was another tattoo on his heart.
Demetrius, go on. What is the situation in the abyss now? Your Majesty, for so many years, the Lord of the Abyss has never died, nor has he reunited in the abyss. Therefore, the key to mobilizing the will of the abyss is fragmented. This makes each of us qualified to sit on the throne. But each of us is not. Qualifications. The situation in Netherworld is similar to this. Now Aloysius has used his absolute power to control most of the abyss and the Netherworld, trying to rebuild the order. And in this new order, each of his magic wings is a symbol of H.L. Abyss, and the Netherworld. King. But there are still some people who are not loyal to surrender to him, because as long as the key is still there, then each of us has a chance. No one knows where the 2 keys are, but many people believe that they should have been reunited somewhere in the world. But only the Son of Darkness can find it. I think you must be the Son of Darkness.
Hearing this, Irene opened her mouth in shock, and the figure of a little girl flashed in her mind. Through her, Morpheus must be found, and Netherworld still has a chance. Chapter 865 The Secret of the Abyss. Demetrius didn't know his physical condition, so he spoke freely. And George also learned a lot from the information he gave. Hell, Netherworld and the Abyss also experienced a catastrophe 300 years ago. But unlike the archangels, the demons never needed faith to maintain their power, so they were not affected. On the contrary, some demons became stronger in the shadow of the ancient god. During that period, the kingdom of heaven launched an unprecedented crazy war against the 3 realms of H.L. The leaders were the angels of bravery, generosity, and mercy. These 3 people respectively led their most powerful forces to the abyss, H.L. and Netherworld. But only the mercy angel made some gains. Morpheus disappeared without a trace when the mercy angel self-destructed, and he was considered the most unlucky master. The angel of generosity led the strongest force at that time, and he should have killed Aloysius. But he became the most unsuccessful one because you are, who guards H.L. Many years ago, he has already fallen. As for the brave angel, it is impossible to say that he failed or succeeded, because he made a big fuss in the abyss and almost killed most of the leaders. But he failed to complete the mission he shouldered because Alexis was no longer in the abyss long ago and became experimental subject number 3. The originally stable balance of the abyss was completely out of balance due to the 2 great chaos 300 years ago. The Netherworld and the abyss were leaderless, and Hell launched a war against the 2 realms. Aloysius finally became the real king, and under his guidance, 12 pillar demons were reborn. Since then, the demons have ushered in a new era. Not only can they become stronger by devouring souls, but they can also absorb the power of despair under the shadow of this ancient god. Some of these 12 fallen angels came from H.L., some from the Netherworld, and some from the abyss. They are the magic wings of Aloysius. Helping the king, they are loyal to rule the 3 realms. Therefore, The Abyss and the Netherworld have already fallen into the hands of Aloysius. And if anyone inherits Alexis' inheritance, then in the eyes of the devil, they are actually just Emperor Xian of Han. The real person in power was Aloysius, the great Dongjue. According to what Demetrius said, Abyss and Netherworld are now separate clans. Although everyone is afraid of him and being ruled by him, they also have their own thoughts. Aloysius hopes to create a new world. And in that new world, all demons will usher in a true holy lord. He is the source of the birth of the demons. And his shadow will cover each new world. Speaking of this, Demetrius couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that he still remembered the paradise that Aloysius had described to the demons.
In that shadow, the gods will fall, and the order will collapse. The time and space barriers of the world will collapse. And the will of the world will be exposed just like the lamb to be slaughtered. The devil will continue to follow the saint, the shadow of the Lord. In that carnival, tramples the burning iron hooves across the world. And everything will surrender under our feet.
Hearing this, George's face looked a little strange. Damn! I'm already impressed. No wonder Dawn of Light is always worried about me changing jobs. What a great dream of conquest. Seeing the strange look in George's eyes, Demetrius coughed in embarrassment.
Your Majesty, my ideals are different from his. Aloysius is a madman. What I hope is that the seven realms can return to order. Real. Then the ancient god scares you?
George's eyes penetrated people's hearts, and he saw the real reason for Demetrius's hesitation.
Indeed, His Majesty has given us everything. But desire and price are equivalent. The more he gives, the more panic I feel. But he has never asked for anything from us. Just like the dark sun, use its dark shadow to selflessly protect us.
George nodded, understanding what the so-called Holy Lord was.
Demetrius, I hope you can answer me truthfully. Can you still hear the voice of the Holy Lord now?
Demetrius hesitated slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said truthfully,
I used to hear his voice every day when I prayed. But since Alfonso brought back that holy object, gradually I can no longer listen to his response. That kind of light is very special and different from all holy objects.
George nodded, knowing that the intervention of Dawn Light had an effect. Only his power can fight against the light of shadow. It seems that Aloysius still can't kill him at once before the next blood moon. There is still time to find a way to help this guy remove the Sutra hoop. George did not tell the demon in front of him about Nagaroxter's death for the time being, so that he wouldn't dare to expose Aloysius' secret again after being scared to death.
Go on, Demetrius.
George slapped away Eileen's hand that was quietly touching his thigh and took a sip of tea. Demetrius spoke freely.
I don't want to believe that there really is a selfless supreme existence in this world. So I often feel that we are like moths rushing to the fire. Many demons believe that they are moths themselves, and the meaning of existence is to burn. But I am timid and cowardly. So if there is a choice that can make me feel more at ease, I am willing to give up the biggest piece of cake and choose a smaller one.
Demetrius's words were a naked message to George that he was willing to betray Aloysius.
Demetrius,
looking at the demon in front of him, George nodded and put down the teacup in his hand.
I'm very happy. It seems that Nenofari and Rose had a good conversation with you.
Demetrius' face forced a smile. Indeed, the main reason why Demetrius had such an epiphany was because he was at the end of his rope with Elda in his current state. He, as the person in charge, could only end up in two ways. One was killed by George. One is to wait for Aloysius' punishment after returning. So his biggest hope now is to have a way to survive, and judging from George's situation, it can indeed give him a way to survive. And he can also get a piece of cake. Demetrius couldn't help but look at George's hand flatteringly. But the little spider had already returned to George's body and slept. So Demetrius's wink was in vain.
Demetrius, I think you should know that they are not the only ones who are Lightwings.
George looked at the two Nenofari in the distance and said,
And I am not the only one who is willing to accept it. Lightwings, I can promise you a future. And I can also give you that little piece of cake, so I can satisfy your demands.
Demetrius had indeed seen this a long time ago. Miss Tanya, who was arranged in Erda, was not only here to guard him, but also a signal from George to release him. During this period of time, Tanya also hinted that this heavenly lord was not clean. It's most likely Morphus. Now, Demetrius discovered that George was not Morphus, but he was a better lord of the abyss. So he was finally able to let go of his mental arithmetic, especially after seeing Silyak. Chapter 866 Aloy's Olive Branch. George and Siljak are the successors of an empty-titled Lord of the Abyss. The demons rely on strength, and will not be willing to listen to them. It can even be said that this Celiac is not the real new king, she was originally just an adjutant that Demetrius was not willing to take another look at. But it was enough. The filthy title on George's head and those black, twisted, dirty, crazy black wings behind him could make Demetrius feel at ease. It's even better. Because although this Lord of Heaven has the right to dominate, he is not interested in the abyss like those demons. And the little new king also needs a good helper to help her gain a foothold in the abyss in the future. Demetrius can see the broader future. Just as George once said to Celiac. He now said the same thing to Demetrius when the world returns to order. The three realms need some obedient leaders. And the little devil who followed him first has already received the promise that George gave her. Now, Celiac already has a title and a nominal fiefdom, although this title and fiefdom are in the abyss. It can be regarded as fulfilling George's promise to her. And with the precedent of Celiac, Demetrius also believed that there was a place for him beside George. In order to completely reassure Demetrius, George explained something clearly, and he also told Irene to listen to it in George's words. That is, the kingdom of heaven now is different from the past. And there is no race. Misophobia.
This is also the original intention of Miss Aradia to establish the High Council of Dawn.
George said solemnly.
I want to restore order to the seven realms. Heaven. Humanity. The underworld. The abyss. HL. Dragons. Goblins need a parliament to achieve a certain balance. Otherwise, even if the war is over, the fog will not really fade away. And the dead and souls will only be able to wander the earth. There will be no real reincarnation. And the wicked will have no prison where they can wash away their sins. And there will be no abyss in which desires can be born.
Erin opened her mouth. She looked at George in disbelief. She couldn't believe that he was colluding with the devil in front of her. There is even a chance to give a seat in Parliament to the devil. But when she turned around, she thought of something more important.
Saradia?
Irene shouted.
I established the high-level Heavenly Council. I am the skeleton of your Dawn Council.
Eileen is indeed the most bottomless among the archangels. After hearing George's words, what she was thinking about was her future interests and status. After seeing Irene's statement, George felt a little relieved if it were Aloysius's self-proclaimed extreme heavenly armed forces. They would never be allowed to achieve this kind of balance, with the devil extremely ironic. George continued to say to Demetrius,
I have reached a consensus with Miss Aradia on this matter. In the future, the three realms will no longer be guarded by people from the kingdom of heaven. We each take care of our own business. And into the Archangel Demetrius is not the only one sitting in the seats of the council. You can join us on behalf of your new king. Your Majesty, I see your sincerity,
Demetrius said solemnly.
For a long time, in our eyes, Morpheus is an idealist and a very tolerant person in terms of ideas, saying his purpose is to replace the seven gods and clear himself, and then return to the order of the world. He will rule the seven realms as a new god. You are not Morpheus, and you don't need to clear yourself. But I can see it. You want to do the same thing as him. You can bring peace to this world and restore order to the world. In my opinion, this chaos should have ended long ago. But with all due respect, I think I am like this. I'm afraid not many people think about it.
In the eyes of the demons, Morpheus is an idealist. As for Aloysius, he is a war madman. He hopes that the seven realms will merge into one and make the world a purgatory, become a carnival place for demons. Such a cake must be huge, just plunder the weak human world. So most demons are willing to follow him. Demetrius talked a lot with George today, and the topics became more and more explicit. He faintly persuaded George, hoping that he could make the cake bigger.
Your Majesty, perhaps what we need is not peace, but the start of a new war. Today's human beings are already qualified to compete with the devil, and are also qualified to cooperate with the devil. We only need to continue to open up new worlds and continue to plunder. Then in this carnival, both humans and demons can get what they want.
Irene was horrified by Demetrius's crazy idea. And what frightened her even more was that Demetrius actually gave another reason that was hard to refuse.
In fact, the reason why I stay here is to negotiate with you on behalf of His Majesty Aloysius, although your identity is somewhat different from what we thought. But I think you will not refuse this reason. The demons were born in the shadow of the ancient gods. But we are no longer content to follow that shadow and devour the leftovers. The ancient gods will surely come. And there are only two ways to achieve true salvation for this world. Go either accept him, or you join forces with your Majesty Aloysius and kill it. There is no third way,
Demetrius said with stern eyes.
Your cooperation is inevitable. And after this, both of us can create a truly new future.
Demetrius wanted to describe the future heaven, but George waved his hand. This scene made Erin feel relieved. and also made Demetrius look a little surprised. But then, they discovered that George had described the future paradise and provided a more complete and reasonable supplement to Aloysius's imagination.
I believe in Aloysius's sincerity, because our cooperation is the only way. And the future he imagined is indeed very exciting. You have those who can smell the magic of another world and receive the coordinates ability. And we can open a larger and more stable time and space door. In that future, the resources, minerals, and wealth you don't need in that other world can all belong to us. And those lands abandoned by you, heaven and the fairies can purify them and turn them into new colonies of creatures. And the lives and souls of those alien species that we don't need can belong to demons they cannot reproduce with us. But their souls can live in the 3 realms of H.L. In baptism, our 7 realms are enriched.
Erin's mind buzzed, and she was trembling with fear. But in George's description of the future, she discovered that this might indeed be a very good future. And if you want to destroy the ancient gods, joining forces with Aloysius will undoubtedly increase your chances.
Right?
George continued, revealing a plan that was even crazier and more attractive than Aloysius's original plan.
You are responsible for the destruction, and we are responsible for the restoration. When new worlds return to order after war, the colonists during birth, old age, illness and death, the soul will reincarnate endlessly in heaven, the underworld and H.L. And more desires will breed in the abyss. Maybe this is good for us. We all need each other's existence. And as long as we keep moving forward, there will be eternal peace between us.
Demetrius became excited. This future was even more perfect than he originally imagined. But the sneer on George's face made him feel a little chilled. Chapter 867 The First Fallen Angel to Surrender.
Xiao! George!
Irene looked at George with trembling lips. Her eyes seemed to say, in the future, you will let one of your little wives be a god or something in the new world.
Right?
At least it's enjoyable. Right? Eileen knew that this was not a fantasy. The kingdom of heaven once had the power to transform into a conqueror. But because the outer lands are all alien species, and the local natives cannot survive in the outer lands, the kingdom of heaven finally lost interest in this matter. In order to prevent the demons from becoming too powerful, the 7 gods have been interfering with the demons' conquests. Along the way, the demons from the several demonic planes controlled by them in the 7th hell have never made any achievements. But George's plan made Eileen see the possibility. And with Sanctuary's current strength, it has been able to fight demons. And now it also understands the technology of the space-time gate. It can be said to make up for the shortcomings of the devil. After this powerful alliance, those garbage natives from the outer lands will surely become the nutrients of the 7 realms. In addition, Sanctuary has now mastered the technology of the Creator. It will not take a few hundred years for even if it encounters the terrifying aliens that George said. It will probably transform into a terrifying conqueror.
Your Majesty!
Demetrius was also a little excited.
It seems you understand. If you are willing, I can be the intermediary between you and Aloysius. This will be the most perfect peace in history. Negotiation.
George shook his head.
He would agree. But I won't.
Demetrius and Erin were both stunned on the spot. George looked at the stunned demon in front of him and said with a cold smile,
Because I'm here to save you.
Dawnlight lets out a huge sigh of relief.
If I want to eat it, you don't know how?
George rolled his eyes secretly. The demons followed the shadow of the ancient god and came to this world. Except for the fallen 7 gods and Aloysius, who got the fragment of Alpha. No one knew what the ancient god was. The demons believed that the ancient gods had summoned them here. So they spread fear and despair to attract the attention of the ancient gods. But in fact, the ancient gods never summoned demons. And never cared about them. And it doesn't need to wake up. In the eyes of that ancient god, everything was too insignificant. No matter the gods or demons in this world, they could not understand his thoughts. But the demons were right about one thing: the ancient gods might indeed take another look at this place because of what the natives did. And this glance made him discover the existence of Alpha. But it was not the devil who attracted this look, but the 7 gods who were arrogant and took the initiative to search for the ancient gods. And now, the faceless man may have noticed this even more, because he discovered that a little thing was being born. He would become his partner and his child. He will also join him to fight against the Kashia Protoss. When Hilyak met George for the first time, she told him her understanding of the ancient gods. The original archangels secretly gave many corrections through the light of dawn, according to their understanding. When George mocked the 7 gods, Ariadne and others felt extremely dissatisfied. Now, after George has explored half of the world, he has been getting closer to the truth. And when George and others found the reason for Alpha's damage and discovered the existence of the shadow light, A more terrifying truth appeared in everyone's mind. In the eyes of Demetrius, fallen angels were born from the shadow of the ancient gods. And Aloysius was the leader of all fallen angels. They reveled in this world, welcoming their holy lord, and looking forward to the ancient gods being satisfied and awakening from despair. But the key is that the source of the birth of the fallen angels is not the shadow of the ancient god. And it is not the ancient god who gets satisfaction from despair, it is the light of the shadow. Like the archangels, the fallen angels emerged from nirvana in the embrace of the light of shadow. And the shadow of the light of shadow has also become their paradise. And Aloysius, who controls the light of shadow, also controls all the fallen angels. At any time, he can fall into the clutches of these shareholders and suck out their marrow just like the dead Garrixt. Therefore, it is true that the demons worship the ancient gods, but they actually worship the wrong god all along. Aloysius stole the power of faith that the ancient gods did not need through the light of shadow. Perhaps, the light of shadow is indeed selfless and has no desires. But that was not the case for the person who wanted to devour the light of shadow.
I think you should have seen the more twisted and evil chaotic species that appeared in the abyss. And before Aloysius came to the abyss, there must have been someone trying to become the new one. Ancient gods,
George said to the devil.
They must have failed. And in the end, even their own thinking became chaotic. This made you think that this path was wrong. Until the arrival of Aloysius. He helped you get rid of that terrible curse and taught you how to revel in the shadow of the old god and not be assimilated by the old god.
Demetrius suddenly felt cold all over.
You mean that madman Aloysius? Yes. He has never thought about welcoming the ancient gods, because the ancient gods have never cared about you. It is Aloysius who cares about you. He has given you strength and allowed you to grow. But as you said, this gift is not selfless, because he will eventually take back everything you have received, and he will also become the real ancient god.
Demetrius, George said with stern eyes,
you have all been deceived. You have been worshipping Aloysius. He stole the faith that the ancient god did not need. And whether it is Aloysius if you succeeds, or the true holy lord you worship comes, you will all be dead.
Demetrius' face was ashen, and he looked at George with trembling lips.
Then if the two of us cooperate, this world will be divided between the two of us. When the ancient god comes, he will embrace his twins of light and darkness. There will no longer be a decisive battle that is difficult to win. Because this game is about to come. This is the end. And in that future, we will indeed trample those burning iron hooves across world after world. But in that future, you will not be there.
Irene fainted with a faint sound until now. No one except Dawn Light, and George knew that George could swallow Dawn Light.
Damn it! George! You're not lying to me. Are you?
As if he felt that he was dead, Demetrius no longer cowered and said something directly.
You ignorant and illiterate people know nothing. How can the path of God be farther and broader than the path of civilization? You have no idea of the beauty of the vast starry sky.
Demetrius looked at George with eyes that he wouldn't believe even if he killed him. George took a sip of tea and said,
There is a person named Valinea. She may come a little later than the faceless men, but when the liquidators represented by her come with the gold fleet, we three ancient gods will all turn into ashes and be lifted up into the sky.
For the light of dawn. He had long wanted to see these fallen angels. And the stubborn queen of the netherworld failed to be successfully guided by him, which also made the light of dawn feel very worried. Obviously, compared to the queen of the netherworld, Demetrius is extremely enthusiastic about the guidance. Originally, Demetrius thought that this matter was either something that happened after George came over to kill him directly, either after negotiation. He would either get good news or be killed with bad news. No matter how you looked at it, he would eventually return to the abyss. So he had already arranged the escape route, which was very calm, but he didn't expect that there would be a third terrifying ending. There are sutra hoops on their heads. If they die, they will really die. There will be no way back to the abyss, because their origins will be transformed into Aloysius, his feces. That day, after Demetrius found out that there was a sutra hoop on his head, his face was ashen. On the same day, George called a group of bodyguards from the Dawn Light and took Demetrius from the kingdom of God into the sanctuary of the Dawn Church to meet the great, vast, selfless other, a holy lord after the light of dawn. The last bit of luck in Demetrius's heart was all wiped out by George. George was indeed not fooling himself. The power of that ball of light was completely consistent with, and completely opposite to, his holy master. The moment Demetrius knelt down paralyzed in front of the light of dawn, he had completely believed that his holy lord was also such a big light bulb. The light of dawn can embrace everything. It no longer has the ability to transform light into shadow, but it has the power to transform shadow, and even chaos, miscorruption, into light. Although this cannot change Demetrius' filthy heart. If Demetrius opens his mind and body, he will have the opportunity to turn his pure black magic wings into gray, and become a real fallen angel. But this time and process is extremely long. And like the fallen ones, it requires a large amount of the power of order, more than 2 million. After hearing the numbers reported by Dawn Light, George secretly clicked his tongue. He knew that after the blood moon, the demons would become stronger and stronger. But he did not expect such an exaggeration. And according to what Demetrius said, with the destruction of the world's will barrier, this world has become more and more able to accommodate the bodies of higher demons. Now the power he has been suppressed by this world has already its half released. As for the power of most high-level demons before the blood moon, they would most likely be suppressed. Demetrius wanted to break away from the seeds planted in him by the light of shadow for a long time. Paradise Lost temporarily became Demetrius' refuge. In the past 2 years, many people in the shelter have visited here through Heavenly Path. But this was the first time that George came here in the physical form. He found that this place was very similar to that H.L. And there was even a lava land. In this lava land, there are many little devils that everyone has captured. The only thing that is different from that H.L. is that this world has sunlight. There is a rotating nebula in the sky. Demetrius, the second fifth kid, is undoubtedly the one George is most satisfied with at the moment. He personally accompanied the devil and found a place here. As a result, once this guy entered, no matter what George said, he never came out.
I've revealed too many secrets. I may become the next Garrix at any time.
In the huge lava land of Lost Paradise, the huge Demetrius faced the man flying in midair in front of him. George said, and his rough voice echoed in the lava land, causing the little devil sleeping in the lava to fly away in shock. Demetrius panicked. Originally, he had taken the initiative to negotiate with Morpheus. Neither Morpheus nor the Lord of Heaven would reject the future. From Aloysius' point of view, even if the negotiation breaks down, there is no reason for George to tell everyone their little secrets. After all, he is telling everyone. He who controls the kingdom of heaven, like Aloysius, is the biggest threat in the world. This is simply shaking his own foundation. Even if everyone has to support him to fight for the future now. After victory, the best end for him is to step down from the throne and find a place to retire. And it may be difficult for his descendants to participate in politics again. So what is this guy doing all this for? For other people and other people's descendants? Like the Sun King, Aloysius also believed that George would definitely choose to be emperor. He never thought that in his plan, when everything returned to order, he would return the kingship to the world just like the 7 gods. The negotiation ended in failure, and George told Demetrius the secret. He knew that Aloysius would never leave him. His own death is approaching. He will never step out of here before taking off the mantra. Demetrius now even feels that he is afraid of the shadow. He even asked George many ignorant questions just now. Are all the places in the world that are not illuminated by the sun the Aloysius territory?
I even suspect that there is a gate to H.L. in my body. How is that possible?
George rolled his eyes fiercely.
The sacrificial ceremony is a waste of your power. Aloysius will not do such a thing. He will only do it when he senses you. Just kill you, don't worry. Elda is very clean now. And he shouldn't have received the news yet. Before the people from the Holy Empire arrive, you still have time to write a will or something. And explain your funeral affairs to the minister. You can't help but wipe Elda's ass clean. Right. What do you care about me? Just say I'm dead. I left a will last month,
Demetrius said, then threw a skin bag to George.
You can just find someone.
George dully took the skin bag in midair, looked at the confident Demetrius, and thought of the red flags he had people embroider overnight last month. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the devil in front of him. Chapter 868 Immortal Rusgard. After looking at the skin, George discovered that it was Alfonso's father. The clothes and everything are quite complete. With some doubts, George asked about the parasitism of fallen angels.
This kind of special arrival will make it impossible for people to distinguish. Because in essence, he is you. So there are many restrictions both parties must resonate. Of course, there are also some ways to make the two of them work together under certain circumstances. Forced resonance. Bob should have been poisoned to death by his eldest son more than 10 years ago. I became one with him when he was dying. To be honest, sometimes, I often have doubts. Demetrius has existed for tens of thousands of years. But apart from that desire, it is difficult to have anything that makes me remember it deeply. But Bob has so many things that I actually feel nostalgic. And it even made me have feelings for Elda. and even regard Alfonso as my own son. He is indeed very well behaved. Unlike my eldest son, who always wants to kill me. After seeing little Robert grow up and become a human being, at this time, I actually felt a little relieved. There is no doubt that this strange way of coming is very dangerous. Sometimes, I still can't tell who I am. Maybe, I have been born in 2 lives.
In the demon's narrative, George grows his mouth. After retracting his thoughts, he then picked up the skin bag in his hand, looked at the skin bag, and said with a strange expression,
Then what does this mean? Do you think you ate yourself? Damn, George. Don't carry my body like that. Take good care of him. He will be my incarnation on Earth.
Before leaving, Demetrius told George the location of the edict and said,
I can't remember the specifics. If you can't find it all, let George ask the little girl who secretly arranged it for me. Vampire. Can't find everything?
George couldn't help but blinked, not understanding what he meant. Late that night, after George went to the castle and took a look at Sophia, who was already resting, he didn't have time to say anything to her. He just gave Priyanka and others some instructions. Afterwards, George and others went to Rusgard, where the old wizard was playing with a gadget in the dean's office.
Hey, Rusgard, what is this thing on your table?
George picked up the thing Rusgard was playing with, and found that it was a ring. But the ring contained extremely terrifying dark power. Ordinary people could touch it. If you touch it, you will probably be driven away by the terrifying curse. This made George curious. Rusgard was originally stroking his beard with some pride, intending to brag about it. But when he saw George throwing his new knot in the sky for fun, he couldn't help but hurriedly put the ring on his finger.
You know, the last time you gave the Styx scroll to Solwood for restoration, Anthony and I both copied a copy for research. All along, the only way for a wizard to gain immortality is to become a lich. But the scroll says the mystery about the immortal deeply inspired me. I did not perform any lich transformation ritual. I still have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and still have the taste and touch. But in essence, I am no longer. In essence, this little ring is my life box.
After listening to a few words, George couldn't help but widen his eyes. That ring is Rusgard's phylactery. He originally thought that the phylactery would be a small box or an urn or something. Rusgard glanced at Aggie, who was touching this and looking at that in his dean's office. Crawling in George's ear, he whispered,
I divided my soul into 7 parts and hid them all over the world. As long as they are not destroyed, I can still be reborn even if my body is reduced to ashes.
George's face couldn't help but look weird. He coughed, looked around, and asked in a low voice,
Rusgard, do you have any snakes? Have you put a soul in the snake?
Snake? It might be a good idea to use a living body as a container.
After chatting for a while, several people got down to business.
Regarding acting, Rusgard, the thousand-faced man, is already very familiar with it. Even if he sneaks into the Holy Court and plays the role of the Pope, others may not be able to recognize him for a moment.
Sir, you are flattering me.
In response to George's words, Rusgard touched his beard and said very proudly,
But I have played several cardinals before. Speaking of which, I have nothing to do with the Bribus family, and there are some connections.
George couldn't help but think of Rusgard stealing the saint's body. And the surname of Elda's royal family is Bribus. The saint's body is indeed placed in the Holy Court.
Rusgard, please don't screw up this time. Your body will be kept in St. Wilmic's Cathedral for several days. Don't worry. Sir, there won't be any problem. I've been to St. Wilmic's Cathedral before, but this is the first time I've gone in while lying down.
Rusgard was very efficient. After a while, he studied the skin for a while and figured it out.
Tisk. TSK. TSK. The devil's body. This is the most perfect container.
Immediately afterwards, George was stunned to see the operation of this great wizard. He took a wand, pulled out some white mist from the skin, and put it into a strange basin in his dean's office. If Demetrius was here and saw this of Rusgard, after this operation, you will definitely have a big mouth, an expression of disbelief, and a feeling of fear. Then he will curse the wizard. He can actually extract his own memory with his own private belongings. The demon master pulled out those memories piece by piece with ease. After checking them, he swallowed them into his mouth and digested them. And then he felt very satisfied. It seems that there is still a trace of Demetrius's soul power in these memories. If Demetrius were not in Paradise Lost now, he would definitely cover his head and scream in pain. Without keeping George and others waiting, Rusgard quickly put on the skin and clothes. This guy was already older, and his old look could be said to be a perfect imitation of His Majesty Bob. Afterwards, a few people walked around in front of Mother Hathaway a few times. After finding that they were not recognized, a few guys excitedly contacted Eileen and asked her to open the passage to the kingdom of heaven in Elda and return to the palace. I heard that His Majesty couldn't remember where he put some of his things, even Demetrius really couldn't remember. So the eunuchs led the way. As a result, before they even got there, they saw the great bachelors from the royal palace rushing toward a certain direction of the palace with emetic drugs, arsenic, ashes on the fireplace, sharp daggers, etc.
Where did the fight start?
Aji asked, confused. His Majesty Bob touched the big mustache on his nose and said,
According to my understanding of Elda's medical skills, it should be to save people.
Sure enough, after the bachelors and eunuchs saw Your Majesty, they immediately reported the situation. It was the eldest prince who couldn't do it anymore, and the witch doctors were heading over there.
Yes.
George then remembered that Demetrius had said that the eldest prince was actually a guy who had died a long time ago. But although the eldest prince's soul had escaped from his body several times, but were pushed back by Demetrius, the great devil of the abyss was indeed qualified to take care of the netherworld. He can even make mortals immortal if they wish. However, Demetrius did not make the eldest prince immortal, and just let the eldest prince hang half dead like this. Let him be tortured by illness forever. This is considered revenge. Who let the son poison his father before? On the other hand, as long as the eldest prince does not die, Robert, the eldest grandson of the king, will still have a chance. And as long as the eldest prince is half dead, Alfonso will get interested. Therefore, the eldest prince would be in trouble once every 3 days. Sometimes Alfonso made too much trouble, and Demetrius would even make the eldest prince look radiant for a few days. Obviously no one is going to touch the eldest prince today. Plus the group of witch doctors, who specialize in killing people, he should be reaching his birthday today. When they saw it, it was hard to find any edict directly. After all, the eldest prince's father was standing here, so everyone went there to join in the fun. Rusgard also played a good father and grandfather, and comforted the somewhat sad Robert. After that, many princes represented by Alfonso, as well as Tanya and others also came.
Boss, that old Rusgard is really good at pretending.
Aji looked at Rusgard, who was acting not far away, and secretly smacked his tongue.
If I hadn't known better, I would have thought Demetrius is back. Stop talking nonsense. You go find the Imperial Edict first.
George sent Aji away. This Rusgard is already over 200 years old. When he was in the Forbidden Sanctuary, none of his sons or students lived longer than him. So the matter of the white-haired man sending the black-haired man away was something he had experienced a lot. Today can be described as touching the scene. It didn't take long for some academicians to discover that the eldest prince seemed to have been tortured to death by them. But they didn't dare to say anything. So they got even more excited. After struggling until midnight, the elderly,
His Majesty Bob,
seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. So he returned to the room with the help of George and others. He saw Aji standing beside the bed, staring blankly at the scrolls on the bed with several eunuchs. George paid attention to the eunuchs, but he didn't see which one was Tanya's. Maybe they were all. George basically knows all the blood descendants in this sanctuary. But there are a large number of wild blood descendants in Elda and the Moon Kingdom. These days, they are basically conquered. After taking the antidote from the shelter, these people no longer need blood, so their breath becomes very light, making it difficult to distinguish.
What does this mean?
After shooing away the eunuchs, George looked at the edicts that filled the bed, and his expression became strange. There were several of them. There was the eldest prince, Robert, the eldest grandson of the king, and Alfonso. There's even George's.
Is this hacking disgusting on purpose? If I come up here and kill His Majesty Bob, will this Elda be in chaos? Ahem. Sir, I think you must have made a mistake.
Rusgard touched the big mustache on his lips and said,
I think he is doing business without benevolence, otherwise this is a bit of a legacy. Obviously it is more appropriate to hand it over to Robert and others first.
Rusgard has the memory of Bob, so his statement is quite reliable. George suddenly realized that Demetrius, a young boy, was very thoughtful, thinking that if the talks fell apart, he would be able to think of him in the future. Maybe there would be a chance to join him in the future. After nodding, George pointed toward the bed, and Rusgard lay down comfortably on the bed.
Is this considered a vacation, boss?
Rusgard said as he rubbed the dark circles under his eyes. The recent overtime work all night long made Rusgard feel terrible. The wizards in this shelter are basically 007. I usually rely on medicine to support it. But if I sleep for a few days, it will be really comfortable.
Don't really bury me. No, Rusgard. Because it is cremation.
George said with a smile. But he found that Rusgard had lost his voice. Aji on the side couldn't help but carefully touch Rusgard's nose. And then listen to his heart. Then Aji's face turned gloomy.
Old? Boss. How old is Rusgard this year?
George fooled around for a while. And there was a buzz in his head.
Boss. How old is Rusgard this year?
George fooled around for a while. And there was a buzz in his head. He crawled on Rusgard's chest and listened for a long time. And was so frightened that he almost cried.
My chief biological scientist, why did you work overtime until you suddenly died?
George couldn't help but feel sad. But as he cried, he remembered something. This old guy Rusgard just got a phylactery, he's dead. Natural death was far away from him. If there were no paladin and high priest to punish him, he would still be alive and kicking for another 1,000 years. This old necromancer usually looks half dead. And maybe he doesn't breathe much either. George suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. But he couldn't shake Rusgard up after wandering for a long time. Just when he thought that this guy really died suddenly, Aji jumped on Rusgard and went up to him. It took several big slaps to get Rusgard up.
Damn it!
Aji wiped the cold sweat on his head, looked at Rusgard, who was rubbing his eyes in a daze, and said to the boss,
Boss, don't tell me. This old man is pretending to be dead. Like, even I didn't notice it. Damn it. Whoa, I'm scared to death. Also, don't die now. If you die now, I won't be able to take the blame. Please explain the matter to the eunuchs and ministers before you go to bed. By the way, Prime Minister, would you like to say hello? Does Duke Charles know about the will?
The two chatted with Rusgard for a while, cheering up the old guy. And he drank the potion used to pretend to be dead. After making arrangements, George called the eunuchs over again. After proving his innocence, he left here. It was already late at night. When George followed the eunuchs to his living area, he found Irene sitting in the living room, pretending to read a book. When George came over, she pretended not to see it, seeing George going back to the bedroom, and Eileen coughing on purpose. George smiled secretly and closed her book. Chapter 869. Build a plane.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Help me change my clothes. I also want to read the book of songs.
Irene blushed, turned her head away, and avoided George's gaze. The surrounding servants lowered their heads and quietly retreated. There was only one maid, who seemed to be a blood descendant, who planned to go to the bedroom to change the candle. She couldn't help but glance at the bedroom and then at the two people. But in the end, she quietly left without saying a word. Looking at Irene's slender neck, George's heart beat loudly. He leaned down and leaned into Irene's ear and said,
Master has something better to show you.
As he said that, George bent down and held her in his arms. As a result, when George walked into the bedroom impatiently, he found that the lights were on and the windows were wide open. The autumn wind outside was blowing the curtains. Sitting on the bed with her chin resting on her chest, Tanya looked at the full moon outside the window with a sad look on her face. Obviously, this guy came in through the window due to his status. And Aaron had been absent-mindedly thinking outside the room before. George's mind wandered for a while. And then, he remembered what happened at night. No wonder Tanya came back. He should have gone to find her. This time, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. In addition, the affair between him and Irene started in Saudi Arabia. So not many people knew about it so far. So he couldn't help but want to rub his face fiercely. He put down Irene with an embarrassed look. And Irene hurriedly adjusted her collar.
Xiao! George! What did you want me to see?
Irene planned to find an excuse to leave. When she left the Moon Kingdom, she and George were still fighting to death. And most of the leaders of the shelter now knew her true identity. If people knew that she had become George's mistress, she felt that she could not afford to embarrass that person. Especially those Tanya people.
Ahem. Aggie should be on the bedside table.
George glanced at Tanya quietly and said with an embarrassed expression. But Tanya just turned her head and took a look. Then looked back again. Seeing her haggard look, George's heart skipped a beat, thinking of Robert. Feeling jealous, Aaron came to the bedside table and pretended to be looking for something. She also raised her head and glanced at Tanya, realizing that this guy seemed a little off today. This made Eileen's heart become full of gossip. She originally planned to leave immediately, but she also hesitated to see what was going on. As a result, she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Seeing Tanya sitting there melancholy and silent, George's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked over. Obviously, George did take this matter seriously. He even moved a chair, sat in front of Tanya specially, and started chatting with her. Irene, who was squatting there looking for something, listened secretly for a while with her back to the two people. And then she understood what was going on. She couldn't help but laugh secretly in her heart. But then the cunning guy discovered something was wrong. If Tanya really cared about this kind of thing, she should go find her best friend Elizabeth tonight, who she talks about everything with.
I feel so bad and guilty. George!
The more Irene listened, the more confused she became. She couldn't help but turn her head in surprise, only to find that something was wrong with George's face. And Tanya's foot was quietly hooking George's calf. This shameless bitch. She is deliberately flirting with this topic. At this time, Irene saw Tanya glance at her deliberately and provocatively. Irene's mind buzzed, and she understood Tanya's meaning from her eyes. I found you too. Stop pretending. Why don't you get out? I am. A burst of anger couldn't help but emerge from Irene's heart. This stinky bitch is seducing my man in front of me.
Ahem. Have you found Irene?
George said to Irene with an ugly face. He felt that he should spend time with Tanya today. Irene and Tanya were not dealing with each other to begin with. But George's words completely ignited a bomb.
Found it.
Aaron suddenly stood up with a smile. Then George saw numbly that this guy came in front of him and took off his belt.
Master, it's time for you to change clothes. Didn't you say you wanted to show me something good?
Irene looked at Tanya provocatively.
Oh, what good thing is it?
Tanya came over and looked at Irene with a half smile. At this moment, murderous aura spread in the room. George shrank his neck and wanted to escape. However, things started to move in a direction that he could not understand.
What kind of plane are you two planning to do?
Afterwards, George had a sore back and smoked a cigar on the balcony for a long time with his bare buttocks naked, looking at the two tired guys slumped on the bed. He felt very painful and melancholy. He felt that he had seen strong winds and waves before, but this was the first time he had been raped by two women in turns like today. Aaron, who was sweating profusely, also looked confused. She was breathing heavily and looking at Tanya, who was hugging her tightly and falling asleep. She still couldn't figure out who she and Tanya were. One or who won. She also couldn't figure out why Tanya would kiss herself like that later. And in the end, she seemed to be more excited than George. This was not the only thing that happened in the palace that night. In the second half of the night, the eldest prince died. Maybe it was because of the death of the eldest prince that the king was stimulated. Maybe it was the martial arts tournament during this period, and the arrival of the divine envoy that made the old king a little troubled. In the early hours of the morning, several eunuchs and maids who were on duty at Wong's bedroom also ran out of the house, in a panic, and rushed to the night watch place of the bachelor. They looked anxious, as if their father was dead. Then the bachelors took various props and hurriedly ran to the king's bedchamber, while wiping their cold sweat. The bachelors had just finished their busy work, and before they had time to take a rest, they were about to rush to a new battlefield. Naturally, there was another struggle. Naturally, many princes and grandsons were alarmed. And this time, ministers and nobles also came over. But before everyone could arrive, the king was saved thanks to the efforts of the miracle doctors. Obviously, these bachelors also made a big plane tonight. When George knew this the next day, he looked at the maid who pushed him up and was stunned for a long time.
The old king died and came back to life last night? What a ghost! Yes, sir. The eunuch who came to inform you has been waiting outside the door for 2 hours. His Highness Alfonso and the others have been waiting outside the king's bedroom all night.
After the maid said this, she continued to clean room. George looked confused.
How did this happen? Didn't I agree that I would die yesterday?
Originally, George planned to let Riscard die as soon as possible, and then quickly burn another body, scatter the ashes, and be done with it. Alfonso will take care of the rest. Now the nobles are obedient, and many of the old nobles are in Robert's hands. After the old king's edict, no one could say anything. After a day's delay, there can't be much trouble on Elda's side, especially in the great temple. If a group of great priests come here and choose a great god, who knows what trouble will happen? People from the Holy Empire will be arriving in the next 2 days. When George saw that it was already past 8 o'clock, he couldn't help but slap his face and cursed. He quickly pushed away the two girls who were pressing on him. After finding the crystal ball, he called Wallace, but no one picked up. His heart skipped a beat, and he ran outside naked. After the eunuchs and knights looked confused, he dragged Aji to him and told him to quickly go to the great temple to inform Wallace. Then George put on his clothes. As the envoy of God, George wanted to take a look. When he led the knights to the outside of the king's bedroom, he found that the place was already crowded with people. Everyone was full of thoughts and had different expressions, whether they were happy or sad, especially Alfonso. That is to say, the Sun King was busy there. with his hands behind his back, chatting with one person and another. Many people are actually prepared in their hearts. After all, this old king has been dying for almost 10 years. Things like today happen often. The old king used to be undecided about his successor. But after this tournament, the domestic situation has become clear, and everyone has an idea of who the successor should be. It's just that the old king hasn't spoken yet. And this is related to what the Holy Court said. After Alfonso saw George, he chatted with him. George has not mentioned the old king to anyone in Elda, because at the beginning, George and others only suspected that the lurker was with the old king, and the old king was a controlled puppet. So I had only told Alfonso before that there was a lurker in the royal city, and there might be a big fish in the palace, but his status might not be very high. Later, after he learned some news from the Queen of Netherworld, he did not tell Alfonso too much in order to avoid the noise of walking. But Alfonso has always been somewhat suspicious of his father when he met George for the first time. He specifically mentioned that his father's body was too strong, which made his father's body poor. My brother was very anxious. During that period, the power of the eldest prince was still very high. As long as the old king died, the throne would be his. And his father also suffered from an illness during that time. Alfonso suspected that his father was poisoned. But who knew that after the fog came, my father, who was about to die of illness, survived. But the condition of the eldest prince was getting worse and worse. So he joined forces with Dome Eagle. And when Phillips from Rodent came to lobby, Jagger followed Robert to fight against the Black Tide. When he arrived at Kuroshio, Alfonso had not yet doubted his father, because although his father was a little hesitant about the right to inherit the throne, he did many things very correctly, and he was a wise king. He went to Rodent. It is a very decisive decision. It wasn't until he met George and knew who Phillips was that Alfonso gradually began to doubt his father. And when it came time for the tournament, this suspicion became even more serious. Alfonso's feelings for his father are still very complicated, although the old king was hesitant about the right of inheritance. It was precisely because of this that Alfonso felt his father's care, otherwise it would be difficult for Alfonso to compete with the eldest prince for the throne. In addition, his father has been very good to him over the years. So Alfonso is very entangled with the identity of his father, and wants to know from George whether his father has been possessed or bewitched. Naturally, George couldn't say your father asked me to be locked up, and now I have found an old man pretending to be your father.
Alfonso! The fallen angel lurking in the palace knew that the situation was over. He crawled at the feet of the 7 gods last night and followed us to heaven now. He is repenting in paradise lost.
Hearing this, Alfonso couldn't help but think of the vision, the divine bridge, that appeared above the palace last night. And Alfonso was relieved. After a while, Duke Charles, Grand Duke Canglin, the king's hand, came out of the bedroom with several important ministers. Judging from his face, the old king's time was probably numbered. Charles was naturally pretending to be heavy, and it seems that the old king should have been left alone just now.
Your Majesty, I am here to call you. Your Majesty hopes that you can go there with Alfonso and Robert Jr.
Archduke Charles said.
Yes, George,
Alfonso said.
Let the wizards in the shelter help take a look.
George nodded and called a big red-robed wizard from the shelter beside him. This guy was very accomplished in medicine. He could make dead people live again. Therefore, he is actually Rusgard's protege. It's just that he doesn't know who is lying inside. After entering the house, George found that several ministers were guarding the side room of the bedroom. And the old king in the bedroom was no longer okay, and had been lying on the bed without any movement. If it weren't for the chest that looked like he was wearing like a broken bellows. And George thought he was dead. The red-robed wizard glanced at it, frowned secretly, and glanced at his boss.
It's a normal phenomenon.
When a college student saw that the red-robed wizard planned to participate, he frowned and said a lot.
Your Majesty just took the potion we prepared and is sleeping very comfortably now.
The red-robed wizard secretly rolled his eyes. It's so comfortable. Everyone can see that the old king is in great pain now. Originally, in order to avoid suspicion, he did not plan to participate. But now seeing the old king being tortured like this by these witch doctors, he couldn't bear it. Boss. George nodded and motioned for the red-robed wizard to go up and have a look, wondering if this guy could see the trick his teacher had done. George didn't know whether the red-robed wizard saw Rusgard's tricks, but this guy was indeed quite capable. He pinched Rusgard's wrist a few times, and then Rusgard spat out a mouthful of phlegm, with a livid face. Much better. George secretly gave a thumbs up as expected. Jiang is still old and hot, and he doesn't even look like he is pretending. After a while, Rusgard finally woke up slowly. He said a few words weakly. The red-robed wizard quickly called the eunuchs around him, messed with the mattress behind the old king, and placed a few cushions on his back. This made the old king feel much more comfortable. And George and others also listened carefully. On this day, Riscard, who was lying on the bed and pretending to be about to die, had done his best. And he was worthy of his title as one of the top 4 best actors in Sanctuary, and at the same time, he had experienced the addiction of a king. He also sinned a lot. And there was a slight sign of awakening on his deathbed, which made people wonder if Bob's memory had some influence on Riscard. The old king told a lot of information, but Riscard hid it all in a few words, including Alfonso and Robert's arrangements. And George and others were considered witnesses. The old king also said 2 words to George alone. When George put his ear in front of Riscard's mouth, he heard him say something like this very weakly.
Go back and get all those damn bachelors to the academy.
George finally knew what kind of planes those great bachelors had made last night. Chapter 870 Elda's professional and non-professional magic sticks.
Send them to the academy, and I will teach them well,
the weak dean of the Wizard Academy said through gritted teeth. George looked at the few bachelors in the room, who were quietly discussing the next treatment plan, with a blank expression. He heard from the maid in the morning that they had received a lot of rewards, and they had obviously proved their medical skills last night. Each of these bachelors has their chests puffed out, and they look confident and confident, compared with their mental state when they just killed the eldest prince last night. These bachelors now look radiant, obviously. The death of the eldest prince yesterday was not his fault. But the old king can come back to life today isn't that his own credit. It is indeed their contribution. Looking at the mess on the ground, and the vomit that the servants were cleaning up, George's mouth twitched to be honest. These bachelors are really quite level. And Riscard took the potion specially last night. Now it seemed that not only were all the medicines taken out by the bachelors, but also all the medicines that had been integrated into the blood were released. There was not much blood in Riscard's body. After that, Riscard gradually woke up. Originally he was still lying on the bed, but he couldn't hold on during the torture. Suddenly he felt that he should explain the funeral affairs. So he couldn't help but activate his heart. Come to life. For Riscard, this injury was nothing. But after struggling all night, his expression became sluggish. No wonder this guy performed so well today. Seeing that those bachelors were still nodding proudly to him, George wished he could go up and give each of them a big-eared melon seed.
Have a good rest, Your Majesty,
George said close to his great scientist's ear.
I'll have someone bring you some roast chicken later.
Before leaving the house, George, Alfonso and others took a look at the side rooms outside the bedroom. These side rooms have now become the offices of palace wizards and bachelors. And there are even cooks inside. These side rooms can be described as a mess. The servants and eunuchs seem to be messing with various things under the instructions of the bachelors. Some servants, who had just brought back medicinal materials from outside, were scolded by the bachelors because they took the wrong things.
Duck, didn't I tell you? This cockroach wants his original wife. If something goes wrong, it's your fault.
Amid the reprimands of the great bachelors, the eunuchs could be said to have cold sweats on their faces. Obviously, they cannot bear the responsibility if the king is killed by the doctor. But they really couldn't understand how the bachelors could tell at a glance that the cockroach they caught was the mistress and not the original wife. Alfonso, Robert and others seemed to be accustomed to this. When the bachelors explained the problem to them, Alfonso and Robert looked solemn. Duke Charles, the hand of the king, also seriously expressed that the missing few he could order the Chamber of Commerce to search everywhere for any medicine introduction. And he would definitely have everything ready before noon. In fact, these 3 have wizards from Sanctuary as magic consultants. And because of the influence of mercenaries and magic guilds, many people, including the nobles of Elda, will always take a look at Sanctuary of various journals. So they are not illiterate. But these great scholars and court wizards in the palace obviously also studied those journals and integrated a lot of academic science based on their own experience. Moreover, these guys all had a few tricks up their sleeves, and their level of deception made George secretly give him a thumbs up. He knew why academic wizards could enjoy themselves everywhere, but could not occupy a place in this palace. The most important thing is that these guys all feel that they are indeed better than the academic wizards. And what's even more frightening is that Alfonso and the others also feel that these old domestic wizards they have carefully trained are somewhat good. The young and beautiful queen of the old king suddenly wiped away tears, and Robert could not help but comfort his little stepmother in a low voice. Looking at the enchanting queen with beautiful face and beautiful face, George couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. I wonder if Riscard decided to die for 2 days after seeing the queen. But it seemed that he no longer had this blessing. And from the way Robert's little stepmother looked at Robert, George could also see that not only did Riscard no longer have the blessing, but before he died, he also I want to help Demetrius become a cuckold. Although Alfonso hopes that his father will die soon, he still hopes that he can go comfortably in his last few days. Therefore, Alfonso attached great importance to the words of the bachelors, and he also made some suggestions. I hope the maesters can get more poppy milk for the old king. However, these small requests were rejected by the bachelors. They also used many of the latest papers from the Forbidden Academy in the sanctuary to talk to Alfonso. Alfonso was stunned for a moment.
Boss,
The red-robed wizard said quietly to George.
if we continue like this, we won't be here until noon today.
George cursed in a low voice in his heart.
What the HL? If the treatment continues like this, the old king will still have to live for several days.
Originally, in order to avoid suspicion, George did not allow the priests and wizards of the sanctuary to participate in the old king's treatment work, nor did the wizards Tanya installed in the palace interfere. But now it seems that if these bachelors are allowed to mess around again, Riscard will not die today. George told these bachelors not to use those messy things anymore. But these meritorious ministers actually argued with George. In that arrogant attitude, his eyes said, "You don't understand." This scene made Alfonso and others stunned. George smiled and gave William a look. Then, after discussing with Alfonso and others, he prepared to let the priests and wizards of the sanctuary take over the place. Before leaving, Alfonso had a chat with the red-robed wizard. Knowing that his father's day would be in these 2 days, he hoped that his father would be comfortable during his last days. After making some arrangements, George finally felt completely at ease, and several people went out. After going out, George saw that Elizabeth had already rushed over, and Sophia also came with people. The three of them with Tanya were sitting there drinking tea and chatting lightly. The two of them touched Sophia's belly from time to time, but Sophia's belly was not bulging yet. George walked over directly and sat next to Sophia. While chatting with her softly, he looked around. Here, the Valley, Dome Eagle, Moon Kingdom leaders, and nobles are sitting in a row. The Eldar nobles around them all want to build relationships. But at this time, the people in the entire hall are most concerned about the group of big men standing in the middle. Priests. But because these priests stood there proudly and had no intention of talking, no one dared to go forward to build relationships. Only those dignitaries with particularly high status surrounded them with flattering expressions on their faces. The priests didn't even bother to raise their eyelids to these licking dogs, and occasionally even shrank their hands to prevent the nobles from taking the opportunity to kiss his rings obviously. These people are all archbishops from all over Elda. The leader, the old man wearing a gold and white robe and holding a gemstone scepter, was even more noble and extraordinary. This old magician is really becoming more and more professional. George looked at Wallace with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 871 Old Friend. These high priests were qualified to ignore anyone, and except for a few Dawn Knights, they were unwilling to pay attention to anyone. There was only one female knight chatting with this and that, and wherever she went, a smile would appear on the priest's face. Several saints were still following her. It seemed that the female knight's big golden braid had just been braided for her by the saints this morning. Looking at the female knight, who was farting with her hands behind her back, George knew that it seemed that in the past 2 days, everyone had gotten to know the Grand Arbitrator of the Dawn Parliament, Her Highness Soraya. And judging from the way she farts, this temple should be quite clean. Seeing George coming out and looking up and down at the braid on her back with a smile, Soraya blushed slightly, glanced at him with her braid, and stopped talking to George. But the old man holding the gem scepter came over excitedly, as if he had been given a shot of blood after seeing George. Wallace did not care about his current status, and pushed away the princes and dukes who wanted to kiss his big ring. He walked forward excitedly, knelt down on one knee, and kissed George's big ring. After seeing this scene, several high priests and bishops who had never seen George could not recognize who this person was. So they all came over in a hurry. Only a young priest at the back of the team looked at George's face and was stunned for a long time, while several young Templar knights accompanying him were also stunned with their mouths wide open, secretly wiping the ring that Sophia dared to give him some time ago. George on the chair shrank his hands and avoided the bishops who wanted to kiss his big ring. Some people tried to kiss his shoes, but he kicked them away. After George came back, the hall was in chaos, and the nobles all looked happy. If Demetrius knew anything about Paradise Lost, he would definitely curse. While dealing with the enthusiastic bishops and priests, George listened to Wallace's introduction one by one, and Alfonso and Robert were accompanying him on the left and right. The entire hall turned into a grand hall, and the bishop, princes, and nobles were all present. And George and Sophia in the first place are like king and queen. As Archbishop Avery's former henchman, Wallace's position in the great cathedral was that of executive bishop. The priests that George had followed were just minions in Wallace's eyes. And Wallace had a good chance of competing with Avery's other rivals for the position of Archbishop of the Church in the future. While in Biswee City, because of George, Avery arranged for the great priest, who had to wait in line for several years, to go to the valley to become the Archbishop of the Dawn Cathedral. As for St. Wilmic's Cathedral, it is natural that someone from the old school should be in charge, because St. Wilmic is the territory of Avery, the reformist leader. There are not many conservatives. So the conservatives of the Holy Court specially sent a group of people there. Naturally, there were many special people among them. Later, due to the defeat of the Kuroshio, this group of conservatives also successfully took this opportunity to suppress the dissidents, took possession of the great temple, and prepared to start causing trouble. When Cardinal Boris visited the asylum before, George reached an agreement with these upright conservatives and arranged for Wallace to be sent to St. Wilmic's. After Boris returned, he also started operating. Because there were no documents at the time, George asked Anthony to get a few copies with carrot seals, and asked Wallace to go to the cathedral to make a decision first. Now, this daring guy not only returned to St. Wilmic's with a document that George had stamped with a carrot, but also later received the support of Boris and Avery, and was officially killed. He became the second most powerful person in St. Wilmic, the dean of the church, who was in charge of the military power of the church. And later, taking advantage of the outbreak of the source of disaster in various parts of Elda, he completely blocked the power of the great temple. As for the lurkers originally sent by the Holy Court, judging from Wallace's pointy hat, they have all been dealt with by Wallace. As for the Holy Court, after the fall of the fallen angels and the Moon Kingdom was over, the new faction headed by Avery also took advantage of the iron to help Wallace get things done and get a letter of appointment. Gene Wallace, acting bishop, became the official archbishop. As for the position of dean, Wallace is also currently holding it concurrently. So his power now is even stronger than Avery's back then. For Elda, which is close to the valley, the current God Adventists have given up. Even the last nail they left behind. Demetrius has completed the mission given to him by Aloysius. Mission: negotiate with George.
Sir,
Wallace whispered with excitement.
There have been rumors in the past 2 days that I will wear a red robe. I don't know whether it is true or not. But judging from the news, this time the Holy Empire's mission, I must have prepared some documents. I guess the Divine Adventist sect probably wants to talk to you.
George raised his eyebrows slightly. Demetrius probably forgot to tell him about this after being frightened. But it's not hard to guess from Aloysius's attitude. When the Holy Empire's envoy comes this time, the accompanying Holy Court personnel will definitely prepare some meeting gifts to show their sincerity, at least to show that they will not interfere with the lands in the west from now on. Of course, I am not persuaded by the messenger Demetrius now. So when the people in the Holy Court see the old king lying down, they will definitely not take out the meeting gift again. Maybe he will bring out another greeting gift to disgust himself.
Don't worry, Wallace.
George patted Wallace on the shoulder and said,
the gossip you heard is true.
Wallace's face couldn't help but light up with joy, knowing that the boss was going to help him forcefully ask for a more awesome reputation. Although this cardinal is not of much use in this Elda, it sounds good. Moreover, I may not have the opportunity to visit the Holy Court with my boss in the future. Shuntang came to the palace this time to see the old king. The eunuch had already gone in, but the old king was probably still sleeping. So everyone waited outside for the time being. While George was reminiscing with Wallace, he was chatting with the high priests of St. Wilmic. Unexpectedly, he discovered that he knew many of the people who came here today. But as a former trainee priest, the people who can stand next to him and talk to him today are all the big guys of the church. They are indeed familiar to George. But in the past, George only knew them. Don't know George? George was born in St. Wilmic, and everyone knew this. Therefore, everyone feels very close to this future new boss, and even feels very proud. And these guys are all human beings. And they can actually have a relationship with George. Many of them are from the Austin family. One could even name George's father. Of course, if George's chief dad, the old Baron, is really standing here, these old guys must not know him. But George couldn't help but sigh. Because speaking of it, St. Wilmic's Cathedral is indeed his mother-in-law's family. And if they really want to establish a relationship, these priests really dare to stand up and say that they are direct descendants of George, especially those distant relatives of George. Them. And among these people, George actually knew a few of them knew each other. George on the chair leaned his head, smiled and waved to the young priest standing on the edge of the crowd.
as well as several Templars, who stood with the royal knights in the hall, and were responsible for serving as stone statues. There are happy flowers in my heart. When several guys saw that George actually recognized them, they were so considerate and excited that they came over and knelt on the ground. Chapter 872 Holy Empire Mission. Seeing George waving over there, the church bishops and high priests in the crowd also made way for them. And they couldn't help but look at these lucky guys with curiosity. Some people suddenly slapped their foreheads and understood they and George were both brought here by Ulrich. Everyone couldn't help but look at these people with envy. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar guys in front of him, George sighed in his heart. Familiarity is indeed very familiar. They are all his best friends in this life. When they were young, everyone used to have fun in the Elda King city. In the past, they often appeared in front of those wandering warblers and noble ladies, pretending to be the Templar priest. And in my heart, I look forward to the day when I can truly enter the church. But everyone knows that these little guys with no family background and no backing, if they hadn't been lucky, they would have never had a chance to enter the church in this life. Entering the church. But I have been in singing classes since I was a child. What I didn't expect was that after possessing myself in another parallel time and space, I gradually became the Lord of the Kingdom of Heaven. And these scum who used to hang out with me have really become more powerful in the past 10 years, and became real Templars and priests. The conversation lightened up after some of George's childhood friends joined the conversation. The surrounding temple bosses were also smart people, and they deliberately guided us in a relaxed direction, making everyone look like a family. These guys are also very smart. But the most exciting one is the priest, Austin, a priest named Victor, who is about the same age as George, was a little excited and didn't know what to say. When I heard that you were going to risk your life to follow Lord Ulrich through the fog to the Dark Pearl Valley, I have been worried about you for a long time and persuaded you for several days. Yes, you have a great future in this great church. You are the choir leader in Avery. Why would the Holy Knight, who is promoted by your lordship, give up this prosperous Elda and go to a place where demons are raging? Regarding Victor's words, the knights around him also sang in unison. It was as if everyone was there at that time. Indeed, they were all there. But they were going to see a prostitute to see George off, and told him not to die. Otherwise, he would not be able to pay back the money he owed. Hearing this, George was stunned for a while. And Sophia, the queen, Soraya and others couldn't help but become curious and pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what George usually said when he was in the temple. What the hell are you doing? When we were saying goodbye, we asked this question. You told us firmly that the 7 gods were calling your name in the Black Pearl Valley. You have a mission that you must shoulder to awaken the faith in the hearts of the people and lead them. I couldn't understand how to repel the black tide at the time. And to be honest, I didn't believe it at the time. There was a burst of good-natured laughter from the crowd. And some fools believed Victor's lies, thinking that Lord God must have received the summons from the 7 gods. But some people feel a little convinced they have never paid attention to this extremely clever guy before. He is a talent. After everyone laughed, they couldn't help but look at Victor, curious about what he would say next. But Victor's next move shocked everyone. He cried and knelt at George's feet. Lord God, I finally understand now. It turns out that you are the angel who descended to earth. And I was lucky enough to eat and sleep with the Lord of Heaven for so many years. With a crash, the hall was filled with chaos, and the nobles and priests were talking about it with great interest. All the women, especially the true 7 gods, looked at George speechlessly. And the Sun King, the former spokesperson of the Sun God, also gave a thumbs up. I hacking knew it. And it was exactly like this again. These sycophants have nothing new at all. However, it does work. Seeing the crying Victor at his feet, George nodded deeply. I understand how these guys got together. My husband's family is really my own husband's family. I have to go to Elda's brothel when I have time, Victor. I remember it. Let him follow Aji from now on. But, where is Aji? On the same day, under the witness of Archbishop Wallace of St. Wilmec and the Lord of Heaven, the old king established Alfonso as the crown prince before his hospital bed, and handed over some funeral arrangements, which was regarded as an orphan. In the afternoon, the old king was no longer okay. Naturally, the church had to put on a show. Although no one was informed of the realization, they all tacitly jumped to the great god. No real magic was released. After all, this kind of thing is thankless. If the old king really stands up and lives for a few more years, Alfonso will have to strangle them to death. But the holy water these guys brought is all real. After watching the old king take the holy water, he really came to life from his bed, and prayed to the 7 gods with tears in his eyes. Everyone thought it was the seven gods appearing. He was so moved that George also shed tears. Only the Sun King patted his belly, and was extremely happy this guy really had a sharp eye, and saw the truth behind this. In the next few days, the people in the shelter kept watch in the bedroom. And after the old king was renewed for a few days by the high priests of the temple, he had fully explained his funeral affairs. On the day when the old king died, Alfonso also hurriedly sat on the throne of thorns in the presence of the leaders of various countries. On this day, Alexander and Sorindo also arrived with the delegation from Sun City, which announced the official joining of Southern Wilderness. In the evening of the same day, Fernando and Jillian also led the team to the royal capital. Except for the Holy Empire, people from the 7 countries basically gathered on this day. Alfonso's ascension to the throne on this day can be said to be full of honor. It can be said that all the countries came to congratulate him. On this day, the Dawn Alliance was officially established. The parliament has not officially started yet, but in the next few days, everyone started formal communication under George's organization. He took the nobles to communicate with the Moon Kingdom today and hold a banquet with the teams from Southern Wasteland, Sand Kingdom, Iberia, and Sanctuary tomorrow. In this informal setting, some things should be discussed first. Most of them are issues of the 7-nation parliament. For many things, compromises, deals, and agreements can be considered to have been made before the official meeting, so as not to quarrel later. However, everyone's opinions on the most important things are surprisingly unanimous, because they are related to everyone's future, and George does not allow anyone to have different opinions on such matters. As for those small things, it is normal to have frictions and different opinions. The development of each region must have a different tilt in terms of resources. The 7-nation parliament began before the arrival of the Holy Empire. The main meeting place was St. Wilmic's Cathedral, because the old king's body was lying there. In order to let the nobles see the old king's body with their own eyes, they laid it out for a few days, so that Rusgard could finally rest for a few days. But Rusgard was lying comfortably. But George and Wallace were a little frightened these days. The two of them stood in front of the coffin. Once, they saw Rusgard almost sitting there in a daze. Get up, apparently the medicine has worn off. Fortunately, the two of them had quick hands and eyes, and pushed him back into the coffin without being seen. That night, the old king's body was also sent to the sanctuary for cremation. George finally felt at ease. The day is very busy, and there are a lot of things going on at night. Various missions will organize some banquets, and people from all over the country also take this rare opportunity to talk about business, technical cooperation, construction, and agriculture. At the same time, the leaders from various places gradually became familiar with each other. George basically went there and slept there. Now, this scumbag whose wife is pregnant has a serious reputation for messing around. But he still has the heart to go to Sophia's place to see him first every night. Sophia naturally won't let her. He stayed overnight. When news came back from the inn that the Holy Empire's mission would arrive tomorrow, this idle and busy day became completely tense. The population of the Holy Empire before the fog was 10 times greater than that of the entire southern wilderness. As for the Empire's army, the regular army alone exceeds the total population of the sanctuary. It is one of the few powerful countries in the world whose population is directly proportional to its land area. After the fog, every country was affected except for the Moon Kingdom, which had advanced technology and relied on the banks of the stars. The Holy Empire was not immune. There had been many outbreaks of plague, and it almost became the Darkans of Rodent. But according to the official figures announced by the Empire, their population has not decreased. Wizards absolutely do not believe this number. The imperial people who have a good reputation are just like the Holy Court. They will do anything for the sake of face. And cheating is a routine operation in this regard. But no matter how much water there is, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. As for the Empire's combat effectiveness, no one has ever doubted it. It can be said that half of the combat power in this world is in the Dawn Alliance, and the other half is in the Empire. So once the Empire takes the wrong path and helps the devil in the north, it will be a headache. The people of the Empire are even more arrogant than the people of the Moon Kingdom. In their eyes, they are the people of the gods. They looked at the other 6 kingdoms as China looked at Goryeo. In fact, among the 7 kingdoms, there is only one true empire in name, and that is the Holy Empire, where the Holy Court is located. It is actually the suzerain country of the 7 kingdoms, while the other 6 countries are its vassals. As for the Holy Court, it is the office of the Kingdom of Heaven in the Holy Empire. Therefore, the Holy Empire is a lighthouse in this world. Now the only one that can challenge the Empire is the Moon Kingdom, because the Forbidden City can challenge the Holy Court. The battle 200 years ago
made the Byron people completely straighten their backs. Since then, the Moon Kingdom has become the only country in the world that can live on an equal footing with the Holy Empire. Alfonso attaches great importance to the visit of the Holy Empire. According to logic, kings from various countries should also go to welcome them in person. After hearing that George proposed to greet him, Alfonso breathed a sigh of relief. But the Queen of the Moon Kingdom didn't give her face. But George pulled Pallas up. Alexander naturally joined in the fun. And at the same time, Riscard was roped in by George. This time, he did not wear makeup, and came out as his own identity. This old wizard had been in charge of the Empire for decades. At one time, he also became the palace bachelor of the Holy Empire. Later, he was recruited by Vic White to study potions. And he had met many archbishops in the Holy Court. In comparison, Pallas, who had been in the Empire for hundreds of years, didn't know anyone at all. Basically, the people he knew had died of old age. So George pulled him up this time just to make up the numbers. It can be regarded as representing the Moon Kingdom, and giving the next 7-nation meeting a good start. According to what Demetrius said, there won't be many lurkers among the people coming this time. Aloysius might only send one of his most trusted subordinates. And that subordinate could bring at most a few of his own subordinates. Therefore, most of the people in this team will not be demons in a sense. These people are all people who are determined to resist the demons. But they have taken the wrong path. They who are loyal to the 7 gods are still looking forward to the resurrection of the 7 gods. Those who are more extreme among them still think that it is not important whether the world is destroyed, but that the important thing is that the 7 gods reawaken. Therefore, the team this time is mainly composed of the Gods Adventist sect, including most of the current generals of the Holy Empire. They are basically all members of the Gods Adventist sect. This time, in addition to the people from the Holy Empire, the representative from the Holy Court was Cardinal Bothet. After George left the Moon Kingdom, he and the 2 great knights of divine grace returned to the Holy Court and offered an olive branch to the people of the Divine Adventist sect on behalf of George. George had seen the letter Buster sent to George 2 days ago. There is a list of people visiting this time. There are even biographies of these people. But George couldn't see who the hidden devil was. Demetrius didn't know either. However, Archduke Charles said that many of the visitors this time were his friends, that is, the Canglin family's backers in the Holy Court. In the pergola in the forest, George and others had been drinking herbal tea and waiting all morning. Duke Charles, as the hand of the king, had already led people several kilometers away to greet him. At noon, George and others received a report from the Canglin Knights. And not long after, they saw a team appearing on the King's Road in the distance. The visiting team was like a dazzling river made of gold, silver and steel, vast and mighty. The bleak autumn wind slapped hundreds of golden flags above the team, embroidered with the emblem symbolizing the Holy Empire. And on the flags in the center of the team was the coat of arms of the Holy Court. It seems that the flag of the Holy Court seems a little lonely among this team. And in a sense, the person who calls the shots this time should also be the Holy Empire. After seeing those flags, many Eldar nobles couldn't help but stand up. George also picked up the observation glasses curiously and started to look around. He discovered that the armors worn by the knights were all top-notch temple armors. The entire sanctuary was now equipped with more than 3,000 armors. In other words, only the knights in red robes can wear them. The accumulation of the Holy Court over these thousands of years cannot be underestimated. But what made George a little confused was that the flags carried by these knights belonged to the Holy Empire. This shows that they are not the religious army of the Holy Court, but a force that completely obeys the orders of the Empire.
Sir, those flags are exclusively used by the Imperial Royal Guard. Among the people coming this time, there should be members of the royal family,
Riscard said, stroking his beard.
I don't know which little guy it is.
George suddenly realized that the royal troops of the Holy Empire were very famous. Known as the Fourth Temple Knights. Chapter 873 Pride and Fear. After the mist, because religious taxes in various places were difficult to collect, the troops of the Holy Court were basically supported by the Holy Empire. In fact, most of the knights in the Holy Court army come from noble families in the Empire. Generally, among the great aristocratic families in the Empire, they must also hold the position of knight in the Holy Court. Only the teaching soldiers of the Holy Court come from the lower class people. Therefore, the relationship between the Empire and the Holy Court is inseparable. However, no matter where the members of the Holy Court's troops come from, once they enter the core force of the Holy Court, they will break away from their original relationships and declare their allegiance to the Holy Court. But this Fourth Temple Knights is different. Even though there are many nobles who serve as Temple Knights in the Holy Court, they also serve concurrently. In other words, there is only one title. so they are affiliated with the Empire and loyal to the Empire. However, this force is not inferior to the core force of the Holy Court, because the people inside are all fanatical believers. Their combat effectiveness was extraordinary, and they performed many feats on the northern battlefield. The strength is no less than that of the White-Robed Knight. At a rough glance, there were probably 2,000 to 3,000 people in this team, of which knights accounted for 1/3. Now the Empire is fighting the devil in the north, and the work of cleaning up heretics is going on in the country. Therefore, the total number of this army is probably more than 10,000. It's worth the current army of Sanctuary. To be honest, just such a force is enough to bulldoze Elda, of course. The old Elda without mercenaries. They do have such strength. It was this group of people who drove the southern Wilders out of Helenska in Iberia and forced the Eagle Docre to fight guerrillas. After seeing this army, George finally understood why the demons value the Holy Empire so much. If the world develops on the original path, as long as the devil takes over the Holy Empire, other countries will basically be in trouble. Just like what the Sun King said back then, how can those soldiers be considered soldiers? They're just a bunch of bandits. In George's view, this team has 2 flags, but Rusgard can distinguish the subtle differences. It seems that in addition to the Imperial Royal Guards, there are also a few noble knights who are visiting this time. They should all be noble representatives of the empires.
That is the flag of Archduke Douglas. He is a famous general in the Holy Empire, and is trusted by the old emperor. After the new emperor ascended the throne, his daughter became the queen. That flag belongs to the regent. It should be the one of Karl, smart little guy. It turns out that Karl is the old emperor's favorite son. He gets along very well with his brother, so it is inevitable that he can participate in politics.
Rusgard couldn't help but feel a little proud. Speaking of which, Karl was still his student. The only thing that makes him a little regretful is that because the political atmosphere of the Empire is very repulsive to wizards, he, the palace bachelor, is a real bachelor, and the things he teaches are all knowledge that has nothing to do with mysticism, such as humanities and geography. But this old wizard who was born in the Forbidden Sanctuary is actually a true scholar. The students handed over are naturally very valuable. Archduke Douglas, Prince Karl, and George all learned about it in letters. One of these 2 guys is now one of the main commanders of the Empire, and also a saint. In the Holy See, he holds the position of Holy Knight, symbolizing the Holy Angel, and one of the 3 high-level Divine Knights. The one with the highest position. He is 1 level higher than George, the Divine Knight who symbolizes the Throne Angel. As for Prince Karl, he is the younger brother and think tank of the current emperor. This time, the Empire can send these 2 guys, which means that it attaches great importance to the 7 Nations Parliament. But it is a pity that George did not see the 2 young men August and Lemuel in the team. After these 2 great knights of grace were returned to the Holy Court by George from the Moon Kingdom to discuss Aloysius, I think he must have been assigned. While smoking a cigar, George listened to Rusgard's narration and thought in his mind, it seems that Avery's situation in the Holy Court is not particularly good now. I don't know who is the lurker here, but I guess that guy wouldn't have any contact with me in formal occasions. In the eyes of the demons, His Majesty Bob's life and death are now unknown. The lurker who was supposed to be responsible for contacting George this time should be extra cautious now. Not long after, the team from the front came over. George could clearly see that weakling Duke Charles was leading Prince Karl's horse, and he was trying to please the Archduke Douglas by saying a few words. His grandma has been kneeling for a long time. How come? Then Douglas's position is higher than mine. Right? George felt a little unhappy, but he had some misunderstandings. Even if King Elda was there now, he might have to lead the horse for the envoy of that day. The Brebus family was like the Lee family of Goryeo in front of the Empire. The original throne was recognized by an edict from the Holy Emperor. Red-robed Archbishop Buster was not left behind by Grand Duke Kanglin. The pug Salmon said when he was in the Moon Kingdom that the Kanglin family was one of Buster's younger brothers in the background of the Holy Court. However, Bishop Bass paid no attention to Grand Duke Kanglin. He was stroking his beard and looking at the pergola not far away, seemingly seeing George. The old man laughed. He nodded towards this side. George couldn't help but smile and stood up. But at this time, the Imperial team stopped not far away. After Archduke Douglas stretched his head and looked here, he looked at Duke Kanglin beside him, and scolded him sharply. The voice was so loud that even George could hear it clearly here. He seemed to be asking why King Elda didn't come to greet him. Alfonso couldn't help but raise his eyes to look at the crown of thorns on the top of his head, his expression a little ugly. Several representatives of the Holy Court looked a little embarrassed, and seemed to be trying to persuade them. But Gogla seemed to have no intention of giving face, and looked very arrogant. It wasn't until Prince Regent Carl took out his gold handkerchief and coughed a few times that Douglas put his face away and waved to a knight next to him. Immediately afterwards, the tall knight led a group of knights and rode over. The horse's hooves stirred up a cloud of dust near the pergola, which dusted the faces of George and others. Sir, and the knights walked around in front of everyone arrogantly, looking at everyone up and down, as if to identify them. That one is King Elda. Very arrogant attitude. Irene, who was making tea, suddenly laughed.
George! It seems like someone is coming to deal with you.
George's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. The Sun King sneezed, looked at George's face, and almost laughed. Then he realized that his son seemed angry. So he quickly grabbed Alexander and whispered,
"Don't mess with your boss."
George blew out a smoke ring and recognized the emblems on the chests of the men. They all seemed to be saints. They are all guys who also serve as Templars in the Holy Court. The knight at the head seems to be a powerful knight. This group of people are tall, with shining armor. They are like divine soldiers descending from heaven. They are indeed very powerful. Compared with them, the royal knights of Elda feel like they have seen a sanctuary. The knights in red robes, whose originally straight backs could not help but shrink, became shorter each one. Today, George finally saw what the Holy Court knights were really like. They were arrogant and domineering. But George was a little confused. Now that the Holy Empire has been suppressed by the demon army and beaten to such a shameful state, is it still showing off? But in the next second, he guessed what was going on. After looking at Douglas, he smiled secretly, and then sighed again. He sat back in his seat, smoking his cigar and drinking his own herbal tea. Alfonso was left aside and let the soft-footed shrimp deal with it. The leading knight took a few glances at George, who was sitting down. He raised his riding crop and wanted to shout angrily. But he looked at the knight of the throne on that man's robe and the tall man next to him, who stood up again. After the incomparable knight of the divine seal, the words came to the forefront, but they were swallowed. Of the 3 knights of divine grace who came out of the valley, Sir only saw one silver knight vault. But the knights of the Holy Court have long admired the names of these 2 big guys who rushed into Darkin's magic city. Both of them were jointly recommended by the College of Cardinals, recognized by the Pope, and were canonized by Cardinal Boris in person in the Black Pearl Valley. The one named Alexander was originally scheduled to be a knight of power, and was canonized by Boris, after Reese killed it first and then played it. The cardinals also pinched their noses. I heard that the guy at that time even threw the sacred object in front of Boris. Their positions are still recognized by the Holy Court, the frontier officials responsible for the Western Theater. According to his position, the Jazz should also salute these 2 knights of divine grace. Obviously, Sir recognized George, but he did not speak to George. Instead, after reining in the reins, he raised his riding crop, pointed at Alfonso's nose, and shouted loudly,
"Why doesn't King Elda come out to greet you?"
This was a slap in the face in public, and it also questioned George's recognition of Alfonso. But the majesty of the Holy Empire was still there. After hearing this, the nobles of Elda were all silent. They looked at the crown of thorns on Alfonso's head and pretended not to see it. They lowered their heads. No one dared to fart. Alfonso's face turned pale in that humiliation. When he saw George drinking tea quietly, he had no choice but to stretch his face, took the words, and asked the guy to say,
"I am King Elda. Fart."
Jazz's voice was like a bell, and he pointed at Alfonso's nose and cursed.
"What a fart are you, King Elda? If you don't go to the Holy Kingdom to be canonized, and there is no coronation by the Holy See, how can you be a king?"
These words made the nobles of Elda turn pale. Indeed, according to the rules, when a new king ascends the throne among the 7 countries, he must be recognized by the Holy Empire and the Holy Court. Only after the Empire issues an edict can he be considered the new king. Seeing that no one in the circle answered, Jess snorted coldly and asked,
"Where's Bob Bribas?"
"Dead." A faint voice sounded from beside the table.
"Dead? Where is the body? Why not send it to the Holy Court? There is no body. It was burned."
"Raised." Jazz laughed coldly and grasped the words.
"Without sending it to the Holy Court or announcing it. The new king ascended the throne? Do you, Elda, want to be independent? Or are you planning to rebel? The king I made was the one made by these 7 gods."
George blew out a smoke ring, looked at the knight in front of him with a faint smile, and said with a cold smile,
"I said, who is the king of Elda? And I still want to tell you, are you a bunch of dog slaves?"
The sound of needles falling could be heard all around, and the nobles of Elda suddenly raised their chests, and Alfonso's neck straightened at this moment. These words made Jez so angry that blood rushed to his head. He looked at the rebellious guy in front of him and pointed the riding crop at George's nose. His lips trembled for a long time without saying a word. At this time, the team behind seemed to come over. Jez said angrily, his words already trembling.
It is rumored that the Knight of the Throne Austin proclaims himself the Lord of Heaven.
At this point, Sir's voice doubled, and the anger in his heart burst out.
Today you are here again, violating the name of the Kingdom of Heaven and canonizing a new king. Do you see the Kingdom of Heaven in your eyes? Do you have the 7 gods?
No. Usually they don't dare to talk to me like this.
George took a sip of herbal tea. He glanced at the person coming over and stopped looking at the dog in front of him. Erin's eyes twitched, and she didn't dare to say a word. Holding the teapot, he filled George's bowl. The knight was completely angered by these heretical words. His hair and beard were all flabby, and his eyes were red. He wanted to say something, but the anger surging in his chest prevented him from speaking. The knights around him also had their eyes red with anger, and they stretched out their hands to draw their swords and speak.
Sanders, don't mess around. Douglas didn't ask you to draw your sword against Lord Austin.
Buster's roar came over. After Sir Sanders heard this, he forced the anger in his chest to spit on the ground, and rode his horse to the team behind. Looking at the knights leaving, Irene felt unhappy and thought to herself, these knights are so loyal. Why don't they teach a young boy like George a lesson in public?
Eileen, what did that guy want to say just now? Perhaps you are the traitor who is trying to usurp the throne? Well, you understand as expected.
George nodded and looked at the few people who had already walked over. Douglas and Prince Carl were looking at George up and down. I couldn't help but feel happy when I heard the end of George and Irene's conversation. But after the two heard Sanders' narration, Douglas touched his beard and glanced at George meaningfully, with a hint of evil in his eyes. Prince Carl smiled, reined in the reins, and asked,
Lord God, I'm sorry, but did I hear you right? Are you representing the Kingdom of Heaven or Rodent when you come to participate in the Parliament this time?
After hearing this, Douglas also narrowed his eyes slightly. If this heretic today dares to say that he represents the Kingdom of Heaven, he will risk his life today to kill him on the spot. George took a sip of his cigar, looked at Carl, and said, Don't be afraid, Carl. I won't kill you. If the two sides fight and don't kill each other, if you decide to run away today, I will let you go.
Carl's body swayed slightly, and he almost fell off the horse. Chapter 874 Seven Nation Meeting. Carl's body swayed slightly, and he almost fell off the horse. Douglas's face couldn't help but look weird. And then he looked at George with a sneer.
Sir George, do you mean that we are enemies?
George was smoking a cigar over there, staring only at Carl. Douglas didn't even glance at him, and his arrogant attitude made Douglas so angry that his lungs almost exploded. At this moment, a super fat man next to George suddenly laughed. Speaks fluent common tongue.
Douglas, you're fine.
The Sun King slowly stood up and pulled Alexander and a group of Southern Wilderness lords towards him. In a blink of an eye, these Southern Wilderness people separated Carl and Douglas. The average height of the lords of the Southern Wilderness who came today is over 2 meters, especially the Sun King and Alexander, as well as several leaders of the 8 departments. They are standing there one by one. They are almost as tall as the knights on the horses. When the human wall stood up and passed by, the knights of the Empire immediately recognized their former enemy. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they nervously held their swords. For a moment, there was chaos everywhere. It's all the sound of horse hooves trampling the ground. Douglas stretched out his hand to stop the actions of the people around him. He looked at the big fat man walking in front of him in amazement. His pupils shrank sharply, and he recognized the old emperor whom he had not seen for more than 10 years. This was the biggest heretic in the South. Could this heretic join forces with George, the great heretic? He nodded with a heavy face and answered the question of the Sun King with a smile on his face. He originally planned to leave, but suddenly felt that he had to participate in this council to see what they wanted to do. Carl and the guards around him turned pale at George's words. After seeing the Sun King separating the two sides, they couldn't help but feel relieved. But after they saw George's cold eyes again, their faces turned ugly again. Why are the two sides fighting without fighting? Total nonsense. With this guy's consistent behavior, as long as they are unhappy, everyone in their group will surely die. But what Carl couldn't figure out was, how did that guy Demetrius talk to His Majesty? And is Demetrius dead or not? These brothers are connected heart to heart. If someone dies, they will be able to sense it immediately. But he could clearly feel that Demetrius was alive. Originally, Carl also thought that Demetrius should have a good conversation with George, otherwise Demetrius would definitely be killed. But when he heard on the road that the old king had died and the new king had succeeded. He was a little panicked. It makes sense to say that the old king abdicated because of the agreement reached between Demetrius and George. But this treacherous guy always felt that something was not right. But he still came here bravely. But when he discovered that Demetrius was not disguising himself as someone else, and was mixed in with the welcoming team, his heart skipped a beat. There was no way Demetrius could not have come to greet him. So he bewitched Douglas and others, and gave Elda eye drops. The Empire and the Holy Court had objections to this heavenly lord and suspected that George was a devil. In addition, the new king of Elda ascended the throne during George's canonization, which makes people a little unbearable. This Elda was originally their vassal state. Now that he has followed the shelter, isn't he just a young man? And this shelter is a devil. Not only does this mean you are a kid, but you are also blind. And you consider a thief your father. The knights, who had a strong sense of justice in their hearts, were naturally furious. This group of people who were marching and fighting were already holding back their anger when they came this time. But Karl, who was supposed to act as a mediator, failed to do so. So there was today's scene. Karl knew very well in his mind that as long as there was a conflict between the two parties today, and the two parties broke up on bad terms, he could just pat his ass and leave. Even if there is no fight. The parliament after this will start with a very bad atmosphere. But the situation unfolded in a direction that he could not expect. Douglas would definitely participate in this parliament. The negotiations between the two parties did not end with a pretty good result. So judging from George's intentions, he also planned to sacrifice the flag. Karl couldn't understand how George saw him. He suspected that it was possible that George didn't see him, but just hit the other one, kill them all. Whoever disrupts this meeting will be killed first. From now on, the first person to kill is himself. As long as he kills the right person, others can survive. Karl couldn't help but regret. He was a little too anxious today. Karl's thoughts only lasted for a moment, but cold sweat broke out all over his body. He forced a smile and whispered, Your Majesty, George. I don't quite understand what you mean. The Valley and the Holy Empire cannot be said to be enemies. Where does the talk of war between the two sides come from? Today's parliament is about the future of Elda. How can we leave without talking about it? Get off your horse and talk to me. George put down the tea bowl and said calmly. Karl's face was a little ugly, and he dismounted and sat on the chair next to George, pretending to be having a deep conversation with George. George looked at Karl and nodded, then looked at Douglas and others not far away and said, Don't worry, Karl. No matter what the idiots from the Holy Empire do today, I will do my best to save them. Damn it, aren't you going to listen to our plan? At least you are somewhat prepared. Karl took a deep look at George and knew that Demetrius should have broken up with George and regretted that he should not have come today. Sir, is His Majesty Bob really dead? He said. Just say he's dead. The Prince Regent was confused. Has this been negotiated? How could you not kill Bob if the deal was not settled? How can Bob lower the price if the deal is settled? In the end, the welcoming team and the visiting team were clearly divided into the left and right sides, and they entered the royal city of Elda just like they were negotiating before the war. Only the Sun King and his group stayed at Douglas's end. Look at that. This Southern Wilderness boss not only looked nonchalant, but he was also very talkative. It made Douglas look weird. It feels like I can't see the situation more and more clearly. According to what this great pagan said, he has now given up his belief in the Sun God and converted to the seven gods. And many words from the Sun King's mouth also made Douglas suspicious. He believed many of the words spoken by the Sun King. Because he had always thought those rumors were untrustworthy, he believed that George was not a devil. As a commander-in-general, Douglas knew that the original Battle of Darkins and the Battle of Blue Water City had a great impact on how earth-shaking the impact of the situation has been. And those miracles are also obvious. And the aura of those heavenly weapons is also very pure. Not corrupted. Not corrupted. But Douglas firmly believed that this George was the greatest traitor in history. This time he came here with the purpose of talking to the traitor. But now, even the unruly Southern Wilderness has completely surrendered to this heavenly lord. This made Douglas feel gloomy. If all the 6 kingdoms plus Southern Wilderness in this world stand under the command of the Lord of Heaven, this world will be hopeless. Those stupid rescuers thought they could defeat the devil with their own abilities. I never thought about reviving the 7 gods in such a strange atmosphere. The meeting began. Today, the entire noble council hall in Erda was packed to the brim. The heads of state sat down at the round table one after another. Each area of the round table represented a force. The periphery of the round table was filled with nobles, or key figures, from various forces. Elizabeth rubbed her forehead and felt a little speechless when she looked at the imperial nobles, who were spitting spittle. But when she looked at George beside her, She felt even more tired. She has learned for many years how idiots the imperial people are. So she was mentally prepared. But she still felt a bit surprised today that Guy George actually took the initiative to stimulate others. As soon as it came up, everyone proposed motion number 6. As she expected, the imperial people exploded at this first suggestion. With a bang, a general in the empire lined up the table again.
Fart! In this situation, why don't you surround yourself with the Holy Court? Instead, you set up a separate branch. What are you doing with your intentions?
Just now, various countries have already stated that for the situation in the eastern border of Elda, they have formed an alliance to advance and retreat together, share the same destiny, jointly resist the Black Tide, and share the pressure for the Empire and the Holy Court in the east. At the same time, I also hope that the Empire can join the alliance so that everyone can achieve strategic unity in the battle between the east and the west against the devil. It is already obvious what this musty alliance means. The Empire will not give us any help or any supplies now. Nor can they bear the responsibility of a leader. So the 6 of us have to figure it out on our own. But to be honest, the Empire is in danger now. The countries in this world are already in disarray. Maybe the Empire can still hold on in the east with the help of natural protection. But the West End will soon be wiped out. If we don't think of some methods. Once the demons invade from the west, bypass the Tianwu Mountains, and stab the Empire in the back, the world will be over. And if the 6 countries can unite, not only can they withstand the pressure, but they can also distract the devil, boldly reduce the war burden on the Empire. In this proposal, the 6 countries also focused on the Empire in all strategies indeed. This was the case in the first wave of the Black Tide, and the Empire became the second darkest to fall. Giving if you add some fire to this Black Tide, it's still a slap in the face. Therefore, if this bill is passed, the subsequent war will be fought around the Empire. As for these 7 countries, let's just take the boss. What's the point of talking about it now? Let's deal with the Black Tide. These words have already been expressed by heads of state. But the people of the Empire were firmly opposed. And judging from their words, they also wanted to fight against the internal forces first, and then against the outside world. I even think that the asylum should be disbanded first, and then talk about foreign wars. The topic is somewhat deadlocked. According to normal procedures, we should put down this proposal at this time and talk about the next one. And the nobles have long been accustomed to wrangling. And it is normal for a conference to last 10 days and a half. But now the core members of the Dawn Parliament do not like this inefficient communication. And a group of people, led by the diplomat Duke Charles, have also shown their expertise in diplomacy. They were so angry. But every word they said went straight to the point, poking at the Empire's weak points, and revealing their true nature of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Occasionally, when the Imperial man was furious and the topic was about to break down, these guys from the Dawn Council could bring the conversation back. In the end, amid this back and forth, the Imperials felt a headache and threw out their bottom line. The Imperial team, headed by Douglas, said the Mustard Alliance could, but the nations must sign a contract recognizing the sanctuary as a sanctuary of a holy court, rather than the new holy court. And this new alliance is also the Holy Alliance. When August and others came to the Moon Kingdom, they wanted to block this Holy Alliance. Countries can maintain a certain degree of independence, but the new Holy Alliance must still be centered on the Empire and participate in the war in the name of the tributary states of the Holy Empire. It can be said that it is a shameful thing, and it will cost you a name even if you die. But this name is very meaningful. Once these agreements are established, when the dark tide subsides in the future, if the shelter stands up and says it wants to be independent, then it will bear the name of a young man. And the shelter originally used the righteousness to pull the small gangs that come out will also fall apart. In addition, Douglas also mentioned one thing: the armies and strategies of various countries must also be under the command of the Empire. Otherwise, neither the Empire nor the Holy Court will help Elda in the war later. With the current situation of the Empire, it is true that many people may not be able to be sent. But one temple is no problem. In addition, once the Holy Alliance gets into trouble, the taxes will have to be paid. If the Empire no longer helps Ayer's war, then they will only receive money and do nothing. In particular, the Holy Court will no longer supply the words of talismans in various cathedrals in the 6 kingdoms. As soon as these so-called bottom lines were thrown out, the entire Parliament Hall was in an uproar, especially those who yearn for sanctuary and are looking forward to George becoming the new emperor. They cannot accept it. This is nothing. Why are everyone so busy? In the end, didn't they all make wedding dresses for the Holy Court and the Empire? Then how did George become emperor? How could he obtain land and title?
Naturally, these people don't want to be part of the Holy Alliance. However, some noble lords have expressed their willingness to form an alliance. But they are currently short of soldiers and food. If the Empire can supply a batch of food and grass, then they will go wherever they are asked. They are all old-school nobles. They finally found an opportunity. Just as Prince Karl, who was laughing secretly in his heart at this time, thought, those arrogant and stupid imperial people will definitely put forward such conditions. And those nobles in various countries who have not been killed by the asylum will definitely take advantage of this opportunity. They jumped out one after another. This was their best chance to regain military power and territory. Chapter 875. Don't play by the rules. Prince Karl felt that it didn't take many people from the Dawn Alliance to defect. As long as they took out the useless old nobles, it would be enough to make the so-called Dawn Alliance fall apart. It no longer matters whether there is a grudge against the Holy Alliance. The population and resources of the 6 countries will be pulled over by the old nobles. In this case, the Dawn Alliance will fall into a very embarrassing situation. A war is about to begin, but people from within are out to cause trouble again. If those old nobles were dealt with thunderous means, the heads of the various parties with titles would definitely feel chilled. If left unchecked, the situation will be dire. Karl was indeed right. So far, revolutions everywhere have not been complete. There is indeed a trend of democratic thought in the 6 countries. But the big family still exists. And these big families are still in power. And even control the core of the Dawn Alliance. Garvey, Sophia Yongfeng, Alfonso, Xiongning, Kanglin, Moon Kingdom, and the 8 great divisions. Which one is not a noble? Which one is not from a big family? Time is too short. And there is no way for Sanctuary to let people who will not be affected by family interests take power. And in this haste, the alliance formed cannot bypass these rulers of the old era. To kill the nobles is to destroy the foundation of the present. And once these elite nobles become disheartened, not only will the alliance be disbanded, but the kingdom of heaven will also be extremely afraid of. George isn't what everyone sees going according to what Irene has always said. Therefore, Karl clearly saw the weaknesses of the Dawn Alliance. The nobles were essentially just helpless people. With such a call from the Holy Empire, the alliance's weaknesses will surely be exposed. There will definitely be a rush. If the lurkers continue to operate properly, the Holy Alliance and the Dawn Alliance may still fight. At least they will never interact with each other until death. Dividing human beings can be regarded as Karl's main job now. But what he didn't expect was that before he could jump out to cause trouble today, these stupid donkeys would start doing it themselves. He rubbed his hands and prepared to play. After a while, if the shelter raises weapons against me again, I will try again. Today's conference is the prelude to human civil war. I think the 7 nations can form a holy alliance. That's no problem. A plain, but very loud voice suddenly rang. Apparently magical amplification was used. The noisy lobby suddenly became quiet. The seats around the round table, as well as everyone on the round table, all looked at George, who was holding his chin with his hands, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Or maybe he didn't say the words. I agree to establish the Holy Alliance, no matter what kind of alliance it is. Isn't it an alliance? The most important thing now is that everyone unites as one and reaches a unified anti-demon front. George's loud voice rang throughout the hall, like Adeline, who originally announced that she would attack the demon city of Darkins. No matter which party it is, I mean the reformists and the conservatives. No matter which army it is an army under the rule of the 7 gods. The Holy Court was established by the 7 gods. It is our government and the center of all the great cathedrals. And these 7 countries originally regarded the Holy Empire as their royal court. Naturally, we should take the imperial court as the center and obey the imperial court's orders. If we don't work hard in one direction and move forward in one direction, how can we have a united front against the devil? We, the Kingdom of Rodunk and the Cathedral of the Dawn, are willing to reach a combat agreement with any armed force willing to fight against the devil. George took a sip of water, then frowned and smoked his cigarette again, seeming to be thinking about something. But after these words were said, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even Douglas was confused. What was this big traitor doing? He looked at George with a complicated expression for a long time. And from George's eyes, he found that George was serious. Suddenly, the whole hall was in an uproar. The nobles were talking a lot, but the heads of state and many upstarts and mercenary captains were lost in thought. Indeed, isn't the main purpose of all this going on to repel the Dark Tide? Who is nominally the boss? What difference does it make? Judging from the current situation, the Empire must be appeased. Once those guys with old and extreme ideas explode. If nothing else, the Moon Country, a big factory,
cannot go all out to develop the magical mechanical army. However, this army must not be commanded by the Empire. What's the point of letting them command it? Doesn't this mean that you directly put your armed forces into the hands of the devil? Even if we take a step back, even if the Empire's generals are not demons, they will not be deceived in the end and leave them to those idiots to command the troops. Everyone is worried. And do they understand what modern warfare is? Your thoughts are still stuck in the thought of attacking with a knife and a gun. Right? Now even the new army is doing the same thing when dealing with the bandits in the southern wilderness, just with the help of some magic wands and guns. And even with such a new army, the Empire might not be able to use it. Not to mention the Alliance's air force and golem troops, which are gradually taking shape. Everyone knows that George understands this matter better than everyone else. I also know that he is measured. So no one spoke. At this time, the hall was already in chaos. The nobles did not have the consciousness and thoughts of the leaders, especially the old nobles. They couldn't understand why the guy George agreed. If that's the case, wouldn't he still have to be in his hands?
But there is one thing I want to correct.
After taking 2 puffs of cigarette, George said again. Douglas breathed a sigh of relief indeed. This ambitious man had an idea. He is playing hard to get. And saying these words is just to give himself a sacred aura of thinking about the world.
We are willing to ignore the Holy Alliance. And we are also willing to recognize the core status of the Holy Court and the Empire. But we do not need the Holy Empire to send troops to help Elda. We hope to help the Empire in the battle for our next strategy. We also invite Prince Carl, Your Highness. Have a good listen with Archduke Douglas.
At this time, even the people on the Empire side exploded. Prince Carl's eyes widened, and he looked at George in disbelief. And found that George seemed to be serious. He couldn't understand how that guy was willing to bow to the Holy Court. And he couldn't understand how he had the confidence to dare to help the Holy Empire. Just the toys they produce now? Those crappy things have no use. I think back then, the magic in the human world was taught to humans by demons. And these stupid reptiles never do their job properly. Messing around with alchemy. It's gotten to the point where you need to use a stick to even cast a spell. The Duke nodded deeply. He looked at George and said,
What a loud tone. I want to hear how you plan to help the Empire fight this war.
George took a puff of cigarette, nodded, and said in his heart, I'm afraid you won't agree. Of course, whether you agree or not, this alliance must be established. And these idiots must not be allowed to mess with it. Chapter 876 Consensus.
I would like to reiterate that Jinjin Mountain must not allow any mistakes.
George stood beside the round table and scanned the entire lobby. As he spoke, people all nodded their heads. What he said was indeed the thing that everyone was most concerned about and strongly agreed with. Similarly, he said yes. And these were also the core things that the Empire and the Dawn Council could reach a consensus on. But what he said next made the Imperial people hesitate.
We will send troops to assist in the defense of Jinjin Mountain. We will provide food, grass, and military equipment ourselves. And there is no need to add additional burdens to the Empire.
The Duke was slightly startled. Tempted. He didn't expect that George was indeed willing to send troops. It's not a trick.
No!
Prince Carl couldn't help shouting if the troops from the sanctuary were to guard Sword Mountain. What would it be like? Isn't the work of the past few years in vain? Duke Douglas couldn't help but glance at Carl in surprise. But then, before Carl could say anything, the Duke couldn't help but ponder. After a while, he finally made up his mind.
With all due respect, Jinjin Mountain is currently unbreakable. It is better for the troops to defend it in a unified manner. Then let's defend the Seahorse Fortress.
George glanced at Jillian and said,
Randrai is currently in danger and needs support. We are willing to help the Empire share this important task.
Jinjin Mountain and Haima Fortress are 2 important roads from the north into the Holy Empire. One is in the mountains, and the other is a peninsula by the sea. No matter who is dead, the devil can drive straight in.
The Holy Court has now planned to send troops.
George! Cardinal Bass suddenly spoke.
3 Knights Templar.
George and many leaders have already received news about this matter. According to Avery and Buster's guess, at least one of the 3 Templar Knights has a problem. The purpose of raising this matter in a roundabout way today is to add some sand to the troops of the Holy Court. At the same time, we also try our best to keep these 3 Templar Knights away from the Seahorse Fortress if they are allowed to guard the Seahorse Fortress. What's the point? Jillian was already prepared for this matter. He stood up and asked where the 3 Templar Knights would send Landry. When he heard that the Holy Court not only planned to station these Templar Knights in Seahorse Fortress, but also hoped that Landry would carry out the non-resistance policy. After fully returning to the defense of Haima Fortress, many nobles in Landry couldn't help but start talking. If we say it before, Everyone is willing to this plan. It can even be said that they had hoped to adopt this strategy before Gillian had discussed this matter with George when they were in the Moon Kingdom. Therefore, with Landry's thoughts, the plan proposed by the Holy Court can be described as a pillow for sleep. However, now Landry's thoughts have gradually changed due to George's intervention, especially after the portal was established. What a joke. What we are thinking about now is counterattack. Are you telling us not to resist? Therefore, Landry's top and bottom can be said to be of the same mind now. We would rather not have your 3 Templar troops than return to defense.
My lords, now the devil has crossed the border of Landry and is attacking our hinterland. The hinterland has a large population and a large amount of land. If we don't fight, we will use the non-resistance policy to kill all the counties were handed over to the devil. Then wouldn't Landry become a base where the devil can take root? Once these counties are digested by the devil, they will hold up a stronger and stronger fist and hit us. This is drinking poison to quench thirst. This is recreating the fall of Biswee City. No matter how impregnable the Seahorse Fortress is, it will become the next Clearwater City,
Gillian said loudly.
Landry's hinterland cannot be lost. It is very difficult for our troops to guard these hinterlands. But if we guard the Seahorse Fortress, there will be no problem. Guarding the Seahorse Fortress is mainly to defend the water. And the main guarding force is our navy. The Moon Kingdom's fleet and Magic Knight troops will also be stationed here. Therefore,
the current strength of the Seahorse Fortress is sufficient. The Knights Templar are such a powerful fighting force. Good steel should be used on the blade. I think that their stay in Haima Fortress is of little use. They should work with our army to resist the demons in the hinterland, evacuate the people, and establish a safe passage from the Landry hinterland to the Haima Islands to allow the refugees to evacuate smoothly.
There was a lot of discussion around him. Douglas couldn't help but nodded. To be honest, the strategy Gillian was talking about now was something he had considered for the first time, but Landry's army was so bad. The nobles of Landry also had no determination to resist the Black Tide. Now, Landry is determined to resist the Black Tide, and each country can send some troops to support Landry. So it would be perfect to implement this strategy. Douglas couldn't help but glance at Prince Carl and Cardinal Buster, and seemed to be asking for their opinions.
His Royal Highness Carl, Bishop Buster, I think that if we support Landry, then we should indeed follow Landry's instructions. Delhi's strategic planning is the main priority. Otherwise, if the two sides cannot cooperate, this battle will not be easy to fight.
Buster naturally had no objections as long as George said it. He agreed, but Prince Carl's heart was overwhelmed at this time. Just over a month ago, this Landry was making a big fuss about getting back on defense. Now he has changed his attention. But that's okay. Carl nodded and said,
Yes, I feel the same way. After the population is evacuated, it will not be too late for us to shrink the defense again and defend the Seahorse Fortress.
Douglas nodded, as if he had thought of it together. The shelter had no objection to this matter. The Sanctuary team even stated that they would also send troops and hire some mercenary groups to support the war in the hinterland of Landry. This incident made Douglas sigh with relief. He felt at ease with the troops of the Holy Court and the Empire. But he was worried about the troops in the shelter. There might be demons inside. In fact, he really wanted to say that he was right. The main war in future Landry will be demons fighting demons. Keep fighting until the tsunami comes over. Therefore, in Douglas's view, as long as the Sanctuary troops do not enter the Seahorse Fortress, you can go wherever you want. George thinks so too. Even Carl thought the same way. Is it okay for the troops from this shelter to enter the Seahorse Fortress? If you don't let us advance to the fortress, you shouldn't advance to the fortress either. This Landry's hinterland is the devil's home court. Over there, we can't beat you. Please don't touch the Seahorse Fortress for the time being. Wait until the end, and our troops will go there together for a decisive battle. The three forces, Empire, Sanctuary, and Demon, all thought they had their own trump cards. And they finally reached a consensus on this day. Chapter 877, The Decaying Empire. While the meeting was going on, they actually talked about it together, which surprised both Douglas and Carl. In other words, this meeting became a negotiation between the devil and Sanctuary with Carl's tacit approval. Both sides reached a consensus on many things. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to launch a general attack. They were all waiting for something at the end. And this holy alliance was indeed established. Douglas was surprised to find that he and George had a great consensus on their strategies. Of course, when it comes to talking about Elda and taxes, Douglas also backed down. All countries expressed that since they supported Elda, the Empire would at least give some money if they did not send troops. In this matter, even the old nobles started shouting. The wool comes from the sheep. And this is not the first time that the shelter has helped people collect taxes. In the past, everyone did not pay the royal taxes of various countries. After the sanctuary helped the kings collect taxes, not only did everyone have to pay taxes, but the land and soldiers were also gone. Now, this allows sanctuary to help the empire and holy court collect taxes. What the H.L. and Douglas knew very well in his heart that after collecting this money, most of it would probably fall into the shelter's pockets. There was no telling how much it could be handed over to the empire. It is better to waive this part of the tax and let the armies everywhere be self-sufficient. As for the army, George also proposed that it be divided into 14 root armies, and he was willing to obey the command of the empire and the holy court. But the key is that Douglas didn't dare to take it. Karl also didn't want the troops from the shelter to come and join in blindly. As for the matter in the Western Theater, everyone has a clear mind. Even if the empire gives any strategic orders, they will not be subject to foreign military orders in this heavy fog. When the messenger runs over, the battle is over. Prince Karl, Duke Douglas, and Bishop Buster, the Holy Court established the Cathedral of the Dawn to be responsible for the defense of the West. With us cooperating with St. Wilming's joint defense, we have the confidence and ability to defend Elda, George said. Of course, if the Holy Court and the Empire are worried, they can also send troops. Regarding this matter, Douglas finally nodded and backed down. Just stay here in the West, and don't claim to be emperor. He didn't know whether the Dawn Cathedral could withstand the attack from the West. But as long as it could delay time, the demons could later invade the Empire from the West. He burned high incense. When everything is over, the Empire will deal with these self-righteous young men. But when Prince Karl heard George's words, his expression turned gloomy. He asked, Lord God, so far, in your so-called strategy, I have only heard defense. I have not heard offense. Is it possible that everyone waiting to die together? Waiting to die? Why wait to die? George couldn't help laughing. He frowned, looked around, and asked Karl, Isn't the main strategy of the Holy Alliance to delay time and wait for the 7 gods to wake up? Prince Karl opened his mouth and didn't say a word for a long time. Douglas frowned and looked at Karl, wondering what happened to this guy Karl today. Everyone chatted back and forth. Isn't this why we were able to reach a consensus? Since then, the Holy Alliance has been officially established in this meeting, and various contracts were also signed during the meeting. In the following days, it was basically about the details within the alliance. Quarrels started, and all kinds of weird things happened at the same time. When George was engaged in arms trading in Saudi Arabia, he got a lot of benefits. As the main factory, you also got a share of the pie. So this time, the Moon Kingdom team led by Elizabeth desperately hopes to use this parliament as a breakthrough to sell some junk goods. If these defective magic weapons were used to help humans deal with demons, they would definitely be useful. At least there would be no problem in dealing with corrupted and desecrated monsters. It can allow many private soldiers, militiamen, and mercenaries who originally had no combat effectiveness in the Black Tide to display their super combat effectiveness. And these weapons are not afraid of falling into the hands of demons. One is that demons have never bothered to use these gadgets, and they have no need for these broken sticks. What is the use of them? All of them are magicians. Corruption level and blasphemy level can't release magic, but those brainless fools can't use it either. One is that these individual weapons require the consumption of magic gems. The demons simply don't have such resources. Of course, the most important point is that these weapons are of average quality and are civilian products that the Dawn Alliance is unwilling to use. In recent times, more and more counterfeit junk goods have been seized by various countries. If it is used, everyone will look down upon it. And if it is missing, it will be a pity. It's just right to sell it to the Sand Kingdom and the Holy Empire. Once the trade channels are opened, private workshops can also practice their skills, increase the output of high-end products, and these high-end products will naturally flow into the hands of the Alliance inside. For the Holy Empire, they are rich and need these things. Once the agreement is signed, Avery and the others can legitimately use public funds to arm their own forces. But the Empire was firmly opposed. The devil was brought here by you damn wizards. Now you want to use magic to deal with it. What's the use of those witch doctors' gadgets? Use sticks to poke the devil? The Imperials trusted only in their iron swords and oaken shields. Since the rise of the Moon Kingdom's magic industry many years ago, the sales of various Moon Kingdom products in the Holy Empire have been extremely low. They believed that these magic items were all strange and obscene techniques. And the Empire was the country that looked down upon magic books the most. They even believed that wizards were heretics, evil spirits, and the source of evil. The campaign to kill witches and wizards had been carried out countless times. It was not until the battle with the Forbidden Sanctuary that the situation got slightly better. And even in recent decades, the Empire's view of wizards has not changed. When the Holy Court Reform Party hired academicians to study plague medicine, wizards like Rusgard had to disguise themselves and sneak around to save the world. After the potion was developed, many wizards who saved the Empire from the plague were burned to death because their identities were exposed. But if it weren't for the medicine of wizards like Rusgard, the Holy Empire would have become another Darkans in the midst of the plague. But now these heroes have become the most hated people by the devil and the Empire. According to the news from the Holy Court, the Empire and the Holy Court are now jointly trying heretics initially. It was a cleanup campaign launched by Avery to eliminate lurkers and cultists. But, as the saying goes, if you ask me to be a cultist, I will kill good people. If you ask me to judge demons, I will judge wizards. If you ask me to develop the magic industry, I will encourage wizards to summon demons. Every strategy originally pursued has become extreme with the fuel of these people. In the end, they all went down a wrong path. And the final consequences and crimes were left to wise men like Avery. Some of these bad guys are demons, and some are humans. Some are even devout believers of the 7 gods, who claim to be righteous. They all think they are doing the right thing, and they think they are clean. But in fact, their actions are driven by profit. And their bodies and minds have long been corrupted. Everything they do is to protect the interests of a few people. The so-called justice is to defend the honor of the nobility and the Holy Court. Nowadays, the Empire's prejudice against wizards is getting bigger and bigger. There are even many schools of thought that believe that wizards are all admirers. And the reason why demons appear in this world is because wizards use magic. The reason why magic is called magic is because it is the magic of demons. Priests use the power of the 7 gods to use magic, while wizards use the power of demons to use magic. Therefore, those who use magic are in collusion with the devil. These ignorant thoughts have completely locked up the Empire's technology. Now, countries want to cooperate with the Empire and support magical weapons, but they are considered to be harming them. Chapter 878 Demon Merchant. This bloated, ignorant ancient empire ruled by aristocrats and religions has come to an end. The devil wants this empire to die, and this empire is constantly seeking death. As for the technology that Sanctuary is currently developing crazily, it is meaningless in the eyes of the Empire and the demons. Carl laughed coldly. No one can stop H.L. from re-establishing its order, and no one can stop the devil's holy lord from awakening and coming. Since the shelter is willing to invest so much energy and make those messy things, they are happy to see the results. When the blood moon comes again, they will let the shelter take a good look at how meaningless the garbage the shelter has researched is. It will also let the shelters take a look at how they push the world. The 7-Nation Conference has been going on for more than 10 days. In addition to military agreements on the coordinated operations of various forces, there are also many political and even business matters. Although no business matters were discussed among the imperial official delegation. But privately, Charles and others have negotiated a lot of things with the great nobles in the Holy Empire mission. And they have achieved something. On the surface, these nobles of the Holy Empire all pretend to be they all look very similar. When it comes to trading magic items, it can be said to be politically correct. And there is nothing wrong with it. But they do one thing openly and another behind the scenes. I heard that even Douglas, the guy who was pretending on the surface, secretly sent his vassals to sign some agreements. The only pity is that the things they are interested in are not magic weapons, but the magical luxuries of the Moon Kingdom, and those enchanted silks and satins. In addition, the Dawn Consortium has also reached several big deals with the Empire. The nobles of the Empire are not interested in magic gems. Instead, they are very interested in ordinary gems produced in the Death Mines, as long as they are processed in the Moon Kingdom. They will become exquisite jewelry. What the Liming Merchant Group is interested in is naturally population and food. At present, the nobles in the Empire have a lot of slaves and food in their manors. They are unwilling to contribute to the country, but they are willing to use these things to make money in the shelter. After hearing that Sanctuary was interested in divine runes, many nobles from the Empire colluded with Archduke Charles and others to embezzle military resources from the Empire. The high priests in the Holy Court were also very happy to be served by the bishops of St. Blemick during this period. Therefore, the share of the special supplies of several cathedrals and churches in the 6 nations should be guaranteed. However, the priests of the Holy Court demanded a lot of kickbacks. Obviously, these people believe that the dark tide will pass, so they are making money crazily. And this transaction with the Liming Merchant Group is just the tip of the iceberg. Over the years, how much money these guys have put into their pockets from the Empire
and the Holy Court is probably an incalculable number. Most of these people are not lurkers, nor are they in cahoots with demons. But the flood-controlled dams of the Empire and the Holy Court were riddled with holes. The newly rich people have clearly seen the faces of these people. And after this exchange with the people of the Empire, everyone also believes one thing even if there are no lurkers in the Empire. I'm afraid they can't defeat the devil either. Each team is busy working on details. George mainly focused on attacking Prince Carl during these days. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of causing rumors. Or perhaps Carl, a coward, was unwilling to be alone with George. In private, he basically never had contact with George. Even at banquets, I would hide whenever I could. But that day, George still took the opportunity during the meeting. The congressmen started fighting. The entire Parliament Hall was a mess. Archduke Douglas stood up and roared wildly. And Buster and a kind of Holy Court priest also went up to start a fight. But obviously, their majesty had no effect here at all. It would be more like George. But this guy had already moved his position and sat next to Carl. Looking at this evil-minded guy, Carl knew that the farce in the parliament today was probably instigated by this guy. Look at how happy those southern wilderness people are. Carl rubbed his forehead. And in his helplessness, he finally opened his mouth and started talking to George. George was paying attention. So he naturally tried to persuade him to surrender and alienate him. But unfortunately, it still failed. When Demetrius was able to surrender, there was actually a desperate premise. On this basis, he was willing to listen to some words. Also willing to believe something. But Carl obviously has more options to choose from than Demetrius. And is also more smart than Demetrius. He made it very clear whether George was the real Lord of Heaven or a certain majesty. It made no difference whether he followed George or Aloysius. If Aloysius would eat Carl later, then George would naturally eat him too or kill his demon hero. Regarding Carl's smartness, George could only give him a thumbs up.
But that's okay, Carl.
George took a sip of tea and said,
You are such a cunning and slippery guy. Even if we come here, we still can't trust each other. Maybe one day, I will be unhappy. And I will be really unhappy. Cut you down? Sir, I think this is not the case. You are very tolerant of those subordinates who are measured, even if they like to engage in some actions in private.
Carl glanced at Irene over there with a half smile, and said,
The same is true for His Majesty Aloysius.
George looked at Carl and felt that he would not say these words for no reason. After touching his chin, he asked,
Then what little tricks do you usually like to do? I am a businessman. Your Majesty, my old profession is a devil merchant.
Carl laughed. At this moment, in George's eyes, Carl was like a special devil who was skinny but had a pair of huge horns.
I like souls. I also like all kinds of stories, memories and emotions. You have a huge country, and you also have countless people and souls. As long as you have needs, just ask me. No matter what it is, as long as the price is enough, I can find a way to get it for you.
Carl laughed heartily.
But in my eyes, 100,000 souls may not be more valuable than something of yours, whether it's love, anger, jealousy, pain, or even your smile. Whether it's love, anger, jealousy, pain, or even your smile, I am willing to accept whatever you think is unnecessary, meaningless, or precious. You can leave it with me. My credibility is known to all HL, and my ability is also obvious to all. There will never be any problems during the extraction process. You can rest assured.
George smiled coldly, turned around and left. Carl also laughed and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that George would no longer be looking for him. Nor would he kill him. And maybe one day in the future, this customer might actually come to your door and buy something related to Aloysius. Carl indeed guessed correctly. At least he guessed correctly that he would not be killed. A few days later, he left here with the Empire's envoy. Chapter 879. The Builders of the Hohenschwangel Castle. After the Imperial mission left, the core members of the Dawn Alliance also held some small meetings. The Seven Kingdoms Conference was an exchange between Dawn, Demon and Holy Court, which was able to determine the situation and reach some consensus. The situation in the Holy Empire is worse than George and others imagined. There must have been a devil's nail planted in Jinjin Mountain, and it might be over at any time. The reason why the demons are not fighting now is probably because they want to let the power of darkness ferment within the Empire. So once the time comes, the east side will be finished. Garvey pointed to the map and said,
By then, Seahorse Fortress will be under attack from both sides, and may not even be able to withstand the coming tsunami. If this is the case, then the plan to use natural disasters to reduce the power of demons will also fail.
George nodded. The map in front of him was the territory of the Holy Empire. Xinjiang is on the left, west of this map, and Haima Fortress is on the right, east. On the land between the two, a winding line has been drawn by Garvey and others, dividing the empire into two parts. The western part occupies 80% of the empire, while the northeastern part connected to Seahorse Fortress only occupies 20% of the empire. According to the general's deductions, if we start preparations now, there is still a chance to defend the 20% of the land, but it will only delay it for a few years at most. After listening to the analysis of Garvey and others, George nodded, knowing that Avery and others were probably mentally prepared to give up the empire's territory. But if they can do their best, they can still save the Seahorse Fortress for a few years. After the devil digests the empire, he will definitely try his best to pull out this nail in the northeast. If you can grasp the timing well, you will definitely be able to eliminate a lot of the demon's power. Today was the last small meeting within the Dawn Alliance. After all things were arranged, George picked up his cotton hat, put it on his head, and prepared to go to the Great Swan Castle. The war has begun. At the end of October, Neuschwanstein received its first heavy snowfall. The temperature plummeted by 7 to 8 degrees overnight, and suddenly reached below zero. This is very uncomfortable for the southerners south of the Senas River. If there is nothing that requires going out, everyone will choose to stay at home. But there were crowds of people on the city wall, and it was very lively. Most of these people were refugees who had fled from Lodunk a few years ago. But they were once dressed in ragged clothes. But now, they were all wearing thick clothes. Some guys who are too full will secretly be lazy for a while, light up a dry cigarette, and discuss the huge floating city in the sky with their companions. Look! Another team came out of the portal under the floating island. This supply has been transported for several days. The shelters underground in the city will probably be full this time. Occasionally, everyone will also discuss the Lord Dawn, who has been strolling over these past few days. He has not been seen coming out since he and the knights went to the castle a few days ago. However, some people from the shelter claim that maybe the boss is right next to them. The boss likes to wander around dressed as a mercenary. The group of mercenaries in front of me look a bit strange. Maybe they are the old man who said this is really good at joking. How can Lord Dawn hold his nose while eating sweet potatoes?
Oh! The Dawn Church has also been built?
George said, looking outside the city. The fog around Swan City is indeed very thin. Standing on the city wall, you can clearly see the woods in the distance.
It's almost done. Look over there,
John explained again. All in all, this Swan City has been under construction for more than half a year. Originally, here, not only was there no Dawn Church that could dispel the fog, but there was also no city wall. Most of the cities in the Shelter Continent actually had no walls to speak of. In other words, only the Lord can live inside the city wall, the castle. Places with city walls such as Blue Water City, Windsong City, Darkins, and Helenska are all considered super fortresses. But now, all the major cities in the Great Swan Lake have built city walls, and they have finally surrounded all residential areas. George nodded and continued walking on the city wall. The laborers he saw on the road all had Rotunk or Violet accents. Most of them are refugees from Biswi City. And even now, refugees are still coming from the east and entering various cities in Swan Lake. They are the city builders. Judging from the faces and clothes of these refugees, the effect of this work-based disaster relief is still very good. This year, the Duchess of Dome Eagle and Prince Alfonso should be called Your Majesty. The food constantly collected from various places supported the bellies of the refugees. It can be regarded as the realization of Alfonso's original wish in the Valley Church. In May, Kanglin joined the Army of Material Support. And in June, Avali joined. Since then, the food problem has been completely solved. In the past 2 months, even engineers from the Moon Country can be seen everywhere in various cities in Swan Lake. Therefore, until now, all the major cities in Swan Lake have stabilized. A hurricane struck, and some dragon knights in the sky carried a lot of gravel and threw it at the city wall. The city wall was densely packed with people, but they turned a blind eye to the rain of rocks that day. If you look carefully, you will find that the stone rain falls extremely slowly, and the small balls next to the wizards on the city wall and the wands in their hands are releasing beams of light in the air. It didn't take long before the stones were slowly piled up in several corners of the city wall under the command of the wizards. If any Devil's Air Force sees such a scene here, they will never enter this restricted area in the future. It seems that the workers near the pile of stones are already accustomed to these falling stones, but in fact, only the old people in the shelter really don't take it to heart. Although the refugees have been watching it for several months, I still couldn't help being very shocked.
But since my friends around me are all pretending to be cool, I can't make a fuss and embarrass myself. Can I? There are still too few construction vehicles. Now we can only rely on dragon power. George sighed to a wizard next to him. There is currently only one engineering vehicle in the city. In terms of load capacity, a giant dragon can carry several tons of cargo. The amount that an engineering vehicle can carry is at least 400 tons. Not long after, more flying dragons and land ships came from the distance. The giant dragons and demon spiders worked together to pull the land boat up the city wall to unload the goods. The workers who were smoking dry cigarettes and chatting and farting also got up and started working under the leadership of the residents of the sanctuary. It was so hot for a while that the small snowflakes that fell from the sky had evaporated before they even hit the ground. George and others also stopped and looked at these sweating workers. Many apprentices dressed as workers also flew into the sky at this time, directing the stirring liquid made of various gravels and a strange liquid to be poured towards the cage built by the workers on the city wall. Then, the apprentices waved their wands and chanted spells. Immediately afterwards, the concrete that had just been poured began to vibrate, and bubbles continued to emerge from it. After a while, the apprentices changed a spell, and then streaks of white mist were picked out from the rubble with their wands. As the white mist evaporated, the concrete gradually solidified into a large square stone. Judging from this efficiency, a section of the city wall can be completed in a few days. If there were more apprentices, an entire wall of a city could be built in half a month. Chapter 880 Kanglan Stone. George picked up a small hammer and knocked on the large stone. The workers around him stared at him and cursed him several times. Several foremen, the old residents of the shelter, seemed to recognize their boss, and their expressions were a little strange. After seeing George looking over, they quickly pretended not to recognize him, so as to save some face for the boss. After a few apologies, George happily leaned on the battlements with John and others and smoked dry cigarettes. The wizards have made these formulas really easy to use. It looks like they are stronger than concrete. This technique has actually been used for some time. It's just that George never had time to go to each new city to see it, so he had only heard about it in documents before the name was also given by George. And it was called concrete. But wizards prefer to use it as concrete stone, or as Kanglan stone or spider shit. Their formulas were developed by Kanglan's alchemists based on the excrement of demon spiders. One of the materials can melt stones and ores and stick them together like the digestive fluid of a demon spider. It's considered an artificial digestive juice. The basic materials are common items, and the overall cost is relatively low. The main technical difficulty is the adjustment of magic elements. But even for those apprentices who were doing it for the first time, the Kanglan stone they produced was comparable to cement. Although the ghost things created by these wizards are actually not as good as a whole piece of large stone. They are stronger than concrete. It's only slightly worse than the iron stone wall used in the demon spider's lair. Some city walls will also be specially added with some iron or slag, which will give Jerry Jones a headache when he drills it. But, John, why are you still building a wall? Didn't you say that the wall of Swan City was completed in July? It's already 8 meters long. Right. George leaned on the battlement and glanced down. Standing on the 8-meter-high city wall and looking down, the people on the ground looked like little ones. But the people below the city find it difficult to look up. Such a height has already reached a certain level of city wall height, and there is no fear of monsters climbing up. It is not that the city wall is high enough, but with the current strength of the shelter, the battle fought this year is not a city defense battle. It is indeed completed. It was 8 meters before. John stepped on his feet, but the wizard suggested that it should be taller, so they added 2 more meters, so that the city wall can be as high as the buildings in the city. Oh, actually, no. This building will get taller and taller in the future. Is it possible that the city wall will also need to be raised higher? George looked at the city. His face became a little weird. But speaking of it, it does look a little bit like this. It's just uncomfortable. In that city, many high-rise buildings have been erected, all of which are Renaissance-style buildings. They are like small castles, located in residential areas in the city. It can be said that the builders of this city can gradually live in castles. These buildings have 3 floors and 10 meters above ground. There are also 3 floors underground. The underground of each community is basically connected together, and the underground of some communities is like an air raid shelter. It is a shelter. These shelters are specially used to store supplies, or to grow the shade-loving fungi brought by the goblins. They are quite delicious and have a high yield. It can be seen that some streets are still undergoing pipeline construction, which seems to be intended to connect residential buildings with the dome workshops under construction. In addition,
There are drainage and sewage facilities. It's exactly what Johannes did now. At present, there are not many buildings rising from the ground. So many areas in the city have not yet been demolished. They are still the original two-story spire houses, although they can no longer be heated. They have also been replaced with kangs. So if you make do with it, you can live in several families. This year is probably about the same. After each building is built, the various alchemy workshops will be connected. The hot water discharged from the workshops will be supplied to the entire city. Although it may not be as good as modern heating, people will definitely not freeze to death in the winter in the future. Originally, it seemed that for such a big city, it could accommodate 50,000 to 100,000 people. But after the new city was built, it could house at least 600,000 people. During special periods, if we sacrifice the comfort of life and open underground shelter facilities, 3 million people can survive the winter. We don't plan to build the building too high at the moment, because the population base is so large. If the locals in the entire county, plus the refugees, are all added to the entire city, there will be less than 2 million people. Not long after, everyone had arrived at one end of the city wall. Standing in the tower of the city wall, they had a panoramic view of the Sinus River in the distance. There are still many ships and people unloading cargo at the pier, but it is estimated that no more ships will come in another month, because according to the calculations of the wizards, the river will definitely freeze this year. On Elda's side, in the year from last year to this year, in addition to the influx of refugees, there were also many monsters. The reason why various towns are safe is mainly because it is difficult for the devil's troops to move in this swamp area. Especially last winter, when the swamp was half frozen and covered with a layer of snow. It could be said that there were traps everywhere. This year, the demons in Biswi City also tried to take the waterway on the Sinus River. But unfortunately, because the largest dock in the east of Rodunk was burned down, all the ships in Biswi City were evacuated in advance. This forced the demons, who didn't like water very much, to improvise a boat. After some demons came by boat, they discovered that several places where they could reach the shore of the Sinus River were tightly guarded by Yudlin and others on that water. Those powerful demons could be said to have been controlled by AI. Erda's water village was extremely depressed. Occasionally, troops successfully landed, only to find that the land was full of mercenaries who knew magic, held magic wands, and knew black magic. Therefore, this year's main force of demons failed to successfully enter Erda by land or water, and failed to form a powerful attack on Erda. It can only be said to be harassment. But this winter, the situation will be very different from last year. This year the Long River and the Hooper Swan Swamp will freeze over. The devil will definitely launch a real general attack. After the Long River freezes, the demons will no longer need docks. Cities such as Swan Castle, as well as the cities where Yudland and others are located, will face unprecedented pressure. But that's probably it, because this demon was taken away by Jack and the others at the supply point in the western region of Rodunk. It is estimated that some have been established in the past 2 months. But under the attack of the sanctuary troops, it may be difficult for the demons to form a powerful and continuous attack on the eastern border of Elda from the north. So as long as they withstand a few waves of harassment, wait until Sanctuary takes over Windsong City, and launch a general attack on Rodunk's western territory. Then the demons of Rodunk's western territory will completely divert their attention, and have no time to invade Elda from the north. Therefore, in this winter's war, the main front is still the Great Swan Lake. This guerrilla war is not easy to fight. This year's Swan Lake is much more difficult to defend than last year. After the swampland freezes, several roads will appear for the demon army to pass through. So Erda will lose natural protection. And once the devil attacks Swansea in winter, Elda will be unprotected. For big cities like Swan Castle, George is very relieved. But if all the villages in Swan Lake are destroyed, wiped out by demons, and the snowball of the corpse tide starts to roll again, then not only will the guerrillas no longer be able to cut off the demons' supplies, but the main human forces will also find it difficult to move forward in Swan Lake. The main reason why George came here this time was to take a look at the current situation of the small villages and small farms in Swan Lake. Let's see if the village chiefs and mayors of the shelter are ready to face this challenge. On this trip, no one from heaven followed, and George only brought little Lorna and the Fallen with him. There are also some bright moons and blood descendants, because if he has time, he plans to go to the legendary place of Demons Violet and Blue Water City. Chapter 881 Black Wolf Village. The villages, farms, and mountain people strongholds in the eastern border of Elda are dotted with densely populated areas. Various cottages and trails are everywhere. If it weren't for Wolverine Dirk, who has been wandering around this land for almost a year. George, I'm afraid they won't be able to find the villages and towns here at all. After wandering around some small villages, George discovered that everyone was planting crops in the normal autumn season. The harvest of this autumn harvest must be good. There are usually hundreds of people in those small villages. When everyone is busy in the farmland, the militiamen in the village will continue to walk around the farmland, which means that there are zombies wandering here every day. After asking about the situation, George found that the current situation of these small villages and towns was similar to that of Johannes in the Black Pearl Valley. Generally speaking, these village chiefs know some mantras, and the militiamen are almost the same as the original Martin. This skeleton was built by the first batch of shelter soldiers who came to Elda, and it is basically a replica. The original Johannes. The only thing missing is the Book of Dawn, which can be used as a map. However, mercenaries would come here almost every week to take a stroll and rest. So even if there were any one-eyed Goron around, the mercenaries would swarm here. In addition, the environment near these small villages is much better than that in the valleys. It is not that there are fewer monsters, but that once a large number of evil forces come, the people in the villages will not be able to find them if they burrow into the mountains. After seeing the situation in these small villages, George couldn't help but sigh and feel a little envious. If there were such Templar warriors around Johannes, who could come to support him at any time, he wouldn't have to live in fear every day. Afterwards, the group followed Dirk to a more dangerous area in Swan Lake. As soon as they stepped into the swampy forest, George felt something different. On the way, they also encountered several naked werewolves. The result is all our own. After wandering around in the swamp jungle for a few days, George finally had a real understanding of the landscape of Swan Lake. This place can be said to be a paradise for werewolves, vampires, and gorillas. These guys are elusive. If they don't lead the way, don't even think about finding any village. He somewhat understood why John had said that it would be difficult for the villages and mountain people here to migrate. It is also very difficult for the demons to pull out these small nails here. The only feasible solution is to use low-level monsters to roll snowballs and clean them like carpets. After wandering around for a few days, they finally found the Black Wolf village in the swamp. It was said to be a village, but now it looks like a small town. Not only is there a tall wooden fence surrounding the outside, but the space inside is also very large. Previously, this place was in a dangerous area close to the swamp, where various terrifying monsters, ghosts, and even banshees were rampant. So everyone in the village who could run ran away, leaving only a few families. But now not only has the village turned into a stockade, but it also looks a bit overcrowded. The mercenaries from all over the world can be said to go wherever there are more monsters. Now, the entire village has a population of more than 800 people, half of whom are refugees who have settled here, half of whom are mercenaries, and some are traveling businessmen who have come here specially. Watching the mercenaries coming and going on the street, looking at the maps, and listening to what they said about missions, novice areas, rookie areas, boss, etc., George lit a cigar and fell into deep thought. The entire Black Wolf town has become a player stronghold. As for the maps in the hands of these players, they can indeed be said to be system maps, the ones that Gale and the others used before. Since the Public Assistance Association entered the Dawn Merchant Group, this kind of map has become completely popular in the Moon Kingdom. Mass-produced. Most people can't afford this thing. But obviously the players in this poor and remote place are very rich. It can be seen from the weird gadgets on their bodies. There are also various demonic pendants hanging on them. Obviously these are all things made by the mercenaries themselves. He didn't know what effect they had. But after George looked at his attire, he realized that the people who talked to him on the road looked at him with the eyes of a rookie or a noble mercenary. In this small town, there is also a newly built large tavern. There are people buying everything around the tavern. There are also several small workshops dedicated to helping the mercenaries process the spoils of war. After walking into this large tavern, George discovered that this tavern had become a mercenary guild hall. People drinking, talking about missions, and looking to form a team were everywhere. What makes George even more weird is that in this mercenary hall, there are many undead and demons. They all seem to be pets of the wizards among the mercenaries. After walking around for a while, George saw many talismans made from lemur horns, as well as many leather armors made from lemur and red devil leather. There are even a lot of processed blasphemer armors. Those are specially sold to dark wizards to make black warriors. In some cages, George also saw many poor lemurs. Want to take a look? The mercenary's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw the big ring on George's hand. He was obviously a noble fat sheep who didn't understand magic. However, The bodyguards he brought with him looked like they were powerful masters.
These specially captured lemurs are not ordinary goods. Look at the color of their skin. It is blue. These are lemurs who have awakened the elements 800 silver fox. I have a contract. You can do it directly. Don't talk nonsense.
George looked at the guy speechlessly.
This is the sinking demon. They are all the same color. I didn't expect you really understood it.
The mercenary and his companions couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
This is a new thing that just came out these days. How come? None of the cities in the south know about this thing? 700 silver foxes. Stop talking nonsense. I even hate 20 silver foxes. Make a deal. Dot.
George took Lorna and got into the crowd and left. Although the main force of the devil has not yet entered Elda, the war in the eastern border of Elda has been going on for several months. Coupled with the influence of the blood moon, low-level demons emerge from small cracks everywhere, and occasionally some big ones emerge. So this battle has been going on for several months. Therefore, George has always been paying attention to the situation in the Great Swan Lake. He has carefully studied every demon and every map. How could he not pay attention to this new demon? Especially in the past 2 months. There have been all kinds of weird monsters crawling out of the swamp every day. It seems that they are demons and cultists, preparing to gather the cannon fodder before the winter freezes completely, in order to deal with the star-studded villages and towns in the eastern realm of Elda. It is difficult for the main force of demons to have time to clean up these small nails that are numerous and hard to find. Their usual strategy is low-level demons plus sea of corpses, which is indeed very effective. Zombies, blasphemers, scavengers, and low-level demons are also the main components of the Black Tide. They were fatal to noble lords, not to mention those small villages and towns. So they can continue to absorb those small villages and towns, growing bigger and bigger like a snowball. Wherever this snowball goes, it will be cleared away and deserted. So George takes it very seriously. Needless to say, as long as this snowball turns into what it was like at the beginning of the Black Pearl Valley, there will be those blasphemers wandering around in various areas with their corpses. Then it would be impossible to carry out autumn harvest and autumn planting. People coming and going from the mercenary hall are all paying attention to tasks and transactions. But George was paying attention to these people. I discovered that in addition to the foreign mercenaries, local hunters are now also working part-time as demon hunters. As for the farmers who come to the tavern to drink a glass of ale, it seems that this year's harvest is quite good. The autumn harvest and autumn planting don't seem to be delayed at all. But it seems that this time, the snowball of the devils has not rolled up. Anyway, it made the demon hunters and mercenaries a fortune. Especially after the wizards of the Moon Kingdom used their clever brains to find a way to decompose magical elemental materials from demons and elemental creatures. The enchantment and alchemy industries were revolutionized, and the people who poured into the demon districts everywhere were already more and more. Chapter 882 Demon Hunter. Black Wolf Village is actually similar to the village that Mizhan built at the coal mine. And the conditions that these villages in Elda will encounter in the future will also be similar to many places in Black Pearl. But now Elda's village looks much stronger than the original survivor camps of Black Pearl. Under the protection of the mercenaries, there were no monsters around the village, or in other words, there were already more mercenaries than monsters. For example, here in Black Wolf Town, there may indeed be a little more players. But it is also a more dangerous place, almost equivalent to the town next to the demon spider's lair. In other places, there is no such danger, and it is almost the same as in Johannes. 100 households, plus more than 20 local militiamen, are enough to clean up every zombie that wanders over under the leadership of the village chief. As for the main gathering places for players like Black Wolf Town, it can be said that everyone is a soldier, and rangers are everywhere. On average, each team has 2 or 3 magic weapons, 6 or 7 pieces of divine equipment, and several a priest who knows stigmata, purification, and a wizard who is versed in dark scholarship. On average, there are rangers wandering around every village in town. This time the snowball may not be easy to roll. Once the main forces of both the demons and the sanctuary enter, the situation the demons encounter may be somewhat different from what they had planned. Today, George and others were going to rest here. After asking Aji to arrange the room, George thought about it and asked the fallen ones to buy the evil demons and prepare to feed Celiac at night. After finishing the meal, George saw that Lorna seemed to be always looking at the desecrator armor in the stalls, and seemed to be very interested. I guess I want to play some Darth Vader. So he took her around again. After some shopping, I discovered that someone was selling a kind of scavenger with the horns of an elder demon. And Lorna's eyes were also fixed on the scavenger obviously. Enslaving this thing is much more interesting than being a few black warriors. This is a real black devil. It still looks fresh. He had been dead for no more than a week. It can be said that George was stunned. After looking at the cellar, George's face became even more surprised. Because that lone wolf was not a ranger from the sanctuary, but a professional demon hunter from out of town. Many years ago, only the Black Pearl Valley had real demon hunters. And in this south, the only one who can kill zombies is a demon hunter. There are few witchers who can deal with scavengers. But now these guys can even deal with the Dark Devil. Although this is not comparable to the Great Werewolf Dirk and others who can single-handedly defeat the big demon, it is still as strong as the elite Juyue. This demon hunter looked very thin, holding a pipe and smoking a dry pipe. He glanced lazily at George standing in front of the stall, and gave him a label, someone from the aristocracy. Aristocratic family. Come here to smoke and hunt for fun. Demon hunting in today's world. There are nobles everywhere who want to be demon hunters. But after seeing a real demon, they are so scared that they wet their pants.
How do you sell this thing?
George asked excitedly. Really? The demon hunter said in his heart, another guy who plans to come over to buy something and then go back to pretend. The witcher clicked his pipe twice and spit out 2 words.
Not for sale. Hey, you put it up. Why don't you sell it? I'm not selling it.
The demon hunter knocked on the sign next to him and said,
I'm asking the wizard to help me deal with it.
Having said this, the witcher glanced at Nerona. She looked like a real wizard. But the little girl looked timid, like a little rabbit, and did not look like someone who could handle this thing. George forcibly struck up a conversation with the witcher, wanting to know where this black devil came from. But this demon hunter was speechless and unwilling to pay attention to this noisy nobleman. It wasn't until Aji came over that the demon hunter started talking more. And it seemed that he could see Aji's identity as a nightmare at a glance. After chatting, George learned that this black devil came from the dark swamp further east. There used to be several lords' castles there. But at the beginning of this year, they were occupied by demons. The situation in the entire dark swamp is similar to that in DeLong County. As for this black devil, this guy, working with the extremely bright moon, secretly lurked near the castle for a long time and finally hunted him down.
Then what do you plan to do with this thing? I already have a blood attribute dagger. And I still need a curse attribute dagger. This scavenger's head is just right.
The demon hunter took out a small dagger, with a small devil's head embedded at the end of the handle. Also a dark demon. As soon as the dagger was taken out, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. This is a typical magic weapon. It has its own merits as the rune set can release curses, and is particularly effective against certain demons. With a weapon of this level, no wonder it can kill the Black Devil. And if 3 or 5 people like this get together to form a stealth team and lie in wait for a few days, they can indeed secretly beat the little boss. The routine played by the big players in Sanctuary in the western region now seems to have spread. George nodded, picked up the dagger, and said,
Edward's blade.
The demon hunter's color changed slightly. Unexpectedly, the nobleman could see the name of this dagger at a glance.
The imitation is pretty good. It's already as good as the original version of Edward's blade.
George put down the dagger and said,
However, if you want to find someone to make a dagger of this level, it's not easy to find someone. There are people nearby. A wizard who can handle the Dark Lord's trophies. There are all kinds of people.
The demon hunter took 2 puffs from his pipe and sighed with a somewhat melancholy expression.
Rangers are wandering around everywhere. Last month, I even met a Forbidden Dawn wizard. That slut. He rode a black dragon and fought for our jobs in the town. Not only did his grandma burn down the swamp before leaving, up to now, I haven't seen any valuable prey near this swamp for 3 weeks. Even the damn water ghost is missing.
The demon hunter sighed and put away the demon's weapon. Head.
Hey, I can't make much money here, so I'm going to change the place again. Hello? Hello?
Aji suddenly took out a palm-sized purple crystal plate, held his mouth, and lowered his head to speak to the crystal plate. This operation made the demon hunter's face look weird, and he looked at Aji like he was looking at an idiot. After a while, Aji put down his phone, approached George, and said something. After listening, George's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. The first factory in the Crater Temple was restarted a few weeks ago. Thanks to the dismantling of things in the Golden Realm, the first Executor Golem has been produced.
My Executor is out!
George laughed ferociously.
You are all dead!
When the fallen around heard this, they suddenly shouted excitedly.
Hacanalius!
The technology of the gods may not even be thought of in a few thousand years. There is no genealogy for cherubim at the moment.
But the first type of golem in Sanctuary, Executor I Silver Knight, is enough. Chapter 883 God-level punk spaceship, Executor I Silver Knight. The adventure plan of George and others was ultimately aborted. They rushed back to the shelter and checked out the Gundam that George had dreamed of. The factories in the Kashia Temple were originally used to manufacture the Arbiter, which has been renamed Dawn. So the things inside are very complete. The biochemical leak and the rampage of experimental subject number 3 caused some damage to the temple. In the past few months, wizards and gods have been carrying out restoration work. At the beginning, they restored some functions of some factories. The servant-level builders who built Swan Castle came from the temple's factory. Now that the junk parts in the Golden Kingdom have been dismantled, the restoration progress of the factory has been greatly accelerated. However, due to technical limitations, the factory is a bit punk. In the production of the golem, there are still many parts made by the Moon Kingdom. I don't know what kind of things can be assembled. Currently, the factories in the temple are mainly divided into 3 levels. One is the B-level factory that produces magic assistants and engineering vehicles. One is the Executor level A-level factory, and the other is the Seraph level S-level factory. The B-level factory has been basically completely restored, and with the input of various ores from the dead mining area, a new generation of mechanical servants is also emerging in a steady stream. This accelerated the progress of the temple project and also accelerated the construction work in various places. As for the Seraph level factory, the current repair progress is only 7%, and it is estimated that it may not be seen next year. However, the Executor level factory has restored 3 workshops and can produce a kind of golem called Executor I Silver Knight. Each of the 3 workshops can produce one on average a month. And this Silver Knight is the punk ghost that George said. After George teleported back to Forbidden Academy, he followed Anthony and others to the square inside the academy. There was originally a flying lesson today, and the wizard apprentices who came to play ball had stopped and looked curiously at the huge silver ancient sword in the air. Everyone was flying around the ancient sword, and the ancient sword seemed to have no gravity, hanging upside down in the air and spinning quietly. And around it, there are some crystal arrays suspended in midair, which seem to be charging it. It looks flat and has a diamond-shaped structure overall. It looks like a short sword or a huge kunai dart. It is 28 meters long and 7 or 8 stories high. It is as big as many wizard towers. It is considered a giant. But something weird is that there is a long gap in the middle, flashing with blue-purple arcs, which divides the entire Silver Knight into 2 halves. In other words, the middle of the Silver Knight is completely connected by energy. After seeing Anthony, George and others coming, Moria and his daughter, the mechanical demon, also came over. They discussed some of the tests Moria had just conducted. George couldn't help but look at the mechanical demon spirit with a smile. Many of the energy joints on her body were very similar to the middle part of the Silver Knight. Obviously, in the design of this Silver Knight, Anthony borrowed some technical theories from the moon wizard Moria. After listening, George looked at the gap in the middle of the Silver Knight with a strange expression, which was flashing with a blue-purple arc. It was actually the electromagnetic track of the Silver Knight. That's the barrel. Why don't you cover the barrel? Why is it exposed? Anthony shook his sleeves, glanced at the illiterate next to him angrily, and said, The original thing of the Protoss, not to mention the barrel, doesn't even have a propeller. Then how do you launch a weapon? George looked confused. This thing is a weapon. Right. Anthony took out his wand and flicked it. A magic servant jumped over, turned on the projection, and released the prototype of the Silver Knight. Then Anthony told George the story. The prototype of this thing is many times smaller than the Silver Knight. It is a series of small drones often carried by scientific research ships. That kind of drone looks like an acute-angled triangle. It does have no barrel or propeller. It doesn't even have fuel or ammunition in it. They use a zero-point reactor dot, Anthony said with a strange look in his eyes. Whenever he saw this prototype, he was very shocked. Absorb energy from the fluctuations of time and space. And for the Protoss, in other words, energy is matter. That is to say, the fuel and ammunition for these drones are endless. TCH, Irene wrinkled her nose and muttered in a low voice. Isn't it just creating something out of thin air? Who can't do it? Thoriwood can do it. But even though she said that, when Irene looked at the Silver Knight in front of her, her expression couldn't help but become complicated. I don't know how many prototype functions this Silver Knight has, but if it also has the ability to create things out of thin air, doesn't it mean that humans can already create gods? Moreover, he is a god who is at the level of the creator god. This is only something used by scientific research-grade ships. Anthony said some technical terms with some excitement, describing what a zero-point reactor is.
what the fluctuations of space and time are, why it is called creation out of thin air, and what the gods' materials say, meaning color charges, gluons and other things. George was a little confused after listening for a while. He didn't understand until Anthony talked about the functions of the drones on the scientific research ships. Those drones can launch some high-energy neutron clusters close to the speed of light. Their power can destroy the neutron core. After the impact, a strong gamma-ray bursts out, raging thousands of kilometers around the target, destroying any form of electromagnetic waves. Stand guard.
If these drones are enlarged and the launch method is changed, they will become a kind of terrifying colossus that can be used to purify the surface of the entire planet.
Anthony spoke with some excitement. According to the data, that kind of divine colossus only needs to be aimed at a certain planet and do something like that. All organic matter on the surface of the planet will be wiped out in the neutron radiation plume that sweeps across the entire planet. This radiation plume will not have any impact on the planet's atmosphere or the inorganic matter on the surface, but it can cause irreversible damage to organic matter on the entire planet, tearing apart genetic material. After a few years, things on the planet will grow again. It can be said to be efficient and environmentally friendly. During Anthony's narration, Saraya's expression became strange. It seemed to be very similar to her own sunshine. Maybe I had done something like this in the past according to the instructions of the gods, except for the sanctuary of the Golden Kingdom. Other places will definitely be purified.
My Silver Knight, can you do this?
George was so excited that his whole body was numb. Anthony took a puff of his pipe, looked up at the huge Silver Knight in front of him, and said with a bleak expression,
"Obviously not. Ahem. Sir,"
Moria coughed and said,
"The Silver Knight was redesigned by the survivors according to the template of the drone. We later made some slight modifications."
Chapter 880 for the Trembling City of Demons.
Survivor redesigned? You changed it again?
George's mind was slightly shaken and dizzy.
I knew it.
George cursed.
Then why are you talking so much? Adding trouble.
The half-baked factories established by the survivors were obviously unable to produce these things. Even if they were forcibly produced, the power would be thousands or thousands of times worse. Even generating plasma is difficult. So they redesigned it. According to the notes on the design plan, it said use electromagnetic force to accelerate and perform original projection. It's the kind of super large thunder wand that Anthony and others have always envisioned.
We can't achieve the power that the survivors designed. And our materials are not good either.
Anthony took off the pipe from his mouth and said,
But we still found some ways to make it have some of the design features. Power, make it bigger.
Anthony knocked on his pipe and said,
We originally planned to use the Silver Knight to break the meteorite fragments after the asteroid fragmented. So we don't particularly recommend that you use the Silver Knight in war. But I heard that Yongfeng City has created a blood resentment magic array,
which is said to make Yongfeng City immune to all magic and physical attacks. It intends to use it as a nail that cannot be pulled out in front of our shelter to completely lock us in the valley. Garvey came to me. I think there is nothing that can say that I am physically immune to the Silver Knight's blade. Crush the meteorite.
George stared up at the huge Silver Knight in front of him. After a moment, he suddenly laughed ferociously.
Physical immunity? Let's see how thick the paper you made is.
A few weeks later, Yongfeng City. Today's wind-singing city has become a real place of demons. And the songs that are sung are no longer the songs of the wind elves, but the cries of the millions of victims. This city is full of twisted blood vessels, covering every corner of Windsong City, like red thorns covering the earth. The white snowflakes in the sky, before they fell into Yongfeng City, were dyed red in midair by the power of blood resentment. A huge demon landed on a high tower in the city and looked at the city wall 1 kilometer away, covered with blood vessels and weathered bones. Many demons were laughing at the troops outside on the city wall, and some were pointing towards the sky, holding their stomachs and laughing. The great demon Lord Churians raised his head and looked at the flashing red light screen above his head. Above the light curtain, there were many giant dragons and light-winged knights hovering. They were spitting flames towards the city and launching spears of thunder from heaven. But nothing could break through the red light shield formed by the blood resentment demon array. In the distance outside the city, magic cannons are constantly releasing various energies. These magic cannons have different functions, but they are essentially enlarged versions of various magic wand products. The most powerful of these are the restraint cannons. They are the mortal enemies of air troops and can also be used to capture ground troops. But obviously, they are useless today, and their number is too small. Only about 20. Some say they are attacking rather than mocking. After a while, the Lightwing Knights seem to have changed several more weapons. After seeming to find that it had no effect, the dragons and knights all evacuated here and returned to their positions outside the city wall, looking at the phalanxes formed by the human troops in the distance. Curians laughed coldly. Those stupid mortals are here again. Compared with the previous times, they obviously came out in full force this time. But it's meaningless no matter how many people come. In that HL, not even Anubis can destroy these bloody demon cities. Those stupid natives don't understand what magic is at all. What do they use to break the blood resentment demonic array? With a sword? Even to use a magic spell. They need tools. Sanctuary's army will never be able to come out of the valley. As long as they dare to take a step past Winsong City, these human supply lines will be cut off. Therefore Eldar must fall. And in a few months, when the Hellfire Bird and the two golems arrive, the sanctuary will usher in the real doomsday. There was a sudden commotion on the city wall, and it seemed that the human troops had made new moves. The great demon lord lowered his head and looked outside the city. He found the three strange silver swords hanging upside down over the human troops, and gradually pointed the sword blades at the city wall. And the crystal arrays that were originally suspended around the giant sword slowly fell to the ground. Arcs of electricity began to flash in the gaps in the middle of the giant sword, as if it had completed charging. The great demon lord Curians laughed mockingly. Tools, alchemy, machinery. It's all this nonsense again. These weak, low-level creatures were born with physical disabilities, but they thought that through tools, they could become higher-level creatures and perform magic like noble demons. Curian stretched out his hand and looked at the terrifying electric arc flashing on the claws. But the devil never needs these tools, nor does he know how to use them. This is the favor of the devil. The gap between superior races and inferior races can never be crossed by humans. 3 blue-purple electric lights suddenly flashed past the distant city wall. They were 3 small metals. After being accelerated by the powerful electromagnetic force, the tracks left when they rubbed against the air were like rainbow. The blood resentment demonic array suddenly flickered and disappeared. At the same time, the great demon lord suddenly felt a lot of dust hitting his face from all directions in an instant, followed by a sandstorm all over the sky. A few seconds later, a burst of earth-shattering vibrations was transmitted to Curian in C's ears. An instant later, in the sandstorm, countless blue-purple rainbows flashed continuously, and dozens of blue-purple ribbons entered the city every second, sweeping across every demonic building in the city. The sandstorms in Yongfeng City are becoming more and more violent. After a while, the blue electric light finally stopped flickering. Bursts of gravel rained from the sky, and bursts of dragon roars came from far and near. Curians was in that dull state, listening to the dragon's roar that was getting closer and closer, and looking at the dragon flames that were constantly spraying into the city in the sandstorm. He touched his face and found that there was a lot of black silt on it, and there seemed to be a rain of blood falling in the sky. A gust of wind suddenly blew over, and a dozen dragons passed over Curian's head. The surrounding sand and dust were blown away in the strong wind. The surrounding things finally became clearly visible. Curians looked ahead blankly and found that the city wall 1 kilometer away was gone, and all the buildings from the city wall 1 kilometer away to a dozen meters away under his feet had already collapsed and turned into a sandstorm in the sky. As for the demons on the city wall 1 kilometer away, they had already connected to the city wall and turned into a pile of mud, rising into the sky and forming a rain of blood in the city. The demons on the ground ran away screaming in terror, not knowing what was happening. As for those blue-purple ribbons just now, if they are shot a few more times, Curians and the tower under their feet will become the sky full of sand, dust and blood rain. What kind of magic is this? Curians opened his trembling mouth and looked blankly at the Lightwing Knight flying beside him, and asked. Garbage Martin, who was flying by in a hurry, glanced at the big sluggish clay figurine with contempt on his face, cursed and left. Amid laughter, he looked around for the blood warblers that were escaping in a hurry. Little darling guys, your Master Martin is here. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Curian suddenly started dancing, while his whole body was twitching. He laughed and danced and shouted. The devil is coming. He is coming. The devil must be coming. Holy Lord. Our Holy Lord. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Chapter 885 Judgment of Fallen Angels. After the first wave of blows from the 3 silver giant swords, the air troops flew into the city, and the ground troops followed closely with a shout. The dragon knights and dragon wizards in the sky are wreaking havoc everywhere, purifying the land. The demons were fleeing in all directions. 3,000 Lightwing Knights and more than 1,000 heavenly troops used their light spears to name the demons that occasionally appeared on the ground.
The giant sword flew silently into Yongfeng City, suspended in midair, and fired a cannon from time to time. Occasionally there will be some resistance forces or some big demons in the city, but after a purple-blue electromagnetic cannon, these so-called invulnerable monsters turned into a rain of blood like pieces of tofu exploding. When the troops on the ground rushed in, the air troops had already thrown the dawn fire into the city. A dazzling light broke through the clouds, and the light fell on the earth, exploded, and lit up the entire sky. The hundreds of thousands of monsters in the city were completely defeated. The sergeants went around killing the running red demons and chasing the resentful blood orioles. Many demons are often hit by terrifying magical energy weapons as soon as their heads are missed, or they are burned to ashes, or cracked by terrifying magic. Therefore, resistance and body building are reborn under sufficient energy strikes. None of them exist. A few minutes later, the first burst of energy from the dawn fire ended, and the demons were finally able to emerge. The leaders organized themselves with their men and tried to fight a street battle with the troops in the sanctuary. The sky here is full of troops suspended in midair. So where is the street fighting? Half an hour later, like a tidal wave, the army of heroic spirits gradually completely submerged Yongfeng City. The battle situation was one-sided. After the troops completely entered Yongfeng City, the only tasks left for the sergeants were to pursue, rescue, and finish. When George and others entered the city, sporadic fighting was still going on. They looked at the auxiliary soldiers who had begun to clean up the battlefield, and the fallen ones, spiders and wizards, who were constantly escorting them back from the depths of the city. Prisoners. He knew that in half a day, this battle in Winsong City would be over. Daphne suddenly came over with some wizards and some small crystal arrays.
Boss, we have detected that in the main hall of Yongfeng City, there is a place where abnormal spatial fluctuation signals are connected. But it does not seem to be HL.
The expressions on the faces of Irene, Soraya and others couldn't help but become strange. If Analius was trying to summon his holy lord, then the ancient god would definitely not be able to hear it, and would not be able to get through. Because no matter how big a door is opened on the surface of this planet, the ancient gods cannot get in. If you want to summon the ancient gods, you need to use the power of the stars. These Leviathan-level creatures are often about the same size as the planet.
That idiot! Isn't he summoning the ancient god?
George said with a strange expression.
Let's see what Analius plans to do.
Winsongjing Cathedral. This once central temple of the cathedral has now become a purgatory. The bones of the victims cover the walls, and blood-like blood vessels cover the ground like thorns. There are many cages in the air, some of which contain people, and some of which contain demons. The resentful blood orioles use the magic blades on their arms to cut open the sacrifices and let out the blood. Under the spell, the blood spread out in midair like blood vessels, filling the last part of the vacancy in the summoning magic array in the magic palace. A huge demon with a graceful body and a naked red body was stretching out his black magic wings and kneeling on one knee on the ground to pray, looking extremely pious. The sound of footsteps in the passage gradually came, and George and the archangels, leading a group of knights, slowly entered the devil's palace and stopped in front of the main hall. He looked around curiously. The wizards detected the spatial conditions here. Demolition work was discussed. For these intruders, the fallen angels and blood warblers turned a blind eye and went their own way to carry out this sacred ceremony. George took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It took them a total of 42 minutes to walk from the outside of Yongfeng City to the main hall in the city.
Are these guys really summoning the ancient gods?
George put away his pocket watch, pointed at Analius in front of him, and asked Rusgard. The old wizard touched his beard, looked back at the magic array, and said with a strange expression,
Sir, I think so.
George, Soraya and others looked at each other. Their expressions turned strange. It seems that Analius is indeed summoning his own god.
But I think she must have made a mistake.
Ibrahimovic flew over and said,
This door cannot be opened at all. Sir, this ritual seems to have been started for a few months. The real meaning of the blood resentment demonic array seems not to guard Wind Chrysanthemum City, but to perform this ritual. If the center of the demonic array here is destroyed, there may be a time and space the door was opened immediately.
Daphne whispered.
This ritual is irreversible. Maybe we should talk to the demons.
George's face became weird.
What is this? Kidnapping our big guy? This madman.
Waves of shrill yet joyful cries of despair came over I don't know when. The blood orioles had already stood at the nodes of the magic array. In their devout prayers, they cut off their throats, and he raised his hands with a holy face and sacrificed himself. It seems that the entire ceremony has entered the final stage. Annelius's prayers grew louder and louder.
Stop playing. I can give you a way to survive.
What he said was not a lie. Because according to the judgment of the wizards, once Annelius died, the ritual would begin to drain the lives of all the demons in the entire Windsong City. Although the wizards in the sanctuary are confident of preventing the final opening of the portal. No matter what, most of the demons in Windsong City will die. And the life force absorbed by the ritual will also be turned into nutrients for the light of shadow. Every time a fallen angel dies, Aloysius will become stronger. Killing the fallen angel is helping Aloysius make a wedding dress. Now the idiot Annelius has tied himself and all his subordinates together to sacrifice to the Holy Lord. In fact, he is sending a big gift package to Aloysius. Annelius didn't answer. She raised her hands in a holy way and stretched them to her chest. With such a pious look, Irene and Lorna couldn't help but cover their mouths and were secretly happy. Stand up.
Stop it, Mary.
Soraya looked at the old friend in front of her with complicated eyes.
Your summoning ritual was all wrong. Your god will not come. Saradia, Ariadne, you have all fallen.
Annelius finally slowly opened his eyes.
You, like Mercy, are all willing to fall, unwilling to accept the glory of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord will not hesitate to fall into the mortal world and become an ant. I will show you that real light.
Annelius laughed crazily. She opened her chest, took out her heart, and threw it into the sky. She looked at the little ants in front of her with hatred.
Arrogant humans. Depraved trash. No one can stop the coming of the Holy Lord.
The fallen angel suddenly unfolded his magic wings, and the blood in the entire hall rushed toward Annelius crazily, and then rushed from Annelius's broken chest to the heart in midair. The demon's body suddenly burst into flames, and continued to grow in size. Judging from this posture, it seemed that he was determined to guard the ritual to the death to maximize the effect of the ritual.
Holy Lord! Annelius, do you know who you are taking advantage of? Get your own heart back. Turn off this funny ritual, and I can arrange a place for you in the netherworld.
While laughing wildly, the fallen angel looked at George with a malicious look on his face and said,
It's all over. The Holy Lord will destroy you and Aloysius together.
Ha ha ha.
What a superstitious and brain-dead cultist who can't communicate.
The gem on George's arm lit up, and golden runes danced. Then, the power of the astral fragment on the hammer on his waist enveloped the entire hall. Then George took out the tunnel-fired musket from his waist, pointed it at Annelius, and pulled the trigger. A long piece of paper shot out from the muzzle of the gun, spun several times in midair, and hit Annelius' body. The moment the small piece of paper came into contact with the devil's body, a dot pattern appeared in the devil's body. The crazy demon suddenly turned pale with fright. She used all her strength to suppress the thing in her body that was accumulating power. However, all the magic energy in her body began to riot. At this moment, the experienced demon felt as if he was being exiled to another world. In just a moment, Annelius was unable to resist the power of space collapse, and saw more and more dot patterns appearing on his body. In her extreme panic, she let out an afterimage.
Is this the magic you found in the Golden Kingdom? Annelius, in the next life, go to school well.
George adjusted the gem on his wrist. Subsequently, the lattice pattern on the demon spread to her entire body at the speed of light, and her body began to transform from the lattice pattern into light particles, which were gradually absorbed by the astral fragments. With a groan of relief, the demon disappeared. At the moment when the last part of her body turned into light particles and disappeared, George felt that there was an invisible shadow competing with the astral fragments for the energy emitted by Annelius. Light particles. But most of those light particles were sucked in by the astral fragments. After a while, silence returned to the hall, leaving only the heart in the air. But with the death of Annelius, the demons in the entire Windsong City began to turn into pus and blood, flying towards the temple, constantly drawn by that heart. And the space around the heart began to fluctuate violently.
Dear
Ibrahimovich's body appeared in midair.
The light of dawn snatched away Annelius's power.
But the combined power of the demons in the entire Windsong City far exceeded that of the fallen angels. At the gate after it is turned on, these dissipated powers will return to the light of shadow in another form. I'm more concerned about where this space-time gate leads to.
George put down the arm in front of him and looked up at the heart in midair. A group of blood cells is gradually gathering around the heart, and the space around the blood cells is also distorted. This twisted spherical space looks like a smooth, constantly rotating mirror. But the direction of this rotation is very special. It is not left or right or up and down. The entire sphere seems to be flipping from the inside out, or like turned from outside to outside. When you look at the things reflected in the mirror from different angles, you will see different things. There are many scenes about the outside world, and there are many things that have happened in this world. In this spherical space, time and space are chaotic.
Gate to the kingdom of God?
Irene blinked and said in surprise,
Ibrahimovic. Should I have shot him in the heart just now? It's useless. This is a space-time anchor, which is 5-dimensional. After your little piece of paper falls into it, it will only be flipped to another world. Wormhole. The devil actually has the ability to open a wormhole? To be precise, it's an unstable stargate. No one knows where it will go. I'm afraid even Annelius doesn't know what the hell he is doing. What's going on? It seems like how long will it take for it to open?
George asked the wizards around him. I found that the eyes of the wizards were emitting fanatical light, constantly recording information with various instruments, and discussing excitedly. After Daphne was quietly pulled by Aji's ponytail, she came back to her senses. After hearing Aji's retelling, she looked at George and shook her head dully. Obviously, although the wizards have learned many scientific theories of the gods, there is still a big gap between the theory and the reality. As for this kind of thing, they had only seen it in the information in the Star Boundary Library, and this was the first time they had seen it in reality. On the contrary, Irene, Sarai and all the archangels, high-level heavenly armed forces, looked very indifferent. And everyone looked at Irene, the angel of love and the god of fate. Obviously, they don't understand what that thing in the air is, but it seems to have been used frequently in the past.
Look what I'm looking at.
Irene shrank her head and said,
I can't do it now. Okay.
Sarai seemed to believe her. She frowned and looked into the air. After a pause, she said,
I do have a way to destroy it, I mean. The heart hidden in the kingdom of God. As long as it is destroyed, the door to the kingdom of God cannot be opened.
Sarai held the scabbard in her hand. He frowned and looked at the sphere in midair and said,
But it changes too fast, and I can't lock it. Dear, I can click pause. Do you want to give it a try?
Ibrahimovic said.
But it may depend on luck. There is a high probability. Stop talking nonsense. Ibrahimovic.
George raised his wrist and flashed the gem on his wrist. Ibrahimovic extracted the energy from George's wrist, and then stretched out his little paw.
But, Ibrahimovic, if you press pause, Sarai can still do it.
Before George could finish speaking, he found that the surroundings were plunged into darkness. Photons could not enter his eyes, but his other vision could perceive the world. From the god's perspective, he saw the time in the entire hall suddenly stopped. George moved his perspective to the sphere in midair and found that the sphere had disappeared in the still time and space. But the space around his heart, but it is constantly fluctuating. And the heart is also flickering, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. George suddenly understood what Ibrahimovic meant by trying his luck. Chapter 886, The Devil's Wealth. Then George observed everyone and found that Ibrahimovic was wandering around in midair. It seemed that he was not restricted by time and space and was not affected at all.
Don't look at me. I don't have that much strength to break that heart.
Ibrahimovic flew over George's head. George looked at the others. The high-level celestial armed forces and NATO Fari seemed to be conscious, and George could feel that they were watching him.
And Lorna, Palos, can even roll their eyes. As for Soraya, she can even move. Compared to Evie, the Flash, she is like a superhuman who can race against the Flash. As for Irene, she was pretending to be motionless, but her trembling body betrayed her obviously. This guy who could adjust the fate and timeline at will was not affected at all. However, whether it is Soraya, Ibrahimovic, or Irene, once they enter the rolling space, they will most likely be transported to an unknown plane. So this thing cannot be touched with the body. If Soraya can't do it, you can let Irene give it a try with my hammer.
With all due respect, my dear, with Erin's strength, I'm afraid she won't be able to break your heart with your hammer. But you can let Malim or Silyak give your hammer a try. Miriam? Shiriak? No need to wear it.
George suddenly heard an angry roar coming from his mind, and a surge of power suddenly emerged from Soraya's body. At this moment, Soraya's whole body was shrouded in a dazzling golden light, like a sun, but that surging power did not come from the light of dawn, but from herself. She was lowering her body in an extremely slow movement, and slowly drew out her long sword. All the power in the body poured into this ordinary Holy Thunder Sword. At the moment the sword was drawn out, the Holy Thunder Sword had been vaporized by Soraya's power, and turned into a substance between solid and gaseous state, a true holy sword condensed by the power of the sun. Amidst the silent shouting of the sun god, The long sword was thrown into the air. But after the long sword was released, it was suspended in midair.
Now! As long as I press start, this sword will act like this.
Ibrahimovic stretched out his little claws and looked at George in a show-off manner. Before he could finish speaking, Ibrahimovic's eyes widened. I found that the long sword did not seem to be stationary, but was moving slowly.
Then it's stable,
Ibrahimovic said with a big mouth, stretched out his little head, flew around the rolling time and space, and looked into the air.
As long as I find the right time. Press start.
Eat hungry. At this moment, George saw something suddenly crawl out of his body. A bug flew towards the heart in midair at an extremely fast speed. In a blink of an eye, it surpassed the holy sword in midair and stepped on it. This kick caused several of the little spider's legs to vaporize and disappear. But the holy sword also deflected due to this. Then, the little spider flew over the long sword and arrived in front of Ibrahimovic in a blink of an eye. Then he kicked Ibrahimovic's body and entered the rolling time and space. But the strange thing is that her body was not affected by the time and space. Instead, like a little moth, it smoothly got in and lay on the heart, greedily sucking the power in it. At this point, time has begun to flow.
Spider of time?
George opened his mouth. Siljak's situation is the same as Aaron's. Both are able to manipulate the power of time and space. After devouring the power of the evil god, Hilyak's power has gradually approached the dominance level. And now she has devoured this heart again. It is conceivable that her power will definitely undergo another transformation. And in that netherworld or abyss, there will also be a real master. Under the eating of small insects, the source of power of the heart was destroyed. And the time and space anchor also lost its source of power, and began to gradually collapse. And some of the demons in the city also survived. Their former masters have been devoured and replaced. Now they have a new owner. After this battle, there were still 30,000 demons alive, most of whom were captured by the Sanctuary's troops. In the next week, the Sanctuary troops sent these demons to the Lost Paradise one after another, acting as the biological power plant of the Kingdom of Heaven. In the future, when the war ends, these demons will be exiled back to H.L., the underworld and the abyss. The battle in Yongfeng City has since ended, but this land has become a land of demons. In order to prevent the gradual breeding of demons here, the Heavenly Kingdom troops and priests needed to start the work of salvation and purification in various areas of Winsong City. The wizards also need to search for the treasures of demons in Winsong City. First, there are the various books, or should they be grimoires, diabolical books, and Necronomicon books. They are all private collections of high-level demons. It can be seen from these books that the advanced demons have indeed conducted in-depth research on magic. Compared with them, human wizards are indeed like low-level creatures. Not only is it a pity that the things recorded in these books are all pure magic, and they mainly focus on shadows, curses, undead, and summons, and there are also some applications of fire magic and ice magic. There isn't much magic technology related stuff. But the good news is that today's shelter wizards are no longer those who only follow what others have learned. They don't have to learn from the devil's things, but can reversely deduce many magic theories from the devil's magic. These magic theories will act as an accelerant for the development of magic technology in the shelter. These magic theories can not only be used to create many new gadgets and develop new technologies, but can also be applied to the development of all types of magic. In addition, the wizards also learned a lot of construction knowledge from some books and some shadow demons when demons are building. Most of them are summoned. They will set up a magic circle, and then let their respective materials be built in an orderly manner according to the settings of the magic circle under the guidance of magic. This technology is very inspiring to wizards. Mechanical servants that can be used to upgrade the sanctuary. In addition to knowledge, there are many valuable materials. These materials don't just refer to things like devil materials. Instead, they are common but expensive materials such as various elemental essences, magic dust, magic pattern cloth, and so on. There are many things that can be used to make armor, magic cannons, magic items, wands, and other items. After all, for wizards, as long as they know how to decompose and remove the power of curses and corruption, even the corpses of demons can be decomposed into many things. For example, magic leather. Normally, the manufacturing process of these magic leathers is cumbersome, expensive, and time-consuming, but now it only needs to be handled properly. Dark demons like to use the leather of low-level demons, and they are extremely cruel. And those corpses that could not be disposed of were sent to the Lost Paradise by the shelter to be used as food for the devils. Chapter 887. Get rich overnight and summary after the war.
There are many demonic buildings in Winsong City, and many of them are buildings where residents can live, but judging from the condition of these buildings, they are definitely not for human beings, but for demons or slaves in HL. This made the wizards wonder whether the demons in Winsong City planned to open the portal and immigrate during the next blood moon. Naturally, these buildings were demolished, and they were all valuable assets, because they can be decomposed into various rare demon hair elements. The wizards even found many ghost towers, devil's gates, and other buildings under construction in the city. They can all be broken down to create magic towers, portals, and even low-level golems such as executors. Obviously, the demons in Wind City intend to build these things, but the speed at which the demons directly use magic to construct is obviously not as efficient as those of the gods' knockoff products used in engineering. As for the demons in Windyong City, they don't have 6 other countries as their foundries. For ordinary people, these materials in Yongfeng City are of no use. But for various wizard colleges, these materials are a great wealth. If all these treasures were used as money, it would be enough to buy all the colleges in Moon City. George and the others suddenly went from being poor to wealthy. According to the wizard's analysis of those demon technologies, the civilization level of demons far exceeds that of the Moon Kingdom. Even in some areas, demons far surpass the Forbidden Sanctuary. However, the magical civilization of the demons has developed very abnormally. They themselves are too powerful, which makes them focus on developing individuals. He wasted many of his talents. The wizards learned a lot, and the sanctuary troops gained a lot of experience from this battle. This was the shelter's first air-to-air coordinated operation. During the battle, various magic assistants and wizard teams recorded the entire battlefield. These videos are precious information. Over the past few days, the officers have repeatedly studied the battle situation in order to summarize, adjust and improve. In the next battle, the troops will perform better. In addition, Army leaders Garvey, Jack and others, Air Force Gasper, and Magic Group leader Daphne also made their own discoveries in the Battle of Winsong City. Among them, the army discovered that during this battle, the demons were much stronger than when they were outside the city. According to the analysis, it seems that the demons will be stronger in the demon land. Or in other words, in this foreign land, the demon's own power is greatly suppressed. But in the demon land, they can be more powerful, to exert their own strength. Many demons' magic can actually hurt the Red Robe Knights. You know, the basic resistance of the Red Robe Knights is over 120. And with the blessing of fire and various blessings, the Red Robe Knights wearing light wings are almost obsidian destroyers, who are immune to magic. And the Knights also found that when they stepped into the Devil's Land, they seemed to become more vulnerable to injury. The Air Force discovered that demons have an extremely weird magic. They can quietly grab people into a small cage from a distance. It can be said that this is impossible to prevent. No matter the priest or wizard, there is no time to save people. There are many other weird magics like this. Of course, it was Daphne's several reports that caught George's attention the most. The first one is the test report submitted by the wizards, which is about various weapons. What George is most concerned about is the magic cannon and the executor. There are many problems about magic cannons, but the most important ones are that they are too few in number and have insufficient firepower. This is the sequelae of the shelter's rapid development over such a long period of time. All resources have been invested in the most cutting-edge fields. For these research on medium-sized firepower is insufficient. But Daphne and others believe that these magic cannons are replaceable. They are more flexible and changeable. They can not only provide additional firepower for the executor, but are also more suitable for providing fire support for ground troops. The executor is too powerful. Yeah, it's easy to get hurt by accident. In addition, magic cannons are more suitable for field battles and mobile warfare, and their maintenance costs are also low. In comparison, the firepower of the executor's Silver Knights is unquestionable. When they fire in small bursts, they can even lift a castle and the people inside in a short time. But their maneuverability is too poor. They can fly at will. But with the current technology of the sanctuary, there is no way to install a miniature magic hub on the executor. Therefore, the battery life is poor and a crystal array must be used for charging. Its flexibility is even worse, or it is not suitable for dealing with overwhelming air forces. Once it gets close, it can only be used as a target. The executor's jump barrel cannot turn, so it can only adjust its body. Name the enemy's main targets one by one. Therefore, they are more suitable for ultra-long distance combat. In addition, Daphne and others also discovered that the Silver Knights may not be invincible. Some of the devil's magic can destroy the executors, such as annihilation and disintegration. At present, in order to save costs and increase production efficiency, Executor I uses rubbish materials. Its defense is not high, and it does not fly fast or high. The combat radius is not much. It is completely a movable turret. Even protective shields are not listed. So if you hit a few of these magic spells, you have to repair them. In addition, the wizards also discovered the Devil's magic cannon from the Devil's books, the Dark Devils themselves. They can perform combined spellcasting. Its power is very terrifying and strange. In this war, the demons were caught off guard and failed to organize themselves together to use these tricks. Theoretically, if there are enough high-level demons, they can make a city collapse like a sandstorm. The protective magic array, like the blood resentment demonic array, is used by demons to prevent this type of magic. It's just that the demons never imagined that a projectile weapon with enough kinetic energy would be so terrifying. After the meeting, generals from many armies submitted reports and applications one after another to upgrade equipment. The Army and Air Force hope to upgrade their equipment in the future, especially the forbidden demonic edge. Now there is only one in the entire army, but there are 80,000 troops coming out of the shelter this time. According to the configuration, at least 30 large ones and hundreds of small ones are needed. There are also a large number of land speed ships, and so on to meet the mechanization needs of the troops. The temporary shelter is still centered on the floating city for advancement and supplies. The number of land ships determines the combat radius of the shelter troops near the floating city. With the current number of land ships, the combat radius of the floating island is 30 to 80 kilometers. That is to say, within one day, Sanctuary's troops can reach any place within 30 to 80 kilometers near the floating city and sweep it all over. In the study room of the castle of Windsong City, Jack said loudly, "If we are fully equipped, our combat radius will be increased to 300 to 500 kilometers. At the speed of carpet advancement, we will sweep across the Western Territory." Garvey added about the battle. "At present, we have indeed discovered the tricks that the devil can use to deal with us, and we have also discovered many of our weaknesses. But our firepower can make up for this." Garvey took a sip of tea and said to George, "As long as the devil is defeated, no matter how many tricks they have, they can't play it out. But sir, I suggest that we should not be too aggressive before our protective shield comes out." Jack and other soldiers who had been fighting all year round couldn't help but nod their heads after hearing this. George understood what everyone said, and in summary, he just had to stay calm and stay calm. George nodded and said in his mind, "Unless they are too rubbish." Chapter 888 Western Territory, an unstoppable push. After resting for a week in Yongfeng City, the main force of the Sanctuary prepared to set off. They divided their troops into 3 groups and pointed directly at Delong County, the border of Bishui City. Once the Sanctuary takes over Delong County, Luoya City, the most important city to the west of Bishui City, will be isolated and helpless. And as long as they occupy Luoya City and Luoya City's dock, the demons' westward route from Rodunk will be blocked. At that time, as long as the Queen of the Netherworld leads the Netherworld army and cruises in the Senna's River, the demons will not be able to come through the waterway. The city of Yongfeng fell so quickly that it was already 2 weeks later when the demons received the news. At this time, Sanctuary's troops had already uprooted hundreds of castles around Yongfeng City with overwhelming momentum. In just 2 weeks, 1/3 of Rodent's Western Territory was gone, which shocked the demons. If the demon leaders hadn't sensed Analia's death, they would have definitely thought it was a murder. False news. Because in 2 weeks, normal troops cannot even cover these lands. Forget about attacking the city. Also, don't humans need logistics? What about supply lines? Don't their troops need to be stationed at night or rest after battle? The speed of this advancement is faster than the speed of the zombie tide. Is it possible that the great demon lords guarding the western realm of Rodent are worse than the original human militiamen, who couldn't even defeat them in this world? Is it made of paper? What does Sanctuary call this? A semi-mechanized force? What kind of magic is that? The demons couldn't figure out what method Sanctuary used to achieve this. They could only think that Morpheus personally took action, opened the gate to the Netherworld, and dispatched all his army of ghosts. Then the Heavenly Army and the Ghost Army, one in the sky and the other on the ground, swept across the Western Territory. But if the gate to the underworld is fully opened, the opening speed will be many years faster than that of H.L. Morpheus is indeed Hell's greatest enemy. It wasn't until another week passed that the demons knew that a kind of sky city had appeared on the battlefield in the Western Territory. Wherever they flew, there was a steady stream of human troops everywhere, and behind these human troops, there were a large number of southern wilderness cavalry, like a tide, killing wherever they went. With a carpet-like search trend, they cleared away the scattered demons
who had nowhere to hide. At this time, Sanctuary's troops had bulldozed half of the land in the western border of Rodenk, and several main forces of the Devil had just prepared and set off from Blue Water City. And these main forces, which were hastily organized, only met the main forces of the shelter in the 4th and 5th weeks. Judging from the initiative of the Seven Nations troops, the demons were extremely resourceful and quick, and this speed can only be matched by the troops of Nan Wang. But at this time, Sanctuary's troops were about to arrive into Long County, and these troops were defeated at the first touch after encountering the troops from the shelter. This time, the demons finally saw the horror of the so-called modern magic troops. When the fallen angels in the Holy Empire learned the news, they were greatly shocked. The big demon kings had to adjust their plans, and at the same time issued several death orders to the fallen angels responsible for the defense of Bisui City. Once Blue Water City is lost, Darken's Hell Gate will be in danger. Even the demons in the north of Sword Suppressing Mountain are not allowed to give up Sword Suppressing Mountain and attack Bisui City. With an unstoppable trend, Sanctuary's troops are aiming at Delong County. In this 6th week, Sanctuary's troops have encountered some real resistance. This was a long-planned ambush. After the last defeat, the main force of the demons took advantage of the situation and formed a pocket in the entire Delong County, intending to bring in the Sanctuary troops who were pursuing the victory. And this time, the main air force in the hands of the demons finally appeared on the battlefield. When the thousands of destroyers flew in with tens of thousands of hell firebirds, they were like terrifying clouds floating from a distance. As for the devil's ground troops, there are nearly 30,000 black devils alone, with the addition of the cruel ones, executioners, supervisors, and other big red devils. The number of the main force has exceeded 200,000, and the army of zombies, ghosts, scavengers, and blasphemers was so overwhelming that it was impossible to count how many there were, probably in the millions. As for the encounter with the devil, it was one of the 3 main forces of the Sanctuary, with a total of less than 30,000 people. As the demons thought, this force from the shelter did indeed advance easily, and was led into the pocket. When the bag closed quietly, the corrupt creatures continued to crawl out of the ground, and those dark demons are also hiding among these corrupt creatures. Even inside the body, they are very insidious and difficult to find. For a moment, the strange birds in the sky covered the sky, and the monsters on the ground came from all directions. Monsters were everywhere at a glance. It was like a black tide of demonic sea that could not be seen to the edge. Obviously, this time, the devil planned to use all his strength to cut off one of Sanctuary's hands, and destroy the floating city in the sky. When the demons and corpses appeared darkly on the earth, it became dark. It seems that in order to implement their own sea of corpse tactics, the demons did not hesitate to spend a lot of despair fire and perform a sacrificial ceremony. This makes the order fire unable to directly transcend corrupted level creatures. Among the demons' troops, there are 2 terrifying things, 2 golems. They can be said to be demons. They are very huge, 6 stories high. Standing there, they are taller than the castle. When the demonic statue stretched out its hands, violent magic elements swept across the earth. Suddenly the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed, forming huge gaps. There are constant flames and demons emerging from the cracks. There is also a golem that can make countless red thorns grow on the ground and spread crazily. As soon as these thorns appeared, they began to grow wildly, like piranha flowers from H.L., catching people everywhere. Any organic matter was their food, including corrupt creatures and low-level demons. But whenever the vines and certain thorns absorb enough nutrients, those thorn vines will entangle together, separate from the main body, and turn into a thorn demon with wisdom and the ability to cast spells, dark devil level strength. These are obviously 2 mobile bases that have terrifying attack power and can produce troops. Even if it is used to attack the Holy Empire with the Temple Knights, it can be called the messenger of H.L. bringing the doomsday. Obviously, the previous defeats of the demon main force were half-truths, but what appeared this time was the real strength of the demons in the north. This long-planned ambush did bring some difficulties to the shelter, but the demons discovered that their enemies were getting bigger and more numerous. When all the demon troops appeared and gathered near the floating island to launch a general attack, they found that from the floating island, giant dragons, countless wizards, light wings, and magic knights flew out of the floating island. The 30,000 troops instantly turned into over 200,000 troops. The so-called rash advancement was just a trick to invite you to the urn. Chapter 889 Demon Statue? Hitting an egg against a stone. When those hundreds of giant dragons, tens of thousands of goblins, wizards, tens of thousands of heroic spirits, heavenly armed forces,
and Lightwing Knights appeared on the battlefield. They first brought the Forbidden Demon Edge and the Gravity Magic Shuttle, and followed the radiant light of the sun, rushed towards the demonic air force hovering above the shelter. The battle was fierce at the beginning because the overall numbers of both sides seemed to be about the same. And although the demons here are mostly red demons, like the Hellfirebirds, they not only know some fire magic, but their hand-to-hand combat is also very terrifying. Once you get close, with the small body of a goblin, you can tear several of them into pieces with one claw. But the demons found that they couldn't get close at all, and they couldn't even get away with magic. Whenever a demon or magic flies past, a transparent wall will flash in front of the wizards and fairies standing in the crystal array. On the other hand, every magic can be thrown over. It seems that the walls are constantly flashing, and they will appear instantly when magic or objects from outside fly over. But when the things inside flew out, they seem to disappear, and the magic power of those wizards is almost endless. It's like there are countless sources of magic power on the floating island, tilting its own firepower crazily. But on the devil's side, after a few magics are released, they can only fight hand to hand. What is even more frightening are the restraining magic cannons, the forbidden air cannons, and the countless magic spiders that suddenly emerge from the ground of the floating island. The magic was mixed with those spider webs, and wherever they landed, the flying demons fell in pieces. And those heavenly arms and Lightwing Knights can even insert themselves into the demons' aerial troops and fight in close quarters amidst the terrifying magic cover of both the enemy and ourselves. Their magic resistance is not only like that of the Obsidian Destroyer. Many of the great knights also have a light shield that looks like the Guardian of Heaven. In the air, nothing can stop these Sky Knights, which makes it impossible for the demons' aerial troops to unite together, being swept away by various magic turrets. The battle hadn't lasted long before the demons in the sky couldn't hold it any longer. This forced the dark demons to give up their entanglement with the sanctuary's ground troops and fly to the sky for support. But when the other 6 silver knights from the shelter suddenly appeared on the battlefield, these emerging black demons began to be accurately named by these terrifying anti-aircraft guns. Those blue-violet light bands kept shining in the sky. It is also fast and accurate. Any black demon marked by magic will be beaten to pieces even if it is hidden behind a group of Hellfirebirds. The number of air troops on both sides is indeed about the same. The average strength of individuals is also similar. But on one side are aircraft and cannons, and on the other are primitive cavalry. The battle situation can be described as one-sided. Within half an hour, the demons' air force was beaten to pieces. And when the air superiority was completely in Sanctuary's hands, those terrifying magics began to sweep across the entire battlefield. The so-called Sea of Corpses tactics are completely meaningless with this kind of weapon. As for the 2 golems, during the first charged attack of the 9 silver knights, the upper body of one golem was completely cracked. This scene made the fallen angel, who was hiding in the team and controlling the 2 models, so frightened that his teeth fell out. The wizards in the shelter were also surprised. The charged blow of these 9 silver knights was enough to shatter a meteorite several hundred meters in size, that is to say, if they tilted all their vitality, they could flatten a hill. The 2 golems fled after the silver knights' first charged attack. The injured one was still taking huge steps while reaching out to the passing demon and pulling away their vitality. The cracks on his body also began to heal. But this air control has been controlled by the shelter, and the silver knights can even fly to the clouds to chase them if the earth was not round. These flying saucers loaded with electromagnetic railguns would not need to be chased at all, because even in the presence of air resistance, the range of these electromagnetic guns can still reach hundreds of kilometers. The 2 golems had nowhere to escape, and were eventually reduced to pieces. The moment the golem began to flee, the demon's troops began to disintegrate. The sky troops followed the dragon, constantly swooping down and tilting their magic power. The demons did not even dare to gather together and fled in all directions. As for the Sea of Corpses and low-level demons, who tried to cut off the rear, they fell one by one under the bombardment of magic. The battle eventually turned into a chase. The shelter's sky troops pursued him from day to night, from the Long County to the distant mountains. It wasn't until I was exhausted that I finally returned. Since then, the main force of demons in the north has been completely disabled. Only a few thousand of the 60,000 black demons have escaped. As for the dead red demons and low-level demons, they are even more numerous. The shelter didn't know how many legions the demons came out this time. But after this battle, the demon army that participated in the Battle of DeLong County could no longer be united here. It can be said that there are only stragglers left, not to mention the shelter. Even the demons themselves may not be able to find these deserters. It can be said that these demon legions were completely defeated. Sanctuary's troops rested in DeLong County. During this period, various troops took turns to eliminate small groups in DeLong County. However, on the second day, Sanctuary, which had no second-line reserve team participating in the battle, entered the portal with the Silver Knights, Wizards, and Dragons, and arrived at the floating island that had just stayed in the mist near Fallen Leaf City. Superior. Annihilating this city was effortless. The remaining demons didn't even know what was happening in the distant DeLong County. Nor did they know where the troops from the Sanctuary came from. After that, the auxiliary troops and the third-line troops continued to stay in DeLong County. After the main troops were repaired one after another, they joined forces with Loya City and launched a surprise attack on Biswi City. However, the battle was not successful. In the hands of the demons stationed in Biswi City, there is a strange golem. After it appeared, it split apart on its own. Then the world became pitch black, and there was a strange fog everywhere. The entire area within 30 kilometers of Biswi City is like the weird spacetime area near the Golden Kingdom. The troops from the shelter wandered around in this maze for a long time. Biswi City could not be found either. There are not many soldiers left in Biswi City now. The demons that appear in the maze outside the city can only be said to be here to harass. The wizards also believe that as long as they have time, they will be able to crack this maze, catch the trembling demon leader hiding in Biswi City. But in the end, on the 5th day, under Garvey's repeated insistence, the troops in the shelter evacuated. In order to prevent the main force of demons from the south, they returned to Biswi City and caught the shelter by surprise. After the troops left the maze near Biswi City, 10 Silver Knights flew into the sky, directed towards the billowing fog in the maze, and aimed at the direction of Biswi City, which was more than 30 kilometers away, and bombed several hours. Only then did the troops from Sanctuary return to Loya City in a swaggering manner. That posture can be described as arrogant and arrogant. Chapter 890 Excessive Force. During the battlefield cleanup work in DeLong County and Fallen Leaf City, the shelter received many valuable trophies. Especially the fragments of the 2 golems are priceless. Regarding the golems, they are the core secrets of the devil. Demetrius in Lost Paradise does not know much information. But what is certain is that these golems are more powerful than the complete Anubis. Be advanced? It is unknown which famous great demon lords they were refined from. But they should all be those great pillar demons, who were not selected to become fallen angels. Although these golems seem to be able to display their true strength only when it's dark. But one of them can cause a huge earthquake on the floating island. And one can cause countless thorn demons to appear on the floating island. Of course, no matter which way it is, the floating island will not be truly destroyed. It will only help the shelter's floating island to clear out a patch of stone and soil. But for the cities on the ground, these golems are devastating enough to easily destroy the so-called sword suppression pass that can never be broken.
Sir, we may have fought a little too hard.
Looking at the report in his hand, Garvey said,
I guess the demons have made moves in advance. Sword suppressing pass may have been finished.
George nodded and sighed. He knew that when the demons took out this hidden trump card, it would mean that Jinjin Mountain was doomed. Perhaps, when they were crushing the demons in DeLong County, the demons were crushing those arrogant imperial people in Jinjian Pass in the distance. Of course, with the mobility of the demons' troops, they may not be able to attack Jinjian Pass that quickly. It will be at least a week later than the time it takes for the Sanctuary troops to annihilate the DeLong County troops. But no matter what, Xinjiangwen is settled. If that idiot Douglas had allowed the Sanctuary troops to be stationed at Jinjian Pass, George would have dared to let the Silver Knights take the air troops there to suppress the arrogance of the demons. But now I am afraid we can only pray that the people of the Empire can make a decisive decision. Abandon the eastern part of the Empire, and evacuate to the northeast of the Empire as soon as possible. Because of the existence of the thorn in Biswi City, I am afraid that they will not be able to rush into Darkin's Magic City all at once. Originally, Sanctuary's strategic goal this time was to control the Western Territory. Now that Loya City and DeLong County are both in Sanctuary's hands, this strategic goal has been achieved. And in terms of time, it also greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. According to the deductions made by Garvey and others, being able to conquer millions of square kilometers of the Western Territory within 3 months was already an extraordinary achievement. But the actual time was less than 2 months. It can be described as a real blitzkrieg. Sanctuary decided not to advance on Darkins, but the generals were of 2 minds as to the next strategy. A more conservative voice said the shelter should take a break. On the one hand, although all the demonic strongholds in the Western Territory have been wiped out, there are still many monsters wandering in the cold wasteland of the Western Territory. These monsters are all deserters after the demon army collapsed.
and they need to be cleaned up. Lay a solid foundation. On the other hand, many demonic strongholds in the Western Territory, including the three major places of Winsong City, Dalong County, and Fallen Leaf City, as well as hundreds of castles, have been captured by Sanctuary. But these places, the land has not been completely purified. Many of the trophies and treasures left by the demons have not yet been clearly sorted out. Therefore, the shelter needs to digest the Western Territory. The wealth of the demons is obvious to all. It can greatly promote the development of the magic industry in the Dawn Alliance and comprehensively upgrade the strength of the Sanctuary troops. Let the shelter's troops truly mechanize. As for the Blue Water City, Violet, Darkens and other places, everyone believes that we should wait for the Seraph troops to come out before launching a full-scale attack. Although this battle went very smoothly and the demons were defeated, many generals saw the shortcomings of the Sanctuary troops, to put it bluntly. Everyone just wanted to calm down and upgrade. Practice the internal strength of the troops. Of course, the most important thing is that Sanctuary may not have much energy to attack in the north now. Because with the current situation, the south must have an intervention from Sanctuary. If Sanctuary didn't take action, Avery and the others might not be able to successfully escape with their troops and refugees to the northeast of the Empire, that is, behind the Seahorse Fortress. In addition to the refugees from the Empire, who need to flee to the Sanctuary from Seahorse Fortress, there are tens of millions of living people in Landry. Moreover, the shelter needs development now. The wizards are now on the battlefield, and they are still developing, especially the Light of Dawn starship. We must get it out as soon as possible. Wizards still need to research and manufacture many materials. The battle on the ground is indeed very important. After all, if Aloysius succeeds, then this eternal night will never light up. But the ancient gods in the sky also have to deal with it. Ibrahimovic must take a starship and go to the sun. Fortunately, when the ancient god comes from the Stargate, give it a break if there is a sudden problem with the Stargate during the journey. The ancient god will be dead. Therefore, in this first voice, everyone hopes that the Sanctuary troops will focus on Loya City and Dalong County and switch from offense to defense. Then free up a group of troops to support Elda, Landry, and the Holy Empire. In this way, not many wizards will be needed in the next war. The scientific research and production progress of the shelter will not fall behind. The first voice is very conservative, but the second voice is very radical. They believe that once this ancient god from the sky comes, everyone will indeed be doomed. But if Aloysius on this earth succeeds first and becomes a small ancient god, then everyone may not have to wait for the big ancient god to come out. So we have to seize the time. The asteroid and Evernight are like two big mountains pressing on the Sanctuary's head. The Sanctuary should seize the opportunity and go all out. At least it should expand the results.
These garbage demons! We can't give them a chance to breathe.
Many Knights of the Great Dawn thought so. After the Sanctuary dispersed the main force of the northern demons with the force of thunder, all the demons' plans were now in chaos. Many generals believe that if the demon has already attacked Jinjin Mountain, then Sanctuary can take advantage of the chaos and strike at Violet at this time. The Violet Plain is an important fulcrum for the demons to attack Elda in the west, the Holy Empire in the south, and Landry in the east. According to the reports from the Fallen, there are also many strange bases there. Once these bases are destroyed, the pressure on these three places will be greatly reduced. So these generals wanted to use offense as defense. At this meeting, two voices argued, and as for George, he did not take sides, because everyone is waiting for him to make a decision.
Garvey, which plan do you prefer?
Seeing that Garvey beside him had not spoken, George couldn't help but ask in a low voice. After pondering for a moment, Garvey said,
I think we should indeed take a rest. After all, we have discovered many weaknesses in the army, and I think that if we attack again, the army will definitely suffer greater losses.
At this point, Garvey suddenly changed his subject.
But I think this sacrifice is necessary and worthwhile. I think we should attack now, because there is indeed a wonderful opportunity now. But my thoughts are with everyone different.
Chapter 891 Earth-Shattering Battle Plan. Garvey did advocate an attack, but he did not plan to set off now. Nor did he intend to go to the troops that were rushing to Blue Water City and then attack Violet. He even planned to give up this excellent opportunity, allowing the demons to attack Jinjin Mountain. The perfect opportunity he mentioned was after the demons broke through Jinjin Mountain.
Judging from the reports sent by the Fallen, the demons are now rushing towards Bisui City with a main force. They are taking such actions to prevent us from bypassing them when they attack Jinjin Mountain, passing through Clearwater City to attack Violet. This shows that the demons believe that if we really bypass Clearwater City to attack Violet, then this force will be able to attack our butt and pose a great threat to the western territory of Rodent.
George nodded and couldn't help but think of the two golems. Of those two golems, one can destroy the floating island. A demon that can occupy cities one after another at an extremely fast speed. Those thorns can breed a city by devouring the creatures in a city. Of course, what the demons don't know is that this floating island cannot be destroyed. Because the real floating island is the energy platform of the gods, this thing cannot be destroyed. So those golems can at best clean up the rocks and soil on the floating island. The wizards are now discussing whether to send a few floating islands to wander around the devil's hinterland, so that the devils can help clean up the rocks and soil there.
So, if we make a move to defend Loya City, the demons will definitely believe it once Sword Suppressing Mountain is broken. It seems that we won't have the need to attack Violet, but we have to go at this time fight. Because Jinjin Mountain is bound to be destroyed, and there is no point in trying to save it. As long as we attack Violet when the demons take Jinjin Mountain and begin to advance towards the Holy Empire, it will be enough to greatly disrupt their action to buy time for Avery and others. In this battle, I think we should give full play to our advantages. The main force of our sanctuary, on the surface, made an all-out effort to defend Loya City and welcome the main force of demons, while secretly allowing the floating island above the crater to escape from the Tianwu Mountains march, quietly pass through the mountains, and arrive at Days Bay under the violets. Let's have a surprise attack.
Garvey drew a route on the map and said,
At present, our floating islands are always flying at low altitudes. The demons must not have imagined that they can fly over the Tianwu Mountains. And during this period, there will be no demons in the Tianwu Mountains. Wandering over the sky, it is deserted and has no strategic significance. Even if there are demons, they are very few in number. It is difficult to find the floating island we are walking through in the fog above the Tianwu Mountains. So as long as some air force is deployed on the floating island and shoots down all the flying things seen in the fog, the news is guaranteed. And after coming down from the Tianwu Mountains, at the speed of the floating island, it will not take more than 2 seconds. Days later, we can reach Days Bay. In these 2 days, even if the devil discovers the floating island in the fog, it doesn't matter, because no troops can react in these 2 days. And with our troops, our battle will be over in less than 3 days after we get off the floating island.
Hearing this, many generals suddenly realized indeed, the floating island has always been flying at low altitude. But the Tianwu Mountain range is not high for the floating island. The Tianwu Mountain range is the territory of giant dragons, and there are very few demons. Moreover, the floating island travels through the fog, and coupled with its speed, even if the demons discover it, they will not have time to react when the news is sent back.
What about Loya City?
George couldn't help but ask.
When the main force of the devil enters Bishui City, once our main force leaves Loya City, the western region will be threatened. We don't want Fallen Lee City.
Garvey scratched the map with his finger.
We don't want the western territory either. Fallen Lee City and the western territory are not clean anyway. We need to clean up to let the demons in. And then we come back. Close the door and beat the dog.
George was stunned after listening to Garvey's words. What kind of madman must be to come up with such a plan? After hearing this, the surrounding generals also fell into deep thought. Garvey's plan can be described as extremely bold, even crazy. But after careful consideration, it seems to be the safest. There are no living people in the western region anyway. Just give it to the devils. How many people can there be in this main group of demons? Hundreds of thousands are enough. The western territory is so big. So what if they try to occupy it? After deployment, all the troops dispersed. The demons in the western territory had been building defenses in the western territory for more than a year. But her mother was the only one who could support them for less than 2 months. Now give them a month to start construction again in the western region. So what? Isn't it just a matter of closing the door and beating the dog?
The war in the new world is no longer the same as the war in the old world.
Garvey's voice was deafening.
We should not only think about guarding a certain frontline fortress, nor should we care about the success of a city or a place, but it is to use fists to annihilate the enemy's vitality. Destroy the enemy's arsenal.
Garvey drew a circle with Violet in the north of Days, and said,
There are a large arsenal of demons here.
If this fist continues, the demons will definitely not be able to recover within a few years. But Sanctuary will be able to usher in a real development in the next few years. Upgrade the army, and create more enforcers, real Seraph Golems, and real starships, the Dawnlight. And with these demons' magic supplies and materials, the speed of the shelter's explosion will definitely speed up. Seraph Golems may not be able to produce too many. After all, they consume materials from Unit 0. But there is no problem in using those demonic golems to create more stronger Executor 2s. Or even Executor 3s. The next plan was decided. Just like Martin said, at least you need to know what the devils are doing in Violet. The generals made detailed battle plans. The most critical things are two. One is timing, and the other is acting. In terms of timing, Sanctuary must grasp the opportunity. The news from the Holy Empire can only be transmitted through the communicator in Avery's hand. But after the Seven Nations Parliament, Avery went on a business trip. So none of his people are in the Holy Court now. It is impossible to receive accurate news at the first time. Therefore, when the news of the fall of Jinjin Mountain reached him, the demons might have already reached the royal city. As for the fallen spies, most people have not infiltrated the upper echelons. What military secrets can the junior corps commanders and squad captains know? They often don't know where their troops are going or who they are going to fight. Even the flag commander, who managed hundreds of people, could not obtain any valuable first-hand information. And the battle situation at Jinjin Mountain was already known to everyone by the time they received the information. The high-level demons must have been able to get the news earlier. But the people who sneaked into the high level were all in Landry. So there will be a lot of delay. However, the generals can still make judgments based on some of the demons' actions. But it depends on the level. As for the acting, Shelter spent a lot of money. Chapter 892, The World's Second Black Tide Battle. For this scene, Shelter spent a lot of money. One is the reconstruction of Loya City, and the other is the construction of the defense system of Delong County, of course. It does cost a lot of manpower and material resources to build castles and cities. But for the current productivity of Shelters, it is not. Nothing. What really costs a lot of money is the disguise of several floating islands. There are some magic towers and wizard towers on them. Although a lot of cost can be recovered after disassembling the core components, the basic materials of these wizard towers and magic towers themselves are valuable. In addition, the wizards also disguise some buildings. The wizards use the high-level magic materials collected from various demon cities to build several real portals on the floating island, due to limited time. Although these portals really cost money, coupled with cutting corners, these portals cannot be truly used. But the floating island itself can open time and space gates, as long as these real time and space gates are opened on the fake teleporters. After that, these floating islands used for fishing took some troops and flew in the direction of the Violet Plain, showing that they would go deep if they had the opportunity. The Shelter tried to use these floating islands to deliver food to the demons. But what was very embarrassing was that during the first few dives, the demons didn't even notice these floating islands walking through the mist. This almost allowed Floating Island to explore all of Violet's map. According to the detection system on the magic tower on the floating island, there are a large number of flying objects in the sky above Violet, a terrifying number. And many times, some demons such as Hellfire Birds have even approached the floating island. But they didn't respond. This is incredible. The wizards speculated that the floating island may have flown too high, and the demons in the sky rarely looked above their heads. Although there was fog, the dazzling sunlight still made the demons very disgusted. But this is not the reason for the demons not to react, because there will always be demons who discover the floating island. So this can only be said that the demons' reaction was very stiff. This news left the generals speechless. They discovered that the demons' military system was disorganized and basically under the control of each lord. There are also plenty of wild demons. And this also shows that the devils are very slow to obtain information. And the communication between the upper and lower levels is also very laborious. There is no quick response system. According to Garvey, it would take some teams of demons to be killed, and it would take them several days to react. In order to fish as soon as possible, the wizards began to commit suicide. Perhaps because this was the third day that the floating island entered the demons' territory. The demons received the news. Perhaps the wizards' suicide attempts had an effect. Alarmed the demon leaders. These dishes sent over finally made the demons react. The demons did not disappoint the wizards in the Shelter. Under the continuous attempts of these floating islands, they finally elicited a big move of the demons. A certain golem cooperated with a group of big demons and used them together. A terrifying magic. In that magic, the floating island the size of a city began to shake violently. A force from Sanctuary tried to rush into the demons' team to interfere with the spellcasting, but ultimately failed. Then a small volcano suddenly appeared on the floating island, and lava erupted from it. The wizard tower, magic tower, and portal on the floating island were naturally destroyed. As for the crystal array, it was instantly consumed by the energy platform inside the floating island with high power. Finally, the energy platform that seemed unable to transmit or station troops fled at an extremely fast speed. It dissipated in the blink of an eye. like a ray of light. If George had been there, he would have shouted that a UFO had gone up to the sky. The energy platform, which had lost the thick stone and soil, used its pre-stored energy to fly into space at the speed of light. Although once the rocks and soil are cleared, these floating islands will no longer be able to be garrisoned by troops. It can no longer be used as an air fortress. But the teleportation function has not been lost, and the shelter now needs several energy platforms without stone and soil. But there was a rumor among the demons that the floating island had been destroyed. Only a ball of light was left, and he was summoned back to heaven. Many people also believe that the light group did not return to heaven, but dissipated. This fishing caused the shelter to sacrifice some soldiers. The throughput of the portal was limited, and many people failed to come back. George felt distressed, but in Garvey's eyes, these soldiers were just a series of cold numbers. Several floating islands were also lost. After that, Sheng Sheng, who had been taught a lesson, no longer dared to act rashly. He stayed in Luoya City completely, and stepped up the construction of fortifications. In the eyes of the demons, if Sanctuary's troops really crossed the Blue Water City and entered the Violet alone, they would be stabbed in the butt. Once the demons destroy the floating island at any cost, the troops from the shelter never came back. Therefore, the wisest move now is to use the next few months to build Luoya City into an unbreakable fortress, and build several portals. Then spend some time cleaning up the Western Territory and supporting Elda and Landry. The shelter did have this abandoned plan at the beginning, but the demons don't seem to be satisfied with this, or they are worried that the main force of the Sanctuary will act rashly. So, they gave the shelter a warning. In Elda, a large area in the easternmost part of Elda's Great Swan Lake suddenly fell into darkness, and a fortress on the front line of the battlefield there was also destroyed. When it was destroyed, the fallen who attacked the fortress with the demons saw a huge figure more than 20 meters tall in the fog. As it chanted, the fog in front of it turned into the fortress. The look of a fortress. Then, the terrifying demon slapped it hard with its magic wings, and then the fortress began to collapse like a sandcastle. It seems that a certain fallen angel took action himself. The demon's meaning is very clear. You no longer have the energy to take care of the Holy Empire. And this warning did have an effect. Troops from all over the shelter made many moves again, taking a posture of gathering troops and fully defending. And part of the main force of the Northern Sanctuary also entered Elda one after another. Only the troops guarding the front line of Rodent's western border were left, and a mobile force that often harassed Windsong City and Violet. When the news came back, it was the 6th week after the recapture of Luoya City, that is, 1.5 months later, mid-January of the 3rd year of the Blood Moon. This marked the beginning of Elda's war. Garvey and others also concluded that all the passes at Jinjin Mountain must have been lost, and the Devil's troops also began to move towards the Holy Empire, which can be said to be extremely ineffective. He was complained about by the generals. Everyone thought that those demons would no longer fight Jinjin Mountain. Chapter 893 Robbery of the Demon Lords. 2 days later, the floating island in the crater passed through the Tianmu Mountains and entered Days Bay. But on the way forward on the floating island this time, the situation was different from what we saw when we came to the previous floating islands. According to the magic detection radar, there are very few things flying in the air, which means that all the demons' aerial troops have gone to the Holy Empire and Elda to wreak havoc. The floating island simply lowered its height and no longer concealed itself. Go to the lair of the demons faster. Before the floating island arrived in Days Bay, demons discovered the floating island. But before the news reached the ears of the main demonic force on the front line, the shelter troops, who had already been preparing for the attack in Luoya City, came out in full force and launched an airborne demolition. The territory that was the first to be robbed by the shelter had already been selected. There are some degenerates in the shelter who are working here now, so the situation here can be said to be very clear. The demons in the entire demon hinterland are mostly hard laborers and demon slaves. The number of demons here is huge, but they basically have no fighting power. Most of them are low-level demons, with some small slave owners mixed in, but they are high-level red devils like supervisors. Near these bases, there are also a small number of scattered troops responsible for guarding against other demon lords. But when the troops from the shelter jumped to the ground, these troops didn't even have time to assemble. This was George's first glimpse into the true underbelly of the devil. In more than a year, the land of Violet and Days Bay has undergone earth-shaking changes. It made George feel like he was on an alien planet. The earth here is black and red, covered with all kinds of ferocious thorns. The trees have also begun to become deformed and develop many tumors. Weeping, angry, and twisted faces have even begun to grow on many large trees. There is no doubt that all the creatures here have begun to become demonic.
and the entire area has become a demonic place. Demonic buildings are everywhere here, many of which George has heard the Fallen talk about. But this is the first time he has seen them. There are many strange spears here, named the Tower of Pain and the Tower of Desire. They can collect various negative emotions by constantly torturing souls, intensifying the lification of the area, so that the power of demons will not be suppressed too much in these places. The greater the degree of lification, the easier it is for local demons to multiply, and the easier it is for demons from L to come over. There are troops fighting with demons every day on the Xinjiang mountainside. The harder the fighting, the more anger, despair, hatred, pain and other powers collected by these demon towers and become stronger. And those humans who have been kidnapped by demons will be tortured here and become biological generators for the demons. There are many gate-like things here. Every once in a while, some demon comes out of it. The first ones to fight against the sanctuary force were the demons who had just stepped into this world. But their number was too small, and they returned to their hometowns as soon as they came out. However, these demons can be said to be newborn calves not afraid of tigers. A dozen black demons dared to attack thousands of troops in the sanctuary under the leadership of a big demon. The results are obvious. After the Air Force in the sanctuary began its first bombing, the demons that emerged one after another finally realized what was going on, drilling back towards those gates like crazy. Judging from the sporadic messages sent back by the Fallen, these demon gates were actually originally space-time rifts. By sacrificing souls, the demons established a channel between these space-time rifts and L, and stabilized this channel through the portal. Since the demons began to occupy this place at the beginning of last year, the demons' infrastructure work here has already begun. The entire Violet plus all the gates in Days Bay combined should be able to exceed the throughput of the Broken Hell Gate on the Darken's Demon City side. It's no wonder that the demons are so arrogant and dare to fight in Rodenk in the north, Elda in the west, Landry in the east, and Xinjiang Mountain in the south. From last year to this year, many demons from L, Abyss, and Netherworld should have come to this world. Unfortunately, some of them have now marched towards the Holy Empire, and the other part are engaged in fierce battles between Elda and Sanctuary troops. No one can help the demons here, and today they will reap their own despair under the impact of the Sanctuary troops. The militia troops, forcibly assembled by the higher demons, collapsed. These lower demons, who were cruel but very cowardly, faced more powerful enemies, like groups of massacred refugees, fleeing in all directions. When the defense forces around the base arrived here, they saw low-level demons running wildly, and the shelter troops chasing them behind them. The densely packed shelter air force followed the giant dragon in the sky. With one dive, a large number of the fleeing demons died, and the defense troops were directly scattered, joining the fleeing team and fleeing hastily. Next, the troops from the sanctuary began to burn, kill and loot here, just like what the demons did when they broke into the noble territory. There were cries and desperate voices everywhere. Especially the external troops, devil troops, in the sanctuary indulged their cruel nature wantonly. They are not only interested in the demons' wealth, but also in their souls. Those demons would be worse off in the hands of these cruel men than in the hands of the Knights of the Dawn. The Knights will only shout that judgment is coming, and then give those demons a good time and burn them to dregs. But in the hands of external troops, like the demon Spider, the demons will be tortured severely until they are satisfied, and then they will be taken away as rations or slaves. According to estimates, even if the main force of the demons rushes back now, it will take at least a week to return to the hinterland. Judging from the demons' bloated and slow military system, their reaction time will definitely be even slower. Shelter can be played here for at least a week, and during this week, the enemies that Shelter faces are mainly the local trash. The demons' flying troops can definitely come faster. The sanctuary very much hopes that they dare to attack proactively. But before the main force of the demons arrives, those fragile birds should only dare to watch the sanctuary rob from a distance. In order to truly achieve the purpose of relieving the pressure on the Holy Empire and Elda, the sanctuary will catch up with the main force of the demons here. The floating island is here, and they can come and demolish it. In order to keep the main force of sanctuary, the demons must pay no attention to the cost this time. It is even possible to leave behind the land they just occupied in Elda and the Holy Empire. The main force of the sanctuary cleaned up the demons here, while the second-line force destroyed the buildings here. A few hours later, all the buildings here had been destroyed, and at noon, various things were gradually transported to the temporary portal opened under the floating island by the troops from the shelter. Interestingly, in the afternoon, a nearby demon lord, after discovering that his neighbor was in turmoil, brought his troops to take advantage of the situation. But when it saw that the place was full of heavenly/dawn knights flying in the sky with light wings, I almost couldn't believe my eyes. Then bursts of blue-purple light streaks came from several kilometers away, and the troops around the Demon Lord were directly disrupted. Then the Demon Lord was killed with light spears by hundreds of heavenly knights who swooped over the troops from the sanctuary, following the group of demons who fled, calmly headed to the territory of the second Demon Lord and began a pleasant robbery. Chapter 894 is turned upside down. The robbery at the second Demon Lord by George and others was more efficient than the last time, because this time there were a lot more demons in the robbery team. Most of these demons are low-level demons enslaved by external forces, but among them are some demons who were instigated by the fallen ones, who came here before when these guys found out that a guy next to them was, after spying, instead of being angry, he was ecstatic. There is no doubt that they are saved, and they can also make a fortune by robbing their former bosses. After George and others robbed the territory at night, George heard news that made him look extremely strange. In the first base they just robbed, many sneaky figures appeared demons who came from the surrounding territories. But what they want to do is not to secretly follow the troops in the sanctuary to harass and contain them. Instead, they took advantage of the situation and robbed everything that was not taken away by the shelter. At this time, various messages from the fallen also appeared in the Book of Dawn, hoping that the boss would rob the territory he came from. George simply let the fallen in several surrounding territories make a fuss, then chose the location of a fallen, went there overnight, and started robbing. This is a larger demon land nearby. It was once a small royal city among the Daysbake kingdoms. These small countries are basically just one city. Most of the other territories are manors and castles, so it can be said to be very wealthy. The demons have built a lot of things here, but their defense is far from comparable to Winsong City, or in other words, because it is deep in the hinterland, the demons have not built any defense at all. There are only some ghost towers, and they are used to defend against harassment by surrounding lords and wild demons. Previously, this demon city had been recruited by the demon army once, and the number of troops left behind was only a few thousand. The local lord seemed to have received the news from the scouts. When the troops from the sanctuary arrived, he seemed to have raised an army of demons. The demons are all soldiers, and the demons doing the hard work are often the low-level demons on the front line. So the number is indeed quite large, enough to complete the work of defending the city. If a group of demon troops want to conquer a demon city, even if the attacker has an absolute advantage in numbers and strength, and it takes 10.5 months to conquer it, it is probably just wishful thinking. And if it is a human, the tactics used by the noble lords in their wars are probably to encircle them without attacking them, and the war may last for several months. However, how can these cities, which do not even have a blood grudge demonic formation and are not even considered fortresses, withstand real modern troops? In front of the sanctuary troops, those walls and the ghost tower were as if they were nothing. When the sanctuary troops entered here, they did not use the word attack at all. After a round of artillery fire, the city wall disappeared. Then the troops pulled up by the Demon Lord began to flee. Sky troops and land troops entered the city one after another, and soon began to wreak havoc in this demonic city. The whole process was just like when the main force of the demons broke through Daysbake and robbed the city. But something different is that this time the demons have become refugees, and the robbers in the shelter are far more professional than the original demons. Several regiments took turns resting and looting over the city. For hours later, pure white holy fires were ignited everywhere in this devil city. As a dazzling dawn fire burst out in the city, all the troops dropped everything and flew back to the floating island. In less than half an hour, the floating island slowly began to accelerate, carrying this group of professional robbers to the next location. The demons had been wreaking havoc in the city for 3 full days, but the robbers in the shelter were obviously more efficient. It took a total of 5 hours from the siege to the departure, and the city found irreparable damage. If there is an army of demons stationed nearby, then the robbers may have left before the demon army received the news. Holy fires were burning everywhere in the city, and the last dawn fire intensified the burning of these holy fires. The people of H.L. were leaderless at this time, and the high-level demons fled to death, and the remaining people could only hear is a cry of despair. Half a day later, the holy fire in the city was finally extinguished, but the city ushered in a more terrifying robbery. This time the robbers were demons. They are the group of hyenas that have been following the sanctuary troops. But the sanctuary moved too fast, so they have just arrived now. The time is just right. This force is mainly composed of survivors from the previous demon land, as well as some surrounding small lords. They were trembling in the shadow of the shelter yesterday,
But today they started a wanton carnival on the corpse of their neighbor, eating the leftovers left by the shelter. It also completely destroyed the city that was not completely destroyed. At this time, Sanctuary's troops had already left the 4th demon territory. In the next few days, the entire Days Bay area was in chaos. The troops in the shelter were like a perpetual motion machine, taking a lunch break all day long and conducting continuous counterattacks. Each of the 3 main armies has more than 10,000 people working in shifts, like locusts, leaving nothing behind in their path. Wherever they went, demons rebelled everywhere. And in the end, the entire Dzebi was in turmoil. And throughout the whole process, the strong fighting power displayed by the Sanctuary troops made the demons feel unbelievable. On the 6th day, the leader of the garrison in Days Bay, with the hundreds of thousands of troops he had assembled, not counting the corrupted ones, finally caught the group of robbers and fought a losing battle with them. The pace of robbery by that shelter force was barely contained. After realizing this, the defeated Great Demon Lord made a very wise decision. He sent an army to join the demons' robbery team and followed the Sanctuary. And he himself led the remnants to suppress the rebellions that had arisen all over Days Bay, and tried to regroup one of his troops from among the defeated troops because his hundreds of thousands of elites had been defeated in less than 100 years. He was crippled in half a day. He couldn't figure this out after his defeat. It was clear that the average individual strength of that army was lower than the average strength of his own army. But when those people gathered together and were equipped with those weird wands and equipment, their troops collapsed at the first touch. The quality and combat capabilities of its troops far exceed those of our own. And they only have more than 40,000 people. They are like a red-hot iron, stirring wantonly in the cheese in Days Bay. And they cannot be touched at all. We can only wait for the corrupted High Council to send the main force. At this time, the main force of demons rushing back from the Holy Empire had just arrived at the border of Days Bay in such a hurry. As Garvey said, when those demons encountered more powerful enemies, their bloated and chaotic organizational structure made their combat effectiveness inferior to those of the militias led by slightly orderly noble lords. Chapter 895 The real main force of the devil, the burning iron hoof. A few days ago, looking at the battle reports that came back one after another, Carl and the surrounding congressmen felt incredible. They know the combat effectiveness of Sanctuary. Perhaps the fall of Winsong City can also be said to be a rebellion by an alias. But since the Battle of Drawn County, the fallen High Council has had a profound crisis. Learn. This is a more powerful force than the elites of the Kingdom of Heaven who were stationed in Hell and UR. But these battle reports are incredible. Because judging from this, shelters often appear in 4 or 5 places at the same time. Actually, the error was caused by the different times when the information was sent back. They even often fought across 2 or 3 counties, and then swept back one day later. However, analysis after analysis confirms that there are only more than 40,000 troops in Sanctuary. And there are more than 40,000 troops in Elda, and Landry. There is also a troop heading towards the town from the east of the Holy Empire. Jianshan rushes, trying to hold back the demon's main frontline force.
More than 40,000 people? Carl, your intelligence is wrong.
A great knight with a neatly trimmed beard, a resolute face, and 6 pairs of black and red light wings behind his back said in shock.
I hope they have 400,000.
A darkness poured out from the void, condensing into a demon with a mummy-like body, huge horns on its head, and chains all over its body. Indeed, according to the battle report, the human army that suddenly appeared in the middle of Days Bay was like a 400,000-strong army launching a general attack from the middle of Days Bay in all directions. But they only have 40,000. This horrified Carl. The astonishing combat capabilities displayed by this army would have been comparable to those of the Kingdom of Heaven army at its peak hundreds of thousands of years ago. At that time, they swept through the underworld, hell and abyss like that, making all demons bow their heads to the 7 gods and dominate the world. Now they are back. The only good thing is that there are only more than 80,000 troops like this in this world. These 40,000 people must be pinned down in Days Bay at all costs, and the city in the sky. Once these 40,000 people enter the Violet, or return smoothly, they go to Darkens. The consequences would be disastrous. After many congressmen discussed, they all looked at an old man in white robe who was kneeling under the statue of the god and praying devoutly.
Your Majesty, you can't hesitate any longer. This is an excellent opportunity. Those fallen archangels are so arrogant. How dare they act so recklessly? We need their souls. We need their souls. Shao, 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 shao. Let the Kingdom of Heaven and the Kingdom of Heaven fight. It will be an interesting and perfect game.
The hall was filled with chaos. The old man who was praying devoutly finally seemed to hear the voices of the demons, and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, all the demons in the entire hall, like the moon in the water, dissipated in waves of ripples. Everything is like a dream, or hallucination. The old man was confused until waves of severe headaches hit him. The old man's human pupils suddenly stood up, and he remembered everything. Aloysius woke up. That evening, the light of the holy court suddenly dimmed, and the fog on the distant horizon rolled up like a thunderstorm. During the luxurious banquet, the imperial nobles hugged their delicate and lovely dance partners very gentlemanly, and came to the railing one after another. While talking and laughing, he looked at the bright stars and moon in the sky outside. I saw a group of angels flying out of the holy court that looked like a towering city standing in the royal capital. Their pure white light wings shined brightly in the night, like many fireflies flying out of a honeycomb, and like the stars on the earth, lighting up the sky a little. As if hearing the holy voice, the angels bowed to the sky one after another, and with tears streaming down their faces, they began to pray and sing. Gradually, during this prayer, the stars shifted, and a giant eye slowly opened from the sky. At this moment, the sky seemed to be burning, reflecting the bright red color. Under this bright red color, God bestows blessings on his believers. The pure white wings of the angels also gradually turned red and black under the devout prayers. The rolling fog on the distant horizon began to sweep in with shadows, and countless burning firebirds flew in from the fog. The light of the holy court suddenly went out completely. The wind blew violently, and the fog gradually covered the place. In the mist, four huge demonic figures gradually emerged, and beside these demonic figures, there were countless demons crawling out of H.L. abyss and netherworld with flames. The nobles were stunned. The wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground, and the whole king began to burn. In the evening of the next day, in the still burning royal capital, four black shadows shot straight into the sky, taking their heirs, who had gained nourishment in the royal capital for many years, towards the north. And with the north, the main demonic forces have taken their turn, although the descendants are far from full. Time waits for no one. A few days later, the troops who had just entered the sanctuary found that the number of scavengers in the surrounding area had increased sharply. They were like a group of hyenas waiting to eat. Wandering around nearby, there were countless of them. Unclear. According to the intelligence, these scavengers seem to have suddenly crawled out of the soil of the devil's land. They should be dead humans one by one. They should have become zombies. But in the blood and carrion of this devil's land, the under the nourishment, the slave army tamed by the H.L. demons has gradually taken shape. The quality of these scavengers seems to be uneven. Some are very weak and some are very strong. There are even a small number of H.L. ghouls that have been completely demonized. Their backs are erected, and they have ferocious barbs, making them very easy to identify. As for the zombies, the troops at the shelter saw almost none. Since arriving here, various demonic documents have been gradually obtained by the shelter. The wizards have been studying these obscure and ancient demonic documents since the day they arrived in Days Bay. The recent anomalies, coupled with this information, allow the wizards to come to a shocking conclusion. The army of scavengers is the lowest level of the H.L. army in the real Eternal Night. They are the zombie army. Not only scavengers, but also a large number of blasphemers crawled out of the devil's land. However, the power of these blasphemers who crawled out was completely different from the blasphemers in other areas. They were all blasphemers one by one. Night. Countless people have died in this vast ZBI and Violet. The despair, fear, pain, and resentment of the victims have all turned into the nutrients of the black tide. And this black tide in the true sense has already struck, although it has not yet fully developed. The power of this black tide is far beyond the reach of the western region. Elda, and even the former Darkans of Sanctuary does not enter the Violet, but enters the H.L., and they are already surrounded on all sides. And an army of millions of demons has gradually surrounded them. This is going to be a real H.L. of a fight. The troops in the Sanctuary stopped looting and quietly waited for this true battle in history. And a few days later, they finally encountered a real army of demons. A burning legion led by fallen angels that has traveled all over the world. Chapter 896, The Terrifying Battlefield Meat Grinder. There is no doubt that the demons attached great importance to this planned battle of annihilation. 5 fallen angels appeared, with a dozen golems. George and the others knew that there was still a living fallen angel who had not appeared. The 2 blood demons in the Moon Kingdom were actually fallen angels in the valley. And this fallen angel should have quietly gone deep into Elda, the west, or Londeli. This time, there were more than tens of thousands of demonic air forces that appeared from the sky. Because at the moment when it became dark in this demonic land, except for demons such as ghouls and knights, almost all demons had wings. Even some evil spirits or cruel people have grown funny wings, and can flap with their feet more than 10 meters above the ground. It's just that the only ones who can really fly high and fast are firebirds or high-level demons. The firebirds in the sky were filled with darkness, and the entire sky was burning with their inciting fleshy wings. And at the moment when the demons in the sky and the demon army on the ground came back towards the floating island from all directions, bursts of fire rained down from the sky. After the hot meteor crashed into the earth, huge demons stood up. Many huge thorn demons suddenly emerged from the earth. They were like the seeds leading to the kingdom of giants in the sky. After they came out, they grew up in the wind and climbed to the floating air thousands of meters above at extremely fast speeds. The island spread rapidly. Faced with this scene, the shelter immediately lowered the floating island if it was too high. The Silver Knights would not be able to kill the golems on the floating island, and they would not be able to carry out high-altitude strikes, because according to many magic the towers can show that there was an insidious trap in the high-altitude clouds of space, and time they were chaotic and covered by a maze. Once the Silver Knight is in the sky, there is no return. Neither the Silver Knight nor the floating island can rise up, and the Silver Knight cannot leave the floating island and go deep into the demon army. There must be no dead ends below the floating island. Otherwise the floating island will be destroyed. Therefore, the floating island began to land immediately, directly killing a large number of scavengers who were frantically climbing up the bodies of the thorn demons, and also crushed those thorn demons to pieces. This move of Sanctuary also surprised the devil. But the real battle has already begun. No matter what the original purpose of both sides was, they could only finish the fight. During this battle, Sanctuary did not dispatch other main forces. It only summoned Templars and some magic knights from all over the world. Counting Sanctuary's modern troops, there were a total of 80,000 people. They started a real guard battle on the floating island. They had to kill as many golems as possible before the floating island was destroyed. And soon, the squashed thorn demons began to drill crazily towards the soil at the bottom of the floating island. Many demon vines also rose around the city, and they interfered with the demon vines in the sanctuary. Together, in the struggle, stairs leading to the ground of the floating island were formed. It also continued to strangle the demons who climbed on it and tried to enter the floating island. This floating island has the strongest firepower among all the floating islands. A solid wall has been built on it. There are 9 magic towers in the floating island, 8 on each side of the city wall, and the one in the middle, the largest magic tower. The moment the halos on their tops are connected, the restraining array and air forbidden array quickly take shape, and can form a silent field in any area inside the floating island. The mobility of the demon troops on the ground was greatly disrupted, and the demons in the sky began to fall continuously. The demons knew that if these magic towers were not destroyed, Sanctuary's troops would dominate the sky above the floating island. And the air force in that shelter is so terrifying. Those demons that turned into meteors and fell to the ground on the floating island often turned into ashes before they even hit the ground. Occasionally, the demon lord who fell down with his elite successfully landed on the floating island. But often the moment he stood up, he was not hit by the stigmata thrown by the St. Wilmic Templars on the ground in the city of Sanctuary. To be annihilated by a spear is to be torn apart and killed by hundreds of giant dragons swooping in, or hundreds of dragon wizards with small dragons. In this real war, any powerful individual is like an ant. Often, within the blink of an eye, a strong man from a once famous town would fall here. Only the top combat power of the defending city dared to use all their strength to tilt the firepower under the protection of their partners. And at the beginning, the demons didn't seem to believe in evil either. The 4 fallen angels actually dared to lead their own lords and elites to attack the city in a dense formation. Obviously, the demons are used to fighting this kind of battle. If the boss doesn't take the lead, no one is willing to fight hard. Seeing this strategy adopted by the fallen angels, George and others couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were so rampant. Instead of preparing the long-lasting large-scale magic in the distance, he tried to rush into the floating island as soon as possible and destroy the non-existent portal, so as to keep as many people in the shelter as possible. But they are indeed a little clever. Not only did they leave themselves an incarnation in the distance that can be used to escape from the golden cicada, but they also attacked from all sides. And not all of them stood together, but their so-called hash formation was indistinguishable from a mass formation. But when the 18 Silver Knights suddenly launched an attack, the hundreds of purple-blue light strips that suddenly appeared on the battlefield, as well as thousands of light balls and thunder and lightning, taught them in an instant what is fire coverage. The first counterattack direction is the east side. Almost in just 10 seconds, the fallen angels who thought they were immortal were beaten to death by the concentrated fire of the electromagnetic railgun and various energy weapons of the Air Force. It was full of holes. And then died on the spot in a despicable little piece of paper mixed with energy weapons. The golden cicada didn't even have time to escape from its SHL. The 4 golems behind the fallen angel troops in the east were instantly exposed. And these 4 golems also discovered the Divine Knight hiding in the team a certain treacherous demon. He reacted very quickly, and used the 4 golems that had already been charged up to launch 4 red attacks at the first time. The photoelectricity condensed an unprecedented terrifying red light in midair. Wherever the red light passed, the protective shield condensed by the array crystals was instantly annihilated. And the dozens of Heavenly Kingdom armed forces behind who activated Heavenly Kingdom protection were instantly vaporized, only delaying it for half a second. Immediately afterwards, George and a large number of troops around him jumped. Carl, who was controlling the golem in the distance, was dumbfounded as the large swath of heavenly troops suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. And the red light also hit the empty space where there was no one left.
What kind of magic is this?
Before Cal could think more, the 18 silver knights locked on the golem revealed their sword blades. And the first golem was instantly broken. Immediately afterwards, there was the second one. Chapter 897 Escort. The power of the God of War. The Hilyak Labyrinth and Warp Array in George's hands worked wonders, forcing the remaining 3 fallen angels to temporarily retreat. They changed their strategy, and instead of trying to destroy the portal on the floating island immediately, they decided to prepare their long-lasting large-scale magic to destroy the already landed city in the sky in one fell swoop. But this decision seems to be related to something other than whether the troops in the shelter will move a lot. But the fallen angels had no chance to prepare magic. When they prepare magic, there will be violent fluctuations in magic power. Just like the shining target on the battlefield, the combat distance of various weapons in the shelter is far beyond their imagination. And they are not disturbed by the fog at all. They can tilt the firepower over at the first time. Especially those purple-blue light bands, which the demons can even see. Some of its empty SHLs flew towards the horizon. In the end, the demons had to show their trump cards. A certain golem was suddenly sacrificed. The fog suddenly turned pitch black, and the space within a dozen miles around the floating island began to become weird. And George and others finally waited for the opportunity. Then, a war of leaps and bounds began in this maze. The demons discovered that their maze was mixed with another maze. The Sanctuary Dawn Lightwing's Legion with the Silver Knights. In this mist, look even weirder than them. Obviously, there are a large number of energy crystal arrays on this floating island. And when George holds the stick scroll, it can cover the nether labyrinth from a few hundred meters in radius to a dozen kilometers in radius. The demons' trick that they showed in Biswee City made the shelter suffer. But now they are just looking for death. When the Netherworld scroll was connected to the crystal array, the wizards controlled the jumps in the city within the coverage of the maze, and faced off against the demons attacking the city. The Dawn Wings Knights, together with the Silver Knights, pursued the violent magic fluctuations of the fallen angels or golems, constantly searching and attacking outside the city, occasionally encountered. But when it is certain that the demon is nearby, a powerful sun will shine out, temporarily dispelling the surrounding foggy maze. And then numerous blue-purple light bands and energy magic will cover the demons' area. The demons also have that terrifying AoE magic. But relying on the body to cast spells is not as fast as pulling the trigger. On one side is a slingshot burst. On the other side is a submachine gun. The distance is further than that of the demons. After using up some medicine, the shelter will replace it with a magic gem. But the demons can only recover slowly, but they are much more powerful than the wild wizards, and can be directly donated. Sacrifice. But the speed of changing ammunition is obviously far from the speed of changing batteries. And the bodies of demons also have limits. In this crushing of technology, Carl finally found a use for those broken sticks today. He finally learned to be smart, and changed his strategy. He suddenly realized that this was not a battle of annihilation at all. What an army of millions! What powerful dark demon! Amid the bombardment of steel and energy, there was just a pile of slightly harder pieces of meat. It is indeed possible to destroy the city, but the cost is to cripple the entire army. But it will not be able to keep all the enemy troops, because they may not be able to destroy the portal on the floating island as quickly as possible. In other words, even if someone put the shelter in his mouth, he wouldn't be able to eat it in one bite. The most rational method is to eliminate the enemy's effective strength. Let's have a real tough battle. The remaining 4 fallen angels had to disperse.
and had to focus on the enemy's effective forces. The strategy worked. When the first Silver Knight was suddenly annihilated by the annihilation technique in the shadows, George and others knew that they might never find those fallen angels again. So they quickly evacuated to the city. But what happened next became increasingly weird. They had returned to the city, but the second Silver Knight was suddenly destroyed. It disappeared suddenly. It was obviously wrapped in the Netherworld maze. But it was suddenly moved several kilometers away and placed in a small cage. The wizards immediately started the self-destruction program. Obviously, this was the action of the fallen angels themselves. And they began to treat these Silver Knights as golems. I even planned to capture one for study. The third Silver Knight was suddenly destroyed from the inside, while the fourth one was turned inside out and turned into a grotesque shape. During the entire process, wizards and warriors inside and outside the floating island city also began to disappear. Magic cannons and other equipment also began to be destroyed continuously. Only large facilities such as magic towers and isolated by magic walls were not interfered with, but maybe it was just that Carl had not freed his hands yet. But after the fallen angels began to truly change their strategies and organize their own magic troops, the defense on the floating island city wall began to gradually show loopholes. Not long after, when the first and second magic towers were submerged and destroyed by countless demons, the island's magic interference array against demon magic began to have problems. Then earthquakes occurred on the floating island. Cracks began to appear on the ground, and many thorn demons emerged from the ground. The troops in the shelter had to start concentrating firepower to defend across the board. And George and others gradually felt that they had been touched by a strange dark shadow. Before George could react, the armor on his body turned inside out. The smooth surface of the armor became the inside of the armor, and the velvet inside the armor ran to the outside. Apparently, Carl found him. George was so frightened that his scalp exploded. No wonder that guy Carl said that he did a good job in the operation. He was so frightened that he quickly cut off the coquettish man's cloak, extinguished his light wings, kicked the confused Martin off his horse, rode Martin's horse and galloped into the crowd. Taking out the belt from his waist, he was about to cut his beard with a dagger. But he remembered that he didn't seem to have a beard. The guardian of heaven disappeared. And this time, George felt his armor and internal organs begin to tumble. Escort! Escort! Alexander rode Nenefari, took a dozen silver shuttles, hundreds of giant dragons, and a group of light wings and heavenly knights and soared into the sky, dispersing a large amount of fog. Then, the fog in the distance began to roll. Come! Not long after, a golden, huge lightning flashed across the distant sky and struck the earth like a spear of the god of war falling from the sky. Amidst the rumbling sounds of the earth shattering, countless golden lightning stars swept across the earth with terrifying shock waves, and large tracts of fog were blown away in the sky. A hazy golden star suddenly appeared. Armor covers the sky and shadows. He was glaring at something. Immediately afterwards, the demons temporarily ceased their activities and gradually dispersed. The battle that lasted for 5 days and 5 nights finally came to a temporary halt after the upgrade of the Dawn Light, which brought together all the power to launch the strongest move. The shadow covering the sky was the body of the god of war formed by the light of dawn, using the power of the astral fragments to mobilize the will of the world and inject it into Alexander's body. It is one of the 3 major nuclear weapons in the shelter. Irene's trick is secretly hidden. Thinking that George doesn't know about it, the ignorant Carl and others obviously thought they saw the god of war and were scared away. Originally, with this nuclear bomb, everyone was planning to pull the demons together. After the demons submerged the floating island during the final retreat, the cliff would wipe out the million-strong army. But the power displayed by the demons in this battle surprised Sanctuary, forcing Sanctuary to use this trick. The strategic purpose this time has been achieved. After the demons withdrew, the Sanctuary also quickly retreated. Chapter 898 Temporary Peace Agreement. The demons originally planned to launch a lightning assault on the entire Holy Empire's troops. But because of Sanctuary's intervention this time, the demons' plan was ultimately messed up like the last Blue Water City plan. Now in the hands of the demons, the northern part of Days and the southern part of Violet are also experiencing rebellions, leaving the demons in dire straits. As for the demons' strongest army at present, more than half of it has been lost in the huge meat grinder on this floating island. Among the majority of the demons, some died in the magic bombing on the battlefield, and the other part were the defeated troops who fled. Many of the Great Demon Lord's troops were maimed, and the Great Demon Lord didn't know where he had gone. The demons need to reorganize their troops and stabilize their morale. But they are also stretched thin coupled with the current situation in Dzebii. It can be said that their vitality is seriously damaged. The strategic purpose of the shelter was indeed achieved, but the cost was also huge, just as Garvey predicted before the war. The Silver Knights eventually destroyed 6 units, and the troops also lost more than 30,000 people, mostly with the Knights of Dawn and the Knights of St. Wilmick were the main ones. The magic knights and wizards responsible for the internal defense line were protected by everyone, so the damage was slightly less. In the end, less than 40,000 people returned home. Of the 40,000 troops brought out by the shelter, only 20,000 were left. Several Silver Knights were pulled back for repairs, and the facilities on the floating island were blown up by the detonating devices set up. However, the floating island failed to take off because it was firmly grasped to the ground by the thorn demons. Those thorns were like the roots of giant trees, tearing the stone and soil of the floating island into pieces. And those golems also broke the floating island into pieces. The energy platform evacuated after the shelter's troops evacuated. In this battle, both sides achieved their strategic goals. The shelter lost 6 Silver Knights, and the demons lost 12 golems. The main force seemed to have been disabled, and many troops had no designations. For a long time, both sides may not be able to concentrate their efforts. For demons, this battle is like a sharp knife inserted into their abdomen by Sanctuary. After inserting it, they twisted it several times until their intestines were exposed, especially those in the north of Days and the south of Violet. Destruction in 10 days. The base that the demons had worked so hard to build by sacrificing tens of millions of flesh and souls was all gone. These things could not be built for several years, and coupled with the loss of troops by the demons in the past 5 months, it was a heavy blow to them. For a long time, they were unable to stand up and could only cause trouble in places that were easy to bully, such as Elda, Landry, and the Holy Empire. But it was precisely because of this that Sanctuary had to cease operations, because the situation in Elda, Landry, and the Holy Empire was getting worse and worse. Especially Erda is the main direction of the demons' attack this time. The main force of the demons is about to reach the Great Swan Castle. After the Sanctuary retreated this time, they ignored the demons raging in the western realm of Rodent and went directly to Erda. They defeated the main demon forces, who had fought against the Great Swan Castle, and returned to the Great Swan with the force of thunder. The location in the middle of the swamp, the Dark Swamp. The original idea of Garvey and others was to completely touch Elda from this group of idiot demons from Swan Lake. But in this Dark Swamp, the demon's Burning Legion also came to support the demon. The two sides fought intermittently in this Dark Swamp for another month, with countless large and small battles. In the end, the shelter was unable to survive, and the demons were exhausted both physically and mentally. In the end, an agreement was signed, and no troops from both sides would cross the Dark Swamp, of course. Non-sanctuary troops and wild demons were naturally not included in this regulation. Since then, in the long period of time that followed, the battlefield gradually shifted, and the two sides began to fight each other on a small scale in Elda, Landry, and the eastern part of the Holy Empire. Especially the Great Swan Swamp in Erda is a mess. Mercenaries, cultists, and lurkers are fighting fiercely here. The entire Swan Swamp is like the original Rodent West territory, but it is much better than the Rodent West territory. The situation is much better, because the demons in the villages here can't get rid of them even though they try their best. The people in the villages can barely live a living. As for the demons who had poured into the western territory of Rodent before, they initially wanted to take back the western territory of Rodent. This place was turned into a land of demons again. As a result, the mercenaries beat them to a bloody pulp before the main force of the Sanctuary could be spared. After the Sanctuary withdrew its troops from Erda, the group of demons from the western territory, he was so frightened that he returned to Biswi City. The main force of the shelter has also been stationed in Loya City again. As for the western border of Neradunk, the shelter was too lazy to clean up, and it was completely turned into a place for military training. George also specially divided several demonic lands into different levels for military training. The western border of Rodent belongs to the Rookie Room. The western territory was even renamed by George Icy Wasteland. Landry's is an intermediate training room. The side near the coastline was also named by George Kuras Seaport. Generally speaking, among the 10 people who have been to Landry, 1 or 2 can wear red robes, that is, they can kill the Black Devil independently. As for Elda's Great Swan Swamp, the west side of the Dark Swamp is the Rookie Room. The Dark Swamp is the intermediate room, and the east side of the Dark Swamp is the Demon Fortress. And now the eastern part of the Holy Empire is a little bit like a paradise fortress. When the shelter was restationed and returned to Loya City, it was already May of the 3rd year of the Blood Moon. The main force of the Sanctuary has not moved again,
And the main force of the demons has also moved towards the Holy Empire with all its strength after May. After the sanctuary bought the Holy Empire a few months. Those temples and Templar knights who had escaped from the Holy Court, the imperial capital, and the sword-suppressing mountain were also led by Douglas and the great cardinals. Gathered together, Douglas and most of the cardinals advocated recovering the lost territories of the empire, especially the royal capital that had been ravaged by the 4 fallen angels, then reoccupy Xinjiang Mountain. After all, even the sanctuary, with 1 temple knights and 3 Templar knights, beat the devil to the ground and even made a big fuss in the devil's land. Douglas felt that he still had 400,000 religious troops in his hands, and the secular power brought by the lords from all over the country was even more in the millions. The Temple Knights and Templar warriors far surpassed Sanctuary in terms of numbers and divine equipment. There's no reason why you can't win a record in Sanctuary. He planned to avenge his shame if there hadn't been so many traitors in Sword Town Mountain and the royal capital Holy Court. It would have been impossible to lose these 2 places, or in other words, the troops in these 2 places had simply rebelled. Douglas planned to divide his troops into 2 groups. Recapture the royal capital along the way. Kill the rebels and fallen ones. And part of them would go to Xinjiang Mountain from that empire into Xinjiang Pass. There were several trails leading directly to the pass. Once Xinjiang Pass is recaptured, the imperial people will close the gate to fight against the demons. Avery and other new members felt that this was really stupid. They gave Douglas the real strength of the demon and various frontline information and data from the shelter, and advocated continuing to strengthen the defense system in the south of Seahorse Fortress, and try their best to rescue the refugees and give the imperial people a chance to escape. But people like Douglas didn't believe it. And the reason was very simple. If those things weren't fake, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Also, those stupid wizards in the shelter have obviously never seen the main force of the devil. And they don't know how to fake it. How can there be no zombies among the main force of the devil? Chapter 899 Seraph and Preparations for the Trip to the Forbidden Sanctuary. The differences in opinions between Douglas and Avery caused them to eventually part ways. Avery was also labeled as a defector by Douglas and others, which caused those knights, who did not know what was going on, to betray Avery and others, treat as an enemy. Eventually only a quarter of the army followed Avery. The leaders of this quarter of the knights are part of the conservative faction headed by August, Bast, Boris and others. Although the troops are sparse, Avery has the support of the sanctuary soldiers. At the same time, the lords in the eastern part of the empire also supported Avery. Many people began to board ships to the Haima Islands under his call, and then through the portal there, they gradually evacuated to shelters and other parts of the world. Douglas also received the support of George. Douglas sent notices to the Moon Kingdom and Charlie in the Far East, 2 places that had been severely suppressed by the Empire, ordering them to support the Imperial troops. It can be said that the arrogance and stupidity of the Imperial people were revealed, played to the fullest. Under George's instruction, both Elizabeth and Charles sent many people to the Empire, but instead of joining Douglas, they formed defenses in the south of the Empire and tried their best to gather refugees. Also harassed the demons by the way, because Douglas was jacking the cylinder from the front. This went pretty smoothly. Douglas, on the other side, had obviously not seen the true strength of the demons. They were indeed very successful in the early stage. After all, the strength of the Empire's army, mainly composed of Holy Sea Knights, was not to be underestimated. They had recovered a lot of land. He also defeated many main forces of demons. But when the real main force of the demons finally got rid of the entanglement of the sanctuary and returned to the Holy Empire, Douglas's million-strong army was crushed under the iron hooves of the Burning Legion, just like the shelter crushes the demons. This time, the demons didn't even ignite the fire of despair to trigger the night effect. Then they beat Douglas' troops to pieces. July. Sanctuary. Cathedral of the Dawn. George was smoking the dry pipe slowly while reading the battle report of the Holy Empire and listening to Garvey's narration.
Sir, the only thing I can be thankful for is that this fight is a complete cold weapon battle. Therefore, neither side's troops can eat the fat man in one bite. In addition,
the 2 sides' troops have poor mobility, response capabilities, and logistics. They are all very bad. So Douglas should be able to survive until next year,
Garvey said while drawing on the map. According to his intention, by the end of this year, the entire western part of the empire and most of the eastern half of the empire, covering more than 7 to 8 million square kilometers, will all fall into the hands of the devil. Avery will occupy more than 400,000 square kilometers of land, located below the Seahorse Fortress. This land belongs to the end of the Xinjiang Mountains. It was once the border between Landry and the Empire. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is a military fortress. Very dense. Even Landry's rubbish army was able to defend against the invasion of the Empire. Avery's military strength is the same as compared to the demon's side, as it is to Landry's and the Imperials. Holding on until the meteorite falls is no problem.
Douglas, that stubborn fool, has learned to be smart.
George sighed and put down a few magic photos in his hands. That was taken by the first Seraph on the progress track. Very clear. No fog at all. Therefore, every move made by demons and Imperial people is under the eyes of Sanctuary. The only pity is that this thing is easily disturbed by magic power. In some areas where magic power is particularly chaotic, the image will be distorted.
Indeed, the strategy they are currently adopting is quite effective. Although it is equivalent to waiting for death, it can be regarded as delaying time,
Garvey said with some sigh. George took a puff of dry tobacco and fell into deep thought. Now Douglas is indeed learning to be smart. He did not encounter the main force of the demons and took a defensive stance. Of course, if you encounter the main force, you will still fight. This strategy gives Avery, Yugua, and Charlie a lot of time in their efforts to rescue refugees. But now the Alliance troops on the Moon Kingdom side are gradually beginning to encounter demons and many new demons. According to speculation, the Holy Court is already connected to Hell. It is very likely that Aloysius's initial plan was to create a complete Hell Gate in the Holy Court. But the time seems to be a little advanced, and the effect is still a little bit worse. Both opening plans were messed up by the Shelter, and I don't know what he thought. However, judging from the information quietly provided by Carl, the second in command, Aloysius seems to have a way to completely repair the Gate of Hell in the Holy Court. Presumably after that, the real army in H.L. the Burning Legion will completely appear in this world. It's no wonder that the demons are so confident in letting the Sanctuary recuperate. Their real main force does have some strength. If Sanctuary really only uses Silver Knight and Floating Island as its main core, the two sides can really fight. But the demons have overlooked one thing. The gathering of Sanctuary troops does not depend on the number of their Temple Knights or Heavenly Arms, but on productivity. Just last month, they were able to fly directly into the sky and bring their own protective shields. The Magic Power Armor production line has been completely completed, and the second Executor level Golem factory, the Seraph Golem factory, has also been fully launched. Seraphs are not produced as quickly as Silver Knights, and the configuration has been reduced again because they can strike on the ground in space, flying at speeds far exceeding Mach 23, and do not require any protection at all. No magic can hit them. The materials in the demon statue also make this downgrading possible. The demon god statue is naturally far inferior to the god Colossus, and the seraphs mixed with the materials of the demon god statue will naturally turn into inferior products. But the advantage is that it can greatly increase the number of seraphs. In addition, the wizards also found some things in the high-grade materials in the demon city that could be used to barely repair the Crater Temple factory, coupled with the things dismantled in the Kingdom of Gold. The temple's workshops have been restored one after another, so there will be more seraphs in the future than originally planned. And the speed at which they come out is obviously faster than the demons cultivating a demon lord. But their effect is far beyond that of the demon lord.
And when more and more magic equipment comes out, any ordinary person without power will turn into a powerful magic warrior. And on the main battlefield where Elda and Landry continue, more and more warriors with willpower and experience will become the Lightwing Knights of the Sanctuaries. As for the current Lightwing Knights, we will put on armors and transform into Gundam warriors. As for the so-called strongest golem in Sanctuary, the Silver Knight, it's just used as a magic cannon to assist Seraph in crushing meteorite fragments.
Let's go, Garvey. Let's go see our Tathagata Palm Dot.
George lifted up his naughty cloak and stood up.
Sir, what does this Tathagata Palm mean?
On the way. Garvey frowned and thought hard.
I've been hearing you mention this word lately. I can't understand this Tathagata Palm, so I should be referring to it. It's Alexander's big palm, like a cattail leaf fan. Is Tathagata some kind of god? Ahem. I don't know either. From what Anthony said. You know, those wizards are always mysterious,
George said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. After entering the side hall from the main hall of the great cathedral, he thought about it, and then he changed his route and decided to go see Sophia and his little girl.
Speaking of which, Lord Anthony and the others are a little too anxious.
Garvey stroked his beard and said,
Her Highness the Princess has just reached the full moon, and you are about to go to the Forbidden Sanctuary again.
Chapter 900 The New Look of the Shelter.
Hey, this matter has to be urgent. By the way, I'm quite anxious too.
George went up the stairs and walked step by step towards the upper floor of this heavenly building. On the large walls on both sides of the hanging corridor, there were drawings that is full of mythical stories, epic scenes left behind by the people of all races in the sanctuary in their struggle against demons in the past few years. Various paintings are painted and pieced together on the dome and huge glass windows. And the corridors are also full of oil paintings. Most of them are large photos and other things left behind by Soraya and others for public and private purposes. Sophia doesn't like to use her. She felt that she had not gone to heaven yet, which was unlucky. But those oil paintings are all the works of Sophia, Elizabeth and others. As a member of the Dawn Parliament, no one can say anything. After all, this Dawn Cathedral is already everyone's home, a home in the true sense. The kingdom of heaven has now completely moved here. George's family, young and old, also came, and the old one was the Sun King. You really have to call me Daddy. As for Salman, George didn't like to call him Daddy, and Salman didn't dare to hear the word, let alone move in. The original Johannes has turned into a complete city hall. There is an office owned by George. These days are relatively quiet, but he still goes to the office often. After all, there is a bedroom behind the office. In addition, the secretary, Miss Irene, often works with the boss, so George often goes there to do errands. Son.
Sir, when do you plan to leave?
Garvey asked as he followed George upstairs.
It's not decided yet. Just for the next 2 weeks.
George walked towards the last staircase, stood in front of the corridor, and looked at the oil paintings. The Heavenly Kingdom soldiers passing by touched their chests and said, Lo, this bien can really be regarded as a big family living here, working and sleeping here. In a sense, it can also be regarded as the White House of Refuge.
No wonder Anthony is anxious.
George saw Garvey coming and walked toward the end of the corridor with his hands behind his back.
Several seraphs have already come out, and a list of needs for wizards has also been put forward. We have been here several times, ever since we left the Moon Country at the end of July last year. We have been fighting all the time, and we have no time to go to the Forbidden Sanctuary to rob, cough, or visit.
The two of them had already reached the door. Several maids saw George smoking and waved their hands to signal him not to smoke and come in. The two stopped in front of the large window in the corridor, and Garvey also lit a cigarette. The shelter outside the window has changed a lot. There are Gothic buildings with tall spires everywhere. People are bustling on the streets in the distance, and there are various flying things everywhere in the sky. In addition to the large number of magneto-gold shuttles that travel between the mountains and the sanctuary, there are also many wizards riding various strange and weird gadgets. And on the rooftops of many castle-like residential areas or workshops, there are dragons lying on their backs and snorting the sun. There is even a dragon's nest on the roof of those workshops. The roof of the workshop is very warm. Therefore, dragons now carry blocking doors underground in the winter, and in spring, autumn and summer. They carry the sun on the rooftops. On the ground, demon spiders have become a main means of transportation for merchants. This is a special new kind of demon spider, a special evolution led by Siljak and the entire demon spider clan to cater to humans. It can be regarded as a reference to the technology in the ecological area of the Kashia Temple, and it was selected through special crosses between soldier spiders and worker spiders. They are docile and loyal when facing their masters, but fierce and cruel when facing their enemies. Although its combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the soldier spider, its food is the same as that of the worker spider, mainly ferns, fungi and insects. Of course, it does not mind eating meat occasionally, and it is not afraid of that kind of corrupted food. It is a good helper in cleaning up the corrupted land of Demon Land. They are also big and loyal dogs, but wizards prefer to call them puppies, because they are smaller than the soldier spiders. Merchants like these puppies very much. Their ability to travel by day can keep up with caravans, and can also serve as horses. At the same time, they are very good at crossing mountains and ridges, no matter what kind of road they take, walking on flat ground. And he's also very good at jumping. Occasionally, if you encounter a group of evil demons on the road, then the caravan with such demon spiders will not be killed or robbed, but it saves a sum of food expenses for feeding the dog. This kind of demon spider is rapidly rising among the demon spider tribe. Although they are not strong, their survivability is extremely strong. When these puppies came out, George felt a little worried. Once this thing rises, it will be much more powerful than the devil. It wasn't until I discovered that they were not Gestalt thinking that I felt at ease. At least in Sanctuary Continent, they can no longer afford to be monsters. As for whether Siljak would make special magical changes to this thing after returning to the Netherworld or going to the Abyss in the future, he didn't care.
I really didn't expect it. Sir, the Forbidden Sanctuary would actually send an invitation letter.
Garvey sighed while stroking his beard, and said with some pride,
Since the demons have become honest, the reputation of our Dawn Alliance has also been well known. It spread to every corner of the 7 realms.
George nodded, also feeling a little emotional. But what he lamented the most was that these uncultured generals and warriors could have a little leisure time. Those who sneaked into the mercenary group and went to various devil lands to cause trouble were considered a vacation. But the civil servants, local consuls, executives, and wizards were all very busy.
By the way, I heard that a few days ago, the demons burned a lot of fire in the woods near the dark swamp of Elda?
George couldn't help but ask.
A large-scale air force was dispatched several times. But you also know the situation in the Great Swan Lake. Even if our air force was dispatched, it did not burn more demons to death.
George nodded. If it weren't for the gap when the demons came, Nanofari and the others wouldn't have bothered to light the fire over there. It's okay now. The demons have stopped. The Lighthouse Country used white phosphorus bombs to burn the forests during the Vietnam War. It burned for so many years. Villages all over the country were still alive and kicking. And the Lighthouse Nation had to withdraw its troops in the end. The demons' attack on the Air Force was obviously not enough. Especially now. The Great Swan Lake is full of monsters. And the trees have been demonized. So they are not afraid of fire at all. There are also magical plants grown by goblins and thorn demons grown by demons. Not only are these things not afraid of fire, they will grow more vigorously when exposed to fire. But after this year's battle, the dark swamp in the middle of Elda Swan Lake is now a river of blood. Hellification is unprecedentedly serious. All kinds of creatures of the abyss, HL, and netherworld emerged from the swamp. It has the meaning of a group of demonic fortress-level training ground. Nowadays, many demon hunters around the world are more powerful than the temple knights of the Holy Court. After finishing smoking, Garvey was waiting outside. George entered the house. After passing through the outer room, he entered the inner room. Several ladies were here. Bonna's belly was also bulging. Occasionally, Elizabeth touched her slightly. With a bulging belly, come and share your thoughts with Sophia. On the contrary, during this year, Soraya, who accompanied George on all the expeditions, had no change in her stomach. But the wizard suggested that the young lady should do less exercise recently. Now, she didn't know which martial arts arena she was fighting in. George was quite worried. Not what would happen to Soraya, who was 4 or 5 months pregnant. But they are worried that their 2 children are not human beings except for Soraya. The others were pregnant earlier. And now George is not technically a human being anymore. Soraya is not worried. Because in history, there have been many combinations of demons and heavenly forces. The future princess was sleeping in Sophia's arms. And several ladies were knitting quietly and talking quietly. The armor on George's body was dripping. And there was still the smell of cigarette smoke on his mouth. Sophia didn't let him touch the child. So George kissed Sophia amidst the disgust on her face. And then went out. Went to the roof with Garvey. On the top of the building, there were several huge unknown objects suspended in midair.